Chapter 1. She is missing. He anxiously waited for her appearance. The night had grown deep, and the people by the sundering square and the pond had dispersed in small groups. All right, time to go back to sleep. The feast had been laid out, riddles had been guessed, lions had danced, and firecrackers had been set off. Old and young, men and women had gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing all night, and were starting to feel a bit sleepy. This was the way every year everyone would enjoy the festivities, eat and drink their fill, and that would mark the end of the New Year celebrations. After the New Year, it would be back to hard times. Those who worked would go out to work, and those who stayed behind would have to budget carefully, or else they would find themselves in a tight spot. However, this lantern festival, a thick layer of clouds had covered the sky, and the bright full moon had never appeared, which was a small regret. The adults had become accustomed to regret's life was not always as one wished. Moreover, although the clouds were thick, it hadn't rained on such a cold winter night. If it had rained, especially mountain rain, it would have made the lantern festival quite disappointing. But Zhang Xingjiu could not accept that. At just 15 years old, the mountains had given him a resilient quality that had yet to be worn down by the cruelty of the outside world. He did not yet know what compromise meant. Furthermore, ever since his parents passed away on Lantern Festival a few years ago, the full moon on this day had become his spiritual support. The moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival was also beautiful, bright, and round, but seeing it during the crisp autumn weather always felt too easy for Zhang Xingjiu, and did not match the season of his parents' departure. Each year on Lantern Festival, the mountains were always shrouded in clouds, and it was not until the later half of the night, when he was bundled in several layers of thick cotton clothing and still shivering, that the moon would sneak out from behind the clouds. That moment, Zhang Xingjiu felt that the whole world lit up. He would forget the cold and jump to the center of the sundering square, gazing up greedily at her, as if his parents were watching him from there. But this year, it was already late in the night, and she still had not shown her face. This small village surrounded by mountains felt like the baskets carried by the older women in the village, with the clouds above serving as the bamboo lid of the basket. Zhang Xingjiu was determined to jump out of this basket and see the moon. He stared at the clouds for a while and noticed that, under the influence of the north wind, the clouds were slowly moving southward. That means if I run north, even if I go into the mountains, I can see her sooner. He thought excitedly. Hey, Chang'e, where are you going? It's so late. Just as he was about to stride forward, a voice came from behind him. Oh no, how'd he find me? Zhang Xingjiu thought, but he had no choice but to stop and turn around. With the light spilling from a few nearby houses, he saw it was indeed that person. Principal, you haven't gone to rest yet? Zhang Xingjiu asked with a smile. The middle-aged man who had stopped him was Zhou Dujiang, the principal of the Lu County Central Middle School that he attended. His original name was Zhang Sheng, but after his parents passed away, Principal Zhou felt that this name was too casual, so he had him change it to Zhang Xingjiu, although his nickname remained Shengzi, and the villagers continued to call him that. Zhou Dujiang had been married for many years but had no children with his wife. He thought Zhang Xingjiu was smart, lively, and full of spirit, and had always treated him well. Especially after his parents' passing, he regarded him as his own. Zhang Xingjiu felt grateful for this, but right now, if Principal Zhou stopped him from seeing the moon, he could not comply. Where are you going? Zhou Dujiang ignored Zhang Xingjiu's question. I'm just going over there to take a look. It's late. The mountains are dangerous, don't you know? Zhou Dujiang frowned. Although he knew that, from such a distance and with poor lighting, Zhang Xingjiu might not see his expression. Don't worry, Principal, this isn't my first time going into the mountains at night. Before, everyone went together, now you're going alone, and I'm worried. Please, Principal, let me go. If I'm not back in an hour, you can come and find me, okay? Zhang Xingjiu pleaded. Only Zhou Dujiang could stop him. If anyone else tried to stop him, he would have ignored them long ago. Not back in an hour? If you're not back in an hour, then you might never come back. Zhou Dujiang was not trying to scare Zhang Xingjiu. He just knew Zhang Xingjiu's stubbornness. Principal, you know that if I don't see the moon on Lantern Festival, I won't feel settled for the rest of the year, especially since my parents are gone. As Zhang Xingjiu spoke, he couldn't help but choke up a bit. You silly boy, what nonsense are you talking? Who says your parents are gone? Zhou Dujiang scolded. It's still the new year. Don't say such inauspicious things. Besides, if you want to see the moon, you can see it during the day too. You could go to Yaba tomorrow and see the stone moon. He had made up his mind to make one last attempt to dissuade Zhang Xingjiu, and if he still refused, he wouldn't insist any longer. After all, he couldn't catch up if Zhang Shengjiu ran away, so it might be better to let him go, but to call a few people to follow him. Okay, I misspoke. Zhang Shengjiu pretended to slap himself and continued, Principal, when can I not go see the stone moon? But that's not the real moon, nor is it the moon of Lantern Festival. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. With that, he turned around and dashed out of the village. Years later, he would learn that aside from the well-known stone moon attraction, the mountainous area where he grew up had a unique natural and ecological status in the world. And at that moment, he only knew it was called Jilegong Mountain and that there was something called 3 parallel rivers nearby. He only knew that his village and the Lu County where it was located were both designated poor counties in the country, and almost every young person wanted to leave the mountains, including himself. Zhang Xingjiu ran north along the road outside the village, looking up at the sky as he went. Although the heavy clouds continued to move south slowly, there was no sign of it ending, as if they were as vast as the sky itself, blocking off a small piece of the sky above the valley. No matter how they moved, Am I just the monkey king in the palm of the Buddha? He thought unwillingly. Unbeknownst to him, the path beneath his feet became increasingly rugged. The road from the village to the mountains had initially shown signs of being man-made, but the deeper he went into the mountains, the more it returned to nature's dirt. The streetlights along the roadside disappeared after guarding him for a while. This was the territory of nature. Zhang Shengjiu stopped, and the noise from the village was no longer in his ears. Instead, he heard the language of unknown animals. To him, these sounds were monotonous and repetitive, and he completely did not understand their meanings, even though they might contain rich significance. He took a deep breath and walked into the darkness. Chapter 2: Fireworks launched by immortals. The trees above blocked the sky even more tightly, and within that tightness, there were still thick dark clouds. For some reason, Zhang Shengjiu thought of the prose poem The Seagull he had just learned. He wished he could turn into a seagull, piercing through these dark clouds and soaring into the sky, so he could see the moon he longed for. This was not his first time going into the mountains, nor was it his first time going into the mountains at night, but it was indeed his first time going into the mountains alone, at night. His eyes quickly adapted to the darkness here, even though the dark clouds obscured the moonlight. It was not completely pitch black. He bent down to pick up a sturdy branch, held it in his hand, and slowly walked forward. The trees ahead grew denser, and above him, there were occasional whoosh sounds, clearly unknown gibbons swinging. He had seen many types of gibbons in the mountains since he was young, including the Skywalker gibbon, which would only be formally named years later. He felt a deep affection for these primates, and envied their ability to wander through the boundless forest using their own arms. Aside from these sounds, there was no other noise, and Zhang Shengjiu could clearly hear his own breathing. Fortunately, it's winter now. If it were summer, I wouldn't dare to come in here, but he was well aware that the animals in this mountain, which are the hardest to guard against, were all hibernating. Otherwise, he would be unable to move an inch. After walking a bit further, he confirmed that he was deep in the forest. He looked up at the sky again, using the towering tree branches as a reference point, and saw that the clouds were still drifting southward, which bolstered his confidence. Thus, he resolutely continued to move forward. The terrain started to become steep, and he needed to cling to the nearby tree trunks, using the branch in his hand for support, carefully climbing upwards. The leaves of the trees above him also became denser. Evidently, these trees were not of the same variety as the ones before. Their leaves were smaller, but seemed less affected by the climate, not shedding even in this cold season, thereby obscuring his view. Zhang Shengjiu felt as if he had fallen into true darkness. He recalled Principal Zhou's words, feeling increasingly anxious. If I don't return in an hour, will I never return? How long have I been out? Will he worry? Will they worry? Thinking of this, he felt his thoughts becoming chaotic, and fatigue washed over him. So he leaned against a tree trunk. Dad, Mom, do you want to keep going up? He silently asked, as if his parents could hear him. 4 years ago, just a year into the 21st century, his parents left on that lantern festival. When you miss us, just look at the moon in the sky. It's round and bright, symbolizing reunion. Before leaving, they stroked his tight, dark little face with tears in their eyes. Since that day, every lantern festival, he had to see that full moon to ease his longing for his parents, to feel a little better so he could survive the whole year again. Zhou Dujiang and his wife had indeed treated him well, but how could they completely replace his parents? In recent years, as he grew older, he gradually understood that his parents, like many young adults in Lucy County, had gone out to work for a better livelihood, seeking jobs that paid several times more than here. They either took root in the exciting outside world and brought their children, family over, or save enough money, or worked until they could no longer do so, then return to, settle down, and live out their remaining days. But what about my growth? Can they be completely absent? Can the years be bought with money? He occasionally shouted at himself, especially after reading books that described familial happiness or watching similar themed TV dramas. His feelings for his parents evolved from initial confusion to understanding, then to resentment, and now to worry, with the only constant being longing. Maybe I can only find them by flying out of this great mountain like they did. But that's something for years to come. For now, I must see the moon. Chang'e stood up with the support of a branch, turned around, and continued to climb upwards. Just then, he climbed up the steep slope and suddenly noticed light seeping through the trees ahead. Excited, he looked up and saw that the entire sky was obscured by tree leaves, and above, the clouds seemed not to have moved. Then what is this light? With this question in mind, he cautiously moved forward toward the light. Slowly, he saw that it seemed to be the edge of the forest, but he had no idea what lay beyond that edge. He had already started physics class and knew that light needed a source, but at present, it was impossible to determine where this light was coming from. In this deep mountain, would there be any activity on the night of the Lantern Festival? If it's not people. Chang'e held his breath, hunched over, pushing aside the branches in front of him while trying to minimize his exposure to the light. When he reached the edge of the forest and stealthily peeked out from behind a large tree trunk, he couldn't help but gasp. Beyond the forest was no longer just trees, it was an otherworldly clearing. Though it's called an open space, it wouldn't be fair to describe this area as just that. While not large and surrounded by trees, it was not a monotonous flatland either. At a glance, the ground was covered with low green grass, vibrant even in this winter night, looking soft and inviting, making it comfortable to walk or lie on. And although it was all grass, it was evidently divided into two different shades of green, with three thick dark green stripes in the middle of a lighter green area. If this grassy field were a painting, those three vertical lines would be like the artist adding a few extra strokes to deepen the color. The direction of these three stripes pointed towards the opposite side of the forest, where among the closely standing trees, there seemed to be a whole 2 or 3 people high. Its dark entrance completely unseen to eye in this grassy area. A winding stream flowed from the left side's forest, meandering through the grass before curving into the right side's trees, bringing a lively touch to the otherwise somewhat dull grassland. Moreover, there was no one here, not a single person, not even an animal. Chang'e stood there, dazed, and involuntarily stepped out from behind the tree trunk, slowly treading onto the grassy land. At that moment, he finally discovered where the source of the light had come from. Above, he looked up and saw a full moon hanging in the air, gently gazing down at him, casting its bright light upon him. Not far from the full moon, dark clouds were drifting away. Chang'e felt as if he had been electrified, kneeling on the ground, bowing repeatedly toward the moon, tears unwittingly welling in his eyes. He called out with all his strength. In that cry, there was grievance, longing, and surprise. At this moment, aside from shouting loudly, there was no other way to express his feelings. He waved his arms frantically, tipping his body backward until he lay on the grass, face up. This way, he could face the moon directly. He had chased the full moon for several years on Lantern Festival, but this time, it felt the most unforgettable. He wished he could capture the entire moon in his eyes, as if doing so would bring his parents back. He didn't know how long it had been when he suddenly noticed a deep red light flashing near the edge of the sky beside the moon, fleeting like a shooting star. He suspected he was seeing things and sat up, staring at that area. In physics class, he had learned that because the moon was relatively close to Earth, the brightness of the reflected sunlight was high, often causing people to overlook the relatively fainter starlight nearby. Yet this light was still so prominent against the moonlight. One could imagine how bright it was in less than 2 seconds. That area flashed 2 or 3 more lights just like the previous one, streaking across the sky, looking stunning like fireworks during the New Year. However, judging by its height and position, it could only be the celestial beings in the sky setting off fireworks. Chang'e was spellbound, waiting motionless, but those fireworks did not reappear. Amidst the towering mountains, only that giant moon remained, frozen in the deep blue sky. Chapter 3. The visitor of the Lantern Festival. The noise from the helicopter's rotor blades shattered the tranquility of the forest, startling the migratory birds, which flapped their wings and flew deeper into the quieter mountains. Teacher Yao, I'm really sorry to take up your time during the new year, a middle-aged man on the helicopter said to another middle-aged man beside him. The speaking man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, well-mannered, with neatly cropped hair preparing for the impending baldness, a resolute face, spirited eyes, and a forehead creased by years of thought, giving off an imposing yet unthreatening aura. His name was Sikong, a professor at Chang'e University and a specially invited expert by the China National Space Administration, with profound research on space environment, protection, and space debris management. Sitting next to him was Yao Chang, a physics teacher at the Central Middle School in Lucy County, Yunnan Province. Lucy County is a nationally recognized impoverished area with limited financial support. Although Yao Chang was nominally a physics teacher, he actually covered all technical subjects and also hosted visiting scholars from time to time. Lucy County is located at the foot of the Jialigong Mountains, an important base for researching this range. The Jialigong Mountains lie within the Hengduan Mountains on the China-Myanmar border, acting as a towering barrier between the two countries. Due to its unique geographical position, it encompasses nearly 20 of the country's higher plants within its 2,800 square kilometers, nearly 10 of which are endemic species, as well as 20 of the country's mammals, one-third of which are endemic species. There are over 30 species of amphibians, more than 50 species of reptiles, 300,500 species of birds, and over 1,600 species of insects here. It can be said that the Jialigong Mountains are one of the regions with the highest biodiversity in China and even the world, a crucial part of the UNESCO World Heritage Site 3. Parallel rivers, attracting numerous scholars and researchers every year. However, Yao Chang had hosted many visitors, almost all of whom were biologists, archaeologists, or geologists. He had never encountered an aerospace expert like Sikong before, making him particularly curious that, oh, it's all for work. We're actually glad to welcome Professor Sikong from afar. He waved his hand, then tentatively asked, "Can I smoke?" "No problem," Sikong smiled. Yao Chang shielded himself from the strong wind with his clothing, hunched his head down, skillfully lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled, looking somewhat euphoric. "I'm sorry, I've had this smoking habit for many years. I've always wanted to quit, but just can't. After sitting in a helicopter with you for so long, I couldn't help it. But please don't tell anyone smoking is not allowed in the forest area." Yao Chang pointed below. "Don't worry, you'll definitely finish and clean up in the helicopter. If I accidentally drop the butt, I'll jump down and eat it myself." Haha. All right, Teacher Yao is quite the character. We're in a remote mountain area, a national-level impoverished county. The poor environment produces cunning people. It's easier to be straightforward. There's no need for tricks at this point. Yao Chang glanced at Sikong's expression, confirming he wasn't offended, and continued, "To be honest, if you weren't in aerospace, I wouldn't be serving you today. Oh? Why is that?" Sikong didn't seem surprised. "After all, it's the new year, my capabilities are limited, and I honestly can't imagine what connection there is between the Jialigong Mountains and aerospace. Haha. So, you're very curious?" "Yes, there's no shame in admitting that. In fact, this isn't my first time in the Jialigong Mountains. That I came here 7 years ago, but unfortunately I didn't know you then, so I had to trek through the mountains without helicopter service." Sikong didn't directly answer Yao Chang's question, but half-jokingly, the connection has existed for a long time. Now I'm even more curious, Professor Sikong." Yao Chang widened his eyes at Sikong. "To be honest, I don't have concrete evidence, but my intuition tells me there should be some sort of connection." Sikong stared into Yao Chang's eyes, making him believe he wasn't lying. "All right, it seems I won't get the answer I want today," Yao Chang said slightly dejectedly, taking a drag of his cigarette. "But don't worry, you'll have the helicopter take you to your destination." "Teacher Yao, I fully trust you on that." Sikong didn't waste any words. "One last question, as a distinguished professor. You're here for an inspection and didn't bring an assistant?" Yao Chang wanted to try again. "You mentioned it after all. It's the new year, plus our funding is limited. There's no need to spend too much money on an inspection that hasn't yielded concrete conclusions yet." "Then why take the helicopter?" "Haha, the helicopter didn't cost anything. I came here on an introduction letter." Sikong winked. Yao Chang, feeling frustrated, took another deep drag of his cigarette. The helicopter landed at Dangpan, at the foot of the Jialigong Mountains. There's a simple helipad here. As the name suggests, Dangpan is a lodging base specifically for hosting scientific expedition personnel with very basic conditions, but essential living needs are still guaranteed, and on-site staff provide various services. The road leading down the mountain is still not fully paved on sunny days. It's dusty, and when it rains, it's muddy. Although it's possible to drive here, the experience doesn't compare to that of a helicopter. Sorry, Professor Sikong, our conditions here are quite basic. No heating, not comparable to Beijing, Yao Chang hinted. It's all right, I brought a sleeping bag, and the conditions here are already quite good. Thank you. Teacher Yao, you should hurry back to accompany your family. Sikong didn't mind. Alas, I can go back, but I can't take the helicopter anymore, Yao Chang muttered under his breath, about to light another cigarette when he suddenly saw a staff member wearing a red armband walking out of the base, quickly stuffing the lighter and cigarette pack back into his clothing pocket. After seeing Yao Chang off and settling in at the base, Sikong went to his room. Since it was the New Year period, the base was very quiet, with very few staff members around. Like Yao Chang, they were also puzzled as to why someone would choose to come here during the coldest season, especially someone involved in aerospace. Sikong brewed a cup of tea, sat at the table, spread out his materials, and fell into deep thought. His solitary visit during the New Year was exactly the same as his purpose 7 years ago. Chapter 4. The black hole deep in the Zhejiang Mountains that time, he did not get the answer he wanted, although there were some unexpected gains. This time, he was determined to either validate his judgment or stop investing effort in this direction. He had been studying the space environment and space debris for a long time, holding the view that as the number of satellites and spacecraft launched into space by humans increased, the likelihood of collisions among these satellites and spacecraft would also rise. Once a collision occurred, it would generate space debris that humans would find difficult to control. Many of these would fall into the atmosphere and burn up, but more would wander in the orbits commonly used by satellites like lost souls, ready to collide with passing satellites and spacecraft, causing even more fragments and debris. When the quantity of these fragments and debris exceeds a critical point, the satellites and spacecraft launched by humans will be destroyed in a chain reaction, with none able to escape, leading to disaster for humanity. This view was first proposed by NASA scientist Kessler back in 1978, and thus it is known in the aerospace community as the Kessler syndrome. Sikong was often referred to as the Chinese Kessler. He would always smile and remain non-committal about it. On top of this, he once had a hypothesis. If debris or space junk generated by space collisions were to successfully fall to the ground, it would indicate that the size, thickness, or material of this space debris was substantial enough that the intense friction in the atmosphere did not completely incinerate it. This could further suggest that the space collisions producing such debris and junk were either of significant scale, involving many satellites and spacecraft, or that the sizes of the satellites and spacecraft themselves were large. This also meant that after this collision, there would be a high probability of new collisions occurring within a certain time frame. He named this hypothesis the cockroach effect, derived from the obvious fact that if you find one cockroach in your home, there are likely hundreds more hidden out of sight. Because of the vividness of this name and the association between garbage and cockroaches, it quickly became well known in the industry. 7 years ago, the China National Space Administration detected that a fragment had fallen into the Zhejiang Mountains. Therefore, he traveled a long distance to squat there for several days. But he did not find a fragment and could not personally validate his cockroach effect hypothesis. Although scholars from other countries had confirmed his hypothesis over the years, he remained unsatisfied. A couple of days ago, he received a report. Space debris had fallen into the Zhejiang Mountains. For this reason, he decided to try again. After finishing his tea, checking the data, and inquiring with the base staff, he quickly had a few bites of food and decided to set off while the sun had not yet set. The weather in the mountains changes rapidly. One moment it could be sunny, and the next moment it could be pouring rain, so he had to hurry. As he stepped out of the base, a cold wind hit him, and his right knee suddenly hurt severely, nearly causing him to fall. That was his old ailment. Professor Sikong, are you all right? A person with a red armband hurried to catch up with him. Thank you. I'm fine. Sikong forced a smile and tried to stand up straight again. Are you sure you don't need our help? I should be fine. The location of the space debris is not far from here, and you just gave me clear directions, so I think it will be okay. All right. If you need help, just fire a signal flare. No problem. Thank you. Soon, Sikong disappeared into the woods below the mountain. He held a compass in his hand, following its direction and walking along the route he had planned earlier. The sun set, but the moon never appeared, obscured by thick clouds. Fortunately, although it was cloudy, it did not rain. Otherwise, that would have been quite troublesome. Not seeing the moon on the Lantern Festival is not a good sign, he thought as he walked. Fortunately, he had a flashlight. The path ahead suddenly became much easier to navigate. Deep in this primordial nature, without the flashlight, he would feel like a headless fly, lost and confused. But with the flashlight, he felt everything was under his control. This feeling amazed him. Humanity, with just this ordinary tool, could stand firm in this forest. If there were beings from beyond the sky who came to Earth, to our human forest, also carrying a flashlight, he did not know how long it had been, but the moon still did not reveal itself. Chang'e felt he had entered deep into the Gallows Mountains. He occasionally looked up at the sky to confirm that he was not completely obscured by branches or leaves, so that in the event of danger, he could fire a distress signal flare. After walking for a while, when he felt his stomach start to growl, he noticed a light ahead. He quickly used the flashlight to check the compass, confirmed that he was heading in the right direction, turned off the flashlight, and cautiously walked toward the light. As Chang'e peered through the gaps between the tree trunks, he was taken aback. In the past few decades of his life, he had been to many places, but now, in the depths of the Gallows Mountains on the night of the Lantern Festival, he found himself in a secluded clearing surrounded by jungle. This clearing was bathed in the long-awaited moonlight, shimmering as if the moon were mirroring itself to Earth, beautiful and dreamlike, even somewhat unreal. In this clearing there was soft, low grass, with a stream flowing through it, crystal clear under the moonlight. However, in the center of the grass, there were clearly 3 darker green stripes pointing toward the woods on the other side, where it seemed there was a black hole that one could crawl into. This appeared to be the trace of something that had burned. Chang'e became excited. Clearly, something had fallen from the sky, igniting the grass here, leaving behind dark marks. And that thing seemed to have further burrowed into the black hole in the forest. Chang'e couldn't afford to enjoy the bright moonlight in this clearing. He quickly crossed over and jumped into the black hole. As soon as he entered the black hole, he caught a faint scent of burning. He could hardly believe his nose, suppressing his excitement. He turned on the flashlight and slowly began to explore further. Though it was called a black hole, it was merely a passage left by some object that had collided here, with branches broken or burned underfoot and crooked tree trunks on either side. But looking up at the sky, he could still see the bright moon. As Chang'e walked forward, he felt relieved. Thankfully, there was no fire. Otherwise, in this winter, with the dry air, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, he suddenly heard a sound from behind. Ah! It sounded like a human's roar. Chang'e immediately turned off the flashlight and stepped aside, glancing toward the entrance of the black hole, but saw nothing. Just as he hesitated about whether to go over and check what was happening, he suddenly noticed 2 or 3 deep red lights streaking across the sky above him, like fireworks vanishing in an instant. Although their duration was short, they were bright enough that he could see them clearly, even next to the moon. Chang'e felt a surge of power coursing through him from head to toe, and he couldn't stop trembling, murmuring, "It's appeared. It really has appeared. It seems that moment is bound to come." Chapter 5: The Pod in the Mountain. It seemed like a long time had passed, yet it felt like just a moment. Chang'e felt a chill all over his body, and the ghostly fireworks had disappeared from the sky. The immortals seemed to have just had their fun before returning home to sleep. He planned to go back the way he came. "I should hurry back, otherwise Principal Zhou will be anxious." After his wish was fulfilled, he thought of Zhou Dujiang. At that moment, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the dark hole at the edge of the grass, leading into the depths of the forest. It was hard for him to describe that sound. It was not long, yet it seemed to have a slight echo, even a somewhat ethereal quality, like the sound of the 3-string dragon head played during various village activities. The only thing he could be sure of was that this was definitely not a sound familiar to nature. Feeling nervous, he immediately stood up, held his breath, perked up his ears to listen, while staring intently at the dark passageway. The sturdy branch he had used to probe ahead had been tossed aside, and at that moment, he regretted having thrown it away too soon. However, there was no more sound coming from there. What entered his ears was only the wind from deep within the mountains and the occasional howling or chirping of different animals. Just as Zhang Shengjiu relaxed and contemplated whether to walk over and take a look, he suddenly heard a shout from behind. "Little brat, finally found you." The voice startled a few birds into flight on that quiet, full moon night. He turned around and saw two beams of flashlight light shining toward him, blinding him. He instinctively shielded his eyes, but felt no worry at all, because it was a voice he was very familiar with. "Teacher Yao, what brings you here?" This was his chain-smoking physics teacher. "You little rascal. It's not like Principal Zhou asked me to come with Xiao Liao to find you." Yao Chang rushed over, raised his hand, and pretended to hit Zhang Shengjiu. Zhang Shengjiu feigned dodging. Sorry for delaying your rest. Come on, hurry back with us, quick." Without giving him a chance to argue, Yao Chang waved his hand in the air, not actually hitting Zhang Shengjiu's face, but grabbing his wrist and pulling him back. What a miserable lantern festival today, serving a stinky old scholar from Beijing during the day, and now looking for a lost fool at night. Yao Chang muttered while pulling. Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Yao." Zhang Shengjiu moved his feet. "But look, this place I found is pretty good, right? It's simply a treasure for feng shui, lying on the grass to enjoy the moonlight, and I even saw fireworks. How fresh is that? There are such grassy areas all over our mountains." Yao Chang didn't turn back, but still asked, "Fireworks? What fireworks?" "It's the bright light that appeared in the sky, streaking across the horizon, like immortals setting off fireworks." "Are you talking about shooting stars?" "Kind of, but it's a deep red color, brighter than shooting stars." "Oh, there are all sorts of debris in space, and if a few pieces randomly fall into the atmosphere, they'll burn up due to friction. As for the color, it relates to the composition of the debris. Deep red indicates it is rich in silicate." At this point, Yao Chang finally looked back at Zhang Shengjiu. "We'll teach you about this soon." "Oh!" Zhang Shengjiu fell as if the lofty palace in his dreams had collapsed, utterly boring. "Teacher Yao, you see, I was quite interested initially, but after you said that, my fantasy has been shattered," Xiao Liao joked from the side. "What fantasy? Just nonsense. At your age, focus on studying and do well in the exams. If you can't pass, thinking about anything else is useless," Yao Chang replied sternly. Zhang Shengjiu felt like a defeated rooster, saying nothing as he was pulled back into the woods by Yao Chang, disappearing into the darkness. He completely forgot about the sound that had come from the dark passage behind him. By the time they returned to the village, the dark clouds had been completely blown away, and the same round moon he had seen in the grassy area was shining its silvery light on every corner of the village. Zhang Shengjiu's lantern festival finally came to an end. In the following days, the young men in the village gradually left, going to Baoshan, Kunming, and the broader world. Zhang Shengjiu and his classmates joked and laughed as they went to and from school in the county every day, their youthful yet excited voices echoing along the mountain paths, marking a rare, youthful moment in the village. Zhang Shengjiu had grown accustomed to this. He did not know that he and his similarly situated classmates were referred to as left-behind children or youth, studied as a serious sociological issue by the world beyond the mountains. However, he was completely unaware, feeling no sense of being a problem. Ever since Yao Chang scolded him on Lantern Night about not passing the exams and that thinking about anything else was useless, he seemed to have suddenly awakened. If he couldn't pass, would he never be able to find his parents in this lifetime? He did not want to face such a tragic life. He was still at the age of new beginnings. For his more carefree classmates, the most direct benefit from their elders going out to work was no one was competing with them for TV time. The village's cable TV had only been installed a few years ago, and not every household had it, so those families with cable became the unrecognized kings. During festivals, everyone would gather to watch TV programs and see the exciting world outside, inevitably leading to conflicting opinions. The hosts all wore stern faces, one hand gripping the remote control while the other hand was open, suspended in midair. Whenever someone leaned in to offer a cigarette between that open hand, the fingers would automatically tighten around the cigarette, while the other hand would shake the remote. Which channel to watch? The host would hum the decisive question. Movie channel. The person responding would simultaneously light the cigarette just offered. Let us all watch a movie together. A brief dynamic balance was thus achieved. Before they knew it, spring had passed, and on this day, Zhang Shengjiu finally changed into short sleeves. Even so, when he walked back to the village after school, he was still drenched in sweat. just as he passed by Yao Chang's house. He planned to ask for a bowl of water and casually inquire where the teacher had been, as he hadn't seen him at school for several days. And physics was being taught by Xiao Liao. Just as he was about to knock, he suddenly heard an excited voice coming from the backyard. Ha ha ha, it's connected. Zhang Xingjiu curiously walked around to see Yao Chang excitedly jumping in front of 3 big pots. Each pot was about the length of his entire body. Teacher Yao, what are you planning to cook? Have you brought in a few solar cookers? Zhang Xingjiu forgot all about asking for water. Chapter 6, Stunning Profile O. Chang'e, you came just in time. Let me tell you, this is not a solar cooker. It's called a satellite antenna. Satellite, you understand? Yao Chang was very excited to see Zhang Xingjiu, as he was planning to find someone to share this moment of joy. Satellite? A satellite flying in the sky? Yes, a satellite flying in the sky, and it's a man-made satellite. Man-made satellite? Zhang Xingjiu had learned about stars, planets, and satellites, and he had a rough idea of what a man-made satellite was, but he just responded instinctively. Now, Yao Chang opened up. Look, what we learned in class is coming back to me, right? A man-made satellite is a satellite that we humans create and launch into space with rockets. The term satellite itself is an astronomical concept, but when you add the words man-made, it's different. These man-made satellites above our heads can help us do many things on the ground. Like this one. At this point, he pointed at the 3 pots on the ground. They're all receiving antennas for communication satellites. With them, we don't need to install cable TV to watch programs from outside the mountains. The programs will be transmitted from the broadcasting station as transmission antenna to the communication satellite in the sky, and then sent to these pots, receiving antennas. Seeing Zhang Xingjiu's slightly puzzled expression, Yao Chang patiently explained the principle of the receiving antenna, and Zhang Xingjiu understood. That's right, clever. Yao Chang nodded in satisfaction. So, do you know why I'm so excited? We won't have to fight over the remote control to watch TV anymore. Soon, every family here will have to install a pot. Teacher Yao, I understand the principle, but won't the satellites hanging high in the sky fall down? Zhang Xingjiu had not yet systematically studied the knowledge of universal gravitation and other concepts. Good question. Just be patient. We will learn it soon. Hee. Yao Chang teased. Come on. Since you're here, help me carry the pots to the few families at the village entrance. I've already set them up. Okay. Before that, can you give me a drink? After a month, every household in this village in Lucy County had installed satellite receiving antennas, reportedly as part of the local government as Household Access Project. Zhang Xingjiu and his fellow students didn't understand the overall arrangements of the country. They only knew that if previously cable TV was like opening a window to the outside world, now it was like pushing open 2 doors. But Zhang Xingjiu maintained basic restraint. He did not indulge in this easily accessible entertainment and ensured he had enough time for studying. His natural intelligence also allowed him to maintain excellent grades. He knew that only by being at the top, or even becoming the first in the school, could he have a chance, albeit small, to truly escape the mountains. Many nights, after finishing his evening study and walking home from school, he would often stand still, gazing at the stars in the sky. He was amazed by the distant starlight and curious about the world beyond it. When he saw particularly bright stars, he would think, that must be a man-made satellite. Then he would admire the names he learned in physics class that changed humanity. Imagining a man-made satellite hanging 36,000 kilometers above the ground, rotating in sync with the Earth, connecting 2 places on the ground that were completely invisible to each other through radio waves. If only we humans could spread freely in the air like radio waves. How interesting that would be, he thought. This idea sprouted like a seed in his mind, taking root and growing, and years later would bear fruit, leading him to experience a different kind of bittersweetness from tonight. As time passed, Zhang Xingjiu found that the satellite TV didn't seem so reliable. Sometimes, if the weather in the mountains was bad, with heavy rain or thunderstorms, the signal would have problems, and the people on the TV screen would appear as if they were dancing wildly. That was one thing, but sometimes, even under a clear blue sky, with the sun almost pouring down onto the village's drying ground, the signal would still be disturbed. Zhang Xingjiu became increasingly fascinated by the invisible signals and intangible satellites. After the winter solstice, a clear afternoon finally arrived. The The school was on holiday, and Principal Zhou and teacher Yao hadn't assigned him any extra tasks. Zhang Xingjiu was delighted to catch his breath, picked up a water bottle, and grabbed a branch, heading into the mountains. He wanted to revisit the open space he had been to on the night of the Lantern Festival. Since that time, when Yao Chong pulled him back, the silver disc-like full moon, the ghostly fireworks, and the soft, fragrant grass had left a mark in his mind. He had wanted to go back many times, but didn't dare choose the night again, hoping to let the low temperatures kill as many of those frightening presences as possible or put them into hibernation. After waiting almost a year, he finally had such an opportunity. Walking again on the path he once took under the sunlight, Zhang Shengjiu felt much lighter on his feet. The open space that had seemed so hard to find back then was now visible in less than half an hour. Occasionally, the sounds of gibbons echoed from the forest. Just as he was about to leap out of the woods, he suddenly spotted a figure moving at the other end of the open space. Someone? Zhang Xingjiu was startled and quickly hid behind a tree trunk. He was afraid of being seen by someone he knew. After all, running into the mountains alone was not something worth boasting about. There were often organized foraging and firewood collection trips to the mountains, but the elders had never stopped warning them against going into the mountains alone. Never go into the mountains alone. You never know what will happen after half a stick of incense. But driven by curiosity, he still peeked out, revealing half his head to look at the figure. Just like the fireworks he had seen that night, the figure only flashed at the edge of the open space before quickly disappearing into the woods. Even though it was just a fleeting moment, Zhang Shengjiu slightly caught a glimpse of the person's profile. It was a boy about his age, but he couldn't recall anyone like that in his village, nor could he remember such a person in his school. It wasn't that he had an exceptional memory. It was just that the profile was fair and handsome. In just that brief second, Zhang Shengjiu told himself, "This is not the kind of appearance you can see in our mountains." Leaning against the tree, hesitating for a moment, he became somewhat dispirited. He didn't know why he had come, yet he was unwilling to take another step forward. Chapter 7 Disappearance. Father has been on a business trip for a week since the Lantern Festival and still hasn't returned. Not a single call or message, which makes Sibo a bit anxious. "Mom, where's Dad gone? It's been a week, and there's still no news." In the past, although he sometimes had long business trips and uncertain return dates, he would at least tell us where he was going and would occasionally call in between. But this time, there is absolutely no news. He asked his mother. Xiaoyin was also very anxious. She and Sikong were childhood sweethearts, and based on her understanding of her husband over the years, something must have gone wrong this time. However, she couldn't show her emotions in front of the children. No, in front of the kids. The Sibo in front of her was at the sensitive age of 15, and he was her and Sikong's son. 7 years ago, Sikong had brought back an adopted son from the banks of the New River, who was of similar age to Sibo and named Wujiga. That year was 1998, during the floods, and the entire middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River had become inundated, especially in Hubei and Jiangxi. Just before the floods escalated, Sikong observed a piece of space debris falling into the Jialigong mountain area of Yunnan from the Aerospace Bureau. After researching for a few days, he hurried over from Beijing. "Why go to such a far place?" she had asked, puzzled at the time. "I suspect the floods in the Yangtze River basin are related to this incident, and I want to take a look. Also, I want to verify the cockroach effect hypothesis I just proposed." Sikong replied seriously. "Honey, are you joking?" Xiaoyin chuckled. She was an astronomer with a background in science and engineering, and even without that background, she could not accept the idea that a piece of space debris that fell into the atmosphere without burning up could cause a massive flood in the entire Yangtze River basin. It sounded like her throwing a bottle cap into the Yongding River water diversion channel next to their neighborhood and expecting it to flood Fuqing Road. Don't underestimate the geology of the upper Yangtze River and its fragility. The Jialigong Mountain is located in the Hengduan Mountains and the area where the three rivers, New River, Lancang River, and Jinsha River, flow parallel from north to south. This is a rare natural wonder in the world. If the Jinsha River, which is the upper reaches of the Yangtze, is impacted by space debris and geological disturbances occur, it could generate a large volume of water upstream. When this water rolls down to the middle and lower reaches, a qualitative change is entirely possible. You are still too young Just wanted to make a big news discovery in one go. But go ahead. Who told you to be my husband? Xiaoyan was not convinced by Kong's arguments. She just thought he was young and full of wild ideas. Ah, I thought you would believe me, Kong said, somewhat disappointed. I don't believe you, but I support you. Besides, there's a chance of successfully verifying the cockroach effect hypothesis, and I have faith in you. But why do you have to go to Jialagong Mountain just because a piece of debris fell there? Even if your hypothesis is correct, you can't necessarily observe new traces of space debris there. Can't it be observed here in Beijing? That said, we need to find the debris first. Just seeing new traces doesn't prove the relationship between the two. So even if you find the debris, how do you prove the relationship? After finding the debris, we can analyze its cause, and based on its trajectory, we can roughly determine the area where it originated in space. Then, combined with subsequent observations of collision traces, we can verify it, right? So a trip is essential. All right, then you need to set off quickly. Your hypothesis should have time constraints regarding the time of the first debris generation and the time of the second collision, right? If too much time passes between the two, there may be no correlation. Thanks for the reminder, dear, you are absolutely right. That time, Kong also went for about a week. When he returned, he was in a low mood, clearly having failed to achieve his goal. Sure enough, when she asked, she learned that due to limited detection means, the space debris had not been found at all, let alone studying its relationship with the floods in the Yangtze River Basin. He had spent several days in Jialagong Mountain, but had not seen or monitored any new space collisions. Generally speaking, if a collision occurs, most of the resulting debris would fall into the atmosphere and burn up, creating a dazzling firework across the sky. The opportunity to verify the cockroach effect hypothesis was lost. Kong's only gain was bringing back a child. When Xiaoyan first saw Wu Zhigu, her eyes lit up. This boy was so beautiful. Yes, he was beautiful. Her son, Sibo, was also a handsome boy, and although he was only 8 years old, he already showed signs of being tall and handsome. She often reminded herself, everyone thinks their child is the best looking in the world. But the people around her praised him so much that she often encountered talent scouts looking for child stars approaching her on the street. Gradually, she became convinced that Sibo was indeed very good looking. And this Wu Zhigu that Kong brought back was not at all inferior to Sibo in looks. From his bone structure, he even seemed more angular and more spirited. Xiaoyan immediately liked Wu Zhigu and did not blame Kong for bringing a child back without discussing it with her first. I saw this child while searching for space debris by the new river. He looked quite pitiful, saying that his boat had capsized and his parents were swept away by the river. There were no villages within a 20-mile radius, and he was staring blankly by the river. So I brought him back. This child is quite good-looking, and for some reason, when I saw him, I thought of our Sibo. We had wanted to have a younger brother for Sibo before, but hadn't succeeded. Now we found him a brother. He shouldn't mind. Moreover, this child is not only good-looking, but also quite smart. I chatted with him a bit and felt he was extraordinary. He said that his parents didn't name him Zhigu. He named himself after he started reading, and he is only 8 years old. Seeing his wife's reaction, Kong knew that his decision had been approved. This made him feel a little better. Sibo was also very happy to have this brother of a different surname. Upon learning that Wu Zhiji's birthday was 10 days older than his, he started calling him brother. Now 15-year-old Wu Zhigu, just like 15-year-old Sibo, was at that sensitive age. He was even more sensitive, or rather, perceptive. He could see that his mother was deliberately concealing her emotions. Mom, why don't we contact Dad's workplace? He suggested to his mother. If it's truly a business trip, Chang'e University or the Aerospace Bureau must know. Huh? Professor C hasn't returned home yet? Both workplaces were shocked when they heard Xiaoyan's question. He hasn't contacted you. Xiaoyan was genuinely a bit panicked. No, he left before the Lantern Festival and hasn't contacted us since. We thought he went straight home. There hasn't been anything urgent these past few days. We were planning to contact him in a couple of days. Where'd he go? Yunnan. He even asked us for a letter of introduction. Can you be more specific? It seems to be near Jialagong Mountain, in the Nujiang Autonomous Prefecture. Huh, that place again? Xiaoyan was a bit surprised. Yes, it seems he went there a few years ago as well, so we didn't think it was strange this time. Otherwise, if he went to such a remote place, we would definitely have asked. Regardless, I'm counting on you. He still hasn't returned. Please help me find him. Otherwise, I might have to report it to the police. Miss Xiao, don't worry. We are also very concerned. A few days later, they called Xiao Yun. Miss Xiao, we couldn't reach Professor C at all. And we have no clues. We have already reported it to the police and provided them with your contact information. Xiao Yun felt her head buzzing and almost fainted. Chapter 8 Futility. She put down the phone and leaned helplessly against the sofa. She couldn't imagine how she would live on if her husband was truly missing or even dead. Sibo and Wu Zhigu were both in a crucial year before their high school entrance exams. And both were excellent students who would surely get into good high schools and then good universities. But how could her single salary support the future of both? In the midst of her chaotic thoughts, her phone rang. It was the police calling. She felt as if her palm-sized phone weighed 1,000 pounds. When Sibo and Wu Zhigu returned home from school together, they sensed that something was off. Their mother sat dazed on the sofa, her eyes slightly red and swollen, and her face seemed to show signs of having cried. Mom, what's wrong? What's wrong? Is it even necessary to ask? I sent it about your dad. Xiao Yin could no longer hold back. He was really missing. What? Although both were mentally prepared for the worst, they still felt an immense sense of loss when it actually happened. For Sibo, it was like a bolt from the blue. His father, whom he had admired since childhood, the father who seemed to know everything and inspired him to become an aerospace expert, had just disappeared. He nearly lost his footing, and Wu Zhigu supported him beside him. You're both big kids now. If I'm away for a few days, you can take care of yourselves, right? Xiao Yun controlled her emotions and asked, Mom, where are you going? Sibo did not answer directly. I'm going to Yunnan with the police and people from your dad's workplace to look for him. I'll go too. No. You both have your high school entrance exams in a few months. At this critical moment, how can you miss classes? I don't care. I want to find Dad. Stop being willful. If your dad comes back and finds out you didn't do well on the entrance exam, he'll be very disappointed. Xiao Yun bit her teeth and used a hypothetical tone. Brother, listen to Mom. Don't go. You want to be able to help. And if it delays your entrance exam, wouldn't that be in vain? Wu Zhigu spoke up at this moment. See, your brother is very sensible. Xiao Yun nodded. Sibo lowered his head and remained silent. Mom, where in Yunnan are you going? Wu Zhigu asked. Lushui County, at the foot of Jialigong Mountain. Hearing this location, Wu Zhigu's eyes brightened. Then I'll accompany you. I grew up nearby, and maybe I can help. Besides, Dad saved me there. He is like my reborn father, and I should be grateful. Wu Zhigu said sincerely. No, you also have to take the entrance exam. Xiao Yun rejected without thinking. Mom, my grades are not as good as Sibo's, and I really think I can help a little. Xiao Yun fell silent. Although she and Si Kong had always treated Wu Zhigu as their own, in the end, Sibo was still their biological son. Over the years, she had never been forced to choose between them, and she believed she and Si Kong could be fair. However, at this moment, if only one of them could get into a good high school, she would not vote for Wu Zhigu. Yet, what Wu Zhigu said made sense. After all, he was a local and might really be able to help. Mom, let us go with this plan. Wu Zhigu added, let us set off as soon as possible. Zhigu, I really don't want you to go, but if you insist, we'll go quickly and come back quickly. Xiao Yun made a decision and turned to Sibo, saying, Sibo, you must stay at home to study. These days, you can eat at your aunt's house. I'll inform her. Mom, I also want to go with my brother. Sibo, no more talking. Listen to Mom's arrangement. Wu Zhigu gently patted his head. When the news of the Beijing visitors reached Yaochong, he shook his head repeatedly. This time, I absolutely will not receive them. Are their lives more precious? People go missing in the mountains every year here, but we never see such a big fuss made to find them. He deserves it. Running to the mountains alone during the new year, doing aerospace work. What is he doing here for fun? It's not like he is here to help us fix satellite reception antennas. He was somewhat resentful of Si Kong's intellectualism and pretentious mystery. This is the police's request, Teacher Yao. Didn't you accompany Professor C on the helicopter? But I safely escorted him to the ground. I took him to Dangpan and handed him over to the people there. You can let them go directly to Dangpan to ask. Then, what if the police insist on you coming? I can cooperate with the police investigation and provide details of the conversations on the helicopter. But I will only go to the police station to give a statement. As for the people from Beijing, I want to meet them. And I definitely want to accompany them to patrol the mountains. I still have classes to attend. All right, with your word, I can rest assured. Director Zhao, it's not that I don't cooperate with government work. Long live understanding. A joint search and rescue team composed of the Beijing police, local police, Tsinghua University, the Aerospace Bureau, Shaoyun, and Wu Zhigu searched inside and outside Jialigong Mountain for a whole week without any results. They used the most advanced infrared scanners and other equipment, but found not a trace of Seekong. It was as if Seekong had evaporated from the world. Ms. Xiao, we've done our best. But please rest assured, we will continue to make every effort to find your husband using all available means. And we will mobilize the local community to pay attention to Professor C.'s whereabouts. Officer Peng, who was responsible for the overall coordination, patted the shoulder of the sobbing Xiao Yun. This was the only way he could express his comfort and helplessness. They were all standing by the Nujiang River, where the waters flowed continuously without pause, seemingly unaware of or indifferent to the events and emotions happening on the shore. Ms. Xiao, please accept our condolences. After we return, we will report Professor C.'s situation to the leaders, and we will provide you and your family with full support. The people from Tsinghua and the Aerospace Bureau also expressed their stance to Xiaoyan. However, what Xiaoyan wanted was simply the return of Seekong. At this moment, she could not take in the comfort of those around her and just kept crying. She wished she could jump into the swirling river, letting her body be swept away by the rushing waters, losing all consciousness, losing all sorrow, and ending everything. Wu Zhigu also silently shed tears, tightly holding onto his mother. He was afraid she might take some extreme action. He stared blankly at the river, looking toward the opposite bank, making a vow in his heart. I will not give up. Chapter 9. Sudden Calamity. Zhang Shengjiu knew nothing about Yao Chang's refusal to participate in the search and rescue operation. In fact, he quickly forgot that unforgettable profile he had seen on that afternoon after the winter solstice. He only remembered that after the Lantern Festival night, which witnessed the ghostly fireworks, he had not seen such a strange sight in the sky again. Life in the mountains passed like a fleeting moment, like the shifting clouds and mist rushing forward unknowingly. Zhang Shengjiu wrapped himself in the longing for his parents, and this layer of longing rubbed against the fleeting time, becoming thicker like calluses. The year of the college entrance examination finally arrived. Students, this year is 2008. A very important year for our country because we will hold the first Olympic Games in Beijing. However, for each of you, it is an even more critical year. After June this year, your fate will undergo a significant change. I'm not saying that staying local means you won't succeed, but those who have the ability to leave the mountains will face more choices in the future. Zhou Duhang delivered a passionate speech at the senior year mobilization meeting at Lucy County Central High School. After the principal finished speaking, each subject teacher briefly said a few words. Everyone, just now Principal Zhou and several other teachers spoke somewhat euphemistically. I'm a physics teacher, and I only recognize objective laws. What are objective laws? The reality is that there is less than a 3% chance that any of you will be admitted to a university outside of Yunnan province. And there are no good universities in Yunnan, except for the Southwest United University of that year. Let me emphasize again, there are number 985 or 211 universities. This is my standard for good universities. Of course, I have no qualifications to say this because I didn't graduate from those good universities myself. But that doesn't mean I can't demand this of you. Many students will say that a college diploma is just a qualification and a stepping stone. It doesn't fully prove ability, and even some of our teachers say so. However, I want to say that this qualification and stepping stone are your starting point. Only by stepping on a sufficiently thick stepping stone can you step over a sufficiently high threshold. Without a diploma from a good university, your future will be very bleak. Remember, I hope there are only 2 types of people among you. Those who aspire to leave the mountains and those who aspire to leave but cannot. There is no third type, and the future fate of these 2 types of people will differ greatly, even more than the height difference from Gawa Gap Peak to here. When he mentioned the Southwest United University, everyone burst into laughter, but as he continued, the laughter grew quieter until the entire place fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Yao Chang's frankness. They all knew the height of the main peak of the Jiawagat mountain range. Less than 3, that means only 1 person. Could that person be me? Zhang Xingjiu thought to himself, wondering how Principal Zhou and the other teachers would react. At that moment, a loud bang suddenly echoed from outside. What happened? He wasn't the only one who heard the sound. Almost everyone was looking around, and some even stood up. Please remain seated. The teachers hurriedly stood up to maintain order. Zhou Duheng frowned and led several teachers out of the shabby auditorium. Before long, he returned with the teachers and waved his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. The earlier commotion in the auditorium gradually subsided, and everyone looked at Zhou Duheng with anticipation. Teachers and students, there's no need to panic. We have just learned that a piece of metal fell from the sky and hit a house on the street next to the school. As soon as this was said, the entire scene erupted again, and everyone began to discuss. Metal falling from the sky? What a sudden calamity. Why does something like this happen just as we're preparing for the college entrance examination? Is it an ominous sign? What if someone gets hit and dies? There would be no place to seek justice. Zhang Xingjiu was also startled by Principal Zhou's announcement. He felt deep sympathy for those who were injured or killed. But for some reason, the fireworks he had seen in the mountains a few years ago on the Lantern Festival night flashed in his mind. At that time, Yao Chang had told him that those fireworks were formed by debris from space burning up in the atmosphere. So, if the debris didn't burn up in the atmosphere, could have fallen to the ground? Everyone quiet down. At this moment, he heard a familiar loud voice shout. Looking closely, it was indeed Yao Chang. Everyone, there's no need to be surprised. This piece of metal is not a punishment from heaven or an ominous sign. Don't scare yourselves. It has only two possibilities. One is that our country has had recent space launch activities and the debris from a rocket has fallen. The other is that space debris or garbage has fallen. In short, it is all human activity, not something divine. After he said this, everyone laughed. So, after the meeting, go back to what you were doing, study hard, and don't get distracted. The college entrance examination is unchangeable. Even if knives fall from the sky, it won't be canceled. Yao Chang's words were more straightforward and brutal, instantly extinguishing everyone's curiosity. Zhou Duheng then took the opportunity to summarize a few points. And the mobilization meeting for the college entrance examination came to an end. Zhang Xingjiu stayed behind. As the students filed out, Zhang Xingjiu was called by Yao Chang. He was led in front of Zhou Duheng. They waited for all the students to leave, and when the auditorium was empty again, they gestured for Zhang Xingjiu to sit down, as if preparing for a heart-to-heart talk. Principal, Teacher Yao, what is the matter? Zhang Xingjiu asked, somewhat puzzled. Zhang, among all the graduating classes in our year, your grades are the most stable and you have the most potential. Both Teacher Yao and I have high hopes for your future, Zhou Duheng said. Principal, you like to go in circles. Let me just say it. Zhang, you're the three I just mentioned. Yao Chang added beside him. Thank you, Principal and Teacher Yao, for valuing me so much. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have made it this far. You know, my parents have been gone for many years. Zhang Xingjiu spoke from the heart. You child, why do you speak so casually? Your parents are not gone. They just went out to work and haven't returned yet. Also, we hope you won't be affected by today's incident and will focus on your studies, sticking to this last sprint in the coming months. We all believe that your future is not in this mountain, but belongs to a broader world. Zhang Xingjiu suddenly realized. It was probably because he went into the mountains in the middle of the night a few years ago to see the Lantern Festival moon that Zhou Duheng thought he was somewhat superstitious, fearing that the metal piece falling from the sky today would affect his mindset. Indeed, from our physics perspective, I can provide you with more explanations and clarifications. Yao Chang chimed in. It's quite normal for rocket debris or space fragments to fall from the sky. We are relatively lucky here. Some villages in Guizhou frequently experience this, and they're all called rocket villages now. At this moment, Yao Chang suddenly thought of Sikong, who had visited during the Lantern Festival a few years ago and then disappeared. In that instant, he seemed to understand why Sikong, an aerospace expert, had come to the mountains. Although falling space debris is a normal phenomenon, he secretly thought that it seemed to have occurred somewhat more frequently in the past 2 years. Chapter 10. Family Letter. After listening to Zhou Dujiang and Yao Chang's explanation, Zhang Xingjiu felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Don't worry, I'm not superstitious. This won't affect my studies. I will prepare wholeheartedly for the exam and bring glory to the school. Know it for yourself. The two corrected him. They exchanged glances, and then Zhou Dujiang took out a letter from his pocket. After what seemed like an internal struggle, he handed the letter to Zhang Xingjiu. By the way, This letter is from your parents. We just received it. Zhou Dujiang's tone was very calm, but to Zhang Shengjiu's ears, it sounded like thunder on a clear day. A letter from Mom and Dad. After all these years, they finally wrote to me. He snatched the envelope from Zhou Dujiang's hands, ignoring the two in front of him, and eagerly tore it open, shaking out 3 crumpled sheets of paper inside. The paper was of poor quality, and if Zhang Shengjiu had pulled a little harder, he could have torn it apart. At that moment, he realized in his extreme excitement that his parents couldn't write, or rather, could only write a very limited number of words. How did they manage to complete this letter? Don't be surprised. If your parents are working away from home, in a somewhat formal place, there are letter-writing services. Your parents dictate, pay a little money, and the writer will compose the letter. Yao Chang seemed to have seen through Zhang Shengjiu's doubts. Oh, thank you, Teacher Yao. Zhang Shengjiu sighed with relief and began to read seriously. Zhou Dujiang and Yao Chang watched him closely, not daring to breathe, their expressions tense. Their biggest worry was that after reading the family letter, Zhang Shengjiu might suddenly announce, "I'm not taking the college entrance exam anymore. I want to go work with my parents." Such incidents had occurred many times over the years. Some promising students were led away by a family letter after their parents or relatives earned a bit of money working away from home, and they never returned. Therefore, after receiving Zhang Shengjiu's parents' letter, Zhou Dujiang hesitated for a moment about whether to wait until after the college entrance exam to give it to him. It was Yao Chang who did the mental work. Principal, if it's going to rain, the mother's going to remarry. If he really wants to leave, we can't stop him. Why make the child resent us over this? After all, he hasn't heard from his real parents in many years. Although Zhang Shengjiu finished reading the letter in just a few minutes, Zhou Dujiang and Yao Chang felt as if half a century had passed. When Zhang Shengjiu put down the letter and looked up with tear-filled eyes, they asked with concern, "How is it? Are your parents doing well?" They seem to be doing well. They're all doing well. Thank you for your concern, Principal and Teacher Yao. Zhang Shengjiu said, his voice choked with emotion. That is good, that is good. Zhou Dujiang patted Zhang Shengjiu's shoulder. This 18-year-old boy was already a head taller than him. He originally wanted to ask more details, such as where Zhang Shengjiu's parents were now, how they made a living, and so on. However, he felt that the letter might not reveal this information, and even if it did, Zhang Shengjiu might not be willing to share, so he held back. Yao Chang broke his own silence, smiling as he punched Zhang Shengjiu lightly on the chest. Great. As long as your parents are fine, that's better than anything. Now you can focus on your exam, right? Yes, I am relieved. You can rest assured, I will definitely prepare well for the exam. Right now, my only goal is the college entrance exam. The determination in Zhang Shengjiu's tear-filled eyes was evident. Hearing this, Yao Chang laughed loudly. Good, that is wonderful. I think we can have a good celebration in a few months. He laughed while looking at Zhou Dujiang, signaling with his eyes, it's settled. No need to worry about him running away before the exam. Teacher Yao, I'd like to ask you for a favor, Zhang Shengjiu said as he smiled, catching Yao Chang off guard. Oh, go ahead as long as I can help. About that metal piece that fell from the sky today, could you investigate what caused it? Zhang Shengjiu asked very seriously. What caused it? Didn't I just say? Space debris. It's probably debris from some spacecraft, satellite, or rocket that fell. Yao Chang was taken aback. No, I want to know the more detailed reasons, like how did this debris come to be? Did it fall naturally, or was it from an unnatural collision? Oh, Yao Chang thought for a moment and immediately agreed. Okay, you wait. I'll find out for you in the next few days. By the way, can I ask why you're so obsessed with this metal piece? Zhou Dujiang asked from his side. I'm just interested, Principal. Don't worry, it's not because I have any superstitious thoughts. Over the years, under Teacher Yao's guidance, I've become more and more interested in things in the sky. In that case, why don't you take the college entrance exam for aerospace studies? I never thought about it. I've always been thinking about physics or similar majors because Teacher Yao teaches physics. Fool. That's because we're in a poor rural area and don't have many specialized teachers, so I have to teach a little bit of everything. But that doesn't mean you can only apply for physics. Besides, I think you should definitely not apply for physics. It's too theoretical and won't make money. Yao Chang interjected. Yes, Teacher Yao is very sincere. I think aerospace is great. You're interested, so why not apply for aerospace studies? Zhou Dujiang encouraged again. He naturally hoped Zhang Xingjiu could apply for a major that would allow him to showcase his strengths and also that he was interested in. Moreover, if he had a goal for his major, the chances of Zhang Xingjiu having any changes before the college entrance exam would be even smaller. Zhang Xingjiu thought for a moment, seemingly making up his mind. Okay, I'll apply for aerospace studies. Great. Let us give a high five for the victory a few months from now, Yao Chang suggested. After the three returned to the village, Zhang Xingjiu learned that the metal piece had indeed killed 2 people, one of whom was a relative of the old Wang family at the village entrance. Consequently, their family was in mourning. What a calamity! Zhang Xingjiu felt very complicated, not just because of this accident. Although this incident alone was enough for him to reflect on the impermanence of the world. People and things that seemed completely unrelated, separated by thousands of miles, collided one day, and a life was lost. What puzzled him even more was the letter from his parents. Why did the letter say they were working in Myanmar and Thailand, earning well and having a secure life, while the stamp and return address were from Jinghong? Why did the letter encourage him to do well in the college entrance exam and get into a good university, while also specifically urging him to work on things related to the sky in the future? They clearly knew nothing about these matters and didn't even know the difference between aviation and aerospace. These confusions he could only digest alone now, unable to share with anyone. Chapter 11. The decision of birthdays. Before Si Bo appeared a vast expanse of grassland. The grass was so green it seemed to glisten, the saturated green instantly moistening his eyes. Such grasslands would not exist in Beijing. He felt an immense joy, took a quick step onto the grass, closed his eyes, and began to run wildly across it, the air mixed with the fragrance of grass. He didn't know how long he had been running. It seemed he had not reached the end. So he opened his eyes, only to find he had just run to the edge of the grassland. Ahead was a dense forest. The surroundings were very quiet. In a place where the sounds of birds and insects should have been lively, there was complete silence. The air seemed to have solidified or was lazily unwilling to move, not a whisper of wind. In his astonishment, he then noticed that there seemed to be a dark entrance in the forest before him, just a few steps away. Several drooping branches futilely blocked the path to that entrance. Si Bo hesitated for 2 seconds, then stepped forward, easily breaking through the barrier formed by the branches. A small path appeared before him. This path was also paved with grass and extended deep into the distant forest. It led to a blackness. Si Bo focused his gaze and realized it was not a true cave. But what it was, he could not see clearly. Its darkness was simply because it was far enough into the depths of the forest. Gathering his courage, Si Bo held his breath and slowly moved forward, afraid to disturb the peculiar silence. He did not know how long he had walked. The path seemed endless. He stared into the depths of the path, and that darkness seemed to be staring back at him. Just as he was about to give up and turn back, he caught a glimpse of a figure ahead. He did not know when this figure had appeared. He had been staring straight ahead, even hesitant to blink. This figure felt so real. He became a bit nervous, fearing that the person would turn around and see him. So he stood still, fixated on that figure. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been struck by an electric current. His whole body trembled, and his eyes involuntarily became moist. The figure became increasingly familiar, even though it seemed strange at that moment. It was his own back. Si Bo almost called out. He restrained his excitement and began to quietly move forward, afraid of startling this figure. He felt he was getting closer, and the increasingly clear outline reinforced his earlier judgment. When he was only a few steps away from the figure, he could no longer contain his emotions, and, as if using all his strength, he shouted that word. "Dad!" The figure slowly turned its head. Si Bo rushed towards him. However, he had not yet clearly seen the person's face when he suddenly passed right through him. Was he just a shadow? Si Bo abruptly sat up in bed. The dark hole, the forest, and the grassland had all vanished, and only the streetlight outside shone in at an angle. Instead of the fragrance of grass, a mixed, indescribable odor of instant noodles and stinky socks filled his nose. And the silence was gone, replaced by the faint sound of snoring. He realized he was sitting in his dormitory on his bed, drenched in sweat. None of the earlier scenes remained, nor was his father there. Undoubtedly, it had all just been a dream. The only real thing was the tear stains at the corners of his eyes. Dad never came back after all. He felt an overwhelming regret as he lowered his head, rubbing his hair with both hands. Sibo had lost count of how many times he had dreamed of his father, and each time the scene was quite similar. Grassland, forest, dark hole, and a fleeting figure. He did not know why this happened, nor why he dreamed of it again today. Perhaps it was because he missed him too much, or maybe because tomorrow he would start his major courses. After his father went missing in Jelagong Mountain a few years ago, there had been no news. Sibo and his brother Wu Zhiga grew up under their mother's care. They were like resilient grass, even without a roof to shelter them from wind and rain. They bravely broke through the soil and grew upwards. With the joint recommendation of the unit where his father worked before he disappeared, Sibo was able to follow in his father's footsteps and enter the School of Aerospace Engineering at Chang'e University. Starting tomorrow, he would enter his junior year and begin studying specialized courses comprehensively. Textbooks on aircraft dynamics, rocket principles, and satellite systems had already been distributed. He was eager to flip through the rocket equations and satellite communication link budgets. Thus, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic, thinking about the terms his father had read, written, and mentioned at home, which were mostly related to these subjects. He quickly turned his head to secretly wipe his eyes, hoping not to be seen and ridiculed by his roommates. However, each of them had both parents. How could they understand Sibo's pain? For him, turning 15 was a watershed moment in life. Before 15, life was colorful. How interesting it was then. His father often inspired him to think outside the box. Like the time he brought Wu Zhiga back from Jelagong Mountain. His father once asked, "You all study geography, right? You know the Hungwan Mountains?" Jelagong Mountain is located within them. It is incredibly unique, possessing unparalleled biodiversity. Birds, reptiles, amphibians, insects, mammals, primates, everything you can imagine, flying in the sky, swimming in the water, running in the trees, you can hardly imagine it. I often think, in such a small place like Jelagong Mountain, there are so many species. How could it be possible that in our vast universe, there are only humans? Could the gap between Earthlings and aliens be much larger than that between lizards and mantises? This question had lingered in his mind until now, without any conclusion. However, after turning 15, he felt the underlying tone of life had turned completely gray. He had been hoping that fate would use a miraculous pen to bring color back to this grayness, but he was met with disappointment again and again. Only Wu Zhiga was a glimmer of light in his gloom. This brother he met when he was 8 had truly lived up to the ancient saying that an elder brother is like a father during the days after their father went missing. The two hit it off, sharing similar intelligence and charm, clean and sunny. Their presence alleviated Xiao Yun's pain of losing her husband considerably. On his 16th birthday, Wu Zhiga bought a large birthday cake and encouraged their mother to prepare a feast. After blowing out the candles, Wu Zhiga asked, "What did you wish for?" Did he even need to ask? Sibo opened his eyes a bit moist. Wu Zhiga also let out a gentle sigh. Xiao Yun looked at her two sons, who were now taller than her, feeling an immense sadness. How wonderful it would be if he were here right now. Seeing that their mother and younger brother were somewhat downcast, Wu Zhiga adjusted his mood and deliberately raised his voice. "Mom, Sibo, I've made a decision." Chapter 12, The Road, Less Traveled, What Decision? Xiao Yun came back to her senses from her sadness. Sibo was also silently watching him. "I won't be going to high school anymore." "What did you say?" Xiao Yun couldn't believe her ears. "I won't be going to high school. I want to venture into society." "Huh? What's going on with you?" Xiao Yun became anxious. "Brother, today is my birthday. Don't make this kind of joke." Sibo was also astonished. "I'm not joking. I've been thinking about it for a long time. I just wanted to find an opportunity to tell you." Wu Zhigu replied calmly. His eyes were filled with seriousness. Xiao Yun became a bit agitated and grabbed Wu Zhiji's hands. "Child, don't be impulsive." "Why is it?" "Mom, Dad has been missing for a year. Although we all hope he can come back, we all know he might never come back." At this point, Wu Zhigu adjusted his emotions and continued. "Now the family only has you earning money to support us, acting as both father and mother. Although Dad's workplace gives us some subsidies, it's still far from what Dad used to earn. You've worked hard enough. You also have to bear the tuition and living expenses for both me and Sibo, even though you never say it in front of us. I know you're suffering and you're worried sick. I can't bear to see you so exhausted." I just want to contribute a little to the family. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Yun interrupted him, shouting with a trembling voice. You are supposed to be studying now. You don't need to worry about family matters. I will find a way for the money. Sibo was also stunned, unable to say a word, looking at Wu Zhige. But Wu Zhige's expression was very resolute, his eyes revealing an undeniable look. Mom, don't pretend to be strong. You often cry behind our backs. That day after school, when I came home, you were hiding in your room, wiping your tears. Forgetting to close the door tightly, I saw it all. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt extremely wronged and covered her face, crying. Wu Zhige gently patted her back. Mom, you don't need to worry. I started looking for some odd jobs in Zhongwankan a few months ago, and I'm familiar with many small and big bosses, helping them with tasks to earn some money and lighten your burden. So, Sibo can focus on his studies. His grades are better than mine, and he has a bright future ahead. He can inherit Dad's legacy. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Sibo finally spoke up. However, he didn't know what else to say. It's okay. Wu Zhige smiled at Sibo. This life of mine was given by Dad. Without him, I wouldn't even know where I would be wandering, or if I'd be dead. Now, it's time for me to do something for the family. This was a familiar smile to Sibo, beautiful and reassuring. After crying, Xiao Yun's emotions were evidently released, turning into sobs. Child, please don't do this. Mom is very sad. Mom, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Wu Zhige hugged his mother, and they fell silent. The three of them silently stared at the wisp of blue smoke left after the candle extinguished. Because Wu Zhige's words were so sudden, they hadn't had time to turn on the lights. Xiao Yun also raised her head, staring blankly out the window. At that moment, through the window, they saw a beam of orange-yellow light streaking across the horizon, fleeting. Children, look, that's a shooting star. It's a good omen. Sibo, quickly close your eyes and make a wish. It will definitely come true. Xiao Yun exclaimed happily. Sibo hurriedly closed his eyes, hands in a prayer position, sincerely facing the sky. Wu Zhige looked meaningfully at Xiao Yun and Sibo, and when Sibo opened his eyes again, he slowly said, Sibo, your wish will come true, but that's not a shooting star. Huh? Not a shooting star? Then what is it? Xiao Yun asked eagerly. Mom, that's space debris falling into the atmosphere, and the result of it burning due to friction with the atmosphere. It looks very much like a shooting star, but it's not. Space debris? Isn't that what your dad researched before? Xiao Yun felt emotional again. Yes, Dad's viewpoint was very clear. If humanity doesn't quickly manage the space environment, space will be filled with debris like this, or what we call space junk, and then humanity will be in trouble. Xiao Yun knew that her two sons were deeply influenced by Si Kong, but she didn't expect Wu Zhige to understand this extent. She suddenly felt very gratified. Sibo witnessed this conversation and deeply treasured it in his memory, recalling it from time to time, feeling extremely warm. In the deep of night, after waking from a dream, he replayed this segment in his mind. His brother, who at the age of 16 gave up his studies to venture into society, had now begun to carve out his own territory in his youth. Wu Zhige quickly thrived in Zhongwankan, earning his first bucket of gold by buying and reselling computer parts. After that, he was not satisfied with just doing small business. He began to self-study, mastering the basic principles of laser technology, and made friends with like-minded people, starting to use laser technology for entrepreneurship. His entrepreneurial direction was to clear space debris. Brother, you're simply an alien. Sibo still remembers his instinctive reaction when Wu Zhige first told him he wanted to use laser technology to clear space debris. He could hardly believe it. Wu Zhige barely studied in high school. How could he master such complex laser technology in a short time? As for the idea of clearing space debris, while it seemed fanciful to others, to Sibo, it made perfect sense. After all, they were all children of Si Kong. What was the name of the company he founded? Right Fuchin Technology. Sibo, in the deep of night after waking from this dream, sat on his dormitory bed, unconsciously whispering this name to himself. The sound was drowned out by the surrounding noise. Fuchin Technology, what a poetic name. At this time, just before starting his major courses at midnight, he murmured this name, and 2 years later, when he graduated from Tsinghua University, this name became even more famous. At that time, he officially inherited his father's legacy and resolutely entered the China National Space Administration. Chapter 13. the fate of rockets' classmates. As the Soviet rocket scientist Tsiolkovsky said, Earth is the cradle of humanity, but humans cannot live in the cradle forever. The purpose of our invention, research, and improvement of rockets is to help humanity leave the cradle. A slender, upright middle-aged man stood at the podium and spoke. His sharp eyes scanned the classroom filled with youthful faces, seemingly asking, compared to the rocket equation, are you more unfamiliar with the Soviet Union? Zhang Xingjiu stared motionless at the teacher on stage, filled with anticipation for what was to come. This was the most esteemed professor at the academy, rocket expert Chen Zixiang. 2 years ago, he had indeed become part of the three that Yao Chang mentioned, making it safely from the Zhejiang Mountains to Changsha by the Xiang River, entering the School of Aerospace Engineering at the National University of Defense Technology. In this star city beside Yuelu Mountain and Tianqing Pavilion, this mountain boy from the border of Yunnan experienced a completely different world. He finally understood why Yao Chang made such remarks before the college entrance examination and faced the unknown future with a mix of inferiority and expectation. Fortunately, just like his hometown, the food here was spicy. The ubiquitous chili peppers kept his taste buds and stomach from feeling too homesick. After 2 years of study, today he was finally about to attend Professor Chen Zixiang's rocket engineering class, stepping into the realm of professional courses. This class, like the rest of the semester's classes, seemed to fly by whenever Chen Zixiang taught. In the blink of an eye, the class was nearing the end before he even realized it. All right, I hope this class hasn't made you dread rockets. They're just big firecrackers. Chen Zixiang joked. Before we end, does anyone have any questions? In the first class, he didn't want to teach too much and intentionally left some gaps. Zhang Xingjiu hesitated for 2 seconds, but still raised his hand. Oh, this student in the front row, what is your name? Chen Zixiang asked with a smile. He was the first student in this class to raise his hand with a question. Typically, the front row seats were occupied by diligent students. However, Zhang Xingjiu clearly did not resemble the good students he had seen over the years. The boy was not tall, thin and dark, with messy hair on his head. His face appeared more mature than his peers, but his eyes still revealed innocence, along with a strong curiosity and wildness. He did not have a refined demeanor and did not wear glasses. Zhang Xingjiu, the student, stood up and answered in non-standard Mandarin. What question do you have, Zhang? Chen Zixiang asked. What happens to the rocket after it completes its mission? What does it do? Zhang Xingjiu asked seriously. Throughout the class, although Professor Chen had been introducing the history of rockets in an accessible manner, there was a missing link. What happens after the launch? After sending satellites, spacecraft, and other objects into orbit and to their designated places, what then? Fly into deeper space? Return to Earth? Stay in space? For a moment, Zhang Xingjiu suddenly felt a pang of sadness for the rocket. It seemed magnificent and was the focus of attention before launch, but once ignited and soaring, people only considered its one-way ticket. Upon hearing this question, Chen Zixiang was taken aback. It was a very insightful question, and it was the first time a student had asked it in the first class of this course. He decided to answer it well. Good question. Chen Zixiang first acknowledged the thin student in the front row. Let me ask you back. Where do you think rockets go after completing their missions? Oh. Zhang Xingjiu did not expect the teacher to turn the question back to him and stammered, I think, probably, they die. Laughter erupted from behind him, but Chen Zixiang did not react dramatically. He maintained the same smile as before. You're not wrong. They do die. The question is, where do they die? The question is, where do they die? Zhang Xingjiu mumbled amidst the subsiding laughter, then exclaimed, they might just keep falling to Earth and kill someone. The laughter erupted again. Everyone, don't laugh. Let us hear what Zhang has to say. Chen Zixiang raised his voice. The class quickly quieted down. Teacher, I just thought of something. Before my college entrance exam, something happened in my hometown where someone was killed by a falling metal piece from the sky. My physics teacher later told me it was because 2 satellites collided in space, creating a lot of space debris. When this debris fell into the atmosphere, it didn't burn up completely, so it landed on the ground. If someone happened to be unlucky enough to be hit, that would indeed be a disaster. I was wondering, after rockets complete their missions, will they also become part of this space debris and possibly be the cause of someone's death? This time, the laughter had not fully erupted before Chen Zixiang's gaze suppressed it. Everyone don't laugh. What this student said is indeed something that could happen in real life, and it is a consideration in rocket design and use. I originally planned to introduce this in later classes, but since Zhang brought it up and we still have a few minutes, I might as well explain it now. Rockets are indeed special. How are they special? They are one-time use items, and while completing their missions, they also deal with themselves. Or in Zhang's words, die. The parts that fall off during this process are collectively referred to as rocket debris. Where does this debris come from? As I just mentioned, modern rockets are staged, with each stage having its own mission. After completing its mission, it automatically falls away. So, apart from the last stage connected to the satellite or launch object, the rest of the structures like the fairing and boosters will all fall off in advance, becoming rocket debris. This debris is actively located and recovered through various means or falls into the atmosphere to burn up. However, some will inevitably slip through the cracks and become space debris. Of course, space debris comes not only from rocket debris. Chen Zixiang spoke at length without pause. The classroom returned to silence as everyone listened carefully. Zhang Xingjiu felt a bit tired standing, but without the teacher's instruction, he felt embarrassed to sit down. Chen Zixiang seemed to understand his thoughts, waved his hand to signal him to sit down, and continued. However, the probability of people on Earth being killed by rocket debris, or more broadly, space junk, is very low. This probability is even smaller than being hit by a car when you go out. So, everyone doesn't need to worry unnecessarily. Moreover, in recent years, we have been researching reusable rockets to solve the problem of rockets being short-lived. We hope to reuse those parts that fall off midway, which not only reduces the risk Zhang mentioned, but also greatly saves launch costs. If anyone is interested in this direction, I encourage you to pay attention in class this semester and consider it as a topic for your graduation project next year. After class, Zhang Xingjiu sat motionless in his chair, furrowing his brows tightly. Originally, several classmates wanted to come over and continue teasing him, asking whether he thought the probability of being struck by lightning was greater or the probability of being hit by rocket debris was greater. But seeing him deep in thought and seemingly detached from the outside world, they decided against it. Chapter 14, Space Environmental Protection. Chen Zixiang's answer naturally left Zhang Shengjiu greatly enlightened, but at this moment he was thinking more about Yao Chang, the physics teacher from his hometown who is never without a cigarette. Teacher Yao is truly remarkable. If he had left our mountainous area back then, would he be as successful as Teacher Chen today? In the days that followed, Zhang Shengjiu gradually allowed Chen Zixiang to understand more about himself. And Chen Zixiang also discovered that this thin, dark-skinned student from the mountains seemed to have insights and thoughts different from the average person. Shengjiu, so you come from the Jialigong mountain area? It's not easy. I've taught so many classes, and none have come from there. I've never been to your hometown, but I find Jialigong Mountain quite interesting. Yes, Teacher Chen, the biodiversity in our area is among the best in the world. I only found this out in recent years. When I was in the mountains, I didn't realize it at all, not recognizing the true face of Mount Lu just because you're in the mountains. Chen Zixiang recited a line of poetry and then asked, "There is someone in the aerospace field who has always been very interested in your area. He went there and then mysteriously disappeared. I wonder if you've heard of him." "Oh, who is it?" My physics teacher mentioned a space expert who went to investigate during the Lantern Festival, but he was mysterious about what he was investigating and later disappeared. Yes, that's him. His name is Seacombe, a professor at Chang'e University and an expert at the China National Space Administration. I know him somewhat. We've met on many occasions. However, I have different views from him, so we haven't built a close relationship. Oh, Zhang Xingjiu had never heard of this name. I notice you always mention your physics teacher. Did he have a deep influence on you? Chen Zixiang asked curiously. Yes, his name is Yao Chang. He seems very carefree, speaks bluntly and straightforwardly, but his thoughts are very meticulous, and he always gets straight to the essence of things. If it weren't for his urging, I think I might not have been able to leave that mountainous area. Did your teacher, Yao, go back to teach after leaving the mountains? No, I think it's a pity. I always feel that with his talent, he should develop in a broader world. Haha, Shengjiu, that's a paradox. I can tell you admire this teacher Yao, and it's not because he has experiences outside the mountains. On the contrary, if he had really left the mountains, you might never have met him because he probably wouldn't have returned. Yes, he also told me that once I got out, I shouldn't go back. At this point, Zhang Xingjiu still hadn't told Chen Zixiang that he hadn't seen his parents for many years. Not because he was unwilling to share his feelings with this new mentor, but because he felt that Chen Zixiang probably couldn't help much. Perhaps he was right. By the way, Teacher Chen, earlier you mentioned that you have different views from Seacombe. Could you elaborate? Zhang Xingjiu suddenly became curious about Seacombe. After all, he had disappeared in his hometown. There's nothing I can't talk about. Our disagreement relates to the question you asked me in the first class. He is a staunch advocate for space environmental protection. Space environmental protection? You can first imagine what the main viewpoint of environmental protection advocates is. Humans need to control carbon emissions and develop renewable energy. Otherwise, the Earth will eventually become uninhabitable due to the greenhouse effect and global warming. Right? Is that wrong? Of course not. However, some environmentalists use this banner to point fingers at others, claiming they're not environmentally friendly, which is problematic. Economic development and technological advancement inevitably produce carbon emissions. In a sense, the speed of development has a certain degree of positive correlation with the amount of carbon emissions. I understand. You support environmental protection, but you don't support hindering development under the guise of environmentalism. That's a very accurate summary. Chen Zixiang nodded. Okay. Following this line of thought, so-called space environmental protection means there is too much space debris in outer space, which is also referred to as space junk. So, what do we do about the excess garbage? Shouldn't we clean up while also reducing its generation? But how does this garbage come about? Isn't it all produced by human space activities? The wreckage of rockets, the corpses of decommissioned satellites, and so on. Now, to protect the space environment, do humans still need to explore space? Do we need to leave the cradle? The invention of satellites and rockets has only been for a century. If we were to go back 100 years, space would be very clean, pristine. Where would humanity's future be then? Just continue to compete internally on Earth? Compete internally? It's a sociological term, roughly meaning to fight among ourselves without adding value. Think about it. Earth is just a drop in the ocean of the universe. If we don't break out of Earth to explore the vast universe, wouldn't that be a pity? But if we follow your attitude towards environmental protection, your attitude towards space environmental protection should also be that the management of space debris is necessary. But we can't avoid development because of it and stop exploring space, right? For some reason, Zhang Xingjiu felt an inexplicable affection for Seacombe. They were clearly not related, yet he subconsciously wanted to defend Seacombe. That's right. To reach the stars and the sea. This description is very apartment he. That's a phrase from a long novel I recently read, Legend of the Galactic Heroes, and I like it a lot. Zhang Xingjiu felt a bit embarrassed. Additionally, I think perhaps Seacombe's thoughts align with yours. Actually, neither of you oppose space environmental protection. No, there's still differences. He is conservative, while I am radical. I believe that given humanity's current technological level and the vastness of outer space, we don't need to impose any restrictions on space activities. Nor do we need to manage space debris. Just like before the invention of plastic, we didn't need to worry about the environmental issue of plastic bags not degrading. Moreover, we still have the atmosphere. The friction in the atmosphere is enough to burn up the vast majority of space debris, which is a much more environmentally friendly method than burning garbage on Earth. Oh, Xingjiu, you raised a great question in the first class. Due to time constraints, I couldn't elaborate back then. Now we're discussing this. Let me say a bit more. Rocket wreckage can also become space debris. But do you know that we already have many mature methods for dealing with rocket wreckage? When we design rockets now, we calculate the possible landing sites and times for the wreckage, make many contingency plans in advance, and use controlled deorbiting, uncontrolled reentry, passivation, and other methods to ensure that the wreckage burns up in the atmosphere in a safer way. The same goes for rocket wreckage. I believe other space debris won't pose a significant threat either. So, you're worrying unnecessarily. Seacombe and his disciples are also worrying unnecessarily. I believe humanity's future lies in space. Now is the time for us to boldly break through the atmosphere. So, does that mean we can carry out space activities without restraint? Zhang Xingjiu asked with a smile. He was inspired by Chen Zixiang's passion. That's right, without restraint, as we wish. These words struck Zhang Xingjiu heavily in his heart, echoing for many years to come. Seeing the determination on Zhang Xingjiu's face, Chen Zixiang patted him on the shoulder. The future is yours. By the way, in a few days, Tsinghua University will come to have some exchanges with us. Many of their teachers and students are disciples of Sikong, so there will inevitably be some discussions with us. At that time, you need to know which side you stand on. Understand, Zhang Shengjiu replied firmly. Chapter 15. The Xiangjiang River flows north. When Zhang Shengjiu first saw Sibo, he felt that the phrase self-abased was tailor-made for him. The only thing he had in common with the exchange student from Tsinghua University was their age. In every other aspect, height, appearance, eloquence, and temperament, Zhang Shengjiu felt he couldn't compare at all. Shengjiu, there's no need to feel inferior. Even if you come from the mountains and he comes from a privileged background, aren't you both on equal footing now? He had seen many excellent students, and while Sibo was indeed exceptional, he believed he was not lacking either. Chen Zixiang noticed Zhang Shengjiu's thoughts and pulled him aside to encourage him. He said this to ensure that his team would not lose morale before even starting the competition. After all, while the exchange activities between universities appeared friendly on the surface, there was a hidden competition going on. They couldn't afford to lose face for their school. Just like a duck paddling frantically underwater while appearing calm on the surface. Especially after learning that Sibo was actually the son of Sikong, he felt an added pressure. However, Chen Zixiang's words were not insincere. He genuinely had high hopes for Zhang Shengjiu. Sibo, of course, was completely unaware of Zhang Shengjiu's thoughts. It was his first time visiting the Xianshu region, and he found everything very fresh, with colors richer than those in Beijing. Listening to the melodic Changsha dialect and smelling the spicy aroma in the air, he couldn't help but fall in love with the local vibe. The exchange program lasted a week and progressed fairly smoothly. Such inter-university visits happened frequently each year, generally following a fixed routine of open classes and joint teaching. The exchange methods for undergraduates were relatively limited and simpler compared to those for graduates. Once things got rolling, anyone who had participated before knew how to cooperate with these prescribed activities. Although it was Zhang Shengjiu's first time, he quickly grasped the essentials through careful observation and blended in seamlessly. By the third day, he and Sibo found themselves alone together for the first time. Sibo initiated the conversation. It was during a break in class. He was about to sneak out of the teaching building for some fresh air when he coincidentally ran into Sibo, who was just coming in from outside. Hello, Zhang Shengjiu. I heard you're from Yunnan. Sibo stopped and smiled as he asked. Ah, hello, Sibo. Zhang Shengjiu was taken aback and quickly stopped. Yes, I'm from Yunnan. What's up? He hadn't expected Sibo to speak to him first. Over the past 2 days, after introductions, they had gotten to know each other. Sibo was very articulate, and despite his brilliance, he didn't come across as aloof. Each time their eyes met, he would smile sincerely. Nothing much. I just heard them mention you, so I thought I'd ask. Do you have a bit of time now? Yes. How about we go outside to talk? Sure. The two walked side by side outside. Standing next to Sibo, Zhang Shengjiu felt he was at least half a head shorter, which made him a bit uncomfortable. But then he remembered Chen Zixiang's encouragement from the past few days and straightened his back. So, where in Yunnan are you from? If you don't mind me asking, Sibo asked again. A remote place, you probably haven't heard of it. Lushui County in the Jialigong mountain area. Zhang Shengjiu said, then added self-deprecatingly, it's a small, poor place. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Sibo seemed to be frozen in place, standing still and not moving forward. Zhang Shengjiu took a few steps, but didn't see Sibo beside him. Turning around, he found Sibo's already pale face had turned even paler. His eyes filled with surprise. You're from Jialigong Mountain? Sibo exclaimed, his tone very excited. Watch is Rongi? Zhang Shengjiu instinctively pulled his neck back a bit. Quick, tell me about it. What is your hometown like? Sibo quickly closed the gap that had formed between them and stood directly in front of Zhang Shengjiu. Seeing Sibo's unusual behavior, Zhang Shengjiu suddenly recalled what Chen Zixiang had said earlier. Sibo was Sikong's son, and Sikong had gone missing in Jialigong Mountain. Is that why he is so interested in my hometown? But if Sibo didn't bring it up, how could he mention it? After all, they had only just met 2 days ago. Thinking of this, Zhang Shengjiu shrugged and continued to joke about it. What kind of place? Just a small, poor place. A national poverty county. I'm not asking about your county. I'm asking about Jialigong Mountain, that mountain. Sibo quickly clarified. Oh, actually, I probably don't know much more than you. It's all the stuff we learned in geography class. Plate tectonics, the Hunwan Mountains, the three rivers converging, biodiversity, and so on. Even though I grew up in the mountains and often went to chop wood and hunt, I never thought of it as anything magical. In other words, I just happened to be born there. It's probably similar to how you feel about the Forbidden City, Zhang Shengjiu said, speaking the truth. That is still different. I find the Forbidden City very mysterious since I wasn't born there. Sibo laughed at Zhang Shengjiu's remark, his earlier eagerness seeming to ease. Like lightning being grounded by a lightning rod. Then why are you so interested in that mountain? We're both studying aerospace. Zhang Shengjiu found Sibo's current behavior quite endearing and asked knowingly. Well, Sibo bit his lip, torn about whether to share his secret with this peer he had known for only 2 days. Just then, a voice came from the entrance of the teaching building. You two are here. Hurry back to the classroom. The joint lecture is starting. Zhang Shengjiu looked closely and saw it was a teacher from his department calling them. No worries, we can talk tonight, he said to Sibo. That evening, Chen Zixiang had arranged for the visiting faculty and students from Tsinghua University to have dinner as a welcome gesture and to foster familiarity and camaraderie. After all, they were all in the same field, and the aerospace community was quite small. They would likely run into each other again in the industry. Chen Zixiang booked a large private room at a restaurant called Linjiangxian by the Xiangjiang River, which could accommodate 16 people. Through the restaurant's windows, they could overlook the Orangeal scenic area. The private room also had a door leading to an exclusive balcony, from which they could enjoy the night view of the Xiangjiang River. Sibo and his teachers and classmates were all amazed by the scenery along the Xiangjiang River. And under the influence of delicious, spicy Hunan cuisine and alcohol, everyone relaxed. Chen Zixiang raised a small glass of local Baisha liquor, burped, stood up, and said, Dear experts, teachers and students from Tsinghua, welcome once again to Star City, Changsha. We are honored. Our exchanges over the past 3 days have been very pleasant, and I have personally benefited greatly. Before us is the Orange Isle, where Chairman Mao once wrote Qin Yuan Chun Changsha. A statue of a young Chairman Mao has just been erected there. It's tall and grand, asking the vast land, who holds the power? I am filled with heroic ambition. We are all in aerospace. What is the purpose of aerospace? ISNT to conquer broader worlds and the vast universe? Come, let us toast to space. Cheers! Everyone exclaimed passionately. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, it was time for tea and chatting. The waiter thoughtfully cleared the messy tablecloth and served local Changsha pastries, fruits, and Biluakan tea. Zhang Shengjiu stared blankly out of the window, feeling as if he were dreaming. Chapter 16. Heart to heart by the river, he had never been to such a high-end restaurant, nor had he tasted such good food or drunk such strong liquor. Listening to the teachers and students from his college engage in grand discussions with those from Tsinghua University, he felt somewhat out of place. There were many things they talked about that he had never heard of, so he slightly nodded to Chen Zixiang, signaling that he wanted to step out to the balcony outside the private room to get some fresh air. After receiving Chen Zixiang's affirmative response, he carefully held his teacup and gently stepped outside. Just as he was lost in thought, looking at the orange islet in the middle of the river, a voice came from beside him. What are you thinking about? He turned to see that Sibo had also come out with a teacup in hand. Sibo still wore his usual smile, and Zhang Shengjiu had to admit that this guy was just too perfect. Not thinking about anything, just feeling a bit unreal. He pressed his lips together, paused for 2 seconds, and added, I've never seen such beautiful scenery or eaten such delicious food in my life. Really, thanks to you guys. Our teachers usually wouldn't take us to places like this. Sibo didn't reply immediately, but looked at Zhang Shengjiu. This time as the host. The National University of Defense Technology had certainly chosen a restaurant that satisfied everyone. But that feeling stemmed more from the interaction between both sides and the night view of the Xiangjiang River, rather than the restaurant itself. He couldn't even remember how many times he had been to such high-end restaurants. Even after his father went missing, Wu Zhiga quickly went out to earn money. So the family's financial situation wasn't too tight. Compared to him, how happy am I? Sibo felt a bit guilty towards Wu Zhiga, his non-blood brother. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly turned inexplicably bad. Am I really happy? My dad is missing. seeing that Sibo remained silent and seemed to have something on his mind. Zhang Xingjiu also didn't speak, but continued to gaze at the imposing statue of Chairman Mao standing proudly on the orange islet. At this moment, Sibo broke the silence. Are you interested in continuing the topic we discussed during the day? Sure, where do we leave off? Talking about your hometown. In fact, the reason I care so much about your hometown is that my dad went there a few years ago and disappeared, never to return. Sibo's voice was low but carried a sense of relief. He had been struggling all day about whether to tell Zhang Xingjiu this. Zhang Xingjiu was taken aback. Although he already knew about this matter, he was still surprised that Sibo was willing to share such a secret with someone he had just met. Yes, it sounds a bit unbelievable, right? Sibo smiled. No, anything is possible. I managed to get into the National University of Defense Technology. During the college entrance examination, my physics teacher said it was normal not to get in. Getting in is the strange thing, Zhang Xingjiu said self-deprecatingly. He hoped this would make Sibo feel a bit better. In fact, wasn't he also facing the silence of his parents every day? Over the years, he had only received a letter from his parents right before the college entrance examination. But now, he didn't want to share his experiences with Sibo. Unlike Sibo, he could at least offer him a bit of comfort because he came from Jialagong Mountain, which was enough to help him establish a connection with his father. But what about himself? His parents had no connection whatsoever to Sibo. You're really an interesting person. After hearing Zhang Shengjiu's self-deprecation, Sibo said, so, I wanted to share this matter with you. Of course, if you happen to have heard anything about it, or even have any clues, that would be even better. But I'm mostly just daydreaming. Now that you mention it, I do recall our teacher mentioning that there were aerospace experts from Beijing who went missing in the mountains. Could that be your dad? Zhang Xingjiu still wanted to confirm. Yes. That's him. His name is Sikong, and he's been working in aerospace. Sibo became excited again, feeling that perhaps he could uncover some clues from Zhang Xingjiu. Sikong is your dad? Zhang Xingjiu asked in return. From Chen Zixiang's earlier introduction, he already knew that this Sikong was a big name in the industry, and now facing the son of such a figure, it felt right to show a sense of respect. Yes, there aren't too many people with the surname Si, right? How about you tell me some details? Let us see if I can help in any way. Zhang Xingjiu actually had no confidence at all. He said this purely because Sibo's anxious eyes made him feel that he had to do something. Great. Sibo quickly recounted every detail, from Sikong's departure to his disappearance, and how their mother, Wu Zhiga, and the police from both places went to the scene for search and rescue, leaving no stone unturned. Zhang Xingjiu listened intently. Just then, a ghostly flash suddenly streaked across the sky, like a shooting star, disappearing in an instant. Both of them saw it. It seems my dad went to Jialagong Mountain to investigate that kind of phenomenon. That must be the fire produced when space debris burns up in the atmosphere. Sibo shouted. Fire. The fireworks from that lantern festival night. That patch of grass. Zhang Shengjiu's eyes widened. Chapter 17. Truths revealed after drinking Sibo noticed Zhang Shengjiu's expression and quickly asked, have you thought of any clues? Well, I did think of something that happened a few years ago, but it may not necessarily be related to your father's disappearance. Go on, Sibo urged eagerly. Your dad went missing on the Lantern Festival in 2005? Yes, that's quite a coincidence. I happened to run into the mountains that night to watch the moon. After passing through a forest of unknown depth, I arrived at a clearing, a grassy area, which was like a paradise where I could see the full moon clearly. And then, Sibo pressed anxiously. Hearing about the grassy area suddenly reminded him of the dreams he had been having over the years, and he felt that his father's disappearance must be related to what this person was describing. Let me think. I also saw fireworks in the sky that night. Like tonight. At first, I thought they were shooting stars, but later I realized they were just space debris burning up in the atmosphere. Really? So, did you see my dad around that time, either before or after? Sibo blurted out the question, then immediately felt embarrassed. How would he know what my dad looks like? No, definitely not. Our place is small, everyone basically knows each other, and I didn't see any strangers during that time. After a while, I learned from my physics teacher that a group of people had come from Beijing to look for the missing aerospace expert, and that's about it. Just like what you just said. Oh my God, my mother and brother were among that group, but I didn't go because I had to prepare for exams. Think again. Is there any detail you might have missed? Sibo was unwilling to give up and continued to ask. Well, Zhang Xingjiu scratched his head. Let me think. He turned his eyes, staring at the flowing river below, desperately rummaging through every corner of his memory. Oh, he suddenly said, that night of the Lantern Festival, while I was admiring the moon on that grassy area, I seemed to hear a sound coming from the woods beside the grass. Although it wasn't loud and didn't last long, it didn't sound like a natural sound. I grew up in the mountains and am very familiar with the sounds of various animals. What? Did you go to check it out? No, at that time. I was found by my physics teacher who came looking for me. I originally wanted to stay longer in that grassy area, but they took me back. Later, I almost forgot about this incident. If you hadn't been pushing me now, I probably wouldn't have remembered it all. Zhang Xingjiu was sure that his memory was intact, and at that moment, his hearing was also normal. That's great. Sibo couldn't help but rush forward and grab Zhang Xingjiu's arm. Do you remember where that place is? I want to go. Sibo could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. Zhang Xingjiu's description really had many similarities with his dreams, and he had been curious about why he always had those dreams over the years. Now, he believed he had found a clue. Are you kidding? It's been several years. And besides, it's not easy to go there. Don't you have classes? No, finding my dad is more important than classes. Besides, my intuition tells me that even after several years, there shouldn't be much change there. The isolation of the Jialigong Mountains actually provides perfect protection for the site. Perfect protection for the site. Zhang Xingjiu murmured these words, feeling they sounded strange, as if Sibo was describing a murder case. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, You just said you didn't go to Jialigong Mountain during the last search and rescue? Yes, actually I really wanted to go, but my mom and brother wouldn't let me, saying it was important to prepare for the high school entrance examination. So, I still regret it to this day. Well, Zhang Xingjiu furrowed his brows, contemplating another matter. After the winter solstice that year, he had returned to the grassy area once, but before he stepped onto it, he had seen someone quickly slip into the woods from the other side of the grass. That person left a deep impression on him because their profile was just too perfect, clearly not someone who grew up in their mountains. And that person's build and profile were very similar to the Sibo in front of him. What are you thinking? Sibo asked. Nothing. Are you sure you didn't go later? Not even once? Of course not. Why would I lie to you? All right. I can't recall any more details. Thank you so much. I feel like this is already enough. I almost wish I could grow wings and fly to that grassy area you're talking about. Sibo stared at Zhang Xingjiu with determination. Zhang Xingjiu felt a bit embarrassed under Sibo's gaze. Okay, just don't mind that our place is poor. Let's find a time. That's great. Sibo raised his teacup and toasted Zhang Xingjiu. Thank you in advance. When the two returned to the private room from the corridor, a strong smell of white liquor and cigarettes hit them. At some point, another round of food and drinks had been served, and the previous tea and pastries had been set aside. Sibo frowned slightly. Here we go again. He had lost count of how many times he had seen similar scenes. For some reason, his dad took him to such gatherings often when he was a child. He always remained silent, quietly observing everyone's every move, never understanding why such reserved people would suddenly become so uninhibited. Where have you two been? Chun Zixiang, having just put down his wine glass, spotted Sibo and Zhang Xingjiu and quickly dismissed the others to come over. You missed quite a bit. Sibo slightly frowned but still maintained a smile. He knew that Chun Zixiang was also a well-known expert in the aerospace field, and he understood that in such occasions, there was no need to embarrass others. However, when he saw his teacher already asleep on the table, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Sigh. My teacher's drinking capacity is really poor, but he is always so enthusiastic. Chun Zixiang had no idea what Sibo was thinking and continued. Sibo, when you weren't here, we had a very heated discussion, but it's a pity. Oh, what did you discuss? Sibo was a bit curious. Although the conversations at drinking parties often didn't hold much weight, he still respected Chun Zixiang greatly. Zhang Xingjiu was also sitting next to Sibo, watching his teacher. We had a very frank discussion with your Tsinghua delegation about the topic of space environment protection and exchanged opinions fully. Ha ha ha. Chun Zixiang seemed like a spokesperson for the foreign ministry. Ha ha, really? Please tell us more, Teacher Chun. Si Kong is your dad, right? All of you from Tsinghua are his followers. You're all followers of that American named Kessler. all day long talking about how there is too much space debris and that it needs to be managed, that space environment protection is necessary. But Kessler proposed his theory in 1978, and Seekong proposed a similar theory in the 90s, yet it has not been validated by facts. Since the first artificial satellite Sputnik 1 was launched by the Soviet Union in 1957, there have been thousands of artificial satellites in space. Has the Kessler effect ever happened? There have only been a few limited collisions. Don't you think you are worrying for nothing? In my opinion, space is so vast that humanity should explore it more frequently, rather than limit our development for the sake of protecting the space environment. Sibo was taken aback, not expecting Chun Zixiang to be so straightforward, and that his criticism was not only aimed at him and his father, but also at Tsinghua University as a whole. He felt provoked and decided to rebut. Chapter 18. Both are lost souls in the same sky. Teacher Chun, I have to correct you. Tsinghua University does not have only one viewpoint on space environment governance and protection, so it cannot be said that everyone at Tsinghua is a follower of Seekong. That's the first point. Second, my father's viewpoint is not that we must stop or limit human space activities to protect the space environment. Rather, it is that we cannot conduct space activities recklessly and must plan comprehensively and consider the overall situation. Just like protecting the Earth's environment, we cannot stop economic development just because we want to protect the environment. It's easy to say, but how do we balance this in practice? How do we ensure we don't become fundamentalist space environment protectors? Are you suggesting that reckless launches are acceptable? Seekong was somewhat angry. Zhang Xingzhu nervously watched the two, fearing they would actually clash. However, perhaps because he is a professor and had been drinking, Chun Zixiang didn't care at all. I like the phrase reckless launch. That's right, it is a reckless launch. However, before the launch, the design must be thoughtful. For example, how to ensure that rocket debris is disposed of properly, how to ensure that satellite orbits do not collide, how to ensure that spacecraft can leave Earth's orbit, and so on. With such premises, there is no need to focus on space environment protection at all. Teacher Chun, I see that your viewpoint and Seekong's are not fundamentally different. Zhang Xingzhu took the opportunity to mediate. I feel that your meanings are quite similar. Who said that? He did not expect the two to respond in unison. Our viewpoint is that space environment protection is a false proposition, as long as the initial design is in place. The sky is high and birds can fly freely without additional worries. They believe we must constantly pay attention to the congestion in space and consider space debris as a factor. Chun Zixiang was unreserved. I agree with Teacher Chen's summary. Seekong also readily joined in. Zhang Xingzhu felt embarrassed and wished he could jump into the Xiangjiang River. He felt caught in the middle, sensing that both the teacher and Seekong had valid points. Although he personally experienced the tragic incident of a fellow villager being killed by space debris during his college entrance examination year, as Teacher Chen said, that was a low-probability event. That person was simply unlucky. All right, young men, let's not talk about this anymore. Let us eat and drink some more. At this point, Chun Zixiang no longer dwelled on the topic, but invited the two to join the banquet behind him. Seeing that Chun Zixiang was no longer pursuing the topic, Seekong was also happy to stop. After all, his conversation with Chun Zixiang was unequal, but who told him that his teacher had already passed out on the table? The whole night, everyone ate and drank to their heart's content until closing time. When Zhang Xingzhu came down from the restaurant, there were no customers left in the lobby downstairs. He caught a glimpse of the river water illuminated by the lights through the window. Seekong supported the already asleep teacher, who was still not sober, as they struggled down the stairs. Xingzhu helped Seekong take Teacher Song back to the hotel, commanded Chun Zixiang. As the host, he had drunk quite a bit tonight, but seemed to still retain basic rationality. Okay. The teachers and students of Tsinghua University were staying at a school-owned hotel not far from the National University of Defense Technology campus, with reasonable prices and convenient services. When Zhang Xingzhu and Seekong finally teamed up to help Teacher Song into his room and heard his even snoring, the two exchanged a smile and gently exited the room, closing the door behind them. You should rest early too. I'm heading back to the dorm. Zhang Xingzhu said. If you don't mind. Can we talk for a while longer? Oh, sure. The two walked outside the hotel. The busy road during the day had become very quiet, and under the dim streetlights, There were only occasional passing shadows and the headlights of cars that had just flashed by minutes ago. Thank you for today. Sikong did not look at Zhang Xingjiu, but stared blankly at the streetlight. What is there to thank me for? Teacher Chin treated us. However, if what he said after drinking offended you, please don't take it to heart. That's just his personality. Don't worry, he is an industry expert. How could I dare to be angry with him? Moreover, he has clear opinions and dares to express them. I think that is great. It's not necessary to demand that everyone in the world agrees with my dad's views. I'm thanking you not for this meal, but because you've reignited my hope of finding my dad. I'm really looking forward to visiting your hometown in the mountains, especially to see that meadow you mentioned. No problem. Let us wait for the holiday. I haven't even been back in years. Actually, Zhang Xingjiu hesitated. Actually what? Sikong turned back to look at Zhang Xingjiu. Actually, I haven't seen my parents in a long time either, Zhang Xingjiu said softly. Ah, Sikong exclaimed softly, falling into a moment of silence before saying, I didn't expect we have similar experiences. Our situations are still quite different. My parents went out to work when I was still in elementary school and never came back. Over the years, I only received one letter from them during my college entrance examination year. In the letter, they only told me they were working to earn money and said they would keep sending me money, but they didn't reveal any specific locations or tell me to look for them. Zhang Xingjiu also stared at the streetlight like Sikong just did, murmuring, as if the streetlight were a shooting star, granting wishes that could come true. Sigh. Sikong sighed and patted Zhang Xingjiu's shoulder. Hopefully, we can find them soon. Let us not wait for the holiday. Let us take a day off to visit Jialigong Mountain. Zhang Xingjiu was about to say this when he saw a flash of light in the distance, beyond the reach of the streetlight, that quickly darted across the sky, even shorter than lightning. This was the second time it appeared tonight. It seemed his plan had succeeded. Sikong raised his head, and a smile finally returned to his face. Chapter 19, A Gift from International Space Station. It was truly wonderful. Wu Zhiga crossed his arms over his chest, a hint of pride appearing on his face. He was currently standing in the Ground Control Center for the International Space Station, ISS, located in Moscow, monitoring his results. The latest research achievement of dust sweeper technology, the space-based laser cannon, had just successfully targeted nearby orbital space debris on the ISS, emitting a strong laser that slowed them down before they fell into the Earth's atmosphere and burned up. At the moment the laser was fired, Wu Zhiga instinctively closed his eyes. Congratulations, Mr. Wu. Your concept has succeeded, praised Slyusari, the head of the control center. What is the height of the International Space Station above the ground? Wu Zhiga did not directly respond to Slyusari. About 400 kilometers, I suppose. Oh, then these burning debris should be visible from the ground, right? As long as they burn long enough when falling into the atmosphere, they should definitely be visible. From that position, it seems people in the northern hemisphere should be able to see it, right? For example, above China? Exactly, like shooting stars or fireworks. After saying this, Wu Zhiga secretly smiled to himself. Sibo, this is for you. You're probably in Changsha now, right? If you look up at the sky, you might just see it. Mr. Wu, you truly have a poetic side. No, this is just the first step. The space-based laser cannon is still too troublesome. Moreover, it can only help you clear the debris near the space station and cannot cover a wider range. Additionally, it can only make the debris fall into the atmosphere to burn up, not directly destroy them in orbit. It still needs improvement. Slyusari felt a bit awkward. This handsome young man seemed to be on a different wavelength than him. Mr. Slyusari, who should I ask for the final payment for this service? Wu Zhiga was unconcerned about his awkwardness. This time, dust sweeper technology bid for a space debris removal task for the Russian segment of the International Space Station. This task addresses practical needs while also having a frontier research nature. The ISS is led by the United States, with participation from countries like Russia and Japan. The segment that Russia is responsible for has encountered space debris that poses a potential threat. So the Russian Federal Space Agency decided to open a public tender to see which companies currently have the capability. Wu Zhiga's laser technology proposal stood out among many proposals, defeating Germany's Mars company and Russia's own Xiaolingu company. In the nascent field of space debris removal, these two companies were considered leaders. They originally had high hopes. Mars company followed a traditional technology route using fishing style and deceleration methods and solar sail-driven spacecraft to capture and remove space debris. While Xiaoling Good Company took a more unconventional approach, using antimatter attacks to instantly burn up space debris, not even giving it a chance to fall into the atmosphere. They never expected that a startup company from China would come up with a laser solution. This solution involved mounting a small laser launch device on the Russian segment of the ISS to emit pulsed lasers that would irradiate targeted space debris, causing its surface to vaporize and release material, creating thrust through the reaction force. Under the influence of this thrust, the velocity of the space debris would slow down, and its orbit would gradually change, ultimately falling into the atmosphere and burning up. Compared to Mars Company's traditional approach, Dust Sweeper Technology's laser solution did not require physical contact methods like robotic arms, thus avoiding the risk of collision and misfire, making it appear cooler. At the same time, compared to Xiaoling Good Company's antimatter solution, it was more controllable. Therefore, they were ultimately selected. Now, Wu Zhige and his Dust Sweeper technology had completed the task, and it was time to collect the final payment. Well, I'm not responsible for the payment, but don't worry. We won't leave you in the lurch. No, we won't owe you anything, Slyusari stammered. That's good, then I'll take my leave. Wu Zhige smiled lightly and left the control center with several colleagues. When he returned to Beijing from Moscow, Sibo was not at home, and he felt a slight sense of loss. Mom, where did Sibo go? He asked Xiaoyun. Oh, he is probably at school. He has been living in the dorm since he returned from Chang'e. I'm back. Isn't he going to welcome me? He chuckled. That's right. This younger brother isn't attentive enough. Xiaoyun laughed as well. Sikong had been missing for so many years, and for Xiaoyun, the feeling of longing and heartache was no longer as strong as it once was. It just occasionally made her feel a heaviness in her chest when she thought of him. Fortunately, both Sibo and Wu Zhige had grown up, and they were both handsome and accomplished, with their studies and careers no longer needing her concern. Their relationship had always been like that of brothers, even if not by blood. Seeing them, Xiaoyun felt that the heavens had not been unkind to her. Sure enough, after learning that Wu Zhige had returned to Beijing, Sibo hurried back from Tsinghua. The two brothers embraced tightly upon meeting. What did you eat in Russia? Why have you gained weight? After parting, Sibo looked Wu Zhige up and down. Not enough exercise, just staring at the screen every day. Isn't this to send you fireworks? Hee hee. You little rascal. Sibo always felt that getting to know Wu Zhige was a lucky thing. This man was a typical Gemini, sometimes cold as ice, while at other times warm and thoughtful, but he was always so warm to him. Did you have fun in Changsha? Did you eat chopped pepperfish head? Did you visit Malinshan? Don't mention it. There are too many fun places in Changsha, but there wasn't much time to explore. Most of the time, I was still hanging around the National Defense University campus. However, we did have dinner by the Xiang River, and that restaurant faced the Orange Isle. The name is nice, and the view is even more beautiful. Oh, what is it called? Linjiang Xian. That does sound nice. Did you meet any interesting people? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun perked up her ears. She felt a little anxious, fearing her son might mention a girl's name. Yet she was also somewhat expectant. Interesting people, well, not really, but I did meet a classmate from Yunnan named Zhang Xingjiu. He is dark and thin, but very smart, and we have some connections. Yunnan? You really catch the key points. Yes, it's Yunnan, and he comes from Jialagong Mountain. What? What a coincidence. A glimmer flashed in Wu Zhige's eyes. Chapter 20 Behind Academic Disputes. Yes, we inevitably talked about Dad. Sibo adjusted his suddenly surging emotions. He said he had heard about Dad's situation. Moreover, he hadn't seen his parents for many years, just like us. Did his parents also go missing? No, his parents went out to work and never returned, saying that in all these years, they had only written him one letter before he entered college. Oh, Wu Zhige seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That really is a pitiful child. It's not easy coming out of the mountains and not being able to see his parents for a long time. Sigh. Xiaoyun, beside him, felt a bit sad. Mom, could you not eavesdrop on our conversation? Sibo protested. You were talking so loudly, and you blame me? Fine, fine. It's our fault. Sibo winked at his mother, then continued speaking to Wu Zhige. That's why I made a plan with him to find a time to go back together as soon as possible. What for? Mom and I have been there before. It's been so many years. Do you really want to go on a long journey again? Wu Zhige dismissed it. This time is different. He told me about what happened during that time. There are some new clues. I have a feeling that if I go again, I will gain something. But you're so busy. If I hadn't come back today, you probably wouldn't have gone home to see Mom, but would have stayed in the school door, right? Cough, cough. Xiaoyan deliberately cleared her throat, as if protesting. Bro, it sounds like you don't want me to go. Sibo ignored his mother-esque protest. No, I definitely want to find Dad. I want it more than anything. But I just said, it's been so many years. Don't you think the hope is very slim? Why waste that time? Rationally, I agree with you. Finding Dad is a low-probability event, but emotionally, I cannot accept that I want to even go once and just resign myself to Dad's disappearance. Sibo was very firm. He originally wanted to add, your biological parents have been missing for so many years. Don't you miss them at all? Don't you want to go back and look for them? But he knew well that this topic was definitely a taboo for Wu Zhige, so he held back. At this moment, Sibo's phone rang. He looked and saw it was Zhang Shengjiu, so he quickly answered. Shengjiu, what is up? Sibo, I'm telling you, I'll probably have some free time next month. I've finished my professional courses and exams, but since the holidays haven't started yet, I think if I ask the counselor for leave, going back for a week shouldn't be a problem. Are you okay with that? Great. What specific date? Sibo almost jumped up. Not decided yet, probably in the first 10 days. Wait for my news. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Shengjiu was inspired by Sibo's enthusiasm and felt a bit ashamed. It's been so many years, and he hasn't given up on searching for his dad. But what about me? What is the difference between my parents and being missing? They've just written one more letter than his dad, and it's been even longer, and I haven't thought away. While thinking, he walked down to the first floor of a teaching building. Suddenly, someone walked toward him on the stairs. He focused his gaze and saw it was Chun Zixiang. Teacher Chun, there's no class for you today? Your class doesn't have one. Does that mean I can't teach others? Chun Zixiang had a stern face. Hee, you have a point. Look at my brain. You know, sometimes you just can't turn around. Chun Zixiang stopped and pulled Zhang Shengjiu aside. Just in time, I have a few minutes. Can we chat? We haven't talked since sending off the Tsinghua people. What do you want to ask, Teacher Chun? I want to know, what was your impression of having dinner with Tsinghua that night? Impression? I just felt like everyone drank a lot of alcohol. You were the same. It felt like you couldn't get drunk no matter how much you drank. Very impressive. Can't get drunk? That essay lie. I just drink with skill. I'm telling you, when drinking outside, you can't be too sincere. You have to know your limits. Although we are brother schools, we can't get too drunk in front of them, right? Besides, we're the hosts. Then, why drink so heavily? The people from Tsinghua seem to get knocked down by the drinks. We are the hosts. If we don't knock down a few guests, it means we didn't host well. Besides, some things can't be said in class or at school. At the banquet, taking advantage of the alcohol to say them. The speaker has intent, and the listener naturally understands. Are you talking about the viewpoint on space environmental protection? Yes, Tsinghua is all about academics. Sikong was originally their spiritual leader, and now that he is missing, it adds a layer of mystery and martyrdom, making the people at Tsinghua worship his theories even more. If I directly debated with him in a daytime class, wouldn't that hurt the harmony? Moreover, his son is there too. But I think their theory doesn't seem unreasonable, and after listening that day, I felt that your viewpoint isn't distinctly different from theirs. I know all that. In our field of applied academia, viewpoints rarely have a complete black and white opposition. Often, it's just a deviation of 30 or 50 degrees in the same direction. However, we need to be wary of their viewpoints being exploited by those with ulterior motives after being widely disseminated. Zhang Shengjiu's eyes widened. Didn't he expect that? Did you? Not to mention the sky. Just think about the ground. Is environmental protection important? Of course it is. Yes, controlling carbon emissions, protecting the environment, and managing pollution are all correct, right? But, on the international political stage, environmental protection has become a weapon now. During last year's Copenhagen Climate Conference, Western countries demanded that China reduce emissions and control them according to per capita emission limits. What does that mean? It means our development is being strangled. Do you remember what I told you last time? Emissions are closely related to economic activities. In an agricultural society, emissions increase exponentially. But if we want to develop industry and technology, emissions will inevitably increase, and initially, it might be quite large before technological improvements. We also promise total control to the world, but the West wants us to control per capita, which is not the same thing, especially since we have a large population. The West has gone through hundreds of years of pollution to reach this level, so of course, they can stand and speak without feeling pain, and point fingers from a moral high ground. It's like your neighbor built a magnificent house with various decorations, dumping renovation waste and sewage on the shared land in front of your house. And now that you want to build a house too, they start saying, you should just live in a thatched house. Otherwise, the pollution will be too severe. Do you think we can accept that? I think I understand your point. You're very smart. Now, let us shift the scene to space. Chang'e's viewpoint is certainly correct, but could it be used by Western countries to make a point? They would say, look, space debris is increasing rapidly. We need to restrict the launch activities of each country, and since you Chinese have a large population, you need to make your due contribution. In the future, you can only launch 5 times a year. Otherwise, Earth will be surrounded by space debris. By the way, this is also consistent with the viewpoint of your top university. If that's the case, what kind of public opinion environment will we be facing? Moreover, in such a public opinion environment, we might be misled and then self-limit. But your viewpoint seems a bit extreme. Chang'e, you lack experience and struggle. Chairman Mao once said, to correct a deviation, one must go to the extreme. Otherwise, it's not enough to correct it. The reason I hold such an extreme viewpoint is to balance Chang'e's voice and prevent them from being exploited by those with ill intentions. I am striving to maximize our rights to space development. I didn't expect that behind the academic differences there are so many other issues. Zhang Shengjiu feels he has gained a new understanding. Although Chen Zixiang had previously expressed such views to him, this time it was stated in an incredibly direct manner. All right, time's up. Let's go to class. To summarize with a phrase you have learned, science knows no borders, but a scientist has his own homeland. Chapter 21, 80,000 satellites. The crowd of onlookers has gathered near the Cape Canaveral rocket launch site in Florida, pressing closely together, craning their necks, and moving along the perimeter, eagerly anticipating the event. On the launch pad, the Falcon rocket stands ready. In a moment, it will ignite, soaring into the sky. Beneath its streamlined fairing, 5 satellites are neatly arranged in the payload bay, quietly awaiting their mission's call. The countdown approaches, accompanied by a gradually intensifying roar as the Falcon rocket slowly ascends, then accelerates, piercing the vast blue sky. The crowd erupts in cheers. Their hours of waiting are for this fleeting moment. Not far from the launch pad, the control center is also buzzing with excitement. Mr. News, congratulations. The launch of 5 satellites is simply fantastic. People are congratulating a young man with side-parted blonde hair. He has a medium build and strong arms, clearly someone who maintains a regular fitness routine. His light green eyes reveal a restrained, yet excited gleam. News nods slightly at those coming to congratulate him, but says little. This is just the beginning, he tells himself. Since founding the SpaceLink company a few years ago, he has been waiting for this day, yet it is merely the starting point of his grand plan. News plans to launch 50,000 low Earth orbit communication satellites over the next 20 years, deploying them in various orbits ranging from about 350 kilometers to 400 kilometers above the Earth's surface, forming a complete satellite constellation to provide satellite-based broadband internet service, ensuring seamless connectivity in every corner of the Earth. To achieve this goal, he needs to fully leverage multi-satellite launches and reusable rocket technology, minimizing launch costs. Today's launch of the Falcon provides the first key support pillar for his ambitions. Entrepreneurship is about monopolization. There are no profits in perfect competition. News has always believed this, and SpaceLink will undoubtedly become a shared communication infrastructure for humanity, serving the whole world. However, it won't be free. News has conceived a very flexible business model to ensure that money can be generated whether in developed regions like North America and Europe or in the impoverished corners of West Africa. Yet, he faces competition from a man named Dave, who is 10 years older and already a successful entrepreneur. However, Dave is anything but complacent. Just as News resolves to scatter 50,000 satellites across the sky, Dave makes a similar decision. Dave's company, Expanse, also plans to launch 30,000 5,000 satellites within 20 years to achieve the same goal, building a global satellite broadband internet network. However, unlike SpaceLink, which consists entirely of low Earth orbit satellites, Expanse's constellation design is more complex. To achieve stability and complementarity, they designed satellites in 3 types of orbits: low Earth orbit satellites at 600 kilometers, medium orbit satellites at 20,000 kilometers, and geostationary satellites at 36,000 kilometers. The lower the orbit, the smaller the area covered on the ground, and the relative speed to the Earth is faster, resulting in a greater Doppler shift, but the free space signal attenuation is smaller, and the transmission time to the ground is shorter. Conversely, as the orbit height increases, these characteristics develop in the opposite direction. At around 36,000 kilometers, the satellites become geostationary relative to the Earth, covering 1/3 of the Earth's surface, significantly increasing signal stability and coverage. Thus, Dave names his company Expanse, and the constellation is called Traverse the Sky. By the time news enters the business world, Dave has already achieved great success. The two had briefly chatted at an event once, where Dave was a guest speaker and News was merely an ordinary audience member. However, Dave was not aloof. On the contrary, he left News his contact information. With his vast experience, he saw potential in News and maintained intermittent contact. However, since both began their respective ventures looking to the stars, they had never met again. Now that News has launched the first batch of satellites for SpaceLink, he feels it's time to provoke this person he once had to look up to. News pushes through the crowd of celebrators and enters his designated lounge. Dialing Dave's number. "I know what you want to say, kid," Dave responds, not surprised by News' call. "Even so, I still wanted to watch the live broadcast. It's so cool," News urges. "I would be glad to have you as a launch user, but 5 satellites clearly can't provide much service." Dave remains nonchalant. "Well, that's better than having none at all. I assent it." News, "Listen, I know you're just trying to tell the world about this success. If you could replace the CNN anchor, you'd probably want to go on air yourself to announce it. But I have to tell you, every success story brings discomfort to some, and you can't expect everyone to support you. Sometimes being low-key isn't a bad thing," Dave advises, sounding like he's teaching a younger colleague. He has the credentials to do so. Even without founding Expanse, Dave is already a successful billionaire. Moreover, he is 10 years older than News. Since meeting News, Dave has marveled at News' intelligence and exceptional ability to learn, while also feeling astonished by his naivety. "If you hadn't met me, you would have been turned away hundreds of times already," he once told News. So what does it matter? News seems to misunderstand. However, in terms of initiative, Dave has to admit that News is simply a genius. No, an alien. "I don't know what you mean by being low-key," the alien asks. "All right, I won't explain it to you. But I want to remind you, kid, have you heard the term lobbying?" "Lobbying? I think I've heard of it, but I'm not sure what it means. I seriously doubt you're American. In our country, all policies are influenced by lobbying." Dave finds it unbelievable. To him, every business owner in America should know what lobbying means. "I thought policies were independently formulated." "You kid, let me tell you, your SpaceLink company and your satellite constellation can be destroyed by lobbying in an instant. Do you understand? Are you jealous of me? They're up in the sky. How could they be destroyed by something invisible and intangible like lobbying? Is lobbying a weapon? Lobbying isn't a weapon, but it's 1,000 times more powerful than a weapon. For example, if there are people who truly envy you, who resent you, and they successfully lobby Congress to pass a bill that limits every company to launch no more than 10 satellites into space each year, how long do you think it will take to deploy your 50,000 satellites? 5,000 years. Exactly. 5,000 years. 5,000 years ago. We didn't even exist as Americans, or rather, the owners of this continent weren't us. But that doesn't mean we won't exist in 5,000 years. With humanity's current level of technology, living to 500 years is already a fantasy. Do you expect to live for 5,000 years? News falls silent for a few seconds before asking, "So what exactly are you trying to express? It's so obvious you can't see it? Your constellation will take 5,000 years to complete, but what is the point? Will you still exist in 5,000 0.000 years. Will SpaceLink still exist? Will humanity still exist? This bill is enough to suddenly kill your company. But why would anyone want to do that? To lobby for a bill that no one would benefit from. News understood Dave's point, but still didn't grasp the motivation behind the lobbying. Didn't I just say? Human emotions are devoid of rationality. Perhaps it's merely out of jealousy. He doesn't need to benefit himself. As long as you suffer, he's happy. Moreover, you should be careful of me. I can also lobby first to make your empty chain company die, and when I'm fully prepared, I can lobby to update this bill, allowing me to build my traversing celestial constellation. What do you mean? Don't be so unruly in front of me. And don't think that your empty chain company's monopoly in space is the ultimate profit maximization. You should bless my traversing celestial, wishing it could be built quickly. I will continuously lobby in Congress, fighting for enough support for our interstellar dreams and the well-being of all humanity, while we share the entire sky of Earth. After saying this, Dave swallowed hard, seemingly moved by his own words. All right, I understand. Thank you, Dave. It's rare, after knowing you for so many years. It's the first time you've thanked me, alien. After reminiscing about the past with News, and chatting a bit more while News was in high spirits, Dave hung up the phone and shook his head. He didn't know that News had already put their conversation out of mind and was starting to plan the next launch time. Chapter 22 invitation months passed, then more months, and eventually years. The aerospace link constellation gradually emerged from Yoza's mind, taking shape step by step. Meanwhile, Dave's exhaustive company finally began to launch its mark into space. 11 months after the first arrow of the aerospace link, the two were dotting the vast expanse of space above Earth with one satellite after another. One day, after finishing his morning workout and taking a shower, Nios walked in his office while still fiddling with his slightly damp hair. "Nios, you have a letter," said his administrative assistant, Daisy, handing him an elegant envelope. The envelope was made of stiff paper, with a bright blue background and the words "Welcome to the First Global Space Pioneers Forum" written in glossy black. Clearly, it was an invitation. Among the logos of several invitees, the most prominent was the worm logo of NASA. It seemed to be an official forum. Oh, there were also participants from China, Russia, and Europe. Interesting. From the situation over the past 2 years, humanity seemed to be heading towards a foolish fragmentation. Yet NASA still had the courage to host such a forum. That was commendable. After reading the entire letter, Nios tossed the invitation into the trash can and said lightly to Daisy, "Put this date on my calendar. I will attend." In a list of main invitees, he saw Dave's name, but not his own. He had attended similar events a few times over the years, and the pattern was always the same. Exquisite invitations, exaggerated descriptions of the event's supposed significance, and heavyweight guests were essential. Many people attended these events for the prominence of the guests. Thus, at every event, the names and positions of those guests would appear on the invitation. Judging by this logic, NASA and the organizers did not consider him to be more important than Dave. This was something Nios could not accept. His aerospace link constellation had already launched nearly 10,000 satellites into the sky and had begun providing limited internet services, while Dave's celestial traversal constellation had not even reached half of that number and had not truly achieved global coverage. Why was he deemed more important than me? As if sensing his thoughts from afar, his phone rang. It was Dave calling. Nios gritted his teeth, but answered. "Did you receive the invitation to the Space Pioneers Forum?" Dave got straight to the point. "Yes. You will go, right?" "Of course. I want to see why they think you are more important than me. My satellites clearly outnumber yours, and the signal and service are better. You should know since you're using them." Haha, Nios, if the only measure of importance were that, I would agree that your aerospace link company is more successful. However, the criteria for importance are multifaceted and three-dimensional. Remember what I told you about lobbying? Besides that, there are many other factors that can make me more important. It's that simple. I disagree. Disagreeing doesn't change anything for you. All right, let us not argue pointlessly here. In the satellite broadband internet business, we're in the same boat. My lobbying will benefit you too. Don't forget that. The reason I'm calling is to let you know that this forum was a significant effort by NASA and several other space agencies, including China. If this were 10 years ago, it wouldn't mean much, but now, geopolitics has taken the world hostage, and for this forum to take place is really not easy. We need to seize this opportunity to promote our products and services well, and also to fight against some voices that are detrimental to our development. Detrimental voices? Yes. Some are using the guise of space environmental protection to restrict our development, claiming that we have too many satellites in space. Why don't they talk about the greater number of sperm during ejaculation? Ejaculation? Haha. You're not still a virgin, are you? Neos felt his face flush and did not directly answer the question. I understand. At the forum, I will defend our position. Chapter 23, Flying to Los Angeles. See, Bo still couldn't believe that his father had been missing for over a decade. He felt that the passage of time was not linear. In the first few years after his father disappeared, time seemed to drag on, so slowly that he suspected it was as if heaven was intentionally trapping him in an endless gray mood. However, ever since he met Zhang Xingjiu in Changsha that year, and after their trip to Jilegong Mountain ended without any results, he finally let go of his obsession with needing to go to Jilegong Mountain to find his father. And it seemed as if the clock had been set to fast forward, and it was getting faster and faster. Now, Sibo was the director of the Space Environment Office at the China National Space Administration. The memories of school days, the reluctance at graduation, the heavy burden he felt when he joined the China National Space Administration to follow in his father's footsteps, and even the sudden waves of longing for his father over the years seemed to have drowned in the time that could no longer be returned. He was currently on a plane flying to the west coast of the United States. The plane had just flown over Japan and was now above the calm Pacific Ocean. There were no air currents, no disturbances, and the cabin lights had been dimmed by the flight attendants. Aside from the rhythmic roar of the engines, he could hear nothing else. He always believed that a person's thoughts could be influenced by their environment. Every time he flew, he couldn't help but think about lofty and expansive things, without boundaries or limitations. When he was on the ground, his view was limited to the tall building at the street corner, the wall of a courtyard, or the subway station further away. When he stood on the top floor of an office building on the East 3rd Ring Road, he could see the congested cars on the entire East 3rd Ring Road in Chaoyang Park. However, when he sat on the plane 10,000 meters in the air, if there were no clouds blocking his view, he could likely see the white snow of the Chilean mountains, the winding Yellow River, and the grandeur of the Yangtze River's estuary. Even though he had always been involved in aerospace, he had never personally reached higher altitudes. However, he could imagine that his view could expand further up to 36,000 kilometers high, where his line of sight would coincide with the tangent of the Earth as a sphere, allowing him to overlook a third of the Earth's surface. When a person is on a straight line, they can only see forward and backward. When they're on a plane, they can see in all directions. But when they break free from this two-dimensional world and enter the three-dimensional space of XYZ, no longer constrained by the extensions of the X and Y axes, but rather moving upward along the Z axis, they could see a completely different flat world as their height increased, until reaching the limit of 36,000 kilometers. Beyond that, there would be no more content visible to the naked eye on Earth. This feeling intoxicated him, yet left him feeling lost. What comes after reaching the limit of what can be seen and obtained? Can human direct cognition still be further expanded? It seems that one can only rely on tools, imagination, and deduction, right? Every time he reached this point, he felt immensely grateful that he chose aerospace under his father's influence from a young age. Only by flying out could one see in. Since inheriting his father's legacy, Sibo began to focus his main energy on space environment protection. After taking on a leadership role in the Space Environment Office, he became even more focused. In recent years, human space activities have exploded in growth. The once very spacious outer space has become filled with thousands of satellites, spacecraft, and space stations. While they provide unprecedented convenience and assistance to humanity, they also bring potential troubles. He did not want these tools, which should empower humanity, to become chains that confine them. However, after moving away from purely theoretical research in academia, he gradually adopted a more open mindset to understand different academic viewpoints. His alma mater was firmly in favor of space environment protection, but he also found value in perspectives like that of Professor Chen Zixiang, especially when viewed from the national interest standpoint. Therefore, the focus should not be on stopping space activities, but on proactive protection and management, balancing development. In this regard, he received strong support from Wu Zhiga, Wu Zhiga's dusting technology has rapidly grown into a leading space debris removal company with core laser technology since it first gained prominence in the space debris cleanup mission in the Russian segment of the International Space Station over a decade ago. Together with European company Mars and Russia's Chang'e, they have become the global top 3 in this field. Thinking of Wu Zhiga, a warmth-filled Sibo's heart, but it was tinged with a slight sadness. If it weren't for his father bringing Wu Zhiga from Yunnan to his side back then, he wouldn't have such a brother in adversity. During the days when his father was missing, Wu Zhiga voluntarily dropped out of school to take on the family's financial burden, easing the load on his mother and allowing himself to study without distractions. His mother had privately told him more than once, "Without this child, Zhiga, it would have been hard for us two to get by." Having mingled in society early on, Wu Zhiga's insights were broader than Sibo's, and Sibo benefited greatly from it, especially when it came to food. Wu Zhiga always managed to find new and good restaurants to take him to, so he didn't have to endure the school cafeteria like most of his classmates. Among the various restaurants they frequented, one was called Passion Pot. This spicy hot pot restaurant had an unassuming facade, hidden on a small road in the vast Wangjing area. After the large-scale withdrawal of Koreans, many restaurants in Wangjing closed down, but this one had continued to thrive. Their hot pot was authentic with careful ingredient selection, especially the spicy seasoning, which was not just the typical oily itchiness from Sichuan, but rather a blend of the essence from spicy provinces like Sichuan, Guizhou, Hunan, and Jiangxi, striking a perfect balance that was neither too bland nor unbearably spicy, making people want to eat more, unable to stop. Despite the restaurant's popularity, Wu Zhiga seemed to have some means, as he appeared to have a good relationship with a middle-aged proprietress. Whenever they went, there was always a table available. He once joked with Wu Zhiga, "You wouldn't sell your body just to eat here, would you?" Thinking of this, Sibo swallowed quietly. The first thing he wanted to do after returning to China was to go to Passion Pot with him. Sibo's trip to the U.S. was to attend the first Global Space Pioneer Forum hosted by NASA, with the China National Space Administration as one of the co-hosts. Since the previous U.S. president started the trade war with China a few years ago, the whole world seemed to have entered an irreversible wave of isolation. However, Sibo and his colleagues unanimously believed that if there were industries concerning the common interests of all humanity, industries that should not be fragmented, aerospace must be one of them. Although Earth is humanity's cradle, one day humans will have to leave the cradle. And it is hard to imagine that this process would not require the joint cooperation of all humanity. Fortunately, his colleagues from the US, Russia, and Europe also recognized this viewpoint, and all parties put in a lot of effort to finally facilitate the holding of this forum. The forum's purpose was also very clear. Humanity has entered a rapid development phase in aerospace. Unlike the past few decades, when the Soviet Union launched the first artificial satellite, the U.S. Apollo moon landing, or when Western countries jointly constructed the International Space Station, all were government actions. Now, more and more private capital has entered this field. Governments, nations, and every individual have the right and obligation to contribute to the development of aerospace. Therefore, this forum not only invited the main figures from various national space agencies, but also invited leading companies in the aerospace field, especially those startups excelling in specific areas. The invitation list was not limited to a few traditional aerospace powers, but widely covered Africa, the Asia-Pacific, and South America. Wu Zhiga's dusting technology was also on the invitation list. However, Wu Zhiga had other matters to attend to and could not take the same flight to the United States as Sibo. He would only arrive late at night the day before the forum. Sibo felt a bit regretful and could only fantasize about traveling back to Beijing together. Amid this slight regret and the monotonous roar of the engine, he finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 24. Scouting the venue when he woke up again. The cabin lights had been brightened. The well-made-up flight attendants were busy preparing the last breakfast before the plane's descent. Upon seeing them, Sibo felt much more energized. There were still about 2 hours until landing, and the plane was flying southeast along the west coast of North America. Destination, Los Angeles. The customs clearance after landing went very smoothly. By noon, Sibo and his 2 colleagues had already arrived at the hotel. Taking advantage of the time difference, not yet affecting him, he decided to drive to the venue for a site inspection. Director C, is it really necessary to go see it so early? The event doesn't start until the day after tomorrow, Song Wei asked softly while driving. Song Wei was a member of Sibo's team, having only been at the Space Environment Agency for a few years. To see how the Americans are preparing, knowing ourselves and knowing our opponents, we will not be defeated in 100 battles, Sibo replied. Director C is right. We put a lot of effort into making this forum happen. Given the current international situation, it is hard to say if any unexpected issues will arise midway. Zhou Ting added from the back seat. She was the director of the International Cooperation Department of the China National Space Administration, usually serious and wearing glasses, a cool beauty, but she always hit the nail on the head when she spoke. Yes, Director Zhou has put in a lot of thought for this forum. Moreover, this time there are not only government officials, but also many friends from the business sector. It can be said to be an unprecedented grand event in the history of world space exploration. The reason it's called the Space Pioneers Forum is to express this meaning. We want to push humanity's boundaries into space together. And space people are the pioneers in this journey. Sibo nodded. Not at all. It's all for your Space Environment Agency, Zhou Ting humbly replied. While joking, they had already arrived at Huntington Beach. As soon as Sibo got out of the car, he was blinded by the California sun and quickly put on his sunglasses. However, he was still enveloped by a wave of hot wind. The California sun is really intense. It feels like this all year round. Yes. Otherwise, how would there be forest fires every year? Well, their wine is also quite good. That has a lot to do with the weather. As his eyes adjusted to the surrounding environment under the protection of the sunglasses, they reached the venue. After showing their credentials, the staff allowed them to enter. The venue for this forum was the Los Angeles Convention Center, located in the resort area of Huntington Beach, facing the Pacific Ocean. Its shape resembled the V-shaped wings of the goddess of victory, spread out on the ground, and was said to be the last work of the renowned architect Yeo Ming Pei. The convention center consisted of an exhibition hall and a conference center, and this forum was also divided into two parts. Companies would showcase their coolest products in the exhibition hall, such as satellites, rockets, spacecraft, etc., while keynote speeches and roundtable discussions would take place in the conference center. Sibo quickly toured the conference center with Song Wei and Zhou Ting. The layout of the venue was not yet complete, but the basic structure was already visible. Tables and chairs had been arranged, but the dust had not yet been wiped clean, and the tablecloths had not yet been laid out. The large LCD screens, sound equipment, and podium on the stage were already in place, but the cables were still haphazardly strewn about. In front of the podium, for deep blue letters WSBF, spelled out in NASA's iconic worm font, were particularly eye-catching. This was the abbreviation for the forum, which had also become its logo after being artistically rendered. This is not much different from a typical forum, Sibo thought while walking toward the exhibition hall. He wanted to see which companies had already arrived. Just as he reached the entrance of the conference center, he felt his left ankle wobble and nearly twisted it. He quickly adjusted his weight to his right foot and tested the spot he had just stepped on with his left foot, discovering that there seemed to be a loose tile under the carpet. It's really amazing. Such a new building has an uneven floor. It seems the U.S. also has its share of shoddy engineering. Sibo quickly took a detour and reminded Song Wei and Zhou Ting, who were following him, to watch their step. It was only a few steps from the conference center to the exhibition hall, but Sibo felt he had entered a completely different world. The conference center, although spacious and bright, was a world apart from the exhibition hall. It was like comparing sesame seeds to watermelons. The entire exhibition hall, when looked at from a distance, could only see a few matchbox-sized doors on the other side, while the originally bare floor had now been constructed with numerous structural pieces, which were the bases for booths and displays. Although there were no completed booths or displays yet, many companies' promotional boards and logos had already arrived. Sibo quickly spotted the familiar Fujian technology, along with several other well-known companies in the industry and some rapidly growing startups in recent years. He felt quite pleased. It seemed the golden age of aerospace had indeed arrived. At that moment, he caught sight of a company's logo that looked like a simplified spaceship. Judging from the company's Chinese name, Interstellar Navigation, it was a Chinese company. At that time, several workers were busy at the company's booth, and observing and directing them was a small Chinese man who looked thin and dark, but stood very upright. Sibo stared at him from a distance, stunned. Chapter 25. Encountering an old friend in a foreign land. Isn't that Zhang Xingjiu? Sibo couldn't believe his eyes. Memories of the Xiangjiang River and Jialigong Mountain surged back all at once. That's right, it's him. 13 years ago, they met at the foot of Yuelu Mountain, and they understood each other due to similar circumstances. His father was missing, and Zhang Shengjiu's parents had all disappeared without a trace. They maintained a friendship for several years, and he even accompanied Zhang Shengjiu to Jialigong Mountain, searching for a long time, and even visited the place where Zhang Shengjiu had admired the moon during the Lantern Festival. But he found no clues about his father. Since then, he had completely given up hope and no longer expected his father's return. Later, after both he and Zhang Shengjiu graduated and started working, they became increasingly busy and their contact dwindled. Long-distance love is hard to maintain, let alone long-distance friendship. However, Sibo always kept a place for Zhang Xingjiu in his heart. He never expected to run into him in the United States, across the ocean, when they couldn't meet in their own country. Xingjiu. Sibo greeted his companion Song Wei and Zhou Ting before quickly heading towards the booth of interstellar navigation. The small Chinese man, hearing someone call him, turned around and was also stunned. Then, he showed an expression of disbelief. Sibo, how come you're here? Haha, I was about to ask you. We haven't seen each other in so many years. Sibo had reached Zhang Xingjiu, smiling at him. The two embraced warmly. You brat. You're getting more handsome. Zhang Xingjiu laughed. You're teasing me as soon as we meet. You haven't changed at all. I'm dark, so I don't look old, Are you here for the forum too? Sibo eagerly asked. Yes, a few years ago I started my own company. And this time I came to join the excitement of this global aerospace event. What about you? Me too. I'm now working in the space agency, so I guess I'm here representing the Bureau. Oh, following in your father's footsteps. Not bad, not bad. What area are you specifically responsible for? Just like you said, it's indeed following in my father's footsteps. I mainly handle space environment management. Haha, do you still remember that dinner by the Xiangjiang River? The debate between my mentor and you on this topic? How could I forget? Professor Chun was straightforward and fiery. I have a deep impression of that. Moreover, his viewpoints really inspired me. That's good to hear. I'll talk to him about it after I return to China. Are you still in Changsha? Yes. I haven't left since graduation. I first worked in a school-run enterprise doing remote sensing technology, but after a few years, I found it uninteresting, so I started a business with a few friends. What direction? I see your company is called Interstellar Navigation. It sounds quite impressive. Sibo looked up at the shiny logo. Haha, you're too kind. We actually focus on space tourism, making money from wealthy people who have nowhere to spend and some spare time. Space tourism? Yes. We've developed a manned spacecraft that first uses an aircraft engine to reach about 10,000 meters. And then we activate the space engine to further ascend to near the Kármán line, allowing passengers to enjoy the beautiful views of Earth. So far, we've sent dozens of passengers into space, and of course, they returned safely. Wow, that sounds amazing. You didn't even tell me. Otherwise, I would have bought a ticket to experience it myself. Are you really interested? If so, anytime. We've been friends for over a decade. I'll want to charge you. How can that be? A ticket from you must cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. And developing that thing must be expensive. Even though your business is doing well now, I bet you haven't recouped your costs yet. All right, we finally meet. Let's not talk about money. Yeah, you're right. You get busy first. Let us have dinner together tonight. I brought a few colleagues. Let me settle them first. Sure, we'll chat more tonight. After confirming their contact details, Sibo bid farewell to Zhang Xingjiu and returned to Song Wei and Zhou Ting. What a coincidence. I actually ran into an old friend. He is now doing space tourism and doing quite well. I have high hopes for him. He said to the two, impressive. This is one of the hottest directions in aerospace these days and will become a trend in the future. When he makes enough money, I want to experience it too. Song Wei's eyes sparkled. You have to pass the basic physical tests for astronauts first, Zhou Ting said coldly from the side, sizing up Song Wei's somewhat plump figure. All right, let us head back. You two should eat at the hotel tonight and get some good rest, Sibo chuckled. After settling his two colleagues, Sibo spent the entire afternoon battling jet lag, drinking 2 large cups of strong American coffee to keep himself awake. As dinner time approached, he indeed received a call from Zhang Xingjiu. I'm downstairs at your hotel. Sibo hurried downstairs, got into Zhang Shengjiu's car, fastened his seatbelt, and Zhang Shengjiu stepped on the gas, merging into the evening rush hour traffic in Los Angeles. How about we go to a Chinese restaurant? There are many Chinese here, and quite a few authentic Chinese restaurants, especially Sichuan cuisine, Zhang Shengjiu suggested while driving. Sounds good. Sibo hadn't eaten spicy food in a long time. He needed some stimulation to keep himself awake until bedtime. This wasn't his first time in the United States. Each time he came, the first thing he faced was adjusting to the time difference, and based on his experience, he had to stay awake until midnight on the first day. After that, the jet lag would be manageable. Zhang Shengjiu turned a few corners and finally parked in a shopping complex parking lot. This was a common type of commercial complex in the U.S., with a large parking lot by the roadside, and surrounding the parking lot in a U-shape were various shops and restaurants. In one corner was a Chinese restaurant called Sichuan Flavor, which didn't look impressive from the outside. However, when Sibo walked in and smelled the authentic Sichuan pepper aroma, all his taste buds opened up, and his salivary glands began to secrete. The conversation flowed naturally. Honestly, seeing you at the exhibition during the day, I really couldn't believe my eyes. How many years has it been since we parted in Yunnan? Sibo raised his glass. Yeah, time flies. Now you've become a leader in our aerospace field. I'm really happy for you. The two drank in one gulp. To be honest, when I first met you, I never expected you to start your own business and to be in such a cutting-edge field like space tourism. Hee. A poor kid from the mountains has to have some dreams. Moreover, didn't I tell you during our trip to my hometown? After seeing that huge full moon and the fireworks on that empty ground during the Lantern Festival, I planted a seed of space in my heart. This seed grew bigger and bigger under the constant nurturing of my later mentors, making it impossible to ignore its existence until I met you. Honestly, when I first met you, I felt a bit inferior, thinking I was not as good as you in any way, but I was moved by your persistence. Later, I thought, why not pursue the dreams I had as a child? You're too kind. I should be the one saying such things. The trip to Jialagong Mountain with you was truly shocking for me. Although I didn't achieve my goal, that experience really solidified my determination. So that trip became the beginning of my new life. In that sense, I really have to thank you. Sibo poured another drink for Zhang Shengjiu. Sigh. It's a pity I couldn't help much. Zhang Shengjiu finished the drink in one gulp and said with his head down, It's fine, it's been so many years. Time really is the devil that dilutes all feelings. Speaking of which, what about you? I'm the same, still no progress. Zhang Shengjiu pressed his lips together. Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning specific matters, yet they both knew what the other was talking about. Chapter 26 Hidden Agenda, by the way. What do you think about this forum? Sibo redirected the topic back to what was going to happen in the coming days. To be honest, I mainly want to do some marketing. The concept of space tourism has been around for a few years, and there are a few companies in the world doing it, but is still far from mainstream. That's natural. The cost of space tourism is often hundreds of thousands to millions, which ordinary people can't afford. Sibo laughed. This is where I differ from other companies. Zhang Shengjiu said seriously. At first, I certainly want to do business with wealthy people, and the richest people in America are the most willing to try new things and take risks. So, since I have the rare opportunity to promote here, I will definitely seize it. However, my long-term goal is still to improve the design, increase the number of customers, lower costs, and make it affordable for ordinary people. Even if it's just once in a lifetime, you think, as long as the price is right, most people would be willing to take a trip in the sky, right? This should be human nature. I longed for it deeply when I was in that remote mountain forest, let alone city people. Let me pour you a bucket of cold water. As of today, it's already 2023, and more than half of the people in China still haven't applied for a passport or flown on a plane. Do you think people who have never flown would want to ride a spacecraft? I disagree. If you haven't ridden a bicycle, would you not want to drive a car? If you haven't taken a horse-drawn carriage, would you not want to fly? I believe that human beings have a leap in their demand for new experiences. Just because someone hasn't flown doesn't mean they wouldn't want to ride a spacecraft, not to mention that you don't even need a passport for space travel. There are no borders in space. After hearing Zhang Shengjiu's words, Sibo found himself momentarily unable to refute and could only take a sip of beer. Let's not have internal strife. Sibo, maybe I think too much. Do you think there might be any hidden agendas at this forum? Hidden agendas? Yes. I know it's not easy for you to facilitate such an unprecedented event in the space industry with organizations like NASA, especially given the current international situation. However, since this forum is being held in the United States, do you think they might have other intentions? Sibo pondered for a moment. To be honest, I really don't know. Although I'm not familiar with the current head of NASA, I heard that their former director, Peterson, has a good relationship with my father, and I felt this during the process of promoting the forum. Although the international situation is quite complex, human feelings are universal, and the narrow-mindedness in the aerospace industry is relatively less than in other sectors. Sigh, speaking of your dad, I feel quite regretful. From your descriptions, I think I must have been very close to him. I mean physically close, but I had no feelings about it at all. Over the years, I've heard people in the industry mention him continuously, but it's a pity I never had the chance to meet him. The feeling of loss surged again in Sibo's heart. Although the wound of losing his father had long healed, it still occasionally ached. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought this up. Seeing Sibo's expression, Zhang Shengjiu quickly said, No, it's fine. We all have to face reality. Speaking of which, haven't your parents been out of touch either? Yes. Zhang Shengjiu shrugged. We are indeed fellow sufferers. They had just discussed this topic, but now they couldn't help but return to it. The two exchanged bitter smiles and had another drink. However, that being said, you made a very valid point. In fact, I considered this issue before coming to the United States. Sibo continued, but I really didn't think of anything. You see, compared to our Chinese space program, NASA's achievements are much greater. They landed on the moon in the 60s and 70s, developed the powerful Saturn V rocket, and launched the Hubble Space Telescope in the 90s. These are achievements we have only reached or have yet to reach now. Although our development in recent years has been rapid, we still have a gap compared to them. What ulterior motives could they have? To take us hostage? I don't think so. That's true. If they wanted to do that, they would have made their move when we enter the country. However, aside from NASA, there are many companies participating in this forum. After all, the United States is capitalist, and the power of capital can sometimes influence national policies. What do you think their companies might aim for? You just reminded me of something. Sibo's eyes lit up. I also looked at the list of important guests, and there's Dave, the founder of Exponential Corporation. He is a very famous billionaire and quite influential. Before entering the aerospace field, he made a fortune in e-commerce. If there are indeed manipulators behind NASA, he could be one of them. However, the Exponential Corporation he is currently running is in the satellite internet business, and it is said that they plan to launch tens of thousands of satellites into space. In this field, we have no competitors domestically. On the contrary, there's another American company called Starlink that is doing similar things. Logically, their competition should be more intense, while we're just watching from the sidelines. But even so, what does Dave hope to achieve through this forum? I can't figure it out either. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly and nothing goes wrong. After hearing Sibo's words, Zhang Shengjiu finished his beer alone. Chapter 27. The forum begins despite the bright and luxurious lighting illuminating the large venue. Zhang Shengjiu couldn't help but yawn. He was sure it was unfair to blame his drowsiness on jet lag. The first Global Space Pioneers Forum officially began this morning and was now nearing noon, with the keynote speakers already on their 7th presentation. So far, nothing had particularly excited him. Of course, the successful convening of such a forum was enough to excite most people. After all, the traditional international space event, the International Astronautical Congress, IAC, had not brought countries together for nearly a decade, and the political divides on the ground seemed to have drawn a red line even in the seemingly boundless space. Therefore, NASA was smart enough this time to invite numerous emerging enterprises, branding it as the Global Space Pioneers Forum to make it appear more future-oriented and undeniable. However, the content of the speeches was rather uninspiring. Similar to countless forums Zhang Shengjiu had attended in the past, it started with government officials speaking, followed by pre-selected entrepreneurs, with presentations mostly delivered through slides. The slide content generally covered superficial information, touching lightly on key points without delving deeper. Time constraints were certainly one reason, but more likely, the speakers were worried about revealing too much of their true thoughts and intentions. For instance, Dave from the company Exhaustive had just finished his presentation, where he introduced their company's constellation of satellites. He provided the total number of satellites, the types of orbits they occupied, and the services offered, but omitted specific details such as the type of receiving equipment needed to use these services or how they would charge for them. They had already launched 10,000 satellites and planned to deploy 30,000 within 5 years. Amazing. Zhang Xingjiu was actually quite interested in Dave's proposal. His interstellar navigation business required full support from satellite communication and navigation. Currently, he was using services from traditional satellite service providers, which are not cheap and provided average signal quality. If Exhaustive could achieve full operation, it seemed to meet his needs very well. In this sense, the forum somewhat fulfilled his needs, or rather, the needs of the majority of participants to find new ideas and leads to follow up on. However, Zhang Xingjiu thought this approach was too formal. He grew up in the mountains and was accustomed to straightforward, simple, and crude ways of doing things. Before entering university, if they needed help in the village, they would just shout a few times, and when it came to cutting firewood or hunting, they would quickly discuss and take action. Even when the village first installed a large satellite dish, it was Yao Chong who led him door to door. He carried this rugged mountain spirit into university, into work, and into his entrepreneurship. Fortunately, his journey seemed to have been quite fortunate. His mentor, Chun Zixiang, appreciated his character, and after founding his interstellar navigation company, he navigated through an industry that was still in its wild growth phase, gaining numerous clients through a straightforward approach. For many, space tourism was a crazy idea, but Zhang Xingjiu believed that as long as the number of crazy people reached a certain proportion, even if it was a small percentage, multiplied by the population base, it would still be a significant market. Moreover, he firmly believed in the universality of a normal distribution in this world. Just counting China with 1 per billion people, 3 of that is 42 million. If each person took a trip on a spacecraft for space tourism once in their lifetime, it would be considerable income. Furthermore, they wouldn't just go once. He would design different routes and launch various services. Also, he wanted a lower cost so that more people, including those from his hometown in the mountains, could enjoy the thrill of overlooking the Earth. Over the years, he had been adapting to the overly complex world outside while striving to maintain his proud nature, just as he was using his wild thoughts to drive away drowsiness. The next speaker took the stage. Zhang Xingjiu casually looked up and was instantly captivated. The speaker was extremely handsome, and the low murmur of admiration that swept through the audience confirmed this. Almost everyone was struck by his looks, yet they had to maintain the composure expected of aerospace professionals, suppressing their instinctive admiration for beauty. At first glance, this man resembled Sibo, but his beauty was more pronounced. If Sibo hadn't already given a steady presentation earlier, Zhang Xingjiu might have thought this man was him. He shifted his gaze from the speaker to the front row, spotting the back of Sibo's head, confirming that this was not him. It was astonishing how similar this person was to Sibo. There are actually people in the world with such closely matched charisma, and on top of that, they are both so handsome. When the man began to speak, the whole venue fell silent from the previous stir. His voice was powerful and magnetic. Zhang Xingjiu had never heard such a beautiful, piercing voice. Even professional singers or hosts might not reach this level. The only person in the audience who remained unfazed was Sibo, who smiled and stared intently at the speaker, thinking to himself, "Zhige, you just go ahead and shine." On stage, Wu Zhige caught sight of Sibo's gaze, smiled slightly, then turned to face the audience and began his introduction. Fujian Technology was already a well-known name in the industry. 10 years ago, they successfully secured the space debris cleanup project for the Russian segment of the International Space Station using laser cannon technology, and since then, they had become a dark horse in the field, sharing the market with Russia's Oktyabrski and Germany's Mars company. However, Wu Zhige himself was very low-key and rarely accepted media interviews. So while those who had seen him in person were amazed by his extraordinary looks and intelligence, they could only pass on the word. For most people in the industry, he was not a true figure in the scene, despite the many legends surrounding him. Now, at this globally watched forum, he turned legend into reality. Wu Zhige's speech lasted 20 minutes, but Zhang Xingjiu felt it flew by. Before he could savor it, He heard a wave of enthusiastic applause, and the crowd suppressed sighs. It seemed everyone wished time would slow down. Wu Zhiga returned to his seat amid the warm gazes of the audience. That seat was not far from Zhang Shengjiu's left front, and he could just see Wu Zhiga's profile. What a perfect profile! Just as Zhang Shengjiu let out a heartfelt sigh in his mind. Another part of him sent out a signal. Have you met this person somewhere before? Chapter 28, Three people walking. Zhang Shengjiu immediately fell into confusion. Have I seen him before? It's impossible. But why do I have this impression? A person as outstanding as him, if I've seen him, I definitely wouldn't forget, yet I just can't recall. As he continued to search for answers in his mind, the host announced the end of the morning forum. Zhang Shengjiu still frowned, remaining seated among the crowd that was filing out. Shengjiu, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see Sibo, and beside him stood another person. Wu Zhiga. At such a close distance, Zhang Shengjiu still couldn't see any flaws on the man's face. He felt that every detail of his features aligned perfectly with his own aesthetic. Standing side by side with Sibo, they attracted quite a few glances. Yet the two of them were speaking to him. Zhang Shengjiu felt a bit awkward. Sibo, haha. Let me introduce you. This is my brother, Wu Zhiga. Sibo pointed to Wu Zhiga beside him and introduced him. This is Zhang Shengjiu, whom I mentioned to you. We've known each other for over 10 years. It's quite a coincidence to reunite here in Los Angeles. Shengjiu is a remarkable person, coming from Jialigong Mountain, and now he runs a company focused on space tourism. At this point, you could say you're both from the same hometown. However, Sibo didn't elaborate on Wu Zhiga's background. He didn't want to bring up Wu Zhiga's past. Since being brought home by his father, Wu Zhiga hadn't mentioned his biological parents even once. Fortunately, Zhang Shengjiu was a bit flustered and didn't notice Sibo's last remark. Nice to meet you. A fleeting cold glimmer flashed across Wu Zhiga's face, but he extended his hand warmly. Oh, me too. Zhang Shengjiu quickly shook his hand. He felt that this hand was very smooth, yet very strong. I wanted to introduce you for a long time, just didn't have the chance. Finally, it's come true today. After Sibo finished this, he turned to Wu Zhiga and said, Shengjiu even took me to Jialigong Mountain. We searched very thoroughly, but unfortunately, his voice trailed off. The three fell into silence. Speaking of which, have you been to Jialigong Mountain? Zhang Shengjiu broke the silence, unable to resist asking Wu Zhiga. Oh, I went once. Just when my father had just gone missing, I went with the police and my mother. Wu Zhiga seemed a bit surprised by this question. Just once? Haven't he been back since? Zhang Shengjiu pressed on. No. Wu Zhiga answered briefly, glancing at Sibo. Oh, Shengjiu, he really has only been once. After that, for my sake and his family, he dropped out of school early to venture into society and later founded Fuchin Technology. Sibo explained, also glancing at Wu Zhiga. Is it okay if I say this? Shengjiu shares a similar plight with us. His situation is even worse. His parents haven't been in touch at all. It's not easy, Wu Zhiga murmured, his voice so low that only he could hear. The three continued to chat for a bit before walking out of the venue together. Along the way, several people came over to talk to Sibo and Wu Zhiga. Zhang Shengjiu watched from his side, feeling a bit envious, yet he told himself, they are indeed more captivating. What do I, a country bumpkin from the mountains, have to offer? The lunch spot was crowded, and Wu Zhiga suggested, let us buy some sandwiches and coffee and eat in the car. In the car? Isn't it going to be hot in this weather? Sibo asked, puzzled. It's fine. I'll turn the air conditioning up high. How environmentally unfriendly. Zhang Shengjiu laughed. I only care about space environmental protection, not about the ground. Besides, Americans waste more than we do. Zhang Shengjiu and Sibo couldn't think of a better idea. They also didn't want to squeeze into the crowded lunch spot. Especially Sibo, who not only gave a keynote speech, but also smiled and greeted familiar faces during the morning breaks, desperately needed some quiet time to rest at noon. Wu Zhiga, indeed, turned the air conditioning of the full-size SUV he rented to the maximum. The three of them waited in the shade for a while until the temperature in the car dropped before getting in together. Wu Zhiga and Sibo sat in the front seats, while Zhang Shengjiu sat in the back. As soon as he took the first bite of his sandwich, Zhang Shengjiu heard Wu Zhiga say to Sibo, in the afternoon, I will present my proposal during the roundtable discussion as planned. Is that okay? No problem. But I can't come out to support you. You'll have to rely on yourself to rally votes. Just having you say that is enough. Zhang Shengjiu listened to their conversation, suddenly feeling a bit out of place. For some reason, he always felt that these two only dropped their guard and spoke in the most genuine tone when facing each other. Brothers are indeed brothers. However, he was still a bit curious and asked, Mr. Wu, what is the proposal you mentioned? Is there anything I can help with? Don't call me Mr. Wu. Just call me Zhiga. Wu Zhiga turned around and smiled. It's nothing special. I just want to take this rare opportunity to form an industry alliance to promote space, environmental protection, and raise awareness about space debris issues. Oh, I see. Then I definitely have to support it. Zhang Xingjiu said quickly. Great. Thank you for your support. What specifically needs to be done? It's not much different from other industry alliances, just a relatively loose industry organization with a unified charter, rules, and regulations, a regularly elected and updated council, a secretariat and its subordinate agencies, and members of different levels who need to pay membership fees while enjoying the rights to participate in alliance activities and utilize alliance resources. Okay, understood. Then count us from interstellar navigation. Look, I've introduced you as a founding member. Sibo smiled and said to Wu Zhiga, Mr. Zhang doesn't count yet. Actually, before coming here, I'd already talked privately with several companies, including Keeling and Mars. They will support us. That is true. They're all in your industry, so it's normal to band together for mutual support. Sibo nodded. Hey, you just told me not to call you Mr. Wu, but now you're calling me Mr. Zhang. That is a bit double standard. Zhang Shengjiu protested. Moreover, mainly because there wasn't a chance to meet you before this forum. If I'd known you had this idea, I definitely wouldn't have been slower than them. Haha, okay. As the three finished a simple lunch and walked briskly back to the venue under the scorching California sun, Zhang Xingjiu would never have expected that 4 hours later, the entire conference would take a turn in a direction he had never anticipated. Chapter 29 Sales. The afternoon group discussions and roundtable sessions were much more lively than those in the morning. These discussions actually took place in the main conference hall in the morning, but during lunch, the staff made some adjustments to the layout, dividing the space into 8 areas, separated by simple dividers nearly the height of a person. This arrangement made it difficult for people in different areas to see each other without standing on tiptoe or making an effort, while the host stood on the stage at the front, able to see everything clearly. Each area focused on a specific theme, guided by a host designated by the forum organizers to lead discussions, control the pace, strike a balance, and summarize key points to share with all attendees after the discussions concluded. Zhang Xingjiu participated in 2 discussions, one on the future of space tourism and another on the transition from airplanes to spacecraft, opportunities and challenges. He expressed some of his views in broken English, which resonated with some participants and sparked some debate. It was precisely because of this that he found the forum somewhat interesting. At least he wouldn't be drowsy in the afternoon due to jet lag. When the clock struck 2:45, the host stood on stage and reminded everyone, Ladies and gentlemen, our group discussions are now concluded. You have 15 minutes to take a break, and we will reconvene for the full session at 3 o'clock. The staff then began to remove the dividers between the areas, and many people left the conference hall to the refreshment area at the entrance for snacks and coffee. Zhang Xingjiu followed the crowd outside and noticed not far away another group, led by Wu Zhiga, who was focused on typing something on his keyboard. Clearly, he was the host of that group and was summarizing their work. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xingjiu decided not to disturb him and instead stepped outside to brew some black tea, feeling much more comfortable. Up to now, he still wasn't used to coffee. It smelled great, but he just couldn't drink it. As he was lost in thought, someone slapped him hard on the back. He felt a bit annoyed and turned to see a muscular man with side-parted blonde hair, slightly taller than him, and about the same age. Zhang Xingjiu didn't remember meeting this person, but managed to control his emotions. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Neo's founder of the SpaceLink company. The man seemed unconcerned with Zhang Xingjiu's thoughts and directly extended his hand. Oh, I'm Zhang Xingjiu. He hesitated but responded. Nice to meet you. I'll get straight to the point. I noticed your company is involved in space tourism. Neo's words were direct and fast-paced, making it hard for Zhang Xingjiu to keep up. Yes, are you interested? Our spacecraft is self-developed, stable, and reliable, and offers a comfortable experience. having already served hundreds of passengers. However, his years of experience in business instinctively made him see Neo's as a potential customer and slightly exaggerate his passenger numbers. "No, I'm not interested." Unexpectedly, Neo's interrupted him directly. "But I believe you would be interested in our global broadband internet service. Your spacecraft, or space shuttle, or whatever it's called, can receive signals from our space-based constellation no matter where it flies, even near the Kármán line. So he is here to sell something." Zhang Xingjiu found it amusing, but had to admit that Neo's made a valid point. "Oh, so how does your space-based connection differ from the one introduced by the guest this morning, traversing the cosmos?" This question triggered Neo's to jump up angrily. "That is an insult to our space-based connection. Our technology is more advanced, with 20,000 more satellites in our constellation than theirs." But he can speak on stage. Zhang Xingjiu was startled and thought to himself, "Is it really necessary? Hey kid, if you want to pull in customers, at least don't speak badly about us." At that moment, a voice came from behind him. He turned to see an older foreigner who was completely bald but had a shiny head. Zhang Xingjiu recognized him as Dave, the founder of Exhaustive Company, who had given a speech in the morning. "Dave, what are you stirring up again?" Neo seemed to still be simmering. "What did I tell you last time? We need to work together to grow the pie, got it? Right now, only our two companies are doing this, and I have lobbying abilities that you can't match. Why compete with me?" Dave completely ignored Zhang Shengjiu's presence and continued to confront Neo's. Zhang Shengjiu stood aside, holding his freshly brewed black tea, unsure whether to leave or interject. The problem was that both of them spoke quickly and with accents, making it difficult for him to follow. They discussed for quite a while, essentially about how they should unite and even mobilize industry supporters to form an alliance to promote satellite-based broadband communication and ubiquitous connectivity, seemingly also mentioning his interstellar navigation. It sounded like Dave had a knack for persuasion, and before long, he had convinced Neo's. The two did not engage in any conflict as Zhang Xingjiu had initially suspected. "Mr. Zhang, sorry to have left you out. Neo's and I just talked, and we both feel that your company's space tourism business is one of the areas where we can add the most value. So, as long as your company is willing to choose our services, whichever one, we would be delighted. Just so you know, our traversing the cosmos and space-based connections combined have 80,000 satellites in orbit serving you. Moreover, we could deploy more in the future." Dave finally turned to smile at Zhang Xingjiu. He didn't introduce himself to Zhang Xingjiu, clearly relying on Neo's to inform him about his background. 80,000 satellites. And you can deploy more. Up until today, there are probably less than half that number of spacecraft in space altogether. Zhang Xingjiu gasped inwardly upon hearing that figure. He had found the 30,000 planned satellites from traversing the cosmos unbelievable in the morning. And though Neo's had clearly stated that the space-based connection would have 20,000 more, Zhang Xingjiu hadn't immediately calculated the total. He suddenly thought of Wu Zhiga's idea during lunch. They also wanted to form an alliance to promote space debris management. With 80,000 satellites going up at once, that would generate a lot of potential debris. They definitely wouldn't support that. "No worries, you don't have to make a decision right now. Later, we will promote our ideas to all the forum attendees. We believe we can benefit many entrepreneurs like you." Dave, unaware of Zhang Xingjiu's thoughts, assumed he was just hesitating. "With so many satellites, aren't you worried about space debris?" Zhang Xingjiu asked. "Ha. That is just something for the government and environmentalists with nothing better to do to worry about. They've already fretted over Earth's environment, and now they're starting to focus on space," Dave said dismissively. "Well, Dave isn't wrong. Think it over." Neo's added without any further embellishment. After saying this, he and Dave walked away. Zhang Xingjiu then remembered he was still holding a cup of black tea and quickly took a sip. It was no longer hot. As he walked back to the conference hall, he searched for Wu Zhiga and Sibo. If what these two Americans said was true, there would likely be a sharp debate later on, and he needed to let them know quickly. Chapter 30. On the approach of war, however. When he saw the two from a distance, the host was already urging everyone to take their seats. Sibo had returned to sit with the group of government officials, while Wu Zhiga was still standing far away, deep in thought, surrounded by several people who stood quietly with their hands down, not saying a word. Although the summary speeches from the first 6 groups were more grounded and innovative than the routine proceedings in the morning, overall, they remained uneventful. Wu Zhige was the 7th to take the stage, and the theme discussed by his group happened to be the protection of the space environment and the prevention of space debris in the next decade. In summary, we believe that if decisive measures are not taken, a major space environmental accident that could lead all of humanity into social death will certainly occur in the next decade, specifically before 2032. The severity of the accident could result in the destruction of all spacecraft in outer space, meaning that by then, we will no longer be able to broadcast the UEFA Champions League final via satellite, use satellite phones to report safety from offshore oil platforms, rely on satellite navigation and communication to help our planes cross oceans, or update our digital maps, because all remote sensing satellites will be rendered inoperative. There will be no Hubble Space Telescope in space, rendering us blind in the universe. Moreover, due to the dense debris field created by the destruction of spacecraft, our Earth will also become an invisible island in the universe due to the Faraday cage effect, with no electromagnetic waves able to penetrate into outer space. Everything we now take for granted has only been around for a few decades, but once lost, we will feel like we've regressed by 1,000 years. At this point, Wu Zhige intentionally paused. The entire venue fell silent, stunned by his words. So, are you referring to the Kessler syndrome? Someone suddenly asked from the audience. From a theoretical standpoint, it can be simply understood that way. However, in terms of the specific operational mechanisms, we clearly need to do more homework. The theory proposed by NASA in 1978, and you're still bringing it up in 2023, isn't that a bit of regurgitation? Einstein's theory was proposed in 1925, and it's been 100 years. Why are we still using it? Moreover, as I just mentioned, it can be understood this way in simple terms. But the reality may not be that simple. The person fell silent. Thus, Wu Zhige continued. So, I believe that everyone here is engaged in the aerospace industry to promote human progress. No one wants us to regress 1,000 years in 10 years. So, what should we do? From now on, we should place the protection of the space environment and the management of space debris at a very high priority. To implement this concept, our group has specifically used this occasion to initiate a global alliance for space environment protection and space debris management, also known as the Clean Space Alliance. The initiators of the alliance are Fuchin Technology, Chang'e, and Moss. I am honored that their founders, Mr. Salienko and Mr. Hoffman, are also present along with companies I have had the fortune to meet during this discussion, and Zhang Shengjiu listened nervously from below. He was fearful that Wu Zhige might mention his interstellar navigation project at that moment. Although he had confidently stated in the car at noon that he wanted to join the Clean Space Alliance, he was now unsure whether it was because he'd been somewhat swayed by Niels and Dave, or if it was the subtle influence from his younger days under Chen Zixiang. Teacher Chun had always instilled in him the concept of mindless launches, believing that space is vast enough and there is no need to deliberately protect the space environment. He felt somewhat conflicted. However, Zhang Shengjiu suddenly found it quite interesting. Teacher Chun had made it very clear that his academic viewpoint was to balance the perspectives within the Chinese academic community to secure more benefits for the country. And now, it seemed that the 2 American companies in front of him held a similar viewpoint. In this way, the interests of American companies aligned with the national interests of China. It appeared to be a rather remarkable balance. Just as Wu Zhige was about to continue speaking, a sharp voice interrupted him. I protest. The summary speeches of our afternoon group discussions are for the common good of everyone, not for the interests of a small group. Wu Zhige was taken aback and looked toward the source of the voice, only to see a figure approaching. The person held a wireless microphone and quickly rushed onto the stage, running to the host's side. Sibo was also stunned below, nervously watching the actions of this bald man. Zhang Shengjiu recognized him amidst his surprise. This was Dave, who had spoken to him and Niels during the tea break. Before Wu Zhige could react further, Dave continued to address the host. I demand that his speech be paused. He is severely affecting the professionalism and objectivity of this forum. The host obviously hadn't expected this to happen. He glanced at Wu Zhige, then at Dave, his eyes darting, his body trembling slightly, instinctively gripping the microphone, but unable to produce any sound. It was the NASA official in the front row who was more experienced. He jumped onto the stage at once, standing between Wu Zhiga and Dave, facing Dave. Mr. Dave, you seem a bit too hasty. Could you wait until Mr. Wu finishes his speech before coming up? No. As the keynote speaker of the forum, I have the right to demand that the forum maintain basic fairness. This Wu Zhiga is not even the speaker from the morning session and is now trying to hijack the agenda. I believe he is simply seeking attention, and I am making a serious protest. Dave stumbled over Wu Zhiga's name. Then what do you want the forum to do? Very simple, let him stop speaking. According to the agenda, after he finishes speaking, the 8th group summary, which is also the last group summary, should be represented by me on behalf of our group. So you want to speak ahead of time? Yes, provided that he stops speaking. We cannot make that decision. We have no reason to stop him from speaking. It's fine. Let him speak. Wu Zhiga spoke up. After the earlier shock, he seemed to regain his usual calmness. At this moment, his expression was indifferent, and his eyes revealed no true emotions. This statement relieved the NASA official mediating and the host, both of whom subconsciously hoped Wu Zhiga would yield and did not want to see a conflict arise. It is always better to keep the peace, especially when this decision does not need to be made by them. Moreover, in their limited decades of life, they had witnessed many confrontations between Chinese and American individuals, all ending with the Chinese yielding. It seemed this time would be no exception. Sibo also breathed a sigh of relief, unclenching his fists. After all, on someone else's turf, one must compromise. He did not want the first global forum he helped organize to end in conflict. Zhang Xingjiu, however, was somewhat displeased, feeling indignant. This guy turned out to be a paper tiger. As soon as someone confronted him, he backed down. He had been so adamant about stirring things up in the car at noon. This is hardly the demeanor of someone looking to create trouble. What are you afraid of? You have nothing to be guilty about. He regretted his earlier impulsive statement about wanting to join Wu Zhiga's Clean Space Alliance. With such a weak initiator, how well could this alliance fare? Chapter 31. Nios and Wu Zhiga completely disregarded the pitying glances and murmurs coming from the audience, as if they didn't exist at all. He seemed oblivious to the rich emotions intertwined in the soft sighs and complex gazes. Such scenes had played out on countless stages in this world, and almost everyone, like Wu Zhiga, chose to retreat. They had hoped that this graceful man would be different, only to be disappointed to find that he was not. It seemed nothing had changed in this world. He gracefully stepped back a few paces, still standing tall, and ceded the speaking position to Dave. Without hesitation, Dave swaggered up, his belly protruding as if it were his rightful place. Clearing his throat, he said, "Hello, Chairman, hello, host, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad Mr. Wu made a correct choice and a friendly gesture. In fact, this shows he recognizes his earlier excess. Damn it, what is this?" Zhang Xingjiu cursed inwardly. Sibo gritted his teeth, although he appreciated Wu Zhiga's broad-mindedness. He couldn't stand Dave taking advantage of the situation while pretending to be virtuous. Whispers filled the venue. Dave continued unabashedly, "Mr. Wu's proposal for a clean space alliance and concept fully exploits people's fears of the unknown and the unseen, alarmist and overly cautious. Our Group S discussion topic just happened to be the internet of everything brought by space. From our perspective, venturing into space is an inevitable path for human development, and fully utilizing spacecraft in outer space is an essential way station on our journey. Now, Mr. Wu tells us to build fewer way stations, or that they might collide and self-destruct. Doesn't that sound irresponsible? We firmly believe that the spirit of exploration is the fundamental reason we have come this far." As these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Even Sibo and Zhang Xingjiu had to admire Dave's eloquence. Therefore, our viewpoint differs from Mr. Wu's. We wish to establish a seamless connection alliance, providing a platform for brave space explorers, innovative space service providers, and relentless adventurers to freely express themselves, share resources, and achieve common goals, while offering ubiquitous information services and interconnected experiences for all humanity. Through our alliance's services, even if you are on a remote island in the South Pacific, deep in the Sahara Desert, or in the Amazon rainforest, you can enjoy meticulous care from space. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingzhou's previously simmered anger flared up again. You just accused Wu Zhiga of breaking the rules and smuggling in personal agendas. And now you are doing the exact same thing without any shame. Wu Zhiga, be a man. He wished he could rush up and stand up for Wu Zhiga. Yet, Wu Zhiga remained calm, standing less than 3 meters behind Dave, with the host beside him, who had already relaxed. However, he didn't seem inclined to step down. Join our seamless connection alliance. We, the companies of Chang'e and SpaceLink, guarantee that we will collectively have 80,000 satellites in space. And this number will continue to grow. These lovely sprites will provide you and the entire Earth with meticulous services. Dave finally concluded his speech. Initially, there was no response from the audience, but after 2 seconds, some scattered applause began, which then spread to more people, though it never reached a peak before fading away. Sibo finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. According to the agenda, with Dave's speech finished, all 8 group discussion summaries were complete, and all that remained was for the host and organizers to give a final summary, marking the successful conclusion of the day's forum, with the next 2 days dedicated to exhibitions. For him, this task was considered accomplished. After all, before going abroad, his leader, who was also his father's classmate, Ding Lanying, the head of the China National Space Administration, had specifically advised him. The successful holding of this forum required considerable effort from all parties, so don't expect significant outcomes. Establishing and operating a global linkage mechanism is the most important. First, solve the issue of existence, then address quality. However, the unique heat of California seemed to permeate the indoor restlessness. Guys, listening to Dave is the right choice. Join the Seamless Connection Alliance now. Don't wait any longer. A sturdy young man, agile as a monkey, sprang onto the stage before anyone could react, rushing to Dave's side, snatching the microphone from his hand and shouting loudly. He even skipped the formalities of ladies and gentlemen. Zhang Shengjiu squinted and shook his head in resignation. It turned out to be that rude kid from earlier, the one who wanted to launch 50,000 satellites. He suddenly recalled having read about a dark period in contemporary history when many unreliable things were referred to as launching satellites, associating that with this person named Nios. He found the description oddly fitting. After Nios finished his advertisement, Dave and everyone else finally reacted. He shot Nios a glare, as if to say, "Why are you adding to the chaos at this moment? Isn't that superfluous?" But Nios didn't care, continuing to shout, "We are not joking. Everyone can now receive a push notification for a membership application form on your phones. Fill out on-site. It only takes 5 minutes. And we'll all be teammates in the same alliance. The follow-up work will be arranged by us. Dave and I will ensure you have an unparalleled experience. By the way, I'm Nios from SpaceLink. Nice to meet you all." As soon as he finished speaking, the sounds of text messages chimed in rapid succession. Although the forum required everyone to silence their phones, it seemed many had not complied. Zhang Shengjiu's phone also received such a push notification. Unable to resist, he glanced down and had to admit that the design of the application form was very simple, yet carried an intriguing quality. Should I join? This question didn't linger in his mind for long before being drowned out by the commotion on stage. After finishing his advertisement, Nios glanced back with satisfaction, only to catch Wu Zhiga's gaze. He froze, a strong sense of incredulity flashing in his eyes, then shifting to curiosity and doubt, finally morphing into a fierce aggression. Chapter 32. Confrontation. Nuis stared fixedly at Wu Zhiga, motionless. The originally calm gaze of Wu Zhiga stirred into a raging storm as he recognized Nuis, his beautiful eyes widening in shock, experiencing the fleeting change of emotions that Nuis had just gone through. In a flash, Wu Zhiga lunged towards Nuis like a fierce North African bull, suddenly spotting a red cloth that could send it into a frenzy. Nuis quickly sidestepped, maintaining a 5-step distance from Wu Zhiga. The two stood on stage, intensely focused on each other, completely ignoring the nearby Dave, let alone the host on stage and the audience below. It was as if the world consisted only of the two of them. Upon seeing the scene on stage, Sibo's heart, which had just settled, leapt up again, almost jumping out of his half-open mouth. "My God, you were quiet just now, and what are you doing now?" Wu Zhigu and Nuis paid no attention to what was happening around them or the emotions that arose. In their eyes, there was only each other, like two dueling swordsmen standing against the wind on a desolate plain in ancient Japan. The wind swept up fallen leaves and dust, occasionally hitting the swordsmen's faces, shoulders, and bodies, but they remained utterly still, their focus unwavering. In the blink of an eye, a duel concluded, and the loser only felt the salty liquid trickling down their head as the pain tore through them. But fortunately, that pain would not last long, and they would forever lose consciousness. No one wanted to be that loser. Neither Wu Zhigu nor Nuis did. This move won't work. Wu Zhigu broke the silence first, the tumult in his eyes calming down. This statement was like releasing the pressure valve on a pressure cooker. Although everyone could predict that intense clashes would not be few, at least there would be no explosion. If humanity cannot fully enjoy the immense convenience brought by existing technology, what use is it to look at the future? The fire in Nuis's eyes had also extinguished. Can the present enjoyment justify the destruction of the future? Firstly, the Kessler syndrome you mentioned may not happen, and even if it does, is it necessarily a bad thing for humanity? What I describe is not just a simple Kessler syndrome. If it unfortunately occurs, humanity will be forever trapped on Earth. Forget about rockets and spacecraft. Even radio waves cannot be emitted. Isn't that a bad thing? If it really comes to that, what would be the point of emitting radio waves? To attract the attention and invasion of cosmic marauders? At that point, it would be better to settle back into an agricultural era on Earth and exist quietly in the universe. You think it could just be quiet? From the outside looking in, a planet that has produced such a vast amount of space debris cannot possibly be the home of a backward civilization. At the very least, it indicates that the planet's inhabitants have mastered space launch technology, which would instead provoke the conquering desires of cosmic marauders. The universe is so vast that describing Earth as a drop in the ocean is somewhat of an exaggeration. If radio waves cannot be detected, they can only rely on visual means to spot the space debris surrounding Earth. And the probability of that is about as small as noticing a grain of sand with a slightly different shape on the beach. Oh, so according to you, if humanity cuts itself off from the outside world, it's a form of protection for its own survival, isn't it? We both know the terror of cosmic marauders. You are truly pathetic. You seem incredibly radical, yet deep down, you are so conservative. Enough talk. I must get them all to join the Seamless Connection Alliance. There is no other choice. At this point, Nuis jumped back to Dave's side and patted the dumbfounded Dave on the back. See, my promotion is quite good, right? You should at least discuss this with me in advance if you're going to do it this way. The Wu Zhigu I had already subdued is now rebounding because of your actions. Dave still struggled to pronounce Wu Zhigu's full name smoothly. Everyone present must express their stance. If you do not join our Seamless Connection Alliance, you will not be allowed to leave this venue. Nuis no longer argued with Dave, but shouted into the microphone. This statement caused an uproar in the audience. Dave stood frozen in place. After years of navigating society, he had truly never encountered someone as foolish as Nuis. Calling him an alien is hardly unfair. He was even more confused about the cosmic marauders mentioned by Wu Zhigu and Nuis. Are you filming a sci-fi movie? Wu Zhigu also did not expect Nuis to threaten him like this. He glanced at the audience and happened to meet Si Bo's worried gaze, and he could only express his apology through his eyes. Sorry, brother, I messed up your carefully set stage. However, he had already detached himself from the intense emotions of confrontation with Nuis and walked coldly to the host, grabbing the microphone. Chairman, host, I believe this forum has entered a farcical stage. Whether it is My Clean Space or his Seamless Connection, both are merely alliances based on voluntary participation within the industry. Yet they are turning this into a form of coercion. I believe you need to come out to maintain order and bring the forum back on track. Overall, after a whole day of activities, I think the forum has been very successful, and I really do not want it to end poorly. After hearing Wu Zhiji's speech, Sibo immediately realized that his brother was trying to help him, not caring about immediate gains or losses, and quickly helping him wrap things up. So, he immediately stood up and patted the NASA Deputy Administrator, Jan Royce, in the front row. Ms. Royce, I think Wu Zhigu makes a valid point. Should we end the forum? Would NASA like to say a few words? The chairman of the conference was not her, but the current NASA Administrator Kent, who had only attended the morning session and returned to Washington, leaving his deputy to host the remaining half-day activities. Director C, you make a good point. I'll have our colleagues secure the stage first, and then I'll go up. This forum is something we worked hard to organize. It cannot be ruined by one or two people. After saying this, she quickly went to coordinate with others. Sibo nodded in satisfaction, just about to sit back down when he heard a loud rumbling sound behind him, followed by a crashing noise coming from beneath the ground. It sounded as if an earthquake had occurred outside. Chapter 33. Returning home with worries, Sibo let Songwei and Zhou Ting return home first, while he took a flight with Wu Zhigu and Zhang Shengjiu. Director C, we sincerely apologize for the final incident at the forum. As Sibo was about to leave the hotel for the airport, Royce bid farewell and offered her apologies in the lobby. It's nothing, don't dwell on it. You certainly didn't expect Nios to do such a thing. Sibo smiled lightly. Zhang Shengjiu stood behind Sibo, but could not maintain such calmness. Just a few days prior, he and Sibo had experienced the most tumultuous final 2 hours of the forum. At that time, Wu Zhigu was representing Group 7 to summarize the group discussions, while advocating for the establishment of a clean space alliance alongside the founders of Chilean Gu Company, Salienko, and Moss Company, Hoffman, actively recruiting members on site. Fairly speaking, Wu Zhigu's approach was somewhat self-serving, but it was not a significant issue. Up to that point, things were still relatively normal, but Dave from Cheongju Company rudely interrupted Wu Zhigu's speech and openly contradicted him. Just as Sibo was feeling anxious for Wu Zhigu, fearing he might act on impulse, Wu Zhigu calmly retreated, extinguishing a potential conflict at its source. However, Nios from Conley & Company appeared. He was even ruder and more unruly than Dave, like a barbarian who had never received any civilized education, aggressively pushing membership applications and forcing forum guests to join on the spot, even having set up a trap under the carpet at the entrance of the venue in advance. When everyone expressed their aversion to his coercion, he triggered the trap, causing the entire floor at the entrance to collapse, leaving a massive pit sunk deep into the ground. If you don't join our Seamless Connection Alliance, you can forget about leaving, Nios proclaimed on stage, resembling a deity. At that moment, Sibo suddenly recalled why he had felt loose tiles under the carpet at the entrance during his earlier inspection. He had thought it was a construction quality issue, not realizing a trap had already been set. How could he collapse the floor of the venue? He asked. The entire Los Angeles International Convention Center belongs to an affiliate of Conley & Company. They share the same holding company. The NASA officials on site shrugged helplessly. So, we are actually meeting on their private property? Well, in a sense, yes. NASA has signed a lease agreement with them. But doesn't that violate public security management regulations? What is that? I mean, is it illegal? He hasn't really restricted our personal freedom, nor has he harmed us. Of course, we could call the police, but it will be difficult to win. Let's just see what he really wants. What does he want? Isn't it obvious? He's coercing us into doing what we don't want to do. After Sibo's futile protest, the venue began to stir. Zhang Shengjiu could hardly believe his eyes and ears. Is it really possible to behave so recklessly here? Royce and the host quickly went on stage, trying to persuade Nios, but Nios was very resolute. Ms. Royce, Mr. Host, I have no other purpose with Dave. We are doing this for the benefit of all humanity, uniting the elite of the aerospace community to achieve seamless connectivity for the entire planet. Our methods may be a bit radical, but we have no malice. Our noble goal legitimizes our means, and you should recognize this concept, right? The two were left speechless and helpless. Zhang Shengjiu could no longer hold back and wanted to rush on stage to argue, but he was stopped by the gazes of Sibo and Wu Zhigu. One was on stage, the other below, their eyes acting like for precisely guided ropes, tightly binding Zhang Shengjiu's movements. Zhang Shengjiu did not want to ruin Sibo's reputation, while Wu Zhigu's gaze conveyed, "You don't need to intervene." What saddened Zhang Shengjiu was that, although the audience had initially erupted in protests, most ultimately succumbed to Nios's pressure, with the majority filling out membership applications. After a brief confrontation with Nios, Wu Zhigu seemed to have also lowered his flag and was watching his crazy performance and dominance as if it had nothing to do with him. The other two initiators of the Clean Space Alliance, after protesting from the audience, were were also silenced by Wu Zhiji's eye signals. However, including Zhang Shengjiu, there were still some representatives who did not yield to this pressure and did not fill out membership applications, though Niu's seemed not to pursue a 100 compliance. When everything fell silent, Niu's satisfactorily restored the floor outside the venue. This was a successful conference. Among the disheartened crowd rushing out, Sibo approached Zhang Shengjiu. "I'm sorry for stopping you just now," he said apologetically. "It's fine. I understand your difficulties." However, both were quite puzzled by Wu Zhiji's actions, albeit from different angles. Sibo did not understand why Wu Zhigu had reacted with such rage upon seeing Niu's, as if they were sworn enemies from past life. Zhang Shengjiu, on the other hand, felt frustrated, believing Wu Zhigu had been too weak. Moreover, in contrast to Niu's and Dave, he felt there might be ulterior motives behind Wu Zhiji's formation of the alliance. Thus, he too did not join the Clean Space Alliance. The following days of the exhibition became routine and uneventful. After experiencing that shocking moment at the end of the forum, Zhang Shengjiu had been pondering the viewpoints that Chen Jixiang had repeatedly emphasized to him. He suddenly realized how pure Chen Jixiang's academic stance was in comparison. There were no considerations of commercial interests. It was entirely altruistic. At this moment, as the representative of the organizing side and a senior NASA official, Royce Fei Sibo, who had come from afar, and merely offered a casual apology upon bidding farewell, which left Zhang Shengjiu quite dissatisfied. "Sibo, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you were too timid. The Americans can't even control their event properly, letting Niu's and Dave hijack it, and they act all innocent. That's just too much." On the way to the airport, he couldn't help but vent to Sibo. Before the forum, he had even mentioned over dinner whether the Americans might have hidden agendas, and it turned out he was right. He had also wanted to say similar things to Wu Zhigu, but since they had just met, they weren't that familiar. So he swallowed the words back down. NASA is also quite helpless. It's all Niu's and Dave's doing. On their turf, even a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. And we are not even a strong dragon. The successful conclusion of this event is more important than anything else. It carries significant meaning. Sibo still wore that indifferent expression. "How do you know they aren't just playing good cop, bad cop? I've known the NASA people for a long time. They're not like that." Zhang Shengjiu huffed and stopped talking, shifting his gaze to the window, staring at the monotonous billboards along the Los Angeles freeway. Sibo's thoughts were not actually on Zhang Shengjiu's words. What troubled him was Wu Zhiji's performance at the forum. Later, he repeatedly asked Wu Zhigu, "Do you have some grudge against that Niu's?" "No, I was just a bit impulsive at that moment." This was not the answer Sibo wanted. He felt that Wu Zhigu was hiding something from him, since his father brought Wu Zhigu to his side. Sibo felt that this brother from another surname had always been of one mind with him. However, at this forum, he first discovered that there were many qualities about Wu Zhigu that he had not yet understood, much like the far side of the moon, which is always in the blind spot of human vision. Wu Zhigu, however, was unbothered and was lost in his own thoughts. Despite the coercion from Niu's, many people joined the Seamless Connection Alliance, and he still had very loyal supporters. The support base of the Clean Space Alliance remained unaffected. What troubled him was Niu's appearance. The three of them, each with their own thoughts, remained silent all the way until they arrived at Los Angeles Airport. While checking in, Wu Zhigu restored his refreshing smile and said to Sibo, after getting off the plane, "Let's go straight to the passion fruit pot." When Zhang Shengjiu returned to Chang'e, it was already midnight. All night long, he pondered over the message he received when the plane just landed from Lujie. "Zhang, bro, I tried to call you but couldn't get through, probably because you're on a business trip. I want to come by tomorrow to discuss the next launch. I have some new ideas this time. Let's see if you can make them happen." Chapter 34. The Pinnacle spaceship Lujie is a longtime client of his and also a fellow native of Yunnan. He just turned a little over 50 this year, which is the prime of his life. The Pinnacle group that he manages is currently among the top 10 real estate companies in the country. Lujie made his fortune in real estate in Yunnan, fully capitalizing on tourism projects in Kunming, Dali, Lijiang, Zhishuangbanna, and Lugu Lake, especially several projects around Fuxin Lake, which are somewhat related to him. After establishing a solid foothold in the province, he quickly replicated his success and expanded his business nationwide. With wealth and leisure time, coupled with a bit of adventurous spirit, Liu Jie soon noticed the existence of interstellar exploration. At that time, Zhang Xingjiu had just completed the prototype of the spacecraft with his team and started nationwide roadshows to promote space tourism. The two met during a roadshow in Hangzhou, where Zhang Xingjiu, to save costs, held the promotional event at Beima Lake in the Binjiang district. Coincidentally, Liu Jie was nearby inspecting a project and was impressed by the products and services of interstellar exploration. When he discovered that Zhang Xingjiu was also his fellow townsman from Yunnan, he felt a sense of kinship. Liu Jie is someone who values local connections and believes that it is not easy for fellow countrymen to succeed outside their hometowns. Therefore, he quickly reached an agreement with interstellar exploration, signed a contract, and personally experienced space travel, becoming one of Zhang Xingjiu's initial users. Zhang Xingjiu was very grateful to Liu Jie and often kept in touch via phone. He knew that most people viewed space travel with curiosity or as a novelty, purchasing insurance to try it out for some conversation starters in life and at the dinner table. This time, it seemed Liu Jie wanted to become a repeat customer. Zhang Xingjiu was delighted, yet slightly apprehensive. He was well aware that while the spacecraft of interstellar exploration had met safety standards, there is still much room for improvement in terms of the ride experience and other aspects. He feared that he might not meet Liu Jie's expectations and could potentially damage their reputation. At the same time, after systematically attending the Aerospace Pioneer Forum in Los Angeles, he reflected deeply on his business model and risks. Although he looked down on the actions of Niels and Dave, he had to admit that their satellite services could benefit his space tourism business. However, the space debris risk emphasized by Wu Zhiga was also not to be overlooked. After all, even a small piece of space debris could cause catastrophic consequences if it collided with a high-speed spacecraft in space. Perhaps due to the time difference and these concerns weighing on his mind, Zhang Xingjiu didn't sleep well that night. Fortunately, his skin was already dark, so when he appeared at the company the next morning, no one noticed his dark circles. Liu Jie arrived quickly. "Hey, brother, busy with work, huh? It's great to finally see you." He greeted heartily. "President Liu, no matter how busy I am, I have to welcome you. I saw your message. We are straightforward people, and I'm very pleased you think highly of us and want to come back for another experience. Look, what you're doing is high-tech space tourism. No one in all of China is doing it. Although there are a few foreign companies, I don't want to deal with those foreigners. Speaking another language is exhausting. Thank you for your support. It's clients like you that motivate us to continue developing." Absolutely. Although I felt a bit unwell last time, the weightlessness and overload were quite intense. The scenery was still amazing, worth it. This time, I have a few new ideas. Just say it. Zhang Xingjiu picked up a pen and opened his notebook. Our country's Chang'e space station has already been completed, right? I heard there are astronauts stationed there now. I'm wondering if your interstellar exploration spacecraft could dock with the Chang'e space station. Let me have a taste of that experience. Well, Zhang Xingjiu was taken aback. As a client, this request wasn't entirely unreasonable, considering Liu Jie's lack of understanding. However, from any perspective, Zhang Xingjiu found it very difficult to realize. The Chang'e space station is a national project with very specific objectives, and it can't just be docked at will. Of course, the greater difficulty lies in the technical implementation. Interstellar exploration spacecraft can only reach an altitude of about 100 kilometers, the KRM line, while the Chang'e space station orbits at 400 kilometers. This means that they would need to significantly increase the thrust of the spacecraft's engines. And such an increase is not linear. Additionally, safely returning the spacecraft would be even more challenging. Basically, to meet this requirement, Zhang Xingjiu's technical team would need to redesign a new spacecraft. Brother, I know this is a bit tough for you. I think this won't be easy, otherwise I wouldn't be asking you. But don't worry, money is not a problem. President Liu, let me be honest with you. Currently, our spacecraft cannot meet this requirement. If you really want to experience it, we can only redesign a better performing spacecraft. In that case, money is just one aspect. The timeline may take a few years. Okay, then it's settled. No matter how much it costs, I will cover it. But this new spacecraft has to bear our name. Let's call it the Pinnacle. The ownership of the spacecraft will still belong to you, but for the next 10 years, every time you profit from it, we will take a proportionate share. Liu Jie waved his hand excitedly. Oh, let me think it over. I'll give you a response in a couple of days. Such a big deal. I need to report it to the board as well. Zhang Xingjiu dared not make a decision immediately, even though it sounded like a good idea. If the product line could be expanded to 2 models, one supporting short-distance-based tourism to the KRM inline and another for long-distance travel to the Chang'e space station, it seemed to offer more selling points. All right, make a quick decision in the next couple of days. Brother, I have high hopes for you. Also, don't stretch the development cycle too long. I can't wait 10 or 8 years. I'm already 60, an old bone, and I won't dare to go to space anymore. How about this? 2 years. By 2025, help me build the pinnacle and send me to the Chang'e space station. Chapter 35 Passion Pot. After sending Lu Jai off, Zhang Xingjiu still heard his slightly Yunnan-accented passionate words in his ears. Developing a spacecraft with greater thrust in just 2 years? That's too crazy. He shook his head, but deep down he felt a bit of hope. He really wanted to see just how much acceleration money could provide. Over the years, he had witnessed many projects that seemed incredibly crazy or unbelievable at first glance. Yet when he fast-forwarded to the deadline, he found that many had indeed been completed. The biggest accelerators were administrative orders and the collective will that arose from them, along with money. The former was more of a spiritual aspect that Zhang Xingjiu couldn't fully comprehend. When he was studying on Jilegong Mountain, Yao Chang often advised him, "Shengzi, why do you have to go out of the mountains to take the exam? Because we are too poor here, so poor that the power of spirit seems so insignificant." As for the latter, Zhang Xingjiu had a very intuitive understanding. For instance, when their interstellar navigation was developing the current spacecraft, Lingxiao, the technical team initially reported a 5-month timeline for the software development of its subsystems, but by offering more money, they could increase resources and compress the timeline to 3 months or even shorter. However, completing the development of a brand new spacecraft within 2 years meant that a little money was not enough. It required a lot of money. Only when there was enough money could the current objective laws be reversed. This was something Zhang Xingjiu found easy to understand. Dialectics suggested that quantitative changes could lead to qualitative changes, and relativity told him that when an object's speed reached fast enough, without needing to reach the speed of light, even half the speed of light, the space-time it occupied would undergo obvious distortion. In the universe, everything is variable. Only the speed of light is eternal. Can money play such a role in the world? If it can, then from Lingxiao to Pinnacle, it could be achieved within 2 years. After a whole day of deliberation and discussions with the board, at the end of the workday, Zhang Xingjiu sent a brief message to Lu Jai. "Manager Lu, we've decided to go for it. The Pinnacle relies on you. Simple. Looking forward to reaching the peak in 2 years." Sibo didn't know that Zhang Xingjiu, who had just returned from the United States, had secured such a big deal far away in Changsha. After a day of adjustments, at the end of the workday, he returned to the Passion Pot in Wangjing with Wu Zhiga as agreed. "Two handsome guys. Haven't seen you in a long time." The boss lady greeted them with a full smile, her eyes brimming with charm. "Sister, do you have a good spot?" Wu Zhiga asked with a smile. "Of course. Follow me." The boss lady led them through the crowded and lively lobby, the air filled with spicy aromas, teasing every nerve in Sibo's body. Wu Zhiga occasionally stared at the boss lady's graceful waist, closely following her. Sibo followed behind Wu Zhiga. "Beijing is great. Everything here is so compatible with me." Sibo couldn't help but think. The boss lady brought them to a small private room at the back against the wall, which was also the only vacant one. "Isn't this nice?" The boss lady turned back, staring directly at Wu Zhiga's face. "Perfect. Let us order our usual classic passion pot and 4 bottles of ice beer." Wu Zhiga responded boldly, meeting her alluring gaze. "All right." The boss lady left gracefully. Sibo smiled and said, "Bro, are you flirting again?" Wu Zhiga pursed his lips and shrugged, not answering. After the two settled down, Sibo raised his glass and asked, "Bro, don't dodge the question. I can see that this boss lady is really interested in you." Wu Zhiga lightly clinked glasses with him. "What do you want to say?" It seems like we've never openly discussed this topic in all these years. Let us talk about something light today." "She's a married woman." "I know. What I mean is, bro, we've known each other since '98, and it's been 25 years now. We're both past our 30s, yet how come you're still single?" Aren't you the same? I'm different. Although Mom doesn't know everything, I haven't kept it from you. Back in college, I dated that American exchange student, Susanna, then had a fling with Chang'e after joining the Aerospace Bureau. And last year, I dated Dong, one from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I just broke up not long ago. I've told you every time. But since I've known you, I've never seen you with a girlfriend. Or have you not considered me a brother and kept it from me all along? I don't have time. Wu Zhiga originally wanted to say he wasn't interested, but upon reflection, he thought it might raise Si Bo's suspicions. So he simply said he didn't have time. Seeing Wu Zhiga's somewhat distracted expression and hearing his gentle no time, Si Bo suddenly felt very ashamed. Wu Zhiga had dropped out of school for him back then. He went out early to earn money to support the family, enabling Si Bo to attend high school and college, and then started a business to develop space debris cleaning technology and lasers. He had indeed sacrificed so much. And here he was, casually asking him about his love life. He really was a good friend. Thinking of this, he downed a large glass of beer. Wu Zhiga also silently finished his drink. For some reason, Si Bo felt that ever since Wu Zhiga returned from the United States, something was off. In the past, when they visited the Passion Pot, he always ate with joy and laughed heartily, but this time it felt more like a routine, or a ritual that had to be completed simply because they had agreed that no matter who went abroad, the first thing they would do upon returning was to come to the Passion Pot to satisfy their homesickness. Bro, how you plan to operate your clean space alliance? Seeing that romantic matters seemed to fail to pique Wu Zhiga's interest, Si Bo could only start discussing their current work. Just days before attending the inaugural Global Space Pioneers Forum in the U.S., Wu Zhiga had revealed to him that he had already contacted Salenko, Hoffman, and others, preparing to launch the Clean Space Alliance during this event and attract many members to expand their influence. Although a bit surprised, Si Bo still expressed, "We represent the government and cannot endorse it openly, but if you need my support, I will definitely provide it." However, from the forum scene, Dave and news appearance, especially Nu's aggressive approach, seemed to disrupt Wu Zhiga's entire plan, whether voluntarily or under coercion. The result was that many people at the forum joined the sudden, seamless connection alliance. Although the two alliances were not mutually exclusive and there were no harsh clauses in their charters stating, "If I have it, you don't," the differences in their guiding philosophies meant that no one would join both alliances at the same time. Ultimately, a choice had to be made. Si Bo couldn't help but feel anxious for Wu Zhiga. Chapter 36. Fracture, it's okay. Don't worry about me. I have a plan. And both Salenko and Hoffman are very supportive of me. Sure enough, when this matter was mentioned, Wu Zhiga seemed to perk up. Are there many new members joining now? It's going well. Although it can't compare to seamless connection, we already have dozens of them. This is just from the forum and the exhibition these past few days. As time goes on, more people will join. We have already started building a website, a mobile app, and many channels, and we will conduct quite a few roadshows and promotions in the coming months. We have great technology, whether it's my laser or Salenko's antimatter, and we will soon see new breakthroughs that will greatly improve our efficiency in cleaning up space debris. But isn't your alliance about cleaning space? Isn't this cleaning an adjective rather than a verb? Don't you want to control it at the source? For example, to control garbage, you need to reduce its generation, avoid littering, and sort waste, etc. Space debris should be the same issue, right? Si Bo felt a bit surprised. He had thought that Wu Zhiji's idea of establishing a clean space was similar to his own, and he had assumed they were both influenced by CCOM. But now it seemed that Wu Zhiji's approach was not about control or comprehensive management, but rather about polluting first and then managing. If you can't control it at the source, haven't you seen that Nyos and others have already launched tens of thousands of satellites into space? In the future, they're planning to reach 80,000 or even more. How can you control that? Are you going to stop them from launching? They are private companies operating their businesses independently. Why should there be restrictions? If it really leads to pollution of the space environment and causes a potential massive amount of space debris, then the government should legislate. No, the United Nations Security Council should take it seriously. Si Bo answered seriously, "This is not something that your Clean Space Alliance can accomplish alone. But if you work hard to promote it, it may have an impact. It's all in human hands. We won't engage in such inefficient actions as pushing the United Nations Security Council to reach a consensus. I think that's harder than achieving world peace. Therefore, we must focus on space debris removal technology, only if our technology is good enough and cheap enough. Even if a space debris field emerges and the Earth is filled with garbage, we can clean it up in the shortest time possible. We're like Mr. Clean and by Mao dishwashing liquid, rather than alarm clocks or loudspeakers. After hearing these words, Sibo fell into silence. It was clear that Wu Zhiji's thoughts were difficult to align with his own. He faintly felt that in this way, the more radical and uncontrolled the members of Seamless Connection launch satellites into space, the more welcome the members of Clean Space would be in a certain sense. Only then would the demand for space debris removal be unprecedentedly amplified, and whether it was dust cleaning technology, Chang'e, or Mars, they were all enterprises, not charitable organizations. Enterprises need to make profits. Only if the market is big enough can companies make money. What if the market is too small? Then find ways to grow the market. Sibo broke into a cold sweat. From this perspective, the essential demands of Clean Space and Seamless Connection alliances are actually the same. Both aim to ensure that the enterprises within the alliance, especially the leading ones, gain sufficient market and massive main business revenue. He stared at Wu Zhigu in front of him, feeling more estranged than ever. Sibo, you don't need to worry. This is our company's market behavior, and you don't need to intervene. Market behavior, intervene. These two words flashed repeatedly in Sibo's mind. If we don't intervene, it is very likely that one day there will be too many satellites in space, and they will inevitably collide, shrouding the entire outer space of Earth in debris, and we may never be able to launch satellites or spacecraft into space again, let alone conduct deep space or interstellar exploration. At that point, we would have to rely on the companies in the Clean Space Alliance to clean up the debris. Wait, whether it's Chang'e or Mars, their technological routes rely on one premise. They need to launch spacecraft to conduct cleanup operations. But if extreme conditions really arise and rocket launches fail, how can they clean up? It's like a fire in a 20-story building, but the fire truck's high-pressure hose can only reach the 10th floor. There is only one exception. If dust cleaning technology invents a sufficiently powerful laser cannon, it wouldn't need to be mounted on a satellite or an in-orbit spacecraft. It could be launched directly from the ground. If that's the case, it means the fate of the entire Earth would be entirely in the hands of dust cleaning technology. Sibo felt his head was about to explode. He couldn't help but down another beer. Putting down the glass, he didn't dare to look directly at the man in front of him. When that time comes, Wu Zhigu will become the man who controls the fate of the Earth. Well, the government certainly won't interfere with corporate market behavior. He tried to stabilize his emotions. And by the way, I want to ask, does your dust cleaning technology roadmap include plans for ground-based laser cannons? After hearing this question, Wu Zhigu seemed to be greatly impacted. His body jolted, and his eyes flickered. But he quickly regained his composure. It's still under discussion. If you're interested, come to the company in a couple of days to take a look. Sibo then stared into Wu Zhiji's eyes. Zhigu, my brother, I won't interfere with your company's technology route, but we've known each other for so many years. Today, I just feel a bit uneasy, although I don't know why. Sibo, time will explain everything. Perhaps from now on, it would no longer be possible for him to have an unguarded conversation with him. Sibo took note of everything Wu Zhigu had just said, suddenly filled with a faint sense of regret, like a strong wind blowing through a distant place, sweeping away the beautiful past to an unreachable shore. Chapter 37. Van Allen Radiation Belt, Century Egg, and Silkworm Cocoon. I've exited the capsule and feel great. His first spacewalk was nearing its end, and he couldn't help but feel proud as he shouted loudly in his spacesuit. You shouldn't steal your predecessor's lines, she said, watching him dance around and speaking into the tiny microphone in the spacesuit. Let us have a mental exercise. If our altitude wasn't like it is now, just 400 kilometers from Earth, but above the Van Allen radiation belt, what would Earth look like from there? Would it feel even more divine? I don't answer such hypotheticals. It's neither economical nor healthy. However, if we were really looking down from there, it should resemble a century egg. He casually replied after hearing her question through the headphones. The two were close together, yet in the vastness of space, they could only communicate via radio. Our beautiful home, the azure Earth, and you describe it as a century egg? You must be hungry. I admit I'm hungry. Once this spacewalk is over, I need to have a good meal when we return to the capsule. But you have to think, if we really were above the Van Allen radiation belt, would Earth still look like this? He looked up, his eyes glancing towards the transparent visor of the spacesuit, and she accurately caught the signal. Right? We are surrounded by artificial satellites and spacecraft. She suddenly realized and then stubbornly countered. Even so, it wouldn't look as ugly as a century egg, would it? I think it's more like a silkworm cocoon. All right, you win that metaphor. The density of those spacecraft is indeed much greater than the models on a century egg. He smirked. Under the sunlight, the metallic shells of the satellites and spacecraft, along with the solar panels, should reflect a bright white light. No, it's not just the color. The century egg is dead. While a silkworm cocoon might have silkworm moths breaking out at any moment, nurturing life. Just think, doesn't life on Earth resemble the restless silkworm moths? Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. She earnestly interpreted her metaphor, her eyes sparkling beneath her long eyelashes. Sister, you're right. We've completed this spacewalk mission. Can we return to the capsule now? I miss my moon palace. He shrugged. Haha, you still can't win against me. You don't miss the moon palace. You miss the spicy rabbit meat we brought. She laughed. Hee, too bad there's no osmanthus wine from Wu Gang. It sounds nice, but if Wu Gang knew you ate the rabbit, he wouldn't just let you off with a warning. He might chop you with his axe instead. Not necessarily. Wouldn't he have to give face to our Chang'e sister? No, I still want to go back to Earth and reunite with my Ho. She spat. He gave her a thumbs up. The two stopped talking and carefully executed the standard spacewalk procedures, slowly returning to the airlock. Despite technological advancements, allowing astronauts to conduct extravehicular activities freely without being tethered to the space station. They still had to follow basic protocols if they didn't want to become a speck of dust floating in the universe. The outer airlock door of the capsule slowly closed, isolating them for the dangers of outer space while beginning to pressurize. When the pressure in the airlock balanced with that of the core module or living module, they could open the inner door, which led to the living module, the most comfortable place in the space station. Their routine exterior inspection of the space station concluded. Due to its low Earth orbit at 400 kilometers, the Chang'e 1 space station was not in absolute vacuum. Thin atmospheres still existed, which not only gradually slowed its speed, but also brought about wear from friction over time. For the former, Chang'e 1's advanced electric propulsion system could be used to maintain speed, preventing it from losing altitude and falling into the atmosphere. For the latter, astronauts had to perform regular inspections. Even though the space station had advanced automated detection systems, some tasks still required human intervention. Chang'e 1 space station, shaped like a letter, returned to its usual solitude, floating in orbit 400 kilometers above Earth, overlooking this beautiful planet like a statue of a goddess. It was now 2025, and Chang'e 1 was the only operational space station in orbit. Its predecessor, the International Space Station, ISS, which began construction in 1993, had officially retired last year. Their handover occurred without any ceremony, as if they were completely unrelated entities. One fell, and another rose. Finally, I can take off this damn visor. When they changed into the in-capsule spacesuits, he twisted his neck, revealing his handsome face, and sighed long and deeply, as if unloading a heavy burden. Xiaoming, you've never worn the first-generation spacesuit, which weighed over 200 pounds. This second generation is much lighter. She was unimpressed. All right, now that we're back as you wished. Hurry up and eat your rabbit meat. Otherwise, Lao Sun will finish it all. Sister Gua is good to me. He. Meng Senmio stuck out his tongue and stepped on the fixed device at the bottom of the capsule, allowing himself to walk steadily toward the food area in zero gravity. He could have floated over, but for safety, he chose to walk. He was not yet 30 years old, and this was his first time in space. For a mix of experience levels, he was accompanied by 2 seasoned astronauts, Guo Danxia and Sun Lin, both of whom were experienced. And Guo Danxia was China's first female astronaut to conduct a spacewalk. Watching Meng Simio's back, Guo Danxia couldn't help but chuckle. She thought the sturdy young man and his awkward steps had a cute contrast. She shifted her gaze away from Meng Simio's back, leaped lightly to the window of the living module and used the handhold to stand again. Leaning against the cabin wall, she looked out the window. A deep blue expanse of space. This was her third space mission, and the novelty of looking down at Earth from a goddess perspective had diminished quite a bit. But during the downtime of each mission, she still enjoyed this moment of tranquility the most. Outside the window, far from the clamor of the Earth, everything she saw was stars, whether artificial or naturally existing for billions of years. All seemed to be preordained, manipulated, and moving by an invisible force. At this moment, the sun just peeked out from behind the Earth, and sunlight illuminated the space station and the area around her. Those silent artificial satellites appeared to be favored, lighting up one by one, competing to emit dazzling light. Guodanxia instinctively squinted when she adjusted to the new brightness and reopened her eyes. She found Meng Senmio had already come up to her. "Have you eaten the rabbit meat? After so many days, Lao's son actually left some for you?" "Yeah." He asked, sleeping. "Don't worry, I saved some for him." Meng Senmio was from Sichuan. Every astronaut takes something with them into space to comfort themselves against the loneliness of being hundreds of kilometers away from home. For Meng Senmio, nothing was better than the familiar feeling food brought to his stomach as he took small bites of the rabbit meat. He couldn't help but admire the ancient saying to miss someone greatly. "Xiaomeng, I'm going down tomorrow. Work well here. Being able to become an astronaut on Chang'e, you are already the best." Guodanxia didn't look at Meng Senmio, but continued to gaze out the window. "Oh, so soon?" Meng Senmio was taken aback, a hint of disappointment flickering across his youthful face before disappearing. He struggled to control his emotions. For years, Guodanxia had always been his idol as an astronaut. Although she is a woman, she is as strong as a man. In the astronaut team, her training scores and overall evaluations are among the best. Despite her outstanding achievements and good looks, she does not have any airs about her. With her short, professional haircut, she looks spirited, like a never-stopping nuclear fusion engine, bringing endless vitality to those around her. You see, when we look out the window, the entire space seems so clear, without any boundaries, as if we can go wherever we want. But in reality, it is not the case at all. Guodanxia did not notice Meng Senmio's emotions, as if she were speaking to him and to herself at the same time. What does sister mean? Let's not talk about the objectively existing physical and cosmic laws, which are beyond our control. At this moment, Guodanxia turned to face Meng Senmio directly. "Just look from the ground to here. How many lines have we drawn in this space? Troposphere, stratosphere, ionosphere, KRM, N line. Take the KRM N line, for example. It actually does not exist, right? We cannot see it with the naked eye. It is a height line at an altitude of 100 kilometers above the ground, named in honor of von KRMN, who was Qian Shuesen's teacher. We are told in our training that the KRMN line is the boundary between the atmosphere and space. But does this line really have such great significance? Above and below this line, the atmosphere still exists. For jet engine-driven planes and aircraft, it is too thin, while for our spacecraft, it is too dense. So in fact, there are very few flying vehicles near this line. I do not oppose giving naming rights to scientists, such as Lagrange points or Tycho crater, nor do I oppose von KRMN's historical status. However, if the 100-kilometer altitude line is named the KRMN line, why not name the 150-kilometer line the Qian Shuesen line? At this point, she suddenly thought of her earlier metaphor about the cocoon and realized another layer of metaphor about breaking out of it, causing her heart to skip a beat. Tying oneself up in a cocoon. "Sister Gua, you speak very profoundly." Meng Senmio sincerely agreed. "Actually, this is not my viewpoint, but Professor C's viewpoint. However, every time I come to space, I can't help but reminisce about his words." Guodanxia smiled slightly. "Yes, I really envy the astronauts of the past who could receive his personal guidance. He has been missing for 20 years, with no news at all. We can send people into space, but we cannot find him on the ground. Nevertheless, I still believe he is alive." Let me think. If he is still alive, he is approaching his 70s. Chapter 38. The Jade Palace's demise. The two fell into silence. Guodanxia broke the silence. "All right, Xiaomeng, I have to leave tomorrow, so I can't help but think too much. Don't let me affect you. Let's not stand here. Let's get to work." After saying that, she skillfully adjusted herself to a floating state and drifted over to the other side of the living module. At the end of that side, the Wintian telescope was already docked, and she needed to conduct a thorough inspection of this precise and precious astronomical telescope before the final observations and experiments before returning to Earth. The Wintian telescope is the latest generation of space-based astronomical telescopes, with imaging clarity comparable to the Hubble telescope, but with a field of view 100 times larger than Hubble's. It can operate independently alongside Chang'e 1 and can dock when necessary for astronauts to conduct maintenance and research work. After Guodansha's operation, she would separate from Chang'e 1, leaving the docking position for the manned spacecraft arriving tomorrow. At that time, Guodansha would hand over to her colleagues arriving on that spacecraft and take it back to Earth. It is said that the manned spacecraft this time is not from the aerospace system, but one developed by a company called Interstellar Navigation, named Pinnacle. Besides carrying astronauts, it also has space tourism passengers. Guodansha deeply supports this. She has always believed that the space industry cannot rely solely on the state and must attract private capital and resources to participate as much as possible. Meng Simio felt a bit bored. Guodansha was working on the Wintian telescope while Sun Lin was taking a break during the mission. For a moment, he was the only one left. The two seniors were very considerate of him, the newcomer, and had not assigned him overwhelming work. Suddenly, a faint flash outside the porthole caught his attention. Before he turned his head to look, he felt an ominous sensation. The flash was definitely not sunlight. In other words, something unnatural caused the flash. He abruptly looked out the window, his eyes widening in shock. What appeared to be not far from the space station was actually several hundred kilometers away, in the orbit commonly used by low Earth satellites. Many mobile communication satellites and Earth observation remote sensing satellites choose to use that altitude. So normally, when he looked out from the space station, he would see countless satellites floating far away, like grains of salt sprinkled on a medium-rare steak. But now, some of those grains of salt were burning. No, it must be a satellite collision. Meng Simio had missed the initial impact moment, but evidently, that collision was not the end of the story. In his view, new flames kept appearing, connecting one spot to another, reminiscent of the firecrackers he used to set off during the new year in his hometown. Except there was no popping sound because of the vacuum of space. Oh my God. He gaped, his feet seemingly nailed to the spot, watching as the expanding flames added some different colors to the monotonous deep space, the range of firelight expanding and engulfing more satellites, like adding fuel to an already burning furnace. The scattered sparks of fire had merged into one mass and were spreading toward the space station like a greedy snake. It was only then that Meng Simio reacted. He quickly shouted toward the living module, "Sister Gua, brother Sun, something's wrong. A satellite has collided." Just then, a piece of metallic debris, the size of half a solar panel, flew past his porthole, heading straight for the Wintian telescope. Its area was not large, but it seemed to have some thickness, resembling the outer wall of a defunct satellite. There were already many satellites in orbit around Earth that had surpassed their service life, designed and manufactured in earlier times with thicker metal materials. They no longer served a purpose, floating like ghosts in their orbital graveyard. Meng Simio felt cold sweat break out all over his body. His warning had not received a response from Guodansha or Sun Lin. Guodansha should be focused on her work inside the telescope, and Sun Lin still hadn't woken up. He felt a slight tremor in the living module, followed by a muffled explosion sound. Only in a place like the space station, where there was air, could he hear sounds without using radio. But this sound did not bode well. Not good. He quickly freed himself from the foot restraint device and kicked hard, drifting toward the other side in the weightlessness. He didn't know what he could do at this moment. He just wanted to do something as much as possible. Before arriving at Chang'e 1, he had undergone thorough emergency training, including scenarios where the space station was hit by space debris or garbage. But when it actually happened, he still felt a bit panicked. Just as he floated to the middle of the living module, the entire cabin emitted a loud alarm sound, and the originally soft yellow light was abruptly replaced by flashing red lights. Alarm! Alarm! External dock is at risk of explosion, which will severely affect the core module. Immediate separation of the external dock is required. Accompanied by the sharp alarm sound, an LCD screen on the wall to his right lit up, displaying two buttons, one flashing red and the other blue. In the middle of the red glow, a large character caught his eye. This character seemed to jump before his eyes, as if saying, "Press me quickly, if you want to live." Meng Semio hesitated. He knew what this meant. "Xiao Meng, hurry and press the button." Sun Lin's voice came through. He had just sat up, his dream interrupted by the alarm. Although he hadn't seen the satellite collision and the incoming space debris, he immediately grasped the crux of the problem. Clearly, the Wentian telescope had suffered irreversible damage and was very likely to explode. Sun Lin knew that there were no other options at this moment, only to sacrifice the external dock to protect the core module. Otherwise, once the explosion occurred, the entire space station would be destroyed. But Sister Gua is still inside. Meng Semio was so anxious that tears streamed down his face as he shouted at Sun Lin. "There is no time. You must obey the order." Sun Lin's face was pale, and his brows furrowed in a frown. "Xiao Meng, I can't come back anymore. Hurry and press the button." A woman's voice came from the loudspeaker in the living module. It was Guodanxia's voice. "No." Meng Semio rolled in the air, refusing to face this decision. "Don't be emotional." Sun Lin leaped up, skillfully drifting over to Meng Semio, kicking him hard on the back and using that force to reach the button on the wall. As Meng Semio was propelled to the spot where he had just spoken with Guodanxia, Sun Lin made this cruel decision. There were several loud bangs. The other side of the living module first slammed down a sturdy curtain from top to bottom, followed by a few more bangs as the docking device was released. The Wentian telescope was thus abandoned by the core module, leaving Chang'e number 1 bearing scars and the regret of unfinished business. Emitting a series of long sighs into the boundless deep space, exploding, disintegrating, and turning into countless fragments, unwillingly floating in this vast expanse. Immediately after, Sun Lin adjusted his posture and nervously performed a series of operations on the control panel below the LCD screen, activating the autonomous protection system of the space station's core module to mitigate the impact of new debris from the Wentian telescope's explosion. Hold on. Whether it was the explosion and disappearance of the Wentian telescope or Sun Lin's emergency operations at this moment, Meng Semio could not see. He couldn't care less about the pain from Sun Lin's kick, gripping the restraint device tightly with his shoes, helplessly leaning against the boundary door between the living module and the gas compartment, his eyes already brimming with tears. Today, behind every living person, there stand 30 ghosts, a ratio of 30-1, which is the proportion of the deceased to the living. Since the beginning of time, approximately 100 billion people have lived on Earth. In our universe, which is the Milky Way, there are also about 100 billion stars. Therefore, for every person who has lived on Earth, there's a corresponding star shining in this universe. This passage from 2001, a space odyssey, repeatedly surfaced in his mind, leaving a profound impression on him. Chapter 39, The Crash Outside Moscow. Bo felt as if he had used up all his strength just to open his eyes. Not long ago, he thought he would never have this chance again. In his memory, he was sitting in an electric vertical takeoff and landing, EVTOL, flying car heading from downtown Moscow to the suburban Star City, preparing to visit Minsky, the head of the Space Safety Department of the Russian Federal Space Agency. A year ago, Minsky had brought a delegation to Beijing, and now it was his turn to return the visit. "Director C, our minister has prepared some fine vodka for you this time," said Vrami, a member of Minsky's team. Smiling at Bo, Vrami was a young Russian guy, tall and thin, with a face that always seemed to invite laughter, still marked by traces of teenage acne. He was part of Minsky's Foreign Affairs office, having studied in Beijing and spoke fluent Chinese. Although this was only the second time he had met Bo, he considered him a perfect person. This director of the Space Environment Administration of the China National Space Administration was only 35 years old and had already reached a position equivalent to Minsky, who was a full 20 years older. Bo's father, Kong, was a world-renowned expert in the field of space, with profound insights into space environment protection and space debris management, though he had disappeared 20 years ago and had not been seen since. "Fine vodka." Bo silently repeated these words in his mind, wondering, isn't all vodka only about 40 degrees? That's too low. But he still smiled and replied, "Thank you very much. The minister is too kind. I am really looking forward to meeting him." After saying that, He turned to Song Wei, Yang Xiaoqiang, and Zheng Yi in the back row and said, "It seems we won't be able to leave unscathed tonight." Ha ha ha. Rami and his three subordinates all laughed. The flying car they were in was the latest commuter vehicle from the American company Sobi, the Sky UV-1000, which was also the first flying car to receive an airworthiness certificate from the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, ESA. Obtaining the airworthiness certificate meant it could be used for daily operations. Including the driver, the Sky UV-1000 could seat up to 6 people, was fully electric, low noise, and comfortable to ride in. Because of this, Sobi's slogan for the Sky UV-1000 was, "The true urban SUV, freeing you from traffic jams." With full support for satellite and ground-based communication and navigation systems, it was highly automated. In fact, it could operate without a driver, but considering the passenger psychological experience, Sobi still recommended having a driver on board, both to reassure passengers and to take over the autonomous driving system in case of emergencies. Just then, the vehicle suddenly shook, and Sibo quickly grabbed the armrest next to his seat. "What's going on?" Rami shouted in Russian to the cockpit at the front. "Report. Both the satellite communication and navigation systems have malfunctioned simultaneously. I just took over the autonomous driving system and switched to manual driving mode." "Okay. Take good care of our distinguished guests and fly a bit smoother." After saying this, Rami hurriedly explained the situation to Sibo. "No problem." Although he replied like this, Sibo felt above Moscow, there should be 4 satellite navigation systems operating simultaneously: GPS, GLONASS, Galileo, and Beidou, which had completely achieved interoperability and compatibility. At this moment, at least 10 navigation satellites should be able to be received simultaneously, and 4 satellites would be enough for navigation positioning. As for satellite communication systems, there were even more options, with tens of thousands of satellites launched into the sky by companies like SpaceX and OneWeb. Not to mention traditional providers like Inmarsat offering synchronous satellites, tirelessly moving at high speeds in orbits hundreds to 30,000 kilometers above the ground, providing seamless coverage. How could both satellite navigation and communication fail simultaneously to the extent that autonomous driving became inoperable? Moreover, there were backup ground navigation and communication systems. Sibo frowned, and suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He was startled. Could that situation really have happened? "Oh no, Rami, quickly tell the driver not to rely on the backup ground navigation system when driving manually, but to use his eyes, He shouted at the young Russian beside him. He knew some simple Russian, but clearly having a native speaker convey this message would be better in this situation. "Huh, okay. Director C." Rami was frightened. It was the first time he had seen Sibo so flustered. However, before he could finish his words, the entire flying car suddenly rolled to the right, and just as the passengers adjusted their body positions, it rolled sharply back to the left. "Ah!" Song Wei, sitting in the last row, cried out. Sibo tightly gripped the armrest, saying nothing as he tried to assess the situation around him. But the rolling flying car made him dizzy. Had he known such a situation would arise, he should have gone to the astronaut training organized by the agency last time. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, a feeling that traveled up his spine, making his brain even more tense. The flying car was falling. "Oh!" The cries from the back row were not just from Song Wei. Rami shouted to the cockpit at a machine gun-like speed. The cockpit replied in the same rapid manner with a long sentence. "Damn it!" Rami cursed fiercely and then shouted something briefly. Sibo understood this sentence in Russian. "Fly towards that wheat field." 2 seconds later, Sibo felt a violent jolt, accompanied by a loud crashing sound. And then he knew nothing. Chaos, pure chaos. He didn't know how long it had been, but a line of clarity appeared in the chaos, slowly expanding and reclaiming its territory. Sibo finally opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a hospital bed, covered with a thin blanket. A sharp pain radiated from his chest and right calf. He was awake. A young Russian girl appeared before him, looking like a nurse. Her deep blue eyes made Sibo feel a little relief from the pain in his body. "Director C, you're finally awake." A rough voice came from behind his pillow, and then a bearded face appeared in his line of sight. "Mr. Minsky, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink vodka with you." Sibo forced a smile. "Thank God. It's good that you survived." Minsky's eyes were filled with joy, but also revealed a hint of sadness. The others didn't make it. What? Sibo felt as if he had been struck heavily in the chest, and the smiling face of Rami flashed before his eyes, but he could not muster a smile. Then came the faces of Song Wei, Yang Xiaoqiang, and Zheng Yi. Logically, he knew that surviving was already a blessing, and he shouldn't expect more, but emotionally, he simply could not accept their deaths, especially in such a manner. You should rest well. I won't chat much. Don't worry, we have excellent medical conditions here, and Kiva will take good care of you. Minsky gestured to the Russian girl. What exactly happened? Sibo managed to squeeze out this question. Minsky looked at him with a complex expression, as if he wanted to say something, but stopped. It's hard to explain right now. You just focus on recovering, and we'll talk later. Additionally, the China National Space Administration is also aware of this matter. They might contact you shortly, so I won't waste your energy. Well, thank you. After Minsky left, I don't know how long it passed, but while Sibo was still drowsy, Chihua's beautiful face appeared again. Sir, there's a video call from Beijing. After speaking, she slightly adjusted the angle of the hospital bed, allowing Sibo to be in a half-reclining position, and helped him get comfortable. Then, she brought over a simple wooden stand, placed it above Sibo's thighs, and secured a tablet there, with the screen facing Sibo's face. Inhaling the faint fragrance from Chihua, Sibo felt himself relax a bit more, and he adjusted his expression. After all, a video call with the Bureau is considered official business, and even though he was on a hospital bed, he had to be fully alert. However, when he saw the screen, a hint of surprise crossed his eyes. A handsome face appeared on the screen, one that bore some resemblance to Sibo's good looks, but differed in details, being more chiseled. Yet, if a regular person were to glance at them, they would think they were twins, or at least brothers. They were indeed brothers, but without any blood relation. At the age of 8, Si Kong adopted him, and from then on, Sibo grew up with him. Why are you here? They said it was a video call from Beijing. I thought it was from the Bureau. You foolish humans, the person on the screen said coldly. Chapter 40. Earth's concussion. Hey, Wu Ji Ge. Can't you speak properly? Upon hearing this, the expression of the person on the screen, which had just been feigned indifference, was replaced by a warm look. Sibo, I'm so glad you're still alive. It's really great that you're okay. Although Sibo felt there had been some estrangement between them since returning from the Aerospace Pioneer Forum in the United States 2 years ago, the overall warmth remained strong. That is more like it. So what happened? What happened? A big deal. The thing Dad has always worried about has happened. Otherwise, why would I call humans stupid? Wu Zhige shrugged. Sibo suddenly realized, just before his flying car had the accident, this possibility had flashed through his mind. Are you saying the satellites in the sky collided? Is there any other possibility? What exactly happened? All right, listen carefully. Remember the Exhaustive Company? That up-and-coming satellite internet company in the U.S.? Their founder is named Dave. He tried to take the mic from me at the forum last time. They plan to launch 30,000 satellites and use a combination constellation approach, which means a combination of synchronous satellites, medium-orbit satellites, and low-orbit satellites to achieve multi-level signal coverage. They are currently the biggest competitor to the Chang'e company, which is also an American company. The founder is Neos, who last time at the forum set up traps to coerce everyone into joining the Seamless Connection Alliance, and later claimed he wasn't from Earth. They plan to launch 50,000 satellites, all low-orbit satellites. Hey, do you think I don't know about Exhaustive and Chang'e? Sibo couldn't help but feel that Wu Zhige was being long-winded. However, hearing about the Aerospace Pioneer Forum made him a bit sentimental. Since it was finally held in 2023, the turmoil at the end of the forum had led to the second session not being held until now. I just want you to understand the whole story. Cut to the chase. All right, the Exhaustive Company recently launched the first medium-orbit communication satellite of the constellation, but something went wrong at some stage, and it collided with a decommissioned GPS satellite. Just as I thought. Sibo's eyes lit up, but he then asked, but this isn't the first time such a thing has happened. Over a decade ago, an Iridium satellite collided with a defunct Russian satellite, Cosmos 2251, over Siberia, resulting in over 2,000 pieces of debris of varying sizes. Do you remember Zhang Shangjiu? He told me that year he happened to be taking the college entrance exam. And some of that space debris that didn't burn up upon reentry fell near their school, even killing someone. Don't rush, this time it's different. Wu Zhigu interjected. After the two satellites collided, the debris caused a chain reaction that destroyed several operational GPS satellites, Galileo satellites, Beidou satellites, and GLONASS satellites. Soon after, a large amount of debris didn't affect the medium orbit satellites. Instead, due to reduced speed, it fell towards low orbit, dropping all the way to about 600 kilometers, causing a commotion, smashing several mobile communication satellites and remote sensing satellites, and almost crashing the Chang'e No. 1 space station located 400 kilometers away. And all of this happened over Russia. Do you know? Everyone is now calling this incident Earth-esque concussion. Concussion. What an evocative term. No wonder my flying car lost satellite communication and navigation in an instant. Sibo finally understood. In fact, he had been speculating about this answer in his heart, but emotionally he couldn't accept its real occurrence. Yes, that is why you're lucky. It is said that because of this incident, 3 civil aviation passenger planes crashed in Siberia and over a dozen made emergency landings. Other industries have also been somewhat affected. Wu Zhigu's information didn't surprise Sibo. He had received multiple warnings about such scenarios from his father, but it had never actually happened before. Wait a minute, you just said Chang'e No. 1 almost got destroyed. What exactly happened? Sibo hadn't been paying attention to himself. It was also hit by space debris, but fortunately, the core module and solar panels weren't affected. Only the external Wentian telescope was damaged and exploded after separating from the core module, with an astronaut still working inside. Wentian telescope? Astronaut? Sibo's eyes widened. That's a loss of billions. You're telling me that 2 American satellites collided over Russia, and it turns out China suffered the heaviest losses. It truly lives up to the name concussion. By the way, what is the name of the astronaut? As he asked this question, Sibo felt a bit nervous. He knew many astronauts, and at that moment, he didn't want to hear any familiar names. I think her name is Guidanxia, and she is a female astronaut. Upon hearing these 3 words, Sibo felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his vision blurred. He almost rolled off the bed. He was losing people around him one after another. The assistant Chi Hua, who was standing at a distance, immediately rushed over and supported him. Sir, you need a rest. Should I terminate this conversation? She asked with concern. No need. Sibo waved his hand weakly and said, thank you. Chi Hua looked at Sibo for 2 seconds, then released his arm and tactfully returned to her place. She secretly glanced at the screen and saw Wu Zhigu's almost perfect face, now flushed. So you've got a Russian beauty taking care of you. I'm really envious of you. Wu Zhigu tried to make a joke to lighten Sibo's mood. This surprised Sibo in the past. Wu Zhigu never brought up topics about men and women, but this surprise was soon replaced by sadness. Sibo sighed, closed his eyes, and let the tears flow down. He was too familiar with Guidanxia. This outstanding female astronaut had often visited their home, especially after learning that Si Kong was his father. Guidanxia frequently came over, pestering Sibo with questions, seemingly very interested in everything about his father. Like a loyal fan. Could it be that she had a crush on you? Once, his mother had teased him quietly. Come on, she has someone she likes. Sibo knew that Guidanxia was in a relationship with the commander of the Kong Long Space Shuttle, Fu Dekai. Coincidentally, every time Guidanxia came over, Wu Zhigu was never home, and thus missed the chance to meet this vibrant and energetic female astronaut. And now, this lively life had actually vanished in space. Sibo couldn't imagine how she spent her last moments. The space inside the Wentian telescope was already small, and now there had been a violent explosion. She must have had a very suffocating end. He didn't know how long it took, but Sibo finally stabilized his emotions. He found that the video was still on, and that handsome face was still there. You still haven't logged off. With you like this, how can I rest assured to leave you? Sigh. I want to ask, since so many communication and navigation satellites have been destroyed, how do you know about this? For example, the situation with Chang'e No. 1, and there shouldn't be any satellites providing communication services over Russia now. How is your video call still so smooth? Have you really gone brain dead from the concussion? Not all the satellites in the sky have been destroyed. Chang'e No. 1 can relay signals through inter-satellite links to the still operational satellites, and then broadcast back to Earth. As for our current video call, don't you know there are things called ground communication networks and fiber optics? We can't just look up at the sky. We also need to stay grounded. Right. Sibo nodded with a wry smile, but upon hearing Wu Ziji's words, a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly felt a pang of discomfort in his chest, unconsciously frowning. Are you thinking, what if one day, all the satellites in the sky above Earth are destroyed by space debris? Wu Zhiga saw right through Sibo's thoughts. Yes, just as Dad is worried. So, isn't this me preparing for a rainy day? Wu Zhiga winked at him. I have a feeling that after this concussion, our Clean Space Alliance will attract many people to join. That is true, I support you. Sibo finally smiled. He felt that he seemed to have no strength to continue the conversation and just wanted to have a good sleep. He also lacked the energy to think about whether Fu-Chan technology and the Space Clean Alliance had more difficult-to-reveal purposes. You should rest a bit more. Look at your weak state. Once you recover and return to Beijing, I'll take you to eat some passion pot. Wu Zhiga noticed Sibo's fatigue and took the initiative to end the conversation. In fact, he had one more thing he hadn't told Sibo, but seeing Sibo like this, he didn't want to add to his troubles. He didn't wait for Sibo to respond and actively ended the call. Sibo helplessly pursed his lips and then gave Chi-Hua a look. The dedicated nurse quickly walked over, lowered Sibo's bed again, and carefully helped him adjust his sleeping position. In her faint fragrance, Sibo fell into a deep sleep once more. Chapter 41: The Fall from the Peak for no reason. Zhang Xingjiu had a nightmare and woke up in the middle of the night. Over the years, he had experienced many things and various uncertainties, but one thing was certain: nothing would affect his sleep. His sleep quality had always been good. Even with little sleep, or after an all-nighter, he only needed to sleep for 3 or 4 hours and would wake up feeling refreshed. But this time, he felt an unprecedented anxiety. With his heart pounding, he felt incredibly restless. Zhang Shengjiu rolled out of bed, ready to get a glass of water, when he suddenly noticed his phone screen flickering in the dark. He initially wanted to ignore it, but a glance at the incoming call revealed it was from the company. He frowned but still answered the call. The urgency was evident on the other end. Before Zhang Xingjiu could speak, there was a flurry of information exploding in his ear, the sound echoing in the dark room. He felt his throat dry, and his whole body went limp, half collapsing to the ground, unable to move. The Peak had encountered an accident 2 years ago, when Liu Jie proposed to modify and upgrade the Starship for interstellar exploration, equipping it with more powerful spacecraft engines and an optimized aerodynamic design to reach the 400-kilometer orbit of the Moon Palace space station and dock with it. Zhang Xingjiu thought he was crazy. However, this real estate tycoon, who had fought his way through the business world, invested a significant amount of money and mobilized all the resources he could to truly build this brand new Peak within 2 years. After thorough flight tests, just a few days ago, the Peak was successfully launched, carrying Liu Jie and his dreams towards the Moon Palace space station. Zhang Xingjiu clearly remembered Liu Jie's ambitious expression and determined gaze during the departure ceremony. Bro, man can conquer heaven, you know? Our generation doesn't believe in fate. We dare to reach for the moon in the sky. Today, I'm off to meet Chang'e in the artificial Guanghan Palace. Ha! Zhang Xingjiu watched him stride confidently into the spacecraft's cabin, turning back at the hatch to wave gracefully to himself and the dozens of farewell personnel behind him. The gesture, even wrapped in a heavy spacesuit, was still full of strength. As the hatch closed, Zhang Xingjiu fixed his gaze on the brand-new Peak spacecraft. This was truly a perfect combination of human wisdom and nature's craftsmanship. A thought popped into his mind. He had to admit that the Peak spacecraft was a significant leap forward compared to the first-generation spacecraft, Lingxiao, in terms of design, color matching, and overall texture. When he first established Starship exploration and began designing the initial spacecraft, he firmly believed in a saying: as long as a spacecraft looks good and is visually appealing, its performance wouldn't be too poor. In other words, a visually beautiful spacecraft might not necessarily succeed in reaching space, but a spacecraft that could successfully complete its space mission would definitely be aesthetically pleasing. The Peak was undoubtedly a top-tier work of art. Although he had seen the spacecraft numerous times over the past 2 years, in blueprints, factories, runways, and even in the sky, when it was finally set to carry Liu Jie into space, he was still astonished by its beauty at close range. He even suspected that the peak was a spontaneous gift from heaven to Lu Jie and him, with its streamlined hull glowing with a bluish light. The hull was almost entirely made of composite materials, making it not only lightweight, but also highly durable, changing color with variations in external temperature and environment. The hull was embedded with seamlessly integrated fish scale-like portholes, incredibly sturdy yet crystal clear, allowing passengers to enjoy the surrounding scenery even while seated. The lightweight yet robust composite material allowed the swept wings to extend powerfully as if they were growing out of the hull. During takeoff from the runway to an altitude of 10,000 meters, the wings were in a flat position, and when the spacecraft transitioned from cruising altitude to higher space, the wings would bend to the appropriate angle, working with the spacecraft engines to achieve optimal performance in the increasingly thin atmosphere. To send the peak to the Moon Palace space station, the power system of the hull underwent revolutionary upgrades, consisting of an aviation engine, a conventional space engine, and a nuclear fusion power engine, all organically hidden in the rear of the hull. The aviation engine would propel the spacecraft to 10,000 meters, then shut down, switching to the conventional space engine to take the spacecraft to the KRM inline, where the nuclear fusion engine would show its strength, instantly boosting the power and sending the spacecraft directly toward the orbit of the Moon Palace space station. Due to humanity's incomplete mastery of controllable nuclear fusion technology, it could only unleash its power during this final segment of the journey. Before docking with the Moon Palace space station, the spacecraft's nose would flip to the belly position to achieve docking with the core module. After the mission was completed and before returning to Earth, the nose would return to its original position. Everything was designed with incredible precision. He eagerly anticipated welcoming this spacecraft back with its loyal clients at the preset landing site. At that time, after waves of publicity, Starship exploration would surely gain fame and become a leader in the space tourism industry. Flowers, champagne, beautiful escort teams, and grand welcoming ceremonies were all prepared. But unexpectedly, just a few days later, he received the terrible news. Are you sure? Not a single person or the spacecraft survived. When he came to his senses, he realized he had thrown his phone on the ground, yet it was still connected. His vice president, Dai Mingqi, was reporting anxiously, then fell into an even more anxious waiting state. Yes, unfortunately, Zhang Weivei contacted the ground monitoring station and the ocean telemetry ship, and they all gave the same assessment. What exactly happened? I don't fully understand either, but it seems there was a chain collision involving satellites in the sky, creating a massive amount of debris that destroyed a large area and wrecked our spacecraft. I figured at such a high altitude, once the spacecraft is hit, the people probably won't survive either. What? Zhang Xingjiu was stunned, his previously limp body suddenly jolting awake. In the middle of the night on the floor of this room, he suddenly thought of the forum in Los Angeles 2 years ago, recalled Wu Zhige's warning, and even further back, Sibo, Sikong, and Chen Zixiang. Their viewpoints poured down on him like dense raindrops, striking his mind. The feared situation had indeed occurred. Zhang Xingjiu was completely awake now, and various terrifying and intense images flashed through his mind. He had never witnessed a satellite collision, but his years of professional accumulation and entrepreneurial experience allowed him to simulate the entire scene almost purely through imagination. The satellite, moving at high speed, originally roamed endlessly along its predetermined orbit in the boundless darkness of space, spreading its solar panels like arms to embrace the sunlight. Its life was supposed to last 10 years or even longer. However, it noticed an increasing number of similar beings around it, no longer feeling lonely, and was initially happy. Yet, as the number of similar satellites increased, it began to feel anxious and sorrowful. It understood that it and its kind could only observe each other from a distance, exchanging glances, but if they attempted to get closer, even embracing tightly, after a moment of tenderness, it would result in mutual destruction. This process would be quick. The kinetic energy generated by the relative speed of the satellites and the heat released upon collision would shatter their sturdy exteriors, leading to simultaneous destruction. Much like the outcome when the strongest spear clashed with the hardest shield in ancient times. Due to the fact that the entire collision occurred in a vacuum environment, there was not a single sound throughout the process. However, The visual impact was incredibly intense and rich, further highlighting the strangeness of the entire incident, even possessing a sense of despair and beauty reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. Shengjiu shivered, as the incredibly rich and vibrant colors in his mind spun incessantly, instantly melting into a blank void like a dazzlingly bright cinema after a spectacular film ends. Chapter 42, Color Change. Zhang, are you okay? Dai Mingxi was worried about his boss's mental state on the phone. I'm fine. I'll hang up for now. I'll contact you if there's any further news. Zhang Shengjiu replied weakly. Okay. Zhang Shengjiu organized his thoughts in the silence, then thought of Si Bo. With such a major incident, he couldn't possibly be unaware, right? If he knows, he must not be sleeping now. Even if he is, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. He must know more detailed information. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he dialed Si Bo's number. However, the phone was turned off. How strange. Is there really someone who turns off their phone these days? Could he be on a plane? If he really is on a plane, he wouldn't be affected by this incident, right? Unable to reach Si Bo, he tried to keep himself from overthinking. He could only open his computer and check the public information online. With such a big event, the first wave of reports must have already come out. Sure enough, the headlines of major news websites were all about this incident. Artificial satellites collide like dominoes. Satellite services over the Eurasian continent severely affected. That was straightforward. Earth's concussion? Is the Kessler syndrome coming true? Humanity has finally woven its own web. That was sensational. Signs of alien invasion? Can humanity defeat cosmic invaders without the help of artificial satellites? That was even more sensational. Severe consequences of space collision. Huge losses to the Chang'e space station. That was focused on the specific consequences. Zhang Shengjiu quickly clicked in. However, the content of the news was very limited. Just a few short sentences, indicating that the space debris from this accident had collided with the Chang'e space station. Fortunately, the space station took timely damage control measures, losing only the Wentian telescope, with casualties unspecified. There was no mention of the Pinnacle spacecraft at all. Zhang Shengjiu felt both anxious and lucky. Anxious because he had no idea what the situation was, and lucky because if news of the Pinnacle's accident had indeed hit the internet, it would undoubtedly be a major blow to his reputation in interstellar navigation and subsequent business. Having finally pulled himself out of a state of mental disarray, Zhang Shengjiu was no longer tired. He slowly got up, walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and looked out at the silent night sky. The night sky was dotted with stars, seemingly showing that nothing had happened. He could hardly believe that such a brutal collision had occurred in such a peaceful expanse of space, and that the Pinnacle spacecraft was lost forever. He even doubted whether he was still dreaming until the pain from pinching the skin on the back of his left hand with his right thumb and middle finger brought clarity to his mind. What made him feel even more in touch with reality was a message from Dai Mingxi that came through at that moment. We may face huge compensation claims. Zhang Shengjiu's head buzzed, as if he had suddenly lost his hearing. He took a few steps back and staggered onto the bed. After a long while, he finally regained his composure, feeling completely numb. Huge compensation claims. Zhang Shengjiu kept pondering the weight of those 4 words. Undoubtedly, the death of Lu Jiao was a painful pill to swallow for the Pinnacle Group and the real estate empire he had built. Lu Jiao had always been easygoing with Zhang Shengjiu, and had even been somewhat caring towards this fellow villager and junior. However, space tourism was merely Lu Jiao's personal interest and had no direct connection to the Pinnacle Group. Zhang Shengjiu usually had little interaction with Lu Jiao's executive team. Lu Jiao preferred to go solo, at most bringing along a limited number of followers. He could imagine how astonished and enraged the Pinnacle Group's board and management would be about Lu Jiao's death during such an activity. For them, Lu Jiao was the pillar of support. Now that he had fallen, it was due to a seemingly absurd reason of a space tourism accident. A storm is coming, Zhang Shengjiu murmured. As a child, he had once encountered a flash flood and landslide in the mountains. At that time, a village elder who was with him acted quickly, pulling him to a safe hiding place. Otherwise, he would have lost his life long ago. He still remembered the deafening roar of the raging flood and the surging dark yellow mud rushing towards him. Everywhere the flood went, whether it was trees thicker than his whole body or stones embedded in the ground for hundreds of years, everything was swept away. Any resistance was futile. If it hadn't been for that flood, he couldn't imagine how much of a different color lay beneath the vast green he usually looked at. In an instant, the hope of green was swallowed by the deathly brown, a shock that he would never forget. Since he set his sights on space exploration in the mountains as a child, he had always felt that he walked a path of luck, with no red lights appearing on the traffic signals of life. Now, he knew he had to face another color on his career and even life's journey. Chapter 43, Beijing Afternoon. The afternoon sun is gentle and warm. "Mom, why don't you take a nap?" Sibo said to his mother, who was sitting on the sofa in a daze after washing the dishes. His mother had been conducting astronomical observations every night for the past few days and was quite tired. Xiaoyan seemed to be lost in thought. Upon hearing Sibo's words, she quickly nodded. I'll go. Then she reminded him, "You rarely have a few days to rest at home. You should take a nap too." Sibo responded somewhat perfunctorily. As his mother walked into her room to take a nap, he tiptoed to a small room in the corner. The door to the small room was tightly closed but not locked. Sibo took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. A few months ago, the Earth brainquake incident shocked the world. He almost lost his life in it. After resting in Moscow for a few months, he returned to Beijing and continued to recuperate at home for another half a month. Back in Beijing, after unlocking his phone, he saw hundreds of missed calls and text message reminders, none of which he had replied to. Since the incident, Wu Zhiga had been busier than ever, constantly out and about. Even though Sibo was recuperating at home, he hadn't returned. Initially, Sibo felt a sense of loss about this, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. With such a large house, it was only him and his mother, which made it quite peaceful. In these past few months, the aftershocks of the Earth brainquake continued to spread around the world. Damaged communication and navigation satellites were not so easily replaced. Airlines faced compensation claims from families of plane crash victims. Television stations and major event broadcasters were still searching for mixed ground satellite broadcasting methods. And next-generation ground communication network standards like 6G re-entered mainstream discourse. Ordinary people were on edge, fearing that another incident might occur during their flights. Some even hesitated to go outside, worried about being struck by falling debris from the sky. Many subcultural groups on the internet emerged, rejecting space exploration and cherishing their homes. If Sibo hadn't been seriously injured, the past few months would have undoubtedly been extremely busy. The Space Environment Department of the Space Agency had held numerous special meetings regarding the incident, conducted in-depth research, reported to leaders at all levels, and engaged in public education and explanations. Therefore, he felt somewhat fortunate. Although injured, he had not been fatally harmed, and after a few months of recovery, his physical condition had returned to normal, aside from gaining a few extra pounds. He had the rare opportunity to engage in deep reflection during this time. However, the more he thought, the less he could erase the shadow of one person from his mind. His father. It had been exactly 20 years since his father went missing. After that year when he and Zhang Xingjiu went to Jialigong Mountain and cut off his yearning, he thought his longing for his father had begun to fade, believing he could live in a world without his father. Over the years, as work became busier and more demanding, the mental space for his father naturally shrank. Yet, his father's place, like this small room in the corner of the house, though small, was always there, carefully looked after. Over the years, not once had someone from school or the space agency approach his mother, offering to relocate them to a new place, but she always refused, preferring to stay in this 90s-old apartment. What if he returns? What if he can't find home? The occurrence of the Earth brainquake not only confirmed his father's early views, but also undoubtedly raised a new question. Would there be even more devastating disasters in the future? If Dad were still here, what would he do? Sibo pushed open the door to the corner room and walked in. He felt as if he had stepped into a time tunnel. As soon as the door opened, light poured in. The room faced north, so the curtains had never been drawn. Despite the door being tightly closed and the windows shut, a thin layer of dust covered the floor, indicating that his mother hadn't cleaned this room for a while. A quiet mix of smells entered his nose, a combination of book scent and dust, which, though old, was not unpleasant at all. He could vaguely recognize the smell from over 20 years ago when he stood behind his father here, secretly watching him read. Sibo felt his eyes heat up. He hadn't been in here for many years. He recalled that after his father went missing, the layout of this room hadn't changed at all. Everything remained as his father had liked it. A reddish-brown solid-wood desk was placed by the window, and behind the heavy desk was a high-backed ergonomic chair that seemed very advanced at the time, with a high back that could support the head and a lumbar support that protruded forward in a curved shape. This chair was essential for his father, who worked long hours at a desk. The desk had a lamp, a pen holder, and a folder, all kept in their original state. The pen and the holder had long dried up. On either side of the desk stood a full wall of bookshelves, reaching from top to bottom, with glass doors packed with books of all kinds, from the Republic to Tao Te Ching, from the Iliad to Dream of the Red Chamber, from dynamics of spacecraft to satellite applications, from Kafka on the Shore to First Contact. Sibo looked on with interest, feeling as if time had frozen here, forever fixed in 2005. It turned out that Dad had such a wide range of interests. He had never seriously scanned each book on the shelves like this before. In his youth, he always felt that he represented the new wave, while his father's readings seemed old-fashioned. Later, as he grew up, he never lingered in front of the bookshelves like he did today. As he scanned down to the bottom corner of the left bookshelf, he discovered a thick book titled Complete Guide to Cosmic Constellations, and it seemed there was a space where no books were placed. He took a step back and rescanned the bookshelves on both sides, realizing that this was the only spot without a book. Cautiously, he knelt on one knee and leaned over to peer into that corner, letting his gaze move around the thick book. A wooden box. It was indeed a wooden box made of walnut, which had turned a deep chocolate brown over the years. If he hadn't leaned in to look, it would have been impossible to notice its existence just by casually glancing around the room. It would forever hide behind that complete guide to cosmic constellations. Sibo felt his heart racing. His intuition told him that there was something important inside the box. He took a deep breath, slowly walked over, gently pulled open the glass door of the bookshelf, and a cloud of dust fell into the empty room. Sibo held his breath, quickly crouched down, pulled out the wooden box, carefully cradled it, then stood up and gently placed it on the desk before turning back to close the glass door. He covered his nose and waited until the dust settled before lowering his hand, then carefully examined the wooden box on the desk. With the afternoon sunlight streaming in, he could see the grain of the box beneath the deep brown color. The walnut wood was of good quality. What was inside? He unlatched the box, and fortunately, it was not locked. When the lid opened to 120 degrees, it could no longer be moved back. However, that was enough for him to see inside the box clearly. To his disappointment, there were no jewels or any intriguing items, just two books, or more accurately, a booklet and a notebook. Chapter 44. Painting the Sky as a Prison. The two books, stacked together, were still less than half the height of the box. They must be very important items. Otherwise, there would be no need to use such a good box to hold them. The book on top seemed to be an internal publication, with a light blue cover that had faded somewhat. The design was very simple, with almost no words except for the title. The title was also quite plain, Chang'e. Conversations with Peterson, December 2004. That, upon seeing Chang'e's name, Sibo trembled his shoulders, and Peterson. Was that the former director of NASA? It seemed this was a record of conversations between Dad and him back in the day. It was likely used only for internal reference, which is why it wasn't publicly published. December 2004. Dad went missing on the Lantern Festival in 2005. This conversation should be the last record of his thoughts left in the world. As Sibo pondered this, he flipped open the thin booklet. From sea level, at what altitude does the concept of boundaries cease to exist? His father first posed this question. This was a question about the concept of airspace. According to current international law, there is no legal definition for the height of airspace. It is generally believed that the KRM inline at 100 kilometers is the upper limit of airspace. In other words, beyond the KRM inline, the concept of boundaries ceases to exist, and all of it is shared space for humanity. This is my understanding. Peterson answered very seriously. How high is the International Space Station? Has it exceeded the KRM inline? Chang'e. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. Then why can't China participate in the International Space Station? Because that decision was made on the ground, right? I feel helpless about it too. If I could decide, we would definitely be able to work together. Let's not talk about that. Peterson, our topic today is the future of space. Are you optimistic or pessimistic about it? I've always been an optimist. Humanity will eventually leave the cradle of Earth. It's just a matter of time. Optimistic optimism or pessimistic optimism? Do we need to be that detailed? Then I'm an optimistic optimist. That's our difference. I am the latter, cautiously optimistic. Are you worried that humanity lacks this capability? No, I am worried that humanity will misuse this capability. You were originally a supporter of Kessler. To be honest, he is no longer mainstream even within NASA. Everyone says that, and I usually don't argue. But in front of you, my old friend, I want to say that Kessler proposed his theory in 1978, while I proposed it in 1975. Upon reading this, Sibbo's hands trembled with excitement. What? Dad proposed the Kessler effect theory in 1975? If that's the case, it shouldn't be called the Kessler effect. It should be called the Chang'e effect. He eagerly continued reading. What? Are you serious? This is no joke. You should believe me. I have papers to prove it, but they're not in my hands right now, so I can't show you. However, that's not my main point. Who proposed a theory first is not important. What matters is who popularizes it. The Kessler effect is so deeply ingrained in people's minds because of your overwhelming technological advantage and discourse power. Even if I had successfully published my findings in 1975, it might not have made any waves in our industry. I have to admit, you are right. So, my main point is, if humanity is truly not so hypocritical and genuinely believes that space has no boundaries and belongs to all humanity, we should unite and pay special attention to space environmental protection and the prevention of space debris. Before humanity invents a time-space gate or achieves wormholes on Earth, all space expansion activities need to physically occur through outer space. While outer space seems incredibly vast, it is also extremely fragile. When our abilities are not yet sufficient to intricately control space activities and their consequences, if we recklessly launch rockets, satellites, and spacecraft into outer space, it will generate irremovable space debris or space junk. This debris will continue to orbit the Earth. It provides no value but occupies precious orbital resources. More critically, if it collides with operational spacecraft, it could very likely cause damage to the latter. If such damage occurs repeatedly, ultimately destroying all spacecraft in outer space, it will lead to a graveyard of space junk. How will humanity continue space exploration activities then? Well, it sounds like your viewpoint indeed resembles Kessler's. The reason I disagree with this viewpoint is that I believe humanity's capabilities are constantly improving. As you said, a rough approach to launching might cause such results. But we will eventually refine our methods and design plans for aftermath management before launches. But this plan cannot eliminate space debris 100. It can only reduce it, right? Theoretically, yes. No, in reality, it is also the case. Since the 1990s, I have been observing the distribution of space debris and have found that no matter how advanced our methods are, the amount of debris in space has been increasing year by year. If this trend is not reversed when it accumulates to a certain critical point, the situation I described, or what you refer to as the Kessler effect, will certainly occur. I'm not that pessimistic. I firmly believe that humanity can find a way to fly out of Earth on a large scale for interstellar migration before being trapped by circles of debris. Chang'e, why are you so pessimistic? This is related to the question I posed earlier. It relates to human nature. About the issue of boundaries? Yes. If humanity cannot truly unite and continues to just shout slogans while still acting independently when dealing with problems, the formation of a graveyard of space debris will definitely occur before a large-scale interstellar migration plan takes shape. Why do I say that? Take the ocean as an example. 70% of the Earth's surface is covered by oceans. Aside from each country's territorial waters, there are vast areas of so-called international waters, which sound like everyone can use for navigation. Isn't that similar to the space above the KRM line we are discussing now? However, how do we treat international waters? We dump garbage, fish recklessly, and let plastics and other waste that do not degrade pollute it. Some countries even discharge nuclear, chemical, and highly polluting waste into the ocean without any psychological burden. However, unlike space, humanity will never return to live in the ocean, and our future must develop towards space, which is a point where your view and mine agree. But if we treat space the way we treat the ocean, humanity will eventually be trapped on Earth. Forever trapped on Earth. In our historical culture, there's an idiom called painting the ground as a prison. In my view, humanity will eventually paint the sky as a prison. Chapter 45, 1975, seeing the four characters painting heaven as a prison glaring on the booklet, Bo felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Painting heaven as a prison. Painting heaven as a prison. He savored the phrase. It was so vivid. The recent earth-shaking incident was exactly that. Fortunately, this time it was just a concussion, not a cerebral infarction. His thoughts and continued reading. Painting the earth as a prison. Painting heaven as a prison. Although I'm not sure I fully understand the essence of your culture from your literal explanation, I think I get your meaning, completely understand. Peterson replied, I believe you, which is why we could be such good friends for so many years. It seems that our biggest difference is still that you are more cautious than I am. Moreover, I think this caution is more related to cultural and historical backgrounds than to our professional knowledge, right? I don't agree. From the perspective of culture and history alone, our nation and culture are essentially optimistic. Our ancient myths and legends carry a deep belief in the triumph of humanity over fate, such as Kwa Fu chasing the sun, Gong Gong hitting the mountains, Niwa repairing the sky, Ho Yi shooting the sun, Chang'e flying to the moon, Diu controlling the floods, etc., many of which you learned about during your visit to China a few years ago. If viewed from this angle, I should be more optimistic. Sikong, you reminded me. Those stories are very moving, but they also carry a hint of tragedy. Therefore, my caution, even pessimism, is more based on a professional judgment. Let me give you an analogy. When we go to the Trevi Fountain in Rome, throwing a coin into the fountain expresses a beautiful wish, right? After throwing the coin, there will be no adverse consequences, and we just won't get that money back. However, if we throw coins into the engine while boarding, or even throw coins into the engine while it's running at low speed, try to express a wish for a smooth journey, it could lead to serious consequences, right? Because the engine blades could be damaged, resulting in anything from needing replacement to catastrophic failure. Your analogy is very interesting, but what are you trying to express? Our spacecraft in outer space are actually moving at high speeds, just like the blades of an engine. These spacecraft, including satellites, space stations, space telescopes, etc., are constantly serving us on Earth, leaving no room for interruption, let alone damage. I think I understand what you mean. You are saying that you are worried that external forces will change our existing balance in space, thereby artificially causing the Kessler syndrome. No wonder you are Peterson. That's exactly it. You believe that the vast outer space does not currently have the conditions to produce the kind of catastrophic consequences I am worried about, and that even before humanity acquires the ability for large-scale migration, such events will not occur. In other words, before our outer space reaches a saturated state for natural collisions, humanity will have already safely passed through the mountains. Theoretically, I agree with your point, but this process cannot withstand the harm caused by external forces. This external force could come from the universe, from aliens, or it could come from humanity itself, with the latter being even more likely. Think about it. Our spacecraft in outer space are constantly operating at high speeds. If they're damaged by external forces, causing a chain reaction, what would the consequences be? We can certainly simulate it with computers, but the randomness is too strong. It is possible that catastrophic consequences will only occur when we are nearly saturated, or it could happen by some unfortunate coincidence long before we reach saturation, creating a domino effect. So, the reason you are so pessimistic or cautious is because of your distrust of the unknowns of the universe or human nature, believing that at any moment an external force could emerge, potentially from a universe or from Earth itself, turning our outer space into a graveyard of space debris. Exactly. That SY further proposed the theory of the death window, which suggests that once our satellites and spacecraft in outer space reach a certain density, they could very well be destroyed by a small external force. Once that happens, the window that humanity originally used to understand the universe would turn into a death window, trapping us on Earth. Therefore, we must race against time, guarding against uncertainties from the universe as well as against the malice within ourselves. This time window is limited. Frankly, I don't know how long it lasts. It could be another 50 years, or it might close tomorrow. The death window. The death window perfectly expresses the duality of outer space as a window for humanity to face the universe, while also highlighting the urgency of the time window. This is truly insightful, but also very despairing. Basically, if I accept your viewpoint, it means I believe that humanity's future, especially the future of interstellar expansion, could be severed at any moment by the sword of Damocles hanging over us. That's right. Chang'e, that's truly terrifying. I'll repeat, truly terrifying. Upon reaching this point, the essence of this thin booklet has basically come to an end, yet Bo remained frozen in place like a statue, unmoving. The brief dialogue had impacted him as profoundly as when he first transitioned from traditional physics to quantum physics. After a long time, Bo finally came back to his senses. He looked around. There was still only him in the room, and it was very quiet outside. His mother was probably still napping. However, the pressure he felt earlier was so real that he felt he could even sense the weight of the time sealed within the room. He slowly set down the booklet and took out the notebook that had originally been placed beneath it in the wooden box. Compared to the booklet, this notebook was much older. Its cover should have been pure white, but now it had yellowed severely, and the paper was somewhat fragile, as if it would crumble at the slightest pressure from his fingers. In the center of the cover was a portrait of Chairman Mao and a line of slogans beneath the portrait, wishing Chairman Mao eternal life. The outline of the portrait and the color of the text should have been bright red, but now they had faded to light red. Not far below the slogan were two strong handwritten characters, Chang'e. Seeing his father's handwriting, Bo couldn't help but tremble again. Although the booklet contained only his father's printed words, they lacked the vividness of the handwritten ones before him. Once his emotions stabilized a bit, Bo carefully opened the first page, and a famous quote from Chairman Mao appeared. In strategy, one must despise the enemy. In tactics, one must take the enemy seriously. Below the quote was his father's handwriting. Diary, December 1975. This was his father's diary from when he was 15 years old. Bo exclaimed. Chapter 46. The death window when he was born, the reform and opening up had already entered its 12th year. Apart from the information he learned in school and through reading, he didn't know much about what had happened before. His parents rarely talked about it at home. He always felt that those were events experienced by the previous and the one before that generation, and that they had little to do with him. Unexpectedly, today in 2025, he discovered his father's diary from 50 years ago. Bo's heart raced as he turned the pages with a mix of anticipation and unease. Today is an incredibly frustrating day. Is there anything more despairing than having the results of painstaking research ruthlessly rejected? His father's handwriting contained only these two sentences. Further down, there was a pasted letterhead with a passage written on it, seemingly in blue-black ink, but the color had faded to the point of being almost indistinguishable. Judging by the handwriting, it was not his father's. Fortunately, the writer was not someone who scribbled carelessly. They maintained the most basic respect for the Chinese language. Bo widened his eyes and leaned in to read carefully, managing to understand the content. Kong, your paper analysis in response to the crisis of outer space environment has not been accepted for publication. Dongfang Hong number 1 has only been in space for 5 years. We must continue the revolution, even into space. The viewpoints in your paper, especially the description of the death window, not only contain directional errors, but also fall into idealism, which is a serious mistake with severe consequences. Editorial Office of the Journal of Aerospace Science, December 5, 1975, after reading this short passage. Bo was once again strongly impacted. His father was able to submit a paper to the Journal of Aerospace Science at the age of 15. The Journal of Aerospace Science was the most influential, comprehensive academic journal in China's aerospace field. He didn't expect his father to be so talented. Yet, evidently, his paper was not published, which must have been a significant blow to him. However, at the bottom of this letter, he discovered that his father had written another line in smaller letters, which seemed to have been written somewhat later based on the ink's depth. They indeed beat me. My right knee is completely ruined. I must stand up. Bo felt a buzzing in his head. No wonder his father complained about knee pain every winter or on business trips to humid southern places. It turned out that the root of the problem was from this time. He took a deep breath, shifted his gaze from the diary to look out the window. The afternoon sunlight still quietly bathed the earth, People on the road strolled leisurely. Traffic lights changed regularly. And shop owners by the roadside lazily glanced at passing pedestrians while playing on their phones. It seemed no one cared about the matters of the sky, about what had happened, what was happening, and what might happen in the space above, even if one looked up until their neck hurt. Through the distant view, Sibo felt his emotions diluted in the sunlight, diluted in the peaceful flow of reality. And only then did he lower his head to immerse himself once more in his father's achievements and pain. He organized his thoughts a bit. Clearly, his father had recognized the Kessler syndrome in 1975 and further proposed the theory of the death window, which was actually 3 years earlier than Kessler and even superior. However, just as he had told Peterson, his results had not been published, and after the Kessler syndrome was proposed, it quickly became a consensus in the industry. Even if he presented his paper from back then, it would likely not change the overall trend, as the scientific community had always relied on consensus, a force of great inertia. So, his father's paper remained sealed until now, with all his thoughts confined to the diary. He never expected he had suffered such grievances. This must be his lifelong regret. Sibo sighed inwardly, feeling the sound echo in the room. He continued to turn the pages, but found a blank page with nothing on it. Unwilling to accept this, he kept flipping until he reached the last page, where he found several sheets of paper pasted on the inside cover. The text on the paper was all in print, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was his father's paper, Analysis and Response to the Crisis of Outer Space Environment. These sheets looked significantly newer than the diary, clearly indicating that his father had printed it out in some year and kept it in the diary. Since it had been folded and cramped in this diary, Sibo put in some effort to fully unfold the stubborn paper. He held the diary with one hand and supported the paper with the other, reading intently. The more he read, the more enlightened he felt. In this paper, his father not only elaborated on the necessity of protecting the space environment, the dangers of space debris, and the characteristics of the death window, but he also put forward several suggestions on how to prevent or delay the emergence of the death window. Even today, these suggestions held significant value. Sibo silently pondered every word in the paper and memorized them firmly. Then, he carefully folded the paper back, closed the diary, and once again placed it back into the wooden box. He reverently picked up the wooden box and slowly returned it to its original spot. The box left a faint mark on the thin layer of dust on the desk. Sibo stared at the mark in a daze, feeling a mix of emotions. I used to think Dad started advocating for space environmental governance in the 1990s, but I didn't expect he had already figured out this issue at the age of 15. We have been useless, making no progress after decades. If measures had been taken earlier, would the Earth not have suffered from a concussion? No. I must plan carefully and ensure his achievements are made public. Having made this resolution, Sibo slowly walked to the door of the room, turned back to look at his father's desk and the faint mark on it, smiled softly, and said, "Dad, I just came to see you." Then he slipped out the door and gently closed it behind him. He jumped out of the time-space tunnel. His mother's door remained tightly shut, and the living room was very quiet. Sunlight still gently streamed in as if nothing had happened just moments ago. Sibo let out a long breath. The shadow of the accident in Russia a few months ago, the burdens he had been carrying in his heart over the years, seemed to have found an outlet, releasing him like never before. He was uncertain whether his mother knew about the wooden box in the corner of his father's bookshelf, but he did not plan to tell her. I can bear it all now. Chapter 47 Emergency Aftermath. When Zhang Shengjiu arrived at the company, there was still at least one football match's worth of time before dawn. He quietly opened the company's main door and slipped inside. After years of entrepreneurship, it was the first time he felt like a thief. Soon, his management team arrived one by one. Dai Mingqi was the first to arrive, his brows furrowed, face panicked, glasses askew on his nose, hair disheveled and greasy. After learning about the accident involving the Pinnacle spacecraft, he immediately contacted his boss and was prepared for a late-night meeting. But he was completely unprepared for how to respond to this sudden change. The other vice presidents trickled in, each responsible for areas like market PR, business development, human resources, and finance. They had been groggily woken up by Zhang Shengjiu, knowing something serious had happened, but not exactly how serious it was. They moved slowly, still half asleep and weary. "Get it together. The company is at risk of going under. What are you still doing sleeping?" Zhang Shengzhou's angry reprimand splashed cold water on everyone, jolting them upright, not daring to make a sound. The Pinnacle spacecraft has had an accident, and we must come up with a solution before dawn. Otherwise, after dawn, we'll all be left to drink the northwest wind. Zhang, what happened? Earthquake concussion. When Zhang Shengzhou saw this phrase online earlier, he dismissed it as clickbait. But now was the first thing that came to mind. Earth? Concussion? Vice President of Human Resources Sun Kai touched his head, confirming he didn't have a concussion. Sigh. What Zhang means is that there was a series of satellite collisions in the sky, and the resulting space debris destroyed our Pinnacle spacecraft. Dai Mingqi quickly explained, I've already obtained the observational images and data from our partners, and I'll send it to everyone right away. Huh? The remaining few gasped in shock, unable to say anything else. After a long pause, Vice President of Finance Jiang Fenglian stammered, all destroyed? That's 200 million. Compared to the first-generation spacecraft Lingxiao, which cost less than 100 million, the Pinnacle was undoubtedly a luxury item. Everyone gasped again. They were all executives and were aware of the Pinnacle's cost, but when that 200 million literally scattered in space, their jaws dropped. The key point is that this money was mostly funded by Lu Jie, and I think everyone knows he is our loyal customer, who has also given me a lot of support. The Pinnacle was his dream to fly to the Chang'e space station, and now that dream is shattered. We need to deal with everything that may happen next. Zhang Shengzhou solemnly shifted the topic to the immediate problem. He believed that merely expressing shock and surprise by gathering everyone in the middle of the night was pointless. This statement made everyone quiet down a bit, looking at him with hopeful eyes. First, let me introduce the general background. The Pinnacle was built with personal funds from President Liu, and the Space Tourism Service Agreement was also signed in his personal capacity. This is the only fortunate aspect of this accident. If the money and agreement had been signed with the Pinnacle Group, the situation would be 1,000 times more complicated. But regardless, the consequences are very serious, mainly reflected in the following aspects. First, the impact on our reputation. Without a doubt, what is everyone's biggest concern about space tourism? Safety. If you spend money and end up in space only to meet your end, I believe no one would want to take that risk. Even if choosing to end it all, they would opt for a cheaper method. Our interstellar navigation has maintained a 100 safety record over the years, and now that record is shattered. We will need to spend a lot of time, energy, and money to convince everyone that space tourism is safe. This point is easy to understand, right? At this point, he focused on his marketing director, Mahan. Mahan nodded nervously. This was the most challenging PR disaster she had faced since joining interstellar navigation. However, the impact on our reputation is relatively controllable, and as time passes, people will eventually be attracted to the allure of space tourism again. I have no doubt about that. Zhang Shengzhou continued. The more pressing impact we face is the second point, legal lawsuits and the resulting massive compensation. I haven't carefully studied the agreement we signed with President Liu, but if I were his family, I would definitely fight interstellar navigation to the end. They might even show up with banners first thing in the morning and initiate civil and even criminal lawsuits. We cannot possibly walk away unscathed. I don't know how much compensation we will owe yet. I need everyone's help to calculate. He then turned to Jiang Fenglian and Chief Legal Counsel Lin Junzhong. There should be insurance in the agreement, and such a big boss as Lu Jie would certainly have taken out life insurance, Jiang Fenglian reminded. Oh, are you saying that all these losses could be covered by the insurance company? Zhang Shengzhou asked. I need to take a close look at the agreement. Zhang, I remember there is a force majeure clause in the agreement. Something like earthquake concussion definitely falls under force majeure, Chief Legal Counsel Lin Jun added. He had also been brainwashed by the phrase earthquake concussion. Zhang Shengzhou looked at him without speaking. Rest assured, I will read the agreement carefully right now. I will work with Dai, Jiang, and Ma to ensure that our company's interests are not compromised or affected as little as possible. I will also contact our partner law firm immediately to have them prepared. Lin Jun quickly stated. Sai, you're underestimating the situation. Zhang Shengzhou shook his head. This isn't a simple contractual dispute. This is a matter of life and death, the life of a billionaire. Of course, these things must be done, the sooner the better. Meanwhile, son, think about how to comfort our employees. In a few hours, when they wake up, they'll find out about this news from various channels. We need to prepare their mental fortitude. Also, quickly get in touch with the security at the park and the local police station. If our company is attacked, we need protection. Zhang Xingjiu had lost contact with his parents a long time ago, and he deeply understood the despair of losing loved ones. Moreover, Lu Jie was just in his 50s, in the prime of life, and surely the pillar of his family. Would his widow, children, and all those who relied on him just let it go? All right, no more talking. Everyone get to work. Back in his office, Zhang Xingjiu closed the door and did not turn on lights. By the faint light of the street lamp outside, he saw that it was still dark outside. He needed to solve a key problem, one that had exceeded the capabilities of interstellar navigation and his team. He dialed C. Bo's number again. It was still off. Could he be on a long flight? It had been several hours. If he was on a plane, he hoped he wasn't too affected by this earthquake concussion. Zhang Xingjiu suddenly had a bad premonition and, after a brief hesitation, dialed another number. Chapter 48, An Unwelcome Request, Mr. Zhang. Is there something wrong? It's so late. A magnetic male voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Wu, I apologize for bothering you at this hour. He dialed Wu Zhiga's number. When they were in Los Angeles, because Si Bo was present, they both refrained from addressing each other as Mr., but now that Si Bo was not around, he felt it was better to be polite. It seemed Wu Zhiga thought the same way. It's all right, Mr. Zhang. I'm a night owl. Is there anything I can help you with? Well, there is indeed something urgent. You've heard about the Earth brainquake, right? I have. Unfortunately, I didn't expect what I mentioned 2 years ago in Los Angeles to actually happen. I'm not happy about it all. If our clean space initiative had been heard and accepted by more people earlier, perhaps we could have accomplished a lot in these 2 years. Yes, you truly are a prophet. We should indeed pay more attention to the protection of the space environment. Zhang Xingjiu had a compliment. Speaking of which, can you get in touch with Sibo? I've been trying to call him, but his phone is off. I'm really worried about him. Is it the reason you called me? Not entirely, but it's something I'm concerned about. Zhang Xingjiu didn't want to get straight to the point. After all, Sibo was a mutual friend, and he was genuinely worried about Sibo's safety. I don't know much more than you do. All I know is that he is on a business trip in Moscow. Moscow is a few hours behind us, and it should be close to midnight local time. If you can't reach him, maybe he turned off his phone while sleeping. Moscow, Zhang Xingjiu exclaimed. Yes, what is wrong? The Earth brainquake occurred over Russia. If he is on a business trip, he might be on a plane, which is very dangerous. I saw reports of a civil aviation accident. Also, after living with him for so many years, does he have a habit of turning off his phone while sleeping? Huh? You make a good point. I'll contact Salienko right away and have him use the Killing Company's network to find out. When it came to Sibo's safety, Wu Zhiga finally became anxious. He couldn't remember if Sibo actually turned off his phone before sleeping. All right, please do. Let me know if you get any further updates. No problem, don't worry. I'm also very concerned about him. Wu Zhiga was clearly more emotionally invested in this call than he had been at the beginning. Thank you. Thank you. You mentioned earlier that besides Sibo, there was something else you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, I would like to ask you for a favor. Go ahead. Zhang Xingjiu paused to organize his thoughts and tried to remain calm. Our interstellar navigation company is involved in space tourism. As I introduced to you last time. Yes, I remember. I was thinking about when I could take a ride on your spacecraft. You're welcome. However, it might take a while. Our latest spacecraft was hit by debris from the Earth brainquake during our recent space tourism mission, and from the observations, it has already disintegrated in space. Zhang Xingjiu exerted a lot of effort to say this. What? Wu Zhiga was taken aback. He didn't expect that. In addition to the multiple satellite collisions, the destruction of the Chang'e space station's Winnie telescope, and the civil aviation accident he was already aware of, space tourism was also affected. However, he quickly regained his composure and asked, was there anyone on the spacecraft? Well, what would we launch into space for if there was no one? We are in the space tourism business. So, the chances are, it's unlikely they survived. Is it convenient for me to ask how many people were on board? Wu Zhiga asked nonchalantly. Although there weren't many people, this time we had a VIP service. Besides the crew and service staff, there was only one passenger, Lu Jie. Zhang Xingjiu felt he could trust Wu Zhiga, especially since he needed to ask him for help and couldn't hide the truth. Lu Jie? That real estate mogul? Wu Zhiga's eyes lit up. Yes, that's him. The owner of Pinnacle Group. So, our spacecraft, is also called Pinnacle. Pinnacle, you might be in trouble. Yes, otherwise why would I be calling you? When did this happen? Just a few hours ago. At first, I didn't believe it, but I received observation images and data from our partner. There was no way to avoid accepting this reality. It sounds like there might still be a little time. No, I feel like there's not much time left. However, if you're willing to help, perhaps we can hold on a bit longer when facing the consequences of this incident. Go ahead. If I provide you with those observation images and data, could you help me locate the black box of the Pinnacle? You are in the space debris removal business, so you must know the distribution of objects in space well. Plus, with the Clean Space Alliance, I believe with your technical capabilities and network, you can quickly find the black box. Once we find it, we need to get it to me immediately so that, regardless of whether the data inside is favorable to us, at least we have control over it. You're very clever. The Pinnacle Group probably doesn't know about the black box, right? We signed a contract with Lu Jie personally. It has nothing to do with Pinnacle Group. That may be so, but do you think Pinnacle Group will just let this go? As far as I know, Lu Jie is not only the founder, but remains the soul of the company to this day. That is true. Zhang Shengjiu felt a cold sweat break out. When he assigned tasks to his team earlier, he and T emphasized this point, but it was such an obvious fact. After pausing for a while, he continued. Regardless of whether Pinnacle Group will get involved, the fact that there is a black box on the Pinnacle cannot be kept secret. When the Civil Aviation Administration and the Space Administration investigate this matter, they will definitely come to us to understand the detailed design and development parameters, and at that time, we must tell them the truth. So, I want to leverage your power to buy some time and get the black box first. That way, when we actually face them, we can be mentally prepared. Do you want to alter the data in the black box? No, that's impossible. Technically, it's not feasible, and our compliance requirements don't allow it. However, while we can't change the data, we can make corresponding preparations based on the data in advance. All right, I understand. I will help you. Wu Zhiga didn't decline, which relieved Zhang Xingjiu. However, even so, you still want to join our Clean Space Alliance? Wu Zhiga asked with a smile. We are currently in a negative asset situation. How can we add trouble to your alliance? Zhang Xingjiu also smiled and declined. In fact, he had already made a decision in his heart. It was just that his pride made him unwilling to agree immediately. Chapter 49, it's over. Bo did have an accident while on a business trip, but fortunately, he only sustained injuries and is currently receiving treatment in Moscow. It seems he is not in any immediate danger. I will contact him as soon as he recovers. Not long after, Zhang Shengjiu received news from Wu Zhiga, and the anxiety that had been weighing on his heart was finally eased. When you contact him, please don't mention the incident with our Pinnacle number, Zhang Shengjiu reminded. Don't worry, I want to say a word. After managing Bo's concerns, Zhang Xingjiu quickly packaged the data he received from Dai Mingqi and hurriedly sent it to Wu Zhiga, feeling that his heart was thrown out along with the data, no longer belonging to him from that moment on. He felt time passing slowly, yet he hoped it would pass even slower. He anxiously waited, but had no idea what he was waiting for. When the first rays of sunlight finally streamed into the office window, Lin Jun rushed in, panting. Don't rush. Take your time, Zhang Xingjiu said. Mr. Zhang, I just finished a meeting with our external lawyer. Let me report the situation. Oh, they're up quite early, Zhang Xingjiu responded. Wouldn't it be a waste not to earn money? Besides, when I mentioned this case to them, they were all quite enthusiastic. So should I be happy or sad? Zhang Xingjiu said with a wry smile. Generally speaking, cases that lawyers prioritize are usually tricky. For lawyers, it's a great opportunity to achieve success and make a name for themselves, while for the clients, it's a torment. Akin to being in a small boat navigating the turbulent waters of the Yangtze River, unsure if the next wave will capsize them. Someone is willing to help us. We should be happy, Mr. Zhang, Lin Jun replied, regaining his usual composure. We analyzed the agreement, and it mainly favors us in two aspects. First, this incident is clearly a force majeure accident. The rain comes when it wants, and a satellite collision is something we cannot predict. Based on this premise, the second point is that since an accident occurred and Lu Jie died, the first entity needing compensation would be his personal life insurance provider. I believe a billionaire like him must have purchased substantial life insurance. If the insurance company as compensation meets their demands, we might not need to provide additional compensation. Of course, we will certainly express some condolences symbolically. If it were that simple, why are those lawyers so happy? Zhang Xingjiu interrupted Lin Jun. What makes them happy is that this matter is undoubtedly of national attention. The exposure is sufficient, and based on what I just mentioned, they believe the odds are in their favor. So, on one hand, it has a significant impact, and on the other hand, they are likely to win. Who wouldn't he want to take on such a defense? What you just said is based on one premise, that they will actually sue us in court. What if they don't sue and come directly to create a scene? That is beyond my responsibility. Didn't TU arrange for Dai to handle it earlier? I believe he has already contacted the security and the police station. Then bring Dai Mingqi in. Watching Lin Jun leave, Zhang Shengjiu did not feel the slightest bit of relief. If everything in the world could be interpreted so strictly according to the contract, why would there be so many disputes? Moreover, whether this incident could truly be interpreted as force majeure would still have to wait for the joint analysis results from the Space Agency and the Civil Aviation Administration to determine. Not just by a lawyer's word. This is also why having the black box is so crucial. Mr. Zhang, you called for me? Dai Mingqi entered, his glasses still crooked, looking somewhat disheveled. Are the security measures ready? Ready. We are considered a key enterprise in the park, so they take it seriously. Send a few young men to monitor the intersection. If there is any movement, notify us immediately. Although the security is aware, we should be the most concerned. Understood. Zhang Xingjiu had never experienced such a long morning. He didn't dare to go out, so he made a bowl of instant noodles in the office, eating while waiting for the storm that could come at any moment. However, the entire morning was very quiet. There were no unusual occurrences outside the company or in the surrounding area, and it was no different from any other day. To stabilize the morale, Zhang Xingjiu specifically instructed his management team not to proactively discuss this matter in the company. If employees learned about the situation through the internet or TV and asked, they could simply tell them that the company was handling it properly. He only asked Dai Mingqi to explain a bit more to a few young and strong employees. It seemed that all preparations might have been an overreaction. Yet, Zhang Xingjiu did not dare to relax. He always felt that this was the calm before the storm. After lunch, Dai Mingqi rushed into his office again. Mr. Zhang, we have a visitor. Oh, who is it? Zhang Shengjiu's intuition told him. They have arrived. It's Lu Jia's wife. Before he could finish, Lin Jun entered with a man and a woman. The woman was wearing sunglasses, and outside the sunglasses was a fair, oval face, a delicate nose, and a small mouth. Her long black hair was slicked back, styled with some dye and perm to appear wavy, as if the owner wanted to seem more mature. She had a moderate figure, wearing a conservative light yellow casual top, white jeans, and a pair of medium-heeled casual shoes. She looked younger than Lu Jia's wife, more like his daughter. The man beside her was dressed in a black suit. If he had a white flower pinned to his chest, he could directly attend a memorial service. He looked like the woman's driver, or perhaps a bodyguard. The man had a serious expression, indicating that something had indeed happened, while the woman gave off a very calm vibe, as if nothing significant had occurred. Of course, it was possible that flames were spewing from her eyes at that moment, just blocked by her sunglasses. Zhang Xingjiu quickly stood up to invite the two to sit down, signaling Dai Mingqi and Lin Jun to leave. The two were taken aback, exchanging glances. Do we not need to stay here? No, I can handle it alone. They quickly stepped outside, gently closing the door behind them. I apologize. The two of you. I had instant noodles in the office, and it might not smell very pleasant. Please bear with me, Zhang Xingjiu said while opening the window. He had expected the visitors to arrive so quietly, and instead felt a bit caught off guard, so he busied himself with something to ease the tension. The two remained silent, merely watching his back as he opened the window. Zhang Xingjiu turned back, breaking the awkward silence. I'm really not sure what to say. I truly feel sorry about this accident. I'm very saddened and regretful. Just minutes ago, he was imagining how to present himself when meeting Lu Jia's family or representatives from Pinnacle Group, thinking that no matter who it was, he must maintain a strong demeanor since it was force majeure and he could not admit fault. However, when faced with the man and woman before him, he completely forgot his earlier plan. Mr. Zhang, Lu often mentioned you at home. I didn't expect that our first meeting would be to discuss his affairs after his passing. The woman finally spoke, her voice ethereal with a hint of hoarseness. I always regarded him as an older brother. I didn't expect. Zhang Xingjiu felt a bit of a lump in his throat, convinced that he was not pretending. As for me, I want to take off my sunglasses. I can't face anyone, and I don't want to make a scene here. I don't have the energy. I came over now to tell you that I've finished dealing with Lao Lu's matter. The woman's tone still reveals no significant turbulence. Chapter 50, same envelope. This time, it was Zhang Shengjiu who was dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Since midnight, he had been doing various psychological preparations, brewing several plans and scripts. Just a moment ago, he had reviewed them again while opening the window, only to be met with the abrupt announcement from the other party that everything was over. It felt like guarding a city, sealing off every corner, filling the moat with water, positioning groups of archers on the walls, and laying ambushes with hooked spears behind the gate, all ready for an enemy attack, only to be met with a lone figure carrying a white flag. Over? After a long pause, he countered. Yes, we have already contacted the insurance company. His accidental death insurance is sufficient to support us for the rest of our lives. His shares in the Pinnacle Group can also be transferred to me, so I have no reason to come here and cause trouble. But Zhang Xingjiu still couldn't react, seeing that you are the same age. I will tell you that Lao Lu valued you very much. While sorting through the belongings he left at home, we found a letter that he presumably wrote to you. I didn't mean to look at the content, of course, but after seeing your name, I didn't read further. Saying this, she nudged the man beside her. The man took a letter from his briefcase and handed it to Zhang Xingjiu. Zhang Xingjiu took the envelope in shock, looking down and feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall from where. He raised his head again and asked, "For me?" "Yes, Lao Lu really thought highly of you. We looked at the agreement he signed with you, and many clauses he didn't delve into deeply, coupled with the letter he left for you. I believe that according to his wishes, he wouldn't want us to sue you or seek compensation. Therefore, we will proceed accordingly. Aside from handing you this letter, I have nothing more to say." The woman stood up and walked with the man towards the office door. Before opening the door, she turned back and said, "Don't find it strange. I am not Lao Lu's first wife, but I am his last. Also, even though we have settled things here, don't get too pleased with yourself. From what I know about the Pinnacle Group, if they don't send you to jail, I would be willing to believe that Lao Lu can come back to life." Zhang Shengjiu clutched the letter in his hand, standing still, mouth agape, motionless, until Dai Mingqi and Lin Jun entered, anxiously asking, "President Zhang, what happened?" Oh, it's nothing. She said she wouldn't hold us accountable, claiming that President Lu's personal insurance compensation is enough for them to live the rest of their lives. Great. Dai Mingqi jumped up excitedly, nearly dropping his glasses. Oh. Lin Jun's expression was more complex. He had expected a fierce confrontation, which would have made his lawyer friends famous, allowing him to bask in their glory. He didn't expect it to be resolved this way. "You both step out for a moment. I need to be alone for a while." Zhang Xingjiu ignored their expressions and commanded. He wanted to read the letter Lu Jiao left him in peace. When he sat down again, adjusted his mood, and examined the envelope, he suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This envelope was identical to the one his parents had given him before the college entrance examination. He struggled to control his trembling hands, trying 3 times before finally opening the envelope and pulling out 2 pages of letter paper filled with writing. "Dear, according to your parents' wishes, I will address you this way. If you remember, you'll surely recall that the envelope containing this letter is the same as the one you received from your parents. However, the contents inside are completely different. Apart from the envelope, the other similarity between these 2 letters is that they were both written by me. That's right. The letter you received before the college entrance examination was written by me. However, the content of that letter was indeed as your parents said. I was merely a recorder. Now, what I am writing is my own words, which of course also reflect your parents' intentions if they were still alive. Why am I writing this letter? Why did I previously write on behalf of your parents? The reason is the same. I want to repay a debt of gratitude. In the year of your college entrance examination, I had just started my business a few years ago and was still struggling in Yunnan province. Once, I offended a local bully in Jinghong and was chased, nearly losing my life. It was your parents who hid me in their trailer, saving me from disaster. I asked them what I could do to repay them, and they told me your name and address, asking me to write you a letter. For me at that time, this was the easiest thing to fulfill. Your parents were very great. They worked in a place where they could earn a lot of money, a place called the Golden Triangle, which is not within China. That time in Jinghong, they said, was one of the few occasions they returned to China for work. They told me they would continuously send you money, remitting it to Principal Zhou and trusting him to be your guardian. However, they begged me not to tell you what kind of work they were doing because they themselves didn't know how long they could continue. If you were smart enough, you may have already guessed what they were doing and understood why they had never contacted you or returned to the village except for that time they encountered me. Supporting you with their lives to make money seemed to be the only thing they could do. I don't want to make value judgments here, but I believe they were qualified as parents and that they saved my life. They told me that the backer and investor of their boss were people involved in flying things. They didn't understand aerospace, but from their simple descriptions, I felt it should be related to space. I don't know why they said that. Perhaps it was hearsay, or perhaps they had seen it with their own eyes. But I chose to believe their words and also chose to believe that they hoped you could somehow save them in the future. This is also why I wrote in the letter, suggesting you study things in the sky. I initially wanted to write aerospace directly, but was afraid you would realize it didn't come from them. By some divine fate, years later, I unexpectedly met you. After confirming that you were the son of the person who saved my life back then, I was very happy. On one hand, I found you. On the other hand, you indeed fulfilled your parents' wishes by studying aerospace and even started your own business, achieving success. For me, taking care of your business, even helping you achieve your dreams, is just a matter of spending money. And just like helping your parents write letters back then, spending some money for you now is also something easily achievable for me. The Pinnacle spacecraft is my last gift to you, or rather, after this spacecraft is handed over to your interstellar exploration, we can consider our relationship settled. After that, I will return to continue my real estate business, or retire to do something less tumultuous, like spending time with my grandchildren. I am writing this letter not because I feel I might die at any moment, but because I want to document the entire process while I still have this mindset of repaying a debt of gratitude, and then hand it over to you at the appropriate time. Finally, I have high hopes for interstellar exploration, and I have high hopes for you. If your parents are no longer alive, I hope you can fulfill their wishes and find out the manipulator behind the scenes in your industry. Chapter 51 Black Box. After reading Lu Jiayi's letter, Zhang Shengjiu fell into an unimaginable sorrow. His major client turned out not to be just a simple customer, but a silent guardian over the years, entrusted by his parents. Meanwhile, his parents remained missing, their fates beyond his control. This deeply worried Zhang Shengjiu. He feared that his parents, in a moment of confusion, might never escape, and he was scared he would never see them again in his lifetime. The last sentence in Lu Jiayi's letter had a tremendous impact on him. Who could be the puppet master behind the scenes in the industry? For a moment, he forgot the pressing issues at hand. Lu Jiayi's widow came very discreetly and left quietly. Apart from leaving a handwritten letter from Lu Jiayi, it seemed as if nothing had happened. However, she was not wrong. Within a few days, the retaliation from Pinnacle Group came like a storm. First, a group of people came to cause trouble, but they were blocked by security and the police. Soon after, several executives, more civilized, arrived at the door of the Interstellar Navigation Company and demanded to be brought to Zhang Shengjiu's office, angrily shouting at him, "You are in charge, right? Let me tell you, you must take full responsibility for what happened to our general manager Lu. Not only your company, but also you personally. I grew up in the mountains, have seen many wild beasts and animals, even the long-armed gibbons you've never seen. I'm not easily frightened." Zhang Shengjiu replied with a stern face. "Do you know how much our stock price has dropped because of General Manager Lu's death? How much our morale has been affected? How heartbroken our entire company is? How much are these visible losses and invisible emotional damages worth? Can your little company afford this responsibility? Oh, you want to acquire us?" Zhang Shengjiu scoffed. You wait. We won't let you off the hook without making you bankrupt." With that, they left angrily after throwing down their harsh words. Zhang Shengjiu called his management team back to the office. "I warned you not to be complacent. Look, the real troublemakers have arrived. President Zhang, don't worry. We've been on high alert," Dai Mingqi expressed. "Lin Jun, what do you think our next step will be?" Zhang Shengjiu asked his chief legal advisor. To him, It seemed Pinnacle Group had already hired people to cause trouble right away, which left him speechless. Afterward, when several of them came to threaten him aggressively, he responded firmly because he felt that, from a legal perspective, he had no dirt on them. After all, the agreement was signed between Liu Jie personally and Interstellar Navigation. Thinking about this, he sighed deeply, feeling a heavy debt of gratitude towards Liu Jie. Theoretically, we have no contractual relationship or obligations with Pinnacle Group. In fact, if it weren't for Liu Jie, we would have no connection with them at all, Lin Jun carefully stated. He continued, the only basis they might have to sue us could be 2 points. First, our Pinnacle spacecraft used the name Pinnacle without their trademark authorization. But that seems a bit far-fetched since Pinnacle is a common term. The second point, which I think they're more likely to use, has a very low probability of success. Almost no chance. At this point, Lin Jun looked at Zhang Xingjiu, as if asking, is it necessary to continue? Zhang Xingjiu nodded. They might claim that our Pinnacle spacecraft was negligent in this accident. If they can prove that, we would be in some trouble. However, now everyone knows that the Pinnacle was destroyed in the Earth brain shake incident, which is undoubtedly an irresistible force. If they insist on digging deeper, they can only go after the exhaustive company in the U.S. and the U.S. Air Force. The grievance has its head, and the debt has its owner. It was the exhaustive satellite that collided with a decommissioned GPS satellite, causing all this. If they really want to pursue this, then it would be interesting. I've only seen Chinese companies suing the U.S. government, but never seen a Chinese company suing both a U.S. company and the U.S. military at the same time. Hearing this, Dai Mingqi and several others couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xingjiu took a deep breath, trying to keep his worries off his face. Well, it sounds like we are relatively safe. Let's leave it at that for now. As everyone filed out, he stopped the Vice President of Engineering and Technology, Huang Hanjiang. Huang Hanjiang was a top student from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, who had been engaged in spacecraft and aerospace research since graduating with a PhD. If Liu Jie's funds built the flesh of the Pinnacle, then Huang Hanjiang designed its skeleton. Hanjiang, after listening to Lin Jun's words, what are your thoughts? Huang Hanjiang pursed his lips, seemingly hesitant. Don't worry. Just say it. I think we still can't be too complacent. The aerospace and civil aviation authorities are already forming an expert group to investigate the Pinnacle's accident. Although the cause is likely to be space debris, we can't assume the cause of the accident is definitely an irresistible force until the investigation results come out. Of course, not the kind of reason Mr. Lin mentioned, which has nothing to do with the exhaustive company and GPS. Oh, tell me more. Zhang Xingjiu was alarmed. First of all, it is the first time a spacecraft has had an accident in space tourism, resulting in several deaths. The management authorities will definitely take it very seriously and conduct a thorough review. Secondly, although we are pioneering space tourism, if we refer to the investigation processes of historical civil aviation accidents, many times the initial assumption is that adverse weather caused the aircraft accident, only to find out later that it was actually pilot error, not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. The key to the investigation is the black box. When Zhang Xingjiu heard the last 3 words come out of Huang Hanjiang's mouth, he realized that they needed to expedite the progress on Wu Zhiji's side, and he nodded to signal Huang Hanjiang to continue. If the black box is found, and the data proves our cruise operation was fine, or if the black box cannot be found at all, then we can confidently announce that the cause of the accident is an irresistible force. However, if there is even a tiny bit of data in the black box that proves crew negligence, they will likely magnify it and exploit it. That's my thought. Good. Why didn't you say that earlier? If I hadn't called you back and asked you directly, it seems you had no intention of saying it. Because Mr. Lin is the authority on the law. If he thinks there's no problem, then there shouldn't be any problem, right? But you are the technical authority. They wouldn't know these details about the black box. Hanjiang, as a technical person, when you need to express your opinion, you must express it. Zhang Xingjiu felt a bit helpless. Huang Hanjiang was great in every way, but sometimes he was too cautious. However, perhaps because of this, the Ling Xiao could maintain an excellent safety record. I understand. I have actually prepared the technical team to analyze the black box, and our partner is fully searching for the black box. Of course, the difficulty is immense. The missing Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 in 2014 still hasn't found its black box. And that was within the atmosphere. This pinnacle incident occurred hundreds of kilometers above. Fortunately, the black box for this pinnacle was self-developed after our internal design improvements, which not only increased the audio recording function, but also gave us much stronger control than the previous supplier. Looking back, that decision was correct. Otherwise, we would have to ask the supplier for help. No problem. Prepare fully. Zhang Xingjiu did not inform Huang Hanjing about his contact with Wu Zhige. He hoped that his team would remain sufficiently alert and not believe that Wu Zhige and his Clean Space Alliance were omnipotent. Indeed, they're not omnipotent. As of now, Zhang Xingjiu has not received any progress updates from Wu Zhige. Chapter 52: The Voice from Hell. 2 days later, everything seemed to return to calm. But Zhang Xingjiu inexplicably became restless. As long as Wu Zhige didn't give any news for a day, he couldn't sit still for a day. Mr. Wu, what process do we need to go through to join your Clean Space Alliance? He still called Wu Zhige. Oh, didn't you say last time that you were in the negative asset zone? Is that not the case anymore? Wu Zhige replied with a smile, making it hard to tell if it was friendly teasing or malicious sarcasm. That was just a joke. There definitely aren't any space tourism companies in your alliance yet. Wouldn't our joining just fill a gap? He was just about to mention his statement during that noon in Los Angeles when he was with Sibo, but then he thought better of it, realizing it wouldn't score him any points since he hadn't actively applied to join the alliance that afternoon. So he dropped the idea. Let me think. Okay, no problem. I'll have someone send you an application form later. You can fill it out and send it back. Just write my name as the recommender and Fuchin Technology as the recommending institution. Great, thank you. At this point, Zhang Xingjiu deliberately paused and didn't hang up the phone immediately. Is there anything else? Wu Zhige asked. The black box of the Pinnacle spacecraft that I asked you to help find a few days ago. Is there any progress? I'm quite anxious, Zhang Xingjiu gritted his teeth to say it. Yet, he had a huge question mark in his heart. It had only been a few days. He couldn't have forgotten, right? Although he had only met Wu Zhige once, he had this connection through Sibo. Oh, that matter. I'm really sorry. I've been particularly busy these past few days. Many people have come to join our alliance. I haven't forgotten. Let me check the specifics and get back to you. Wu Zhige's tone sounded very sincere. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wu. Zhang Xingjiu could only respond this way and then hung up the phone. He leaned heavily against the back of his chair, furrowing his brows, filled with suspicion. Why was he behaving this way today when he had previously agreed so readily? Was he blaming me for not applying to join the alliance right away a few days ago? Although he had only met him once and thought he was somewhat soft in the face of conflict, he shouldn't play such tricks, right? After all, he was also Sibo's brother, and Sibo wouldn't do such a thing. Zhang Xingjiu sprang up from his chair and paced around the office. Then he sat down again, anxiously waiting for Wu Zhige's notification. Soon, he received a message from Wu Zhige. Mr. Zhang, I just checked on the situation. Due to the Earth concussion incident, not only Russia, but the entire Eurasian continent and satellite-related normal operations have been greatly affected. Our network has not yet found the Pinnacle's black box. I'm really sorry. We will continue to work hard. Additionally, the Space Agency and Civil Aviation Authority are also collaborating with the ground monitoring and telemetry units from the time of the Pinnacle's launch to search for the black box. I believe we will find it soon. Thank you, Mr. Wu. I look forward to good news. After replying to this message, Zhang Xingjiu felt no relief at all. What he wanted was to obtain the black box through Wu Zhige's connections before the large-scale search began, to understand its information and prepare adequately. Otherwise, a thorough search that would take months would eventually yield results, unless it was destroyed while re-entering the atmosphere. But that was impossible. The materials they designed could withstand the friction of those hundreds of kilometers. However, if Wu Zhige couldn't solve the speed issue he was most looking forward to, then Wu Zhige's help would be meaningless. He felt like he was falling into that meaningless void. In the following days, Zhang Xingjiu felt as if he were walking on cotton. His whole being felt floaty, and his heart was very unstable, while his management team remained quite steady, not really understanding why their boss still looked so troubled. Low-probability events can't happen in reality, can they? Days passed, and humanity began to recover from the shock of the Earth concussion, slowly starting to clean up the aftermath of the accident in the sky. One evening before getting off work, The sunlight was completely unaffected by the earth concussion, still casting its afterglow in Zhang Shengjiu's office as usual. Heaven and earth are unkind. They treat all things as straw dogs. For some reason, Zhang Shengjiu thought of this phrase. No matter how chaotic things were on earth, the sun felt nothing and continued to provide warmth and heat to its planets according to its rhythm, through spring and autumn and cold and heat. In the golden sunlight, Zhang Shengjiu saw Lin Jun stumble into the office, his face full of fear. Despite this, he maintained his composure, closing the office door behind him before finally spilling out the words that had been stuck in his chest. Mr. Zhang, we've received a recording from Pinnacle Group. Zhang Shengjiu shot up, staring intently at Lin Jun's face, which looked pale as ashes even under the sunlight. He felt his own face must be the same. Lin Jun trembled as he took a small recording pen from a small bag in his hand. The pen was glossy black, shining with a strange light under the sun, as if mocking the two of them. How could this happen? Quickly adjust the rudder. Lower the flight altitude. It's too late. This damn spaceship cost so much money. Why is it still so difficult to maneuver? I don't care anymore. The short recording echoed in their ears, the speaker's accent and the background noise sounding very familiar. Without a doubt, this was the voice from the cockpit of the Pinnacle spacecraft, and it was the captain speaking. And this voice could only come from one place. Zhang Shengjiu and Lin Jun looked at each other, but both hesitated to say those three words. Zhang Shengjiu could no longer speak. The volume of the recording wasn't loud, but after listening to it once, he felt those words turn into a roaring hammer, striking violently in his heart again and again until it shattered his insides. Chapter 53 Return to Society. Zhang Shengjiu walked through a dim corridor, filled with a damp smell. But his nose had long since stopped sensing it. Years of living in darkness had dulled his senses. The exit of the corridor led to a square courtyard, with a steel framework above that blocked most of the sunlight. Surrounding it were high walls covered in barbed wire, which were not just simple strands of wire. Every so often, there were smooth, round metal balls resembling some kind of sensors. Cameras in each corner of the high wall blinked with faint blue lights. As he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a bit nostalgic and stood in the courtyard for a while, taking in his surroundings and committing every detail to memory. Hurry up! Don't want to leave? A rough voice shouted. Zhang Shengjiu snapped back to reality and, amid some pushing, crossed the courtyard again and squeezed through an open iron gate. The gate was not low. He could easily pass through, but he instinctively lowered his head and hunched his body. Outside was a whole new world, one he had left 5 years ago. The glaring sunlight scorched him mercilessly, making it hard to open his eyes. Zhang Zong, a familiar voice called out to him. Zhang Shengjiu squinted and saw a man wearing glasses askew. It was none other than Dai Mingqi. He almost didn't recognize him, feeling a mix of surprise and relief. I'm not Zhang Zong anymore, Zhang Shengjiu said, self-deprecatingly. No, the company is waiting for you to return. Oh, the company is still around? Yes, it's been tough over the years, but we've all pulled through. Now, everyone is thrilled that you're coming out 3 years early. 3 years early? What year is it now? 2030? Oh, 5 years, just like that. Zhang Shengjiu murmured. 5 years ago, the Pinnacle spacecraft had an accident during an Earth-based concussion incident, resulting in the destruction of the ship and the loss of lives, including Lu Jie, the founder of Pinnacle Group. Pinnacle Group launched a frenzied retaliation against him and the Interstellar Navigation Company. Somehow, Pinnacle Group found the black box of the Pinnacle spacecraft and extracted a recording of the pilot before the accident, proving that the cause of the accident was not an act of God, but rather the pilot's lack of responsibility, abandoning control at the last moment. In other words, it was not a natural disaster, but a man-made tragedy. Therefore, they filed a criminal lawsuit against Zhang Shengjiu and Interstellar Navigation Company. Isn't it true that when the spacecraft still had a chance for rescue, the Pinnacle pilot abandoned the operation, cursing instead, putting everyone's lives at risk, including our respected founder Lu Jie? Doesn't this behavior constitute intentional homicide? As the employer of the pilot, shouldn't Interstellar Navigation bear the compensation responsibility? As the owner of Interstellar Navigation, should Zhang Shengjiu not bear criminal responsibility? In court, the lawyer for Pinnacle Group, After presenting the black box recording and inviting experts from the aerospace and civil aviation authorities to interpret the spacecraft design, posed these questions with conviction. Zhang Xingjiu and Lin Jun stared at the lawyer from Pinnacle Group, momentarily at a loss for words. They knew that this day would come when they received the recording from Pinnacle Group. If Liu Jie had not died in the accident, everything could have been negotiated. But since his demise, the impact and shock that Pinnacle Group has endured is beyond what anyone can imagine. We are a publicly listed company. Our stock has dropped nearly 20, resulting in an economic loss of nearly 50 billion renminbi. What does that mean? We could have acquired your interstellar navigation. The lawyer continued without listing other economic losses. Moreover, the spiritual loss is immeasurable. Liu Jie is in a sense a god in the hearts of all our employees. Seeing that Zhang Shengjiu remained silent, the opposing lawyer continued to speak eloquently. This trial had very little in the way of counterarguments. The lawyers Zhang Shengjiu hired lacked the fighting spirit they had when preparing to confront Liu Jie's family and were completely overwhelmed by Pinnacle Group. After all, no matter how wealthy Liu Jie was, he was just an individual, while Pinnacle Group was a giant with a market value of nearly 300 billion renminbi. What made Zhang Xingjiu most uncomfortable was that Pinnacle Group had even obtained a recording of his phone call to Wu Zhiga. Your Honor, the recording just presented was obtained through court procedures from the operator. Everyone should hear it clearly. If Zhang Shengjiu had nothing to hide, why did he seek the black box through personal connections? Normally, the aerospace and civil aviation authorities would organize a joint team for the search. Wanting to obtain the black box in advance must have other motives. And now that we heard the recording, isn't that motive obvious? Therefore, we believe that Zhang Xingjiu, as the owner of Interstellar Navigation Company, is not only suspected of intentional homicide, but also attempted to evade punishment, constituting an even graver offense. At that moment, Zhang Xingjiu felt completely powerless to defend himself, slumping in his chair. He could not fathom how his phone call had been monitored. Ultimately, the court ruled that Interstellar Navigation would compensate Pinnacle Group 200 million renminbi for emotional damages, and Zhang Xingjiu was sentenced to 8 years in prison to be executed immediately. Time flew by afterward. In prison, Zhang Xingjiu completely abandoned all hope, cutting off all thoughts, living each day like a burden, shedding a weight from his shoulders with each passing day. He refused all visits, completely isolating himself from the outside world. Now he saw Dai Mingqi, the vice president of operations who had first reported the accident of the Pinnacle spacecraft to him in the middle of the night 5 years ago. He had thought that after he was imprisoned and the company was fined a hefty amount, everyone would have dispersed and interstellar navigation would cease to exist. He never expected that Dai Mingqi was still around, and it sounded like the company was still operational. Accompanied by Dai Mingqi, he slowly walked to a parking lot across the street and got into Dai Mingqi's car. How have you all been these years? As soon as he got in the car, Zhang Xingjiu couldn't help but ask. Although the Pinnacle is gone, we still have a Ling Xiao. After the experience with the Pinnacle, Han Jiang made some small improvements to the Ling Xiao, significantly increasing comfort without much cost increase. However, because of the Pinnacle incident, the Ling Xiao was grounded for 2 years and didn't return to space until 2027. Those 2 years were really tough. Many employees left. You've really had a hard time. Why not just disband and split the money? Why wait for me? Pinnacle Group always says Liu Jie is their god. You are also the backbone of our interstellar navigation. We all started together in the early days. How could we scatter because of this little incident? We genuinely believe in the future of space tourism, not just for profit. Moreover, Pinnacle Group has bullied us too much. We must achieve something to show them. Zhang Xingjiu turned his head, looking at Dai Mingqi in surprise. For a long time, he thought that Dai Mingqi, as the vice president of operations, was steady but lacked decisiveness, often feeling constrained. He didn't know if it was due to a lack of confidence or his management style, but unexpectedly, after 3 days, he saw him in a new light. I really owe it all to you and everyone else, he said with deep emotion. No, we also owe it to your friend, Wu Zhiga, the boss of Fuchin Technology. Huh? Why? Chapter 54. 5 years later, didn't I just say that the Ling Xiao had been grounded for 2 years? It was Wu Zhiga who got the Ling Xiao back into the sky. He came to us and said he wanted to become our client. And then he took the Ling Xiao for a trip to space and came back. With his encouragement, our business slowly started to improve. To be honest, if it weren't for him, we really don't know if we would have made it through the toughest times. So we are all very grateful to him. But he remains calm and has always been reluctant to take credit. Wu Zhiga. Zhang Xingjiu didn't expect to hear this name right after getting out of prison. And it was the same name that had led to his imprisonment back then. If that phone call he made to Wu Zhiga seeking help to find the black box and been leaked and turned into evidence in court. He would have been convicted based solely on the pilot's recordings in the black box. He had always wondered how their conversation was known to the Pinnacle Group, and he had suspected Wu Zhiga, but ultimately dismissed that possibility. He had to trust his brother, Sibo. Now it seems that Wu Zhiga had helped him so much, making it even less likely that he would have done such things back then. Most likely, the Pinnacle Group had eavesdropped on his phone call through secret means and then legally requested the operator to retrieve the recordings. Yes, he said he was your friend, and you suffered imprisonment because of your call with him, so he feels guilty. Not only did he come to take care of our business and help us with publicity, but he also did a lot of behind-the-scenes work. It is said that your early release by 3 years is also related to his efforts behind the scenes. What? Wu Zhiga reduced my sentence by 3 years? Zhang Xingjiu was utterly astonished. His original sentence was 8 years. And now being released in 5 years is indeed a reduction of 3 years. Isn't it? Well, in any case, everyone feels that you are blessed and have a long life. Our interstellar navigation is not finished yet, and your return this time has boosted everyone's morale. The Pinnacle is gone, but we have explored a long-distance space tourism route. In the future, we could develop new spacecraft and routes. Well, we're setting off again. After Zhang Shengjiu tidied himself up, he finally appeared with a completely new demeanor. He was trying hard to adapt to this society. 5 years had passed, and electric vehicles were everywhere. The roar of flashy engines that could occasionally be heard before had almost disappeared. Many areas had opened up their airspace. And vertical takeoff and landing electric aircraft, EVTOL, were no longer rare. They flew quietly in the sky, completely transforming the city's traffic network into a three-dimensional one. His old mobile phone, which he had left at home, was still usable, but it could only connect to the most basic voice call function, with data services long outdated. The entire city had already popularized 6G and satellite internet. Only Interstellar Navigation, the company he founded, had not changed, still stationed in the same park as 5 years ago. Everyone was waiting for him at the company entrance, and, with so many people, it felt quite crowded, but no one cared. The scene clearly showed that their emotions had overflowed. Amidst cheers and applause, Zhang Xingjiu walked in. In an instant, his eyes became moist. Dai Mingqi, Huang Hanjing, Jiang Fenglian, and Ma Han, his capable subordinates, were still there, though after 5 years, they had all gained a bit of weariness. President Zhang, welcome back. In the following days, Zhang Shengjiu spent time in a surreal feeling. He occasionally felt that he needed to apply for permission just to do something, make a call, or even go to the restroom, only to deny that thought after a moment. Many times, he shook his head with a bitter smile as he rushed to his next meeting room. Because of this, he had contacted Wu Zhiga. He didn't want to see him before he fully returned to normal. However, he welcomed guests, and he had no choice in the matter. President Zhang, glad to see you. Congratulations on your return. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Zhang Xingjiu was both surprised and delighted. They had all been important partners of interstellar navigation, and he had thought they would take the opportunity to hit him while he was down, like the Pinnacle Group. But after returning, he heard from his colleagues that they hadn't mentioned this matter in the past few years. However, he still didn't dare to let his guard down. Perhaps they were just waiting for him to come back before bringing it up? After all, the sudden halt of interstellar navigation had caused them losses too. Mr. Lin, Mr. Dong, Mr. Fu, please sit down, please sit down. You 3 coming together is truly an honor for me. Zhang Xingjiu welcomed them while inviting Huang Hanjing and Dai Mingqi to join him. Lin Xian was the only woman among the 3, with an elegant demeanor and delicate features, dressed in professional attire that made her look very capable. She was one of the investors of Interstellar Navigation and a co-founder of UCP Capital. Dong Hongfeng was stocky and robust. He was the vice president of Zunshita Logistics, which had a long-term logistics partnership with Interstellar Navigation, responsible for transporting parts of the spacecraft. Fu Rong was gentle and refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His company, Suishin Can, was a value-added service partner of interstellar navigation, providing various entertainment and information services to the tourists on the spacecraft. The three had known each other for a long time through interstellar navigation, so they simply agreed to come together this time. Mr. Lin, ladies first, you go ahead. Dong Hafeng and Fu Rong smiled at Lin Xian. Haha, all right. President Zhang, don't be nervous. We're not here to cause trouble. Lin Xian immediately noticed the hint of unease hidden behind Zhang Xingjiu's smiling face and got straight to the point. What Mr. Lin said is true. I haven't fully integrated back into society yet. I originally wanted to wait until I was completely adapted before visiting you all, but unfortunately, I still feel like a primitive person. Zhang Xingjiu joked, feeling relieved in his heart. In fact, we encountered a little trouble these past 2 days, and we were just discussing coming to see you, so we might as well ask for your advice. After all, President Zhang is an expert in the field, Lin Xian said with a smile. Too kind, too kind. Now I'm a person with a criminal record, but let us see what I can help with. Then, Lin Xian briefly explained the issues they encountered, and after she finished, Dong Hongfeng and Fu Rong also spoke in turn. The problems the three faced were actually quite similar. After listening to them, Zhang Xingjiu furrowed his brows, recalling the brief interruption he encountered while watching satellite TV last night. Then he asked Huang Hanjing, you are the technical expert. What do you think is the situation they're facing? Huang Hanjing remained as straightforward as before, unreservedly sharing his analysis. The three listened attentively. At this moment, a question kept shouting loudly in Zhang Xingjiu's heart. It's been 5 years. 5 years. Why hasn't there been any improvement in the situation? What have you all been doing? Chapter 55, 2025. United Nations. The United Nations building in New York has seen better days. This pale blue glass structure, built over 70 years ago, despite undergoing renovations in the early 21st century, cannot escape the inevitable aging process. Much like the grand vision of world peace it once represented at its inception. The sculpture of guns in the square at the entrance still stands defiantly, with its curled barrels symbolizing a call for no war. However, in the past 70 years, wars of all sizes have hardly ceased on Earth. This lonely revolver seems somewhat out of place, as no one fights with revolvers anymore in today's world filled with drones. Verbal battles are constantly occurring inside the building. In a spacious conference room, 2 rows of parallel long tables are set up, adorned with nameplates and pink potted flowers. The people seated on either side of the tables are dressed in formal attire, yet their faces are flushed with argument. Professor Chun, as far as I know, you have always held the view that humanity should impose no restrictions on space activities. Why are you now standing on the opposite side of your own viewpoint? As a respected scholar, isn't this approach questionable? Asked a bearded old man sitting near the door of the conference room, addressing the elder opposite him. The elder is Professor Chun Zixiang from the National University of Defense Technology, an aerospace expert, who replied calmly, Craig, as scholars, our viewpoints change based on facts and understanding, not by sticking rigidly to a dead doctrine. I used to be a fervent supporter of space exploration activities, but the facts have proven this is unsustainable. Otherwise, the Earth concussion incident a few months ago would not have happened. We already have thousands of spacecraft in space, which could collide again at any moment, causing even more severe consequences. Therefore, we must adopt a more balanced approach to space. Moreover, this is not only the viewpoint of our academic community, but also that of the space agencies of China and Russia. After speaking, he glanced at the 2 men beside him, one in his 50s and the other still young. Minsky and Yelena nodded at him, their eyes conveying approval and affirmation. I don't care about your academic community. All I know is that my sister Wadanxia was killed by the Earth concussion. Who do I go to for justice? The exhaustive company? Does your American government take the blame for businesses? Even if you want to compensate, can you afford it? Meng Senmio, sitting next to Sibo, stood up, excited, and shouted across the table. His voice echoed back and forth in the conference room, silencing those across from him. He was once an astronaut on the Chang'e space station, but was dismissed from the astronaut corps for indecisiveness during the Earth concussion incident and remained on the ground for support work. This time, He, along with Bo and Chang'e, formed a joint team with Russian representatives Minsky and Yelena to come to New York and debate with delegation from the UK, US, and France, preparing for the upcoming United Nations Security Council meeting. The Earth concussion incident shocked the world, beyond the high-profile events like the destruction of numerous satellites, damage to the Chang'e space station, civil aviation accidents, and the disintegration of the Pinnacle spacecraft. People in nearly every corner of the Earth felt its impact. Ongoing UEFA Champions League matches could not be broadcast via satellite, losing a large number of Asian viewers. The Arctic route between China and the US became unfeasible, forcing airlines to either fly the Pacific route back and forth between China and the US East and Midwest or cancel flights for economic reasons. Brazil's coffee beans could not be airlifted directly to Moscow, having to land in Spain first and then cross Western Europe. Car owners in Russia and much of Europe could not use satellite navigation signals, leading to a surge in paper map sales, though more people no longer knew how to read them, resulting in traffic congestion and frequent accidents. These impacts persisted for months, and the United Nations finally decided to hold a special Security Council meeting to discuss the issue of space debris. However, before the meeting could commence, the 5 countries in the Security Council split into 2 factions. To ensure the smooth convening of the Security Council meeting, the 2 factions exchanged opinions, leading the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNUSA, to organize a preparatory meeting with joint expert teams from both sides. In simple terms, you can argue it out thoroughly first to avoid any diplomats making a scene later. After all, everyone still hopes to maintain some decorum during the Security Council meeting. Initially, UNUSA officials attempted to mediate the 2 factions' viewpoints using the spirit of the United Nations Space 2030 Agenda and the recent UNSpace conference, which promotes peace in space. However, they soon realized it was futile. After the first 2 meetings, both sides were locked in an intractable argument, and the UNUSA officials observing the proceedings could no longer tolerate it, leaving with a parting remark, "You all handle it," and vanished. Thus, today's meeting, or rather argument, completely devolved into a bilateral affair. Bo secretly applauded Meng Senmio's outburst, but maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed the others across the table. Director Royce, Director Ivna, Craig, Yamamoto, and Mr. Lewis. While I understand Meng Senmio's emotions, I do not agree with his earlier actions, as they do not contribute to resolving our differences. Therefore, while you adjust your emotions, I would like to reiterate the position represented by myself, Professor Chun, Meng Senmio, as well as Minister Minsky and Counselor Yelena from China and Russia. In the face of incidents like the Earth concussion and potential new threats in the future, we permanent members of the Security Council must unite and take on great power responsibilities, leading the world within the framework of the United Nations to prepare for the future and manage space, environmental governance, and space debris. Additionally, we advocate for comprehensive governance, balanced development, and comprehensive control of outer space activities. We cannot allow reckless growth and mindless launches, nor can we shy away from progress out of fear. Furthermore, all countries should have equal rights to space development and utilization. This aligns with the series of space laws signed by the United Nations in the 1960s and 70s, particularly the Outer Space Treaty and the Liability Convention. Royce's anger, previously ignited by Meng Senmio, slightly diminished in light of Bo's calm words. She had initially planned to retort sharply, but, seeing Bo reiterate the positions of both China and Russia, opted for a different approach. Director C, we are all old acquaintances. The occurrence of the Earth concussion incident is something none of us wanted to see, and we certainly do not wish to see similar situations occur again. As for Mr. Meng, you needn't be so agitated, or Mr. Yamamoto has also served as an astronaut, and he might be able to tell you what it takes to be a qualified astronaut. Controlling emotions and avoiding impulsiveness should be a primary rule. Hearing this, Meng Senmio, who had just sat down, shot up again, pointing at Royce, ready to lash out, but was stopped by Chun Zixiang beside him. "Xiao Meng, don't be impulsive," Chun Zixiang whispered. Bo also shook his head at Meng Senmio. "Let them finish." "Oomph." Meng Senmio sat down indignantly, glaring at Royce with eyes full of anger. Chapter 56, The Dignity of Astronauts. Seeing her little scheme work, Lois didn't even glance at Meng Senmyo and continued, "In any case, facts speak louder than words. I fully understand your integrated governance perspective. Theoretically, it is flawless, just like the series of space laws reached under the United Nations framework in the last century. And I completely agree with that. However, your viewpoint has a fatal flaw. It does not reflect reality. Don't you often say to seek truth from facts? What is the fact? Right now, there are nearly 100,000 satellites and spacecraft of all sizes in outer space, and this number is increasing every year. We are very close to that singularity moment that could arrive at any time, or what you call the Kessler moment." Hearing her speak, Sibo thought of his father's diary and paper. This is what Dad proposed first, the death window theory. So, if we assume that when the number of spacecraft in space exceeds 100,000, the probability of the Kessler effect occurring exceeds 50. Shouldn't we limit or even stop new space activities now? This leads to our viewpoint. Our company already has GPS, space-based links, traversing the sky, and various satellite application constellations in the sky, which can meet the diverse needs of global users and provide services for all of humanity without any issues. As for other countries, they can focus their energy and resources on matters on Earth. Developing countries can continue to lift themselves out of poverty. As for you in China, didn't you set a carbon neutrality goal for 2060? With 35 years left, why not think about how to achieve that ambitious goal first? Therefore, our viewpoint is very simple. There's a concept in economic theory called comparative advantage, which I believe everyone present is clear about. Obviously, allowing us to take on human space services while you focus your limited energy and resources on Earth matters is clearly the plan that maximizes overall benefits for humanity. Although Sibo had heard the U.S. viewpoint from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before, and Lois and others had touched on it to some extent a few days ago, hearing this comparative advantage theory directly from her mouth was still quite shocking. This is clearly an attempt to monopolize space and dominate humanity's access to the interstellar ocean, isn't it? He suppressed the displeasure that surged up again in his heart, a feeling that had often appeared over the past few days, and coldly asked Ivna, "It sounds like Director Lois is expounding the U.S. viewpoint." Throughout her speech, she has been talking about American enterprises and American capabilities. What about you, France and Europe? Ivna, being French and the director of the Space Safety Office at the European Space Agency, was there as a representative of France, but due to her position, she naturally represented the EU's stance as well. "We support Director Lois," Ivna simply replied, with a strong French accent. "What about you, the UK?" Sibo asked Lewis, who was next to Ivna. Lewis was from the British Foreign Office and a UK representative at this preparatory meeting. Although the UK is still a member of the European Space Agency after Brexit, it has inevitably been treated differently in new space cooperation. And the once great empire can no longer support its own space endeavors. "We naturally align with Director Lois," Lewis replied. "Wow, it's rare that the UK and France have the same opinion," Chen Zixiang muttered quietly from the side, almost making Sibo laugh. He actually understood the positions of the 5 people opposite him. He just wanted to take this opportunity to confirm one last time. He no longer wanted to continue the endless discussion. The divide between the integrated governance faction and the comparative advantage faction seemed hard to bridge and could only be left to the Security Council, where more wise diplomats would resolve it. Moreover, there were no UNUSA representatives present today to arbitrate and record, so any compromise reached by both sides would be ineffective. The other side could turn around and deny it at any time during the Security Council meeting. Such drama had occurred many times in different fields in the past. Sibo had this thought, and the group opposite him also felt somewhat dispirited, as they had been arguing for several days and everyone was a bit tired. "Director C, I think we all understand each other's positions and know each other's bottom lines. Unfortunately, we cannot reach an agreement. It seems we have to escalate this to the Security Council meeting for a decision. The issues facing humanity's fate could have been resolved in our hands, but now, we must pass the credit to those diplomats. No, the issues facing humanity's fate cannot be resolved in our hands. Even the diplomats at the Security Council meeting cannot solve it. It requires everyone to recognize what we truly need in order to find solution." Just as Sibo and Lois, as the representatives of both sides, were preparing to conclude the meeting, Meng Senmyo stood up again. "The meeting is over, is it? From now on, Everything I say represents only my personal views, unrelated to Director Xi and Minister Minsky, nor to the official positions of China and Russia. After saying this, he quickly jumped to the middle of the 2 rows of tables before Bo could react and walked straight to Lois, looking at her with a contemptuous gaze. Do not look down on astronauts, nor make jokes about the dignity of astronauts. Anyone, when seeing their dearest comrades in danger, would surely hesitate for a moment, wouldn't they? I admit that I wasn't decisive enough at that time, but I should never have found myself in that situation. If it weren't for your American satellite colliding, how could the Chang'e space station have been damaged? How could the Tianwen telescope have been hit? How could my sister Guodanxia have died? You just said that your satellites serve all of humanity. This is how you serve? After saying that, he looked at Yamamoto, who was sitting next to Craig. If you were my comrade, and it was you in the Tianwen telescope, I wouldn't have the heart to press that button first. Yamamoto, the first Japanese-American astronaut, looked at Meng Simio at that moment, unsure of what to say. Just then, a commotion erupted in the corridor outside the conference room, with a rush of footsteps coming in. Chapter 57 Terrorist Attack. What happened? Craig sat closest to the door, opened it, and shouted outside. The footsteps in the corridor responded. Something happened. We were attacked by terrorists. I repeat, it's a terrorist attack. Hurry to the designated safe area. We are clearing all the conference rooms. A group of uniformed security personnel rushed over, followed by a crowd of diplomats in formal attire. The security personnel opened all the doors to the conference rooms and shouted to the 10 people inside, "Hurry up and come with us." On their way to the safe area, Bo asked, "What terrorist attack?" I didn't see anything. Just received the notification that our building was attacked by a human missile. Human missile? Bo was startled. He had only heard of human bombs. It's those reckless people who use themselves as weapons, packing explosives on their bodies, intending to attack the diplomats arriving today. So why not call it human bomb? Because they were parading outside, using a launcher hidden in the crowd to shoot someone directly over our security, heading straight for the building. Fortunately, our defenses were in place, and they were shot down before they could reach the building while still in the air. Shot down must be shot down. If they were just killed, they could still detonate the bomb before dying, and their bodies could still crash into our building due to inertia. Bo controlled himself, not wanting to imagine the bizarre and bloody scene of people being shot apart in midair. And if it's all been dealt with, why are we still running? Who knows if there are new human missiles out there? Your conference room is close to the square side, which is more dangerous. We need to clear all the people in the building on this side. Now Bo fully understood. So do you know what the parade outside is about? Lois couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure. It might be related to the upcoming Security Council meeting. A lot of diplomats are here today. We're used to it. There are many protests outside the United Nations every year, but this time it's more intense, even using human missiles. Despite their earlier differing views, Bo and Lois became comrades in adversity, chatting and laughing as they followed the security team. Only Meng Simio maintained a stern face, not even glancing at Lois, sulking at the back of the line. He felt a pent-up anger inside, feeling unfair about Guodanxia's death. At that moment, they passed through an open area, and ahead was a heavy iron door that looked very sturdy. Behind the door was a staircase leading deeper into the building, and the line was moving toward it. Clearly, once they entered that area and closed the door, everyone would be safe. Meng Simio paused in the open space for a moment, looking down through the distant floor-to-ceiling windows, where he could see the activity in the square in front of the building. At that moment, the square was crowded with people of various races wearing colorful outfits, loudly protesting something. They held up signs, shouted slogans, and someone occasionally threw things toward the building. Meng Simio couldn't hear what they were shouting, but judging from the banner at the front of the crowd, they were part of an organization called the Earth Concussion Victims Alliance, ATV, clearly related to the Earth concussion incident a few months ago. In that incident, 3 commercial airliners crashed, all wide-body aircraft, with a total death toll exceeding 1,000 people, and their family and friends numbered at least several thousand, not to mention the smaller-scale accidents like the Chang'e space station and the Pinnacle spacecraft, which added up to a heavy toll. Why am I staying in this building? I should join them. Meng Simio mocked himself. With his excellent eyesight, he vaguely distinguished the slogans being held up by those people. Give me back my loved ones. The government is inactive. 1,000 lives are worth less than a dog. This slogan clearly referred to the recent death of a dog belonging to the British Queen, which was reported by major Western media. Justice will not descend. We will bring justice. There are also slogans in Chinese and Pinyin. If officials do not serve the people, it's better to go home and sell sweet potatoes. Of course, aside from the emotional outpouring, this group also made demands. Reasonable space development. Don't let our descendants never see the stars. Upon seeing this, Meng Senmyo sighed. Do you think this is useful? We have exhausted our words, unable to persuade them to accept these views, let alone us people inside the building who have no idea what is happening outside. He suddenly felt a wave of sadness, facing such a human disaster. The Security Council couldn't even reach a consensus on the next course of action. The obvious fact that a communication satellite and a decommissioned GPS satellite from the company collided seemed insufficient to support their claims. Although the United Nations had long established the space law framework and the liability convention beneath it, it was more like a piece of paper on a shelf, never truly having an effect. Since he came down from the Chang'e space station, he had been calling for compensation from the company, but had gained little. While he was lamenting, he suddenly caught sight of a path opening in the crowd, as a device resembling an ancient siege weapon was pushed forward from the back, with someone standing on it. From a distance, that person was bound with something all over, making it hard to see what it was, only that it was tightly wrapped. A human missile? Meng Senmyo broke into a cold sweat. Just as he was guessing, he saw the people around that person drop the ATV slogans, bowing to him and chanting as if performing some kind of religious ritual. What's going on? Aren't they the victims? Or do they have other purposes? He saw that person start a dance, then raise both hands to the sky, seemingly mumbling something. Accompanying his words, the people around him rhythmically bowed to him, the rhythm very uniform. Soon, the entire crowd was infected by this person and joined in the bowing. The square turned into a bizarre, ceremonial scene. The guards of the United Nations building and New York police had formed a tight defensive line around the crowd, holding transparent riot shields in one hand and batons in the other, with bulges at their waists, presumably carrying firearms. Meng Senmyo could imagine that in places beyond his current line of sight, there were likely armored vehicles stationed. He felt his palms sweating. It seemed a conflict was about to erupt, but if that person really turned himself into a human missile and launched himself, what would be the outcome? Shot down in midair by a rocket launcher? Then, using the words of the security personnel earlier, would he be shattered? Xiao Meng, what are you looking at? Hurry up and come here. At that moment, Sibo shouted to Meng Senmyo from behind the door. Meng Senmyo then noticed that the entire corridor was empty, except for himself. Everyone else had already reached a safer place via the stairs behind that door. Only Sibo, not wanted to leave anyone behind, noticed that Meng Senmyo was still lingering in the corridor, staring outside in a daze. Director C, don't be afraid. I don't think it's that dangerous. Just look. Meng Senmyo not only didn't he want to leave, but also encouraged Sibo to come over. We are in a very special period now. There's a terrorist attack. Hurry back. It's fine, just for a moment. Look, it's really quite fresh. Sibo hesitated. After several days of continuous negotiations, he was already quite exhausted, spending every day cooped up in the conference room. Although there were windows, he didn't have much interest or time to look outside. Now the entire corridor was empty, a rare moment of peace. Why not take a little break? Moreover, they were in the United Nations headquarters building, and if anything unexpected happened here, it would be truly unbelievable. So, he walked over to Meng Senmyo and said, "Okay, I'll take a look outside for a bit. Then we can go in together." Chapter 58. The human missile on the catapult, no problem. Meng Senmyo felt very pleased when he saw that he had convinced Sibo. As Sibo walked over to him, he pointed at the square and explained everything he had just witnessed. Sibo listened with great interest, especially captivated by the scene before him. The ceremony in the square was still ongoing, and the crowd was becoming increasingly frenzied, as if they had been drinking or collectively taking drugs. Their movements became more diverse. They were no longer just performing the single act of bowing that Meng Senmyo had described, but were now forming a radiating pattern centered around the person on the catapult. When one person leaned forward, everyone behind them followed suit, and when one person fell back, the same happened behind them. It looked as if they had been trained, yet it lacked perfect synchronization. Bo felt a bit regretful. The distance was too far, and he was looking down through the glass, unable to hear what they were shouting. However, even from just watching, he could sense their fervor and the tense atmosphere. The arm of the catapult began to rise, lifting the person standing on it even higher, and that person moved even faster, dancing wildly with their hair flowing, presenting an eerie beauty. As the arm of the catapult ascended, the people in the square entered a higher level of frenzy. They no longer danced individually, but instead joined hands tightly, forming walls of people and waves of bodies. They opened their mouths wide, eyes bulging, gazing in the direction of the United Nations building. With so many eyes sweeping in their direction, Bo couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if those gazes were sharp swords piercing through the glass and into his body. I have a bad feeling. Let us go inside. Director C, no. I think we're about to reach the climax. Since we're here to watch, let us see it through. It would be a shame to leave now, Meng Semio insisted. Unable to argue, Bo could only nervously watch the square. But he couldn't escape the direct gazes coming his way. He felt completely unprotected by the building and the glass, utterly exposed beneath the eyes of the crowd, as if he were naked. This sensation made him very uncomfortable, yet he felt as if he were locked in place, unable to move. Just as the crowd in the square surged to its most intense point, they collided with one another, seemingly exerting all their strength. Many were knocked off balance, and some visibly injured. Regardless of whether they were hurt or unharmed, moments later, they all collapsed to the ground, unconscious, banners and placards scattered everywhere in disarray. Are they simulating a concussion incident? Meng Semio blurted out. This statement sparked a heated thought in Bo's mind. Just as he began to think further, the arm of the catapult fully extended, launching the person high into the air, and then they fell directly towards the building. Indeed, a human missile. But it's okay. Director C, his flight height is lower than ours, just like how a water truck has high-pressure hose can only spray up to the 10th floor. While we're on the 20th, Meng Semio quickly explained. Bo didn't respond, but focused intently on that person. No, the human missile. Despite having just heard the term, seeing it with his own eyes left him in shock, filled more with confusion. What could possibly drive someone to turn their body into a weapon, launching themselves even at the risk of being shattered? Was it really worth it just because their family member died in a concussion incident without what they considered reasonable compensation or attention? Look, Director C, the intercepting rockets have launched, Meng Semio exclaimed excitedly. Bo squinted and saw that indeed, 2 rockets had flown out from the blind spot blocked by the building, trailing orange flames, heading straight for that person, seemingly about to hit. Bo instinctively closed his eyes. Oh no, just half a second later, as he prepared to reopen his eyes, he heard Meng Semio's panicked shout. He quickly focused again, and to his shock, the human missile was now flying towards them. What happened? Bo asked. He just made a second trajectory adjustment. He is not only strapped with explosives, but also with a miniature engine. Meng Semio had not closed his eyes and had witnessed everything in awe. Now, the human missile was rapidly approaching them, and the United Nations building defenses clearly hadn't anticipated this. No new rockets appeared. Bo knew he should immediately roll backward and quickly escape behind that heavy door, then close it. But he couldn't move. The human missile was mercilessly closing in, about to crash into the glass. Bo instinctively closed his eyes again. In the fleeting moment before he shut his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the human missile's face. It was that person. It was him. Bo felt a blockage in his chest, his whole body going limp. Then, he felt a jolt coming towards him, and after that, he knew nothing more. Chapter 59. Father and Brother Bo experienced a strange illusion, feeling as if he were still lying on that hospital bed in Moscow. However, at this moment, he was in darkness, and there was no Chi beside him, who typically emanated a faint fragrance. Compared to that time, he did not feel the physical pain in his chest and thigh. He merely felt weak all over. The place he was in seemed to be a closed room, or perhaps it was not. Regardless, he sensed that there was nothing beside the bed, not even a bedside table. He lay quietly on the bed, his eyes wide open, with no outlines in the darkness that were clear enough for him to see, nor any sound apart from his own breathing. He did not know how long it had been. He felt no sleepiness and could not sense the passage of time until he heard faint footsteps approaching. The footsteps slowly reached the foot of the bed and stopped. Sibo tried hard to look up to see the face of the owner of those footsteps, but found nothing. He had to rest his head completely back on the pillow, staring blankly at the ceiling. A silhouette appeared there, and, as it emerged, the darkness in the room seemed less heavy. Sibo held his breath, nervously watching the outline. It brought a distant sense of familiarity and warmth. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes were fixed on the silhouette. The outline gradually became clearer, revealing an old face. Father. Despite not having seen him for 20 years, Sibo recognized this person at a glance. He could hardly believe his eyes. The father he had been thinking about all this time had appeared at this moment. Evidently, his father had aged after 20 years. He wanted to get up and embrace his father, but found himself unable to move. "Dad, Dad!" he shouted loudly. His voice did not echo in the darkness. It felt as if he were in an expansive, boundaryless space. But his father did not hear his emotional call. He showed no reaction, merely continuing to bow his head silently and look at him. "Dad, where have you been all these years? Don't you know we miss you so much?" Sibo felt unwilling and continued expressing his emotions, tears streaming down his face. The tears flowed down his cheeks and temples, soaking a large area of the pillow. Yet, his father remained unmoved. Through his tear-filled eyes, he saw his father's face disappear back into the darkness. He felt as though a part of him that had just been filled was once again hollowed out. Before he could fully savor this endless sorrow, another face silhouette appeared, this time not his father, but a face similar in age to his own. A young and handsome face. He recognized this face. Wu Zhigu. Wu Zhigu stared at Sibo expressionlessly, his eyes filled with emptiness. Sibo could not understand Wu Zhigu's expression. He wanted to wipe his tears and take a closer look, but his hands felt as if bound by an invisible force. "Zhigu, brother, how did you end up here? Where exactly am I?" Unsurprisingly, Wu Zhigu did not hear his questions. Suddenly, Wu Zhigu's expression darkened, and the emptiness in his eyes turned into a fierce glare. As he charged toward Sibo, just as that face was less than 20 centimeters away from Sibo, two hands suddenly shot out from the darkness, gripping Sibo's throat tightly. "Ah!" Sibo screamed in terror, but before the sound could fully escape, it was choked out. He felt he could not breathe, his respiration rapidly diminishing. Why are you doing this?" This cry only arose in Sibo's heart. It lost its power before it could reach his vocal cords. Sibo woke up again. The darkness was no longer before him, and he was not alone anymore. Pain immediately surged through his body. He was still lying on a bed. He discovered that his entire body was wrapped in bandages, as if he had just sustained serious injuries. Just like a few months ago, he anxiously searched for Wu Zhigu's presence. The previous scene was so vivid that he still felt the tightness around his neck. However, although several people stood by the bed, Wu Zhigu was not among them. The only familiar face was Professor Chen Zixiang. Professor Chen's face was filled with anxiety. But upon seeing Sibo awake, that expression turned to relief. He was filled with mixed emotions. The debate he had with Sibo by the Xiang River more than a decade ago was still fresh in his mind. He never expected that this young man, full of vigor, would now be lying before him, nearly on the brink of death. Although he and Si Kong had some academic differences at the time, he had always respected Si Kong and knew of his standing in the field. After Si Kong went missing, he had secretly assisted Sibo, the son of an old friend, several times. This time, as a representative from the academic community attending a conference at the United Nations. He had hoped to advocate for the concept of comprehensive governance, but unexpectedly faced strong opposition from the proponents of comparative advantage, and Sibo had been unexpectedly injured. Of course, Sibo was lucky to have survived. Meanwhile, Meng Sun Miao had been gloriously sacrificed. Not long ago, the protest event in the square outside the United Nations building had suddenly taken a bizarre turn. The demonstrators, who were rallying under the banner of the Earth Concussion Victims Alliance, ATV, inexplicably fell into a state of collective madness and unconsciousness, even turning themselves into human missiles to attack the building twice in succession. The first attempt was thwarted by defensive missiles, but the second time, they had even installed miniature engines on themselves, achieving a second trajectory change, heading straight for Sibo and Meng Sun Miao, who were still in the corridor. In a moment of explosion, Meng Sun Miao shielded Sibo with his body, dying instantly in a gruesome manner. Recalling this, Chen Zixiang wiped his eyes, lamenting the loss of such a fine young man. "Teacher Chen, why are you crying?" Sibo couldn't help but ask. This time his voice was heard. "It's nothing, just rest well, don't speak." Chen Zixiang quickly forced a smile. "Director C. Professor Chen has given us a comprehensive overview of the negotiations over the past few days. Thank you for your efforts. We are also very shocked and saddened by this explosion incident. The United Nations will conduct a full investigation and hold the forces behind it accountable. Just rest assured. The Security Council meeting will be held tomorrow, and we hope to bring back good news," said a tall man beside Chen Zixiang in a gentle tone. Although his tone was calm, it gave a very solid feeling. "Sibo, this is Ambassador Li Yin from our permanent mission to the United Nations," Chen Zixiang introduced. "Hello, Ambassador Li," Sibo nodded weakly at Li Yun. "Your current task is to rest well. Don't think about anything else. Leave it to us," Li Yun replied succinctly. After the visitors left the room, Sibo could no longer calm his heart. Why wasn't Ti Xiaoming there? Why did Teacher Chen force a smile? Our professional delegation had spent several days negotiating without results. Can diplomats really create miracles? Just now, I clearly saw Dad right in front of my bed. Why did he disappear again? Was it all a dream? Where is he? The longing for his father, which felt unattainable, surged from the depths of his heart, tormenting him. What troubled him the most was Wu Zhige, the human missile that flew toward him. That person's face was exactly like Wu Zhige's. And just now, Wu Zhige had tried to kill him. Even if it was an illusion or a dream, why had this once-close brother turned into this? Chapter 60. Irreconcilable differences in the following days. Sibo remained in this state of mind, but under the care of the medical staff, his body slowly recovered each day. When he was able to sit up and even get out of bed for a brief walk, Chen Zixiang and Li Yin came to visit again. When they entered, both had rather poor expressions, but upon seeing Sibo, they perked up and smiled, though these details did not escape Sibo's notice. "Director C, you're recovering quite well," Li Yin greeted with a smile. "It's all thanks to your good arrangements," Sibo replied politely, then stared at Li Yin as if asking, "How did the Security Council meeting go?" "Ambassador, look at Director C. He's not even concerned about his own condition." Chen Zixiang laughed. "He wants to know how our diplomats performed at the Security Council meeting." "Teacher Chen understands me," Sibo also chuckled. "All right, let me give you an overview," Li Yin said, pursing his lips. "Yes, please sit down and take your time." Sibo quickly urged them to sit and pointed to a table in the room, where several bottles of purified water were placed. "Let's start with the overall situation. The differences are quite severe," Li Yin said without beating around the bush as soon as he sat down. "So, in your diplomatic terms, that means both sides had frank discussions and exchanged opinions thoroughly?" Sibo asked. "Ha ha ha, you really understand our tricks." Li Yin chuckled. "You can probably guess the basic situation. We are on the same side as Russia, advocating for comprehensive governance and balanced development, while the US, UK, and France insist on following the theory of comparative advantage in economics, with them, mainly the US, taking charge of humanity's activities in space, while everyone else focuses on development on the ground. I've seen thick-skinned people, but never this thick," Chen Zixiang huffed beside him. Every time he encountered this viewpoint, he felt an urge to grind his teeth. Yes, the key is that they have the gall to say that our current ground infrastructure and communication networks are advanced enough, leading the world in 5G and 6G. And we should leverage our comparative advantage to continue researching and developing ground technologies, rather than getting involved in space. Sibo couldn't help but interject. "Isn't that insidious?" Sibo continued. "They want us to develop a path dependency on ground technology, so, in the future, they can strike us down from above and in space. No. If we follow their line of thinking, not only we, but any other country in the world needing space or satellite-based services will have to beg them. They really are playing a clever game. The crux of the problem is that they don't have data that can withstand scrutiny to prove this point. All their views are based on one assumption. When the number of spacecraft in space exceeds 100,000, the probability of the Kessler effect occurring exceeds 50. To be honest, I don't know how they came up with that probability. I've been asking for it for a while, but they 1T provide it. I seriously doubt they have it at all. But that's fine. We can oppose them directly. If they really present a rigorous analysis process to prove their assumption that the number of spacecraft in outer space can no longer increase, or considering the number of decommissioned spacecraft each year, how many can still be launched each year, we would be even more passive. At that point, we would be trapped within their thinking framework, and regardless of the outcome, our space activities would be limited, Chen Zixiang added. Sibo looked at Chen Zixiang with admiration. Since their dealings over a decade ago, he knew that this teacher Chen had very sharp views and insights, and he always had a public spirit. Yes, Professor Chen makes a lot of sense. Fortunately, with experts like you guiding us before the meeting, we were relatively well prepared. Although no consensus was reached at the meeting, at least it made it clear to the other side that we have no room for compromise. Li Yin nodded in agreement. But what do we do next? If the Security Council can't reach a consensus, the issue of space debris won't just disappear. It will only get worse. Just think of the crowd protesting in the square. They might increase in number. Sibo expressed his concern. Space debris is indeed a problem that cannot be ignored, but at the United Nations, especially at the Security Council level, progress always comes step by step. As far as I remember, there has never been a dedicated Security Council meeting on the topic of space debris, which is a step forward. Although there are some activities related to space themes at the United Nations every year, including initiatives and agendas like Space 2030 and Unspace meetings, their effectiveness has been limited. To genuinely draw attention, it must be addressed at the Security Council, Li Yun replied cautiously, frowning. Yes, I've been to quite a few similar occasions over the years, and making any progress requires enormous effort, Chen Zixiang empathized. The three fell into silence. By the way, have we sought compensation from the U.S.? According to the Liability Convention, they should be responsible for the damage to our Chang'e space station, the destruction of the Tianwen telescope, and the sacrifice of our astronauts, right? At the very least, they can't escape responsibility. The cause of this incident was the collision between the satellites of the exhaustive company and the GPS satellites. Sibo suddenly thought of this. Before the Security Council meeting, Meng Semio had insisted on seeking compensation, and Sibo supported his viewpoint, but was worried that it would overshadow the main focus during negotiations with Royce and others. So he didn't prioritize it. However, he had included relevant information in the talking points provided to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs long ago. Don't even mention it. This matter is really infuriating. Li Yin shook his head. After we approached the U.S., they flatly denied it. At first, they said we had no evidence to prove that the damage to the Chang'e space station was related to the collision of the two satellites. We showed them the video taken by the Chang'e space station, and they claimed the video was fabricated by us, stating that all the satellites in that area had been destroyed, and even if the space station had recorded the video, it couldn't be transmitted to the ground. Oh, how do we respond to that? It was quite satisfying. I asked them, "Are you aware of inter-satellite links?" Li Yun said, a bit of life returning to his face. I bet that infuriated them. Actually, we brought this up not because we're focused on the compensation money. Of course, it would be nice to receive compensation, but despite the liability convention, I think the hope is very slim. It would be a long and drawn-out process. However, we must constantly remind them, you cannot escape responsibility for this matter. Yes, achieving that effect is enough, Sibo agreed. At that moment, he finally voiced his doubts from the past few days. Speaking of the Chang'e space station, why hasn't Xiao Meng shown up? Did he return to the country first? Hearing this, Chen Zixiang and Li Yun's faces turned pale. They exchanged glances, and Chen Zixiang sighed and said slowly, Xiao Meng, he is gone. Chapter 61. The desert sky on the way back home from New York, Sibo felt very down. He had just lost Guidanxia, and now Meng Semio was gone too. The key was that Meng Semio had died to protect him. He regretted it deeply. If he had been more resolute in the corridor and pulled Meng Semio back to safety instead of staying to watch the excitement, none of this would have happened. Although his injuries had mostly healed, Meng Semio's death, Wu Zhiga's surreal face, and the irreconcilable differences at the Security Council level had become the bitter fruit of his trip to New York, and he would need some time to digest it all. Since reading his father's papers and diaries, Sibo had always wanted to present his father's achievements to the world at a high-profile occasion after reaching a consensus at the Security Council on the ideas for space environment and space debris management. He also wanted to publicize his father's suggestions on how to prevent the emergence of a death window. But now, it was clear that the foundation for this was not yet established. When he entered his home, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. "Sibo, what's wrong?" Xiao Yun asked concernedly. She noticed that Sibo's face was pale, and he looked as if he had lost all his strength. "Nothing, Mom. Maybe it's just a long flight," he replied. "Have you eaten dinner?" "Yeah, I ate on the plane." "Then get some rest." "Okay, you too." After washing up, Sibo lay on his bed, reminiscing about the scenes in New York. He increasingly confirmed that the faces of his father and Wu Zhiga he saw at that time must have been in a dream or a hallucination. It was just that the impact was too real, leaving a lasting impression in his heart. Wu Zhiga was not home, according to his mother. He hadn't been home for a long time. He had called a few times during his trip, saying he was busy on a business trip. "I need to find him and see what he's up to," Sibo thought as he drifted off to sleep. Due to the time difference, he woke up very early the next day. He stayed in his room until around 7 or 8 in the morning before coming out, greeting his mother, having breakfast, and then dialing Wu Zhiga's phone number. "Hello." The call was quickly connected, and a familiar voice came through, which made Sibo feel very warm. However, it sounded like there was a lot of background noise. "Sibo, you're back from America?" Wu Zhiga's tone quickly turned very cheerful. "Yes, it's a big weekend." "Why aren't you home?" Sibo asked. "Mom said you haven't been home for several months." "I've been really busy lately. Ever since the Earth brainquake, many companies, even those not involved in aerospace, want to join our Clean Space Alliance. They're willing to invest money and effort to help us return a clean space to humanity. That's a good thing. Speaking of which, I really want to have a good chat with you." "No problem. Didn't I say before that you are welcome to come visit us? But as a director, you probably don't have that much free time, right? I really want to see where you are now. I'll arrange my time, talk to my superiors, and just bring 1 or 2 colleagues." "Okay, I'm in the desert near Dunhuang. Come over next week at this time. We have an alliance conference here for the Clean Space Alliance." "Why is the Clean Space Alliance going to the desert instead of focusing on space?" "You'll know when you get here." After finishing the call with Wu Zhiga, Sibo felt a bit better. He really couldn't connect the warm Wu Zhiga on the phone with the one who had been like a human missile in New York or the fierce figure from his dreams. He had to see Wu Zhiga. Otherwise, he would feel like he was losing his mind. Next week, he would go to Dunhuang. The plane flew over the vast Lus Highlands and the magnificent Chilean mountains, landing smoothly at Dunhuang Airport. As soon as Sibo got off the plane, he saw a black luxury car driving directly onto the tarmac. The car door opened, and Wu Zhiga walked out with a stylish stride. "Haha, is this a pleasant surprise?" Wu Zhiga laughed, opening his arms to Sibo. The two embraced tightly. "Long time no see. You actually look great. The wind and sand in Dunhuang haven't done anything to you," Sibo joked, staring at Wu Zhiga's face. "You'll find out later." Wu Zhiga did not answer directly. He invited Sibo into the car, which slowly started, leaving the airport and heading directly towards the desert. Sibo noticed that the surroundings were becoming increasingly desolate, with more and more desolate yellow in his view. The road gradually changed from a flat and wide asphalt road to cement, then to hard earth and gravel, and finally, there was simply no road at all. The car stopped. "Get out," Wu Zhiga said. "Here?" Sibo stepped out of the car, looking around in confusion. Apart from the car, there were no signs of human presence in sight. This was a world dominated by nature. Oddly shaped rocks stood high and low on the Gobi Desert, which was typical of Yadan landforms. Sibo had visited Dunhuang years ago, and he didn't know why Wu Zhiga had brought him here now. A shiver ran down his spine as the face of Wu Zhiga from his dream in New York flashed through his mind. Now, he had a driver as a helper, but he was all alone. At that moment, a flying car appeared in the distance, and from the sound, it was electrically powered. The engine noise was not prominent at all amid the wind in the wilderness. It was moving fast, and soon gently landed on a relatively flat area next to the car. Clearly, this was an unmanned flying vehicle. "Sibo, get on the flying car. I'll take you to see something really interesting," Wu Zhiga called out. "To be honest, I was in a flying car like this on the day of the Earth brainquake, and then I had an accident. I still have psychological shadows from it. No worries. It won't be far. There are no cities here, and its flying height will be low, so it's very safe. Sibo gritted his teeth and boarded the flying car. He didn't know how long they flew, but they finally arrived at a flat area in the desert. The yacht and landforms were gone. This was a world of yellow sand. However, amidst the yellow sand, there was a large white tent. Calling it a tent was an understatement. It could be said that this white dome covered almost 80 of the yellow sand in Sibo's view. Are you filming a movie here? Amas Baz? Sibo asked with a smile. You guessed right. We are indeed simulating space here, but we are not filming a movie. Come on, let me take you inside. Wu Zhiga said, leading Sibo down from the flying car and towards the dome. Once inside, Sibo realized just how vast the area was. From the flying car, it had only looked like a tent top. Now he felt like he had entered an incredibly huge world. This world was completely different from the yellow sand desert, with the main color being the black of outer space, illuminated only by the twinkling stars above. No, artificial satellites. They had simulated an environment of outer space here. Come on, let me introduce you to some old friends. Seeing that Sibo understood, Wu Zhiga didn't spend more words introducing, but led him to a few people in the corner. This is Salienko, and this is Hoffman. You should have seen them at the Aerospace Pioneer Forum in Los Angeles a couple of years ago. Director C, long time no see. Salienko and Hoffman greeted with smiles. Sibo nodded frequently, shaking hands enthusiastically with them. You have quite the lineup here. All three major space debris cleanup companies are present. Yes, the Clean Space Alliance is now developing well, and since Wu Zhiga is holding the Alliance conference here, we definitely have to show our support. Sarenko replied in broken Chinese. You even taught him Chinese? Sibo looked at Wu Zhiga in surprise. It's a small matter. He's coming to test their Qiuling GE's antimatter space debris removal technology. And it's not feasible to go to space every time for that, as it would be too costly. So, I set up a simulated outer space scenario here in the name of the Alliance for them to conduct experiments. Wu Zhiga said proudly. Well, I often come here too. Hoffman also chimed in with a brief Chinese phrase. All right, then show me what you've got. Let's see the level of your space debris removal technology now. Sibo suddenly became interested. Speaking of which, he turned to Wu Zhiga and asked, Has your Alliance conference started yet? Is there time for a demonstration? If you want to see it, of course there is time. Wu Zhiga replied with a smile, then turned to Sarenko and Hoffman and said, You two should get your people ready as well, right? No problem. Chapter 62, Space-Based Laser Network, as Sibo sat down on a chair that rose from the ground in the middle of the venue under Wu Zhiga's guidance. The entire dome grew darker. Imagine that you are now sitting on Earth, gazing up at the entire celestial sphere. Wu Zhiga dropped this line and disappeared into the darkness. The bright stars that were earlier visible on the dome seemed to have lost their brilliance, leaving only a few still visible, their light incredibly dim. Sibo suddenly felt an indescribable sense of melancholy. The feeling of dazzling starlight he had when he first entered was gone. He wondered if his father would have the same feeling if he were here. He suddenly thought of his father. Just then, an announcement echoed. Now please observe the practical effects of Fuchun Technology's latest space debris removal technology, the space-based laser network. At this moment, a rocket was launched from the horizon, its tail flame illuminating half the sky. Soon, the rocket completed its mission, sending a row of spacecraft into their respective orbits. Indeed, it was a multi-satellite launch. Sibo exclaimed in his heart. However, when he looked closely again, the row of spacecraft was not satellites. They were all mirrors. No, not entirely mirrors. Among them was a satellite that looked like a thick barrel, lacking even solar panels. Clearly, its solar cells were directly integrated into its surface, or perhaps it didn't rely on solar power at all. This barrel and the mirrors entered different orbits, beginning to operate according to their respective orbital parameters. From Sibo's perspective, they varied in speed, and he couldn't count how many mirrors there were. Just as he was wondering what these things were for, the announcement echoed again. Space debris target detected. Accompanied by this voice, several light spots of varying brightness appeared in the previously dim sky. Some were clearly intact satellites or spacecraft, while others were variously shaped debris, and some were nearly invisible high-speed fragments. Clearly, a scenario of significant space debris had been simulated. Sibo held his breath, anticipating the upcoming spectacle. Suddenly, One end of the barrel emitted a bright red light, very conspicuous against the black dome. This red light shot directly toward the mirrors that had just ascended. As it moved toward the mirrors, it encountered space debris, instantly incinerating the obstructing debris and continuing forward with unstoppable force until it reached the mirror, where it was reflected in another direction, continuing to clear its path. Because the laser barrel and the mirrors were operating in their respective orbits simultaneously, it didn't take long, just a moment, before the sky was filled with red lasers, forming a dense web that cut and incinerated the space debris that had just filled the sky, leaving almost no trace of dust. After completing its task, the barrel turned red from the inside out until it became entirely translucent red, glowing intensely, and then exploded silently in the dome, producing very tiny fragments that decelerated and fell into the atmosphere. The mirrors also slowed down during the process, their orbits gradually descending, ultimately captured by Earth's gravity, falling into the atmosphere, creating a final glow before burning up. After this brilliant fireworks display came to an end, the entire dome was pitch black, as if nothing had ever happened. The entire process was simulated in a vacuum environment. Aside from the announcements, there was not a single sound. Nevertheless, Bo was still shocked. He stood with his mouth agape, speechless for a while. After quite some time, Wu Zhigu quietly appeared behind him. How was it? Our latest space-based laser network technology. By deploying a laser cannon capable of self-destruction near the orbits of space debris, and equipping it with a certain number of reflective mirrors, we can form a dense laser web through the reflection of lasers, completely clearing all space debris within the target area. Compared to the space-based laser technology used on the Russian segment of the International Space Station back in the day, our laser network can directly incinerate target debris in orbit, rather than merely slowing them down for atmospheric reentry. Moreover, after completing its mission, our laser cannon can self-destruct, while the mirrors slow down and burn up upon reentry. I waved my sleeves, leaving not a cloud behind. Wu Zhigu even quoted a line from Su Jima's poem. That's amazing, Zhigu. Simply amazing. Bo could only describe his feelings with such simple words. Last time you were in Chang'e, I gave you 2 fireworks. This time, I brought you a complete fireworks display live. Hee hee. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Brother, don't say such formal things. With your technology, won't accidents like the Earth's brain tremors never happen again? I can't say for sure. It depends on whether humanity is united enough. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhiji's tone became calm. Well, Bo recalled his experiences in New York and sighed inwardly. All right, besides our Fuchin technology, Xiaolingu and Mars also have their own specialties. Let's check theirs out. Then we can start the Alliance Conference. You'll be joining as a guest. Okay. Originally, Bo wanted to continue asking Wu Zhigu, in your technology roadmap, is the next step for the space-based laser network to develop ground-based systems? But after some consideration, he decided to hold off for now. Chapter 63. Showcasing abilities the Mars company from Europe employs relatively traditional space debris removal technology. So the surround sound immediately tried to lower Bo's expectations. Next, please observe the fishing style, deceleration style, and solar sail-driven spacecraft methods used by the Mars company to clear space debris. Compared to dust technology, Mars company's demonstration will take longer, so please be patient. Just as the previously pitch-black sky flashed with a few points of light, this time it seemed to simulate only a limited number of debris. Unlike the earlier scene, filled with space junk, the closest object to Bo was an irregular conical shape. Judging by its lower altitude and shape, it should be a remnant of a rocket's fairing. Now, please watch the fishing-style space debris cleanup. As soon as the words were spoken, a rocket was launched from the horizon, sending a seemingly fierce-looking spacecraft to the orbit of this debris. Once in orbit, the spacecraft immediately unfolded, transforming from a curled-up tiger into a fierce tiger, ready to pounce at any moment. A long mechanical arm extended from the spacecraft, slowly reaching towards the fairing debris. At this point, Bo suddenly thought of the claw machines his father took him to as a child. Back then, his father always advised him, take your time when choosing an angle, be patient, and ensure complete alignment, but once aligned, act quickly and decisively. Only then can you catch the toy. The space debris removal before him was similar in principle to the claw machine. Sibo suddenly wanted to laugh, but felt a pang of sadness. The mechanical arm was now very close to the fairing debris. Its 4 fingers had fully spread open, cautiously surrounding the fairing from all sides. This process seemed simple, but considering that in a real scenario, they were all in high-speed motion. They had to maintain relative stillness or very low relative speed to complete this action, which was still quite challenging. The arm was shrinking its surrounding circle. The distance between its fingers and the target was getting smaller. At its front end was a highly reliable camera capturing the real-time status of the target. When the status was confirmed to be suitable for capturing, the 4 fingers of the mechanical arm quickly closed in, tightly grasping the target. Now, it had completely taken control of the fairing debris. The next step was to both fall into a destructive orbit and burn up, completing the debris cleanup task. The surround sound explained. Just as the words ended, the mechanical arm yanked the fairing debris forcefully, and together with its mother spacecraft, they both fell into a lower orbit. Their speed slowed down, and the orbital height decreased until they ultimately fell into the atmosphere and burned up, compared to Dust Technologies' cool, star-based laser network. The whole process was indeed relatively mundane. However, due to the claw machine association, Sibo felt more emotionally invested in this process. When everything returned to darkness, he finally detached himself from that emotion. The subsequent demonstrations of deceleration style and solar sail-driven spacecraft for clearing space debris did not leave a deep impression on Sibo. They were all very mature technologies, but the cost of solar sail technology remained high. Overall, after watching Mars's demonstration, Sibo felt it was quite standard. Compared to Dust Technologies' extensive clearing capabilities, Mars Company was more suitable for targeted cleanup. However, the limitations of these technologies were also quite evident. The fishing-style method could only capture larger and harder space debris like fairing remnants. And faced with smaller or more irregularly shaped debris, it could only watch helplessly. The deceleration method was similar. While the solar sail-driven spacecraft was greatly influenced by the availability of solar energy, despite being able to change orbits freely due to the absence of propellant, it was still powerless against debris in areas of space that were not illuminated by the sun on the backside of the Earth. Finally, it was time for the Chang'e Company. They showcased antimatter technology for eliminating space debris, which might produce unexpected consequences. Therefore, please wear protective gear. The protective gear was placed underneath the observation point seats. Upon hearing this, Sibo groped under his seat in the dark and indeed found a protective suit and helmet. After putting them on, the sky simulated space debris once again. This time, the amount of space debris was comparable to that during Dust Technologies' demonstration, but it was not spread across the entire sky. Instead, it was concentrated at the zenith, forming a cluster resembling a nebula. Sibo had a basic understanding of antimatter technology, knowing it was a powerful but difficult-to-control technology, and he eagerly anticipated how Chang'e Company would proceed. A rocket launched again, sending a spacecraft near the area where the space debris was concentrated. The spacecraft successfully entered orbit and unfolded. So far, everything was standard procedure. Sibo strained his eyes, not blinking at all. He watched as that spacecraft began to rotate like a planet after entering orbit, and the rotational speed increased. As it spun, a pale blue halo formed around it, which was nearly indistinguishable in the dark sky unless closely observed. At that moment, a light sphere gradually formed within the halo, initially expanding shyly, but from Sibo's perspective, once it exceeded the size of a ping-pong ball, its expansion noticeably accelerated. Clearly not linear. When the light sphere expanded to a size comparable to that of the spacecraft, it seemed to be pushed by an invisible force and suddenly collided with a cluster of space debris. In an instant, the entire area emitted an incredibly blinding light, even more intense than the sun, causing Sibo to quickly shut his eyes. He felt a shock wave hit him, and he hurriedly grasped the armrest of his seat. It was indeed necessary to wear protective gear. When he opened his eyes again, everything had ended. The sky returned to darkness, and that cluster of space debris and the antimatter spacecraft met their end together. The demonstration of antimatter technology for clearing space debris concluded. during which the antimatter spacecraft generated positrons and antiprotons based on the target space debris, which, upon contact with the debris, triggered explosions that released immense energy, annihilating everything in the vicinity, as the surround sound explained. Bo understood this principle well. The explanation was clearly prepared for non-professional visitors. After the demonstration ended, the darkness of the sky began to give way to stars, and Bo felt his seat slowly descending to the ground. How was that? This is just one of the most typical 3 technologies in our Clean Space Alliance, and certainly the most mainstream ones. Our alliance has now developed over 1,000 member organizations, each with its own unique skills, Wu Zhiga said proudly. Impressive, truly breathtaking, marked. Let's go and witness our alliance conference next. Since the announcement of our formation in Los Angeles in 2023, the alliance has seen rapid development over the past 2 years, especially after the Earth concussion incident. We have almost new members joining every day. Traditionally, our annual alliance conference was held in the city. Finding a convention center or hotel would suffice, but this year, that's not feasible. We had to come to this desert, secure a piece of land, and build our own venue to hold the conference. As you can see, we have established the world's best and largest space debris removal simulation environment here, and we will build more laboratories, turning this place into the permanent headquarters of the Clean Space Alliance. I remember you had some conflicts with the Seamless Connection Alliance. How have they developed over the years? Are they competing with you? Chapter 64 Unexpected Joiners. You really know how to bring up the right topic, haha. Wu Zhiga laughed, saying that they are developing rapidly now, mainly because the empty chain and exhaustion company are too exaggerated, having already launched tens of thousands of satellites into space without anyone managing it. They have now become the de facto global satellite broadband internet service provider and monopolize the industry. You either use their services or have no choice. So, relying on this monopolistic advantage, they have gathered a large number of followers, mostly concentrated in North America and Australia. North America is their headquarters and base, which is easy to understand, while Australia has relied on their services for a long time, with no alternatives. Oh, what about Europe? Bo asked eagerly. During the recent UN Security Council meeting in New York, the UK and France clearly stood on the side of the United States, and he wanted to see if the same was true in the business world. You see, Chiolin Company is from Russia, and Moss Company is from Germany. They're all here with me. The European business community still supports me more. What about the UK and France? They're more divided. British companies actually want to join us, but have been warned by the government. France mainly wants to establish a company that can compete with Moss and doesn't want German companies to dominate the EU, so they are somewhat distant from us. This is similar to the issues we are currently facing at the government level. I've come to understand that there really is no such thing as being unaffected by politics. These countries all claim to have a free market economy, but corporate decisions often have to consider the will of the government. Mr. Wu, the Alliance Conference is about to start. Just as they were chatting, a young staff member jogged over and quietly said to Wu Zhiga, "Okay, let's go." Wu Zhiga grabbed Bo's hand and walked deeper inside. Under the faint starlight, Bo noticed that the staff member was wearing a light green plain t-shirt with a logo printed on the chest and back. The former was only thumb-sized while the latter was as big as 2 palms. The logo was very simple, resembling a trident, and also looked like a mountain character. The horizontal stroke of the mountain character had a slight upward curve, resembling a skyline viewed from space towards Earth. And the 3 vertical strokes were not solid lines, but different variations that looked like vertical patterns, resembling satellites, rockets, and spaceships, composed of many small dots. Bo didn't know the meaning behind this logo, but it seemed to symbolize that the space debris above Earth had been cleaned up into small dots, which posed no harm, perfectly aligning with the theme of cleaning space. However, Bo felt he had seen this t-shirt and logo somewhere before, but couldn't recall at the moment. It shouldn't be since clean space was established. I have not participated in their activities. Today should be the first time seeing their clothing and logo. As he pondered, he followed Wu Zhiga and a few others forward. He didn't expect Wu Zhiga to develop such a complex area in the desert. The previous space debris management simulation environment was already shocking enough. And now, there was even a venue for the Alliance Conference that could accommodate thousands of units for meetings simultaneously. And all of this was under the dome above. If it weren't for the sand beneath his feet, he would even doubt he was on Earth. A door appeared ahead, its frame shining brightly, resembling a stargate from a sci-fi movie. "Please come in." Wu Zhiga extended his hand. Sibo walked in without hesitation. The moment his body passed through the door, for the first half-second, he heard no sounds, and in the second half-second, a huge sound wave and noise rushed into his ears. He opened his eyes wide. Although the lighting here was still dim, it was much brighter than before. He then realized he was in a huge venue, rather than a venue. It felt more like a theater. The door he just passed through was beside the last row of seats in this theater, which was also the highest ground. After entering, he could walk down along the passage and steps all the way to the center of the theater. The ceiling of the theater was no longer the dome from before, but a towering ceiling, adorned with very simple yet spirited patterns, resembling the flying figures in the Mogeo caves nearby. At this moment, the theater was already filled with people. "Our soundproofing is excellent, so you couldn't hear anything before you crossed that door." Wu Zhiga had come to his side and grabbed his hand. "Let us go. Sit in the front. I want you to experience the guest seats well." Sibo followed Wu Zhiga down the steps. He suddenly felt an illusion, as if he were in a hot pot restaurant, walking towards the table reserved for them by the boss lady, where he always walked behind Wu Zhiga. The surroundings were filled with lively chatter. The conference hadn't started yet, and participants were freely conversing. "I'm really looking forward to this conference. The Earth brainquake has occurred. We must do something. I've heard so much about you. I didn't expect you to join our alliance. It's a must. Protecting the space environment is everyone's responsibility, not just a matter for you space people." Sibo looked around and saw some familiar faces, but the lighting in the theater was not strong, and they didn't notice him. The first row appeared to be the VIP area, with a small partition behind each seat of moderate height, neither obstructing those in the back from seeing the stage in the center of the theater, nor allowing themselves to be seen by them. After Sibo sat down, Wu Zhiga adjusted his clothes, held his head high, and strode confidently towards the center of the stage. He was the star of the day. Surround sound reappeared, reminding everyone that the conference was about to begin. Before long, the theater quieted down. Wu Zhiga, under Sibo's gaze, began his performance. After delivering a series of motivating speeches, he entered the first segment of the conference, the introduction of new members. Representatives from new units surged up from different positions in the back row, each wearing the light green t-shirt that Sibo had just seen, looking uniform at a glance. At this moment, a memory suddenly surged into his mind, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. The group of people protesting in the square of the UN building in New York, those members of the Earth Brainquake Victims Alliance, seemed to have several people wearing such t-shirts. Sibo felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to move. The face of the human bomb, the face of Wu Zhiga wanting to strangle him, reappeared in front of him. Could he be the mastermind behind it all? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just as Sibo was engulfed in confusion and chaos, the new members on stage began to introduce themselves. "I come from Pinnacle Group, a real estate company. The reason we joined the Clean Space Alliance is that we believe corporate social responsibility should not only focus on matters on the ground. Space environmental protection is undoubtedly an issue that humanity needs to pay special attention to, and we are willing to take action. Thank you very much, Mr. Wu and the Council of the Alliance, for not being prejudiced and maintaining an open mind for non-space enterprises like ours to join." The speech was brief, but very appropriate. "We are also very pleased to welcome Pinnacle Group's joining. Your inclusion greatly enhances the overall image and financial strength of our alliance. Haha. I hope you don't mind me saying this." Wu Zhiga interacted with him on stage. "Of course not. Not allowing me to contribute would be ungrateful." Laughter erupted in the theater. When Sibo heard Pinnacle Group, another matter flashed through his mind. Pinnacle Group? Pinnacle no? It seems like they are also victims of this recent Earth brain concussion incident. By the way, they are suing Interstellar Quest. Oh no, how could I forget about this? Chang'e is in trouble. Chapter 65 Reunion in Chang'e, Chang'e. I should have reached out to you 5 years ago. Sibo took a sip of tea and said to the thin, dark-skinned peer sitting across from him, "No, even if you had contacted me back then, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to face you." Zhang Chang'e shook his head. The two had not seen each other for 7 years since their first meeting in Los Angeles. Over the past 5 years, Zhang Shengjiu had spent his time in prison, which left Bo feeling guilty. Although he didn't know what he could have done at that time. At least as a friend, he could have offered Zhang Shengjiu some emotional or even material support. Taking advantage of a business trip to Guangzhou, Bo decided to take the high-speed train south to Changsha, first to catch up with Zhang Shengjiu before heading to Guangzhou. Bo always felt that he and Zhang Shengjiu were the kind of friends who, despite years of separation, still shared a deep understanding when they met. He once thought that Wu Zhigu was his closest friend, but over the years, an invisible barrier seemed to grow between them. Despite their frequent meetings, and Wu Zhigu still giving him a warm impression on the surface. Do you know? When the Earth brainquake incident happened 5 years ago, I tried to contact you, but your phone didn't go through. Later, I found Wu Zhigu, and he told me you had an accident in Moscow, but that your life was not in danger. Only then did I feel relieved to go in. Zhang Shengjiu said with a smile. After a period of recovery, he felt he could fully reintegrate into this society 5 years later. He originally wanted to contact Wu Zhigu to express his gratitude, but when Bo called and said he was coming to Changsha, he chose without hesitation to see Bo first. Subconsciously, he thought that meeting Bo before Wu Zhigu would not be a bad thing. Haha, sorry to have troubled you. My fault. Later, when I recovered and saw many missed calls, including yours, I didn't reply to any of them and just took some time to rest at home. If I had known you would get into such big trouble, I should have called you back then. No, don't take it to heart. Everything is in the past. For you, recovery is the more important thing. During my recovery, I kept thinking about my dad. Bo didn't mention that he had seen his father's diary and papers. He didn't want to discuss such a serious topic at that moment. I understand. When you're busy, there's no time, and when you're idle, it's hard not to think about it. Zhang Shengjiu sighed and took a sip of tea. Yeah. The two fell into a heavy emotion. This feeling was like water that seeped into every crevice. Once they found themselves with free time, it quickly rushed into those gaps. By the way, do you have any news about your parents? After a while, Bo asked. Zhang Shengjiu then talked about the letter left to him by Lu Jiyi. After listening, Bo was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhang Shengjiu with sympathy. I didn't expect you had such a connection with Lu Jiyi. He really didn't treat you poorly. If it weren't for his accident, the Pinnacle Group wouldn't have retaliated against you like that. I didn't know he'd been saved by my parents. But that's all in the past. From another perspective, if I were from the Pinnacle Group, I would definitely be furious about Lu Jiyi's death and wouldn't let it go easily. They would definitely want to bring Xing Jimiheng and Zhang Shengjiu to justice. It's good that you can think this through. What is past is past. However, looking at it this way, your hope of finding your parents seems quite bleak, doesn't it? Not just bleak, Zhang Shengjiu said sadly. I feel like whether they're still alive is a question mark. You still have to have faith. For some reason, I've always felt that my dad is still alive. Bo said seriously. I hope so too. I also wish my parents are still in this world. As long as you have that thought, you will definitely find them. Bo smiled. The two took a sip of tea together. Time flies so fast. It's been 20 years since we first met by the Xiangjiang River, right? Bo looked out at the overcast sky and sighed. Yeah, I remember that we talk a lot, and I was a bit embarrassed. Teacher Chen was a bit aggressive towards you. No, it was quite good. Teacher Chen is very straightforward, which I really like. His views at that time were a good reminder for us. Without his counterbalance, we might easily go to extremes or be used by ill-intentioned people. Moreover, we have also influenced his views. 5 years ago, when we prepared for the Security Council meeting at the United Nations, he represented our academic community and played a crucial role. Yes, he truly deserves the title of unmatched national scholar. It's a pity he hasn't been well these days. Otherwise, I would have invited him to drink tea with us. Speaking of which, how did that Security Council meeting go back then? I reviewed the news from back then and found it was all empty talk and diplomatic rhetoric. It seems there hasn't been another Security Council meeting on the topic of space environmental protection and space debris management in the past 5 years. Is there no substantial progress? Zhang Shengjiu asked with concern. Yes. The 5 permanent members of the Security Council are divided into 2 factions. We in Russia have one viewpoint, while the US, UK, and France have another. None of US can persuade the other. This hasn't changed in 5 years. I saw the reports. We believe in comprehensive management. controlling launches while managing existing space debris under the premise of equal status among countries. However, they think they have a comparative advantage and want to become the masters of space, expecting everyone to seek their services. Your summary is spot on. This is something we absolutely cannot agree to. Even if it's not for ourselves, for the silent majority of countries in the world, we cannot agree. This is space hegemony. Yeah, but the problem is, we can't persuade them. In these 5 years, how many satellites have they launched into space? The 2 major constellations, Skylink and Traversing the Sky, have already been fully completed, totaling 80,000 satellites. And that is just low-orbit and medium-orbit communication satellites. If we include other types of satellites, such as remote sensing, navigation, applications, and specific purposes, it's probably over 100,000. This is the dilemma we face. They act like rogues, creating facts first and then discussing the legal basis. Chang'e recalled encountering Dave and News outside the conference venue in Los Angeles 7 years ago, where they claimed they would build a constellation of 80,000 satellites. He had been somewhat skeptical at the time, but he never expected they would actually achieve it. Moreover, at that time, the two also said they would launch more in the future. Thinking of this, he shook his head. We still have our bottom line. That's where we suffer. But the existing international order cannot punish them. For the Security Council to form truly binding international law, it must have the agreement of all 5 permanent members. In fact, agreements on outer space usage have existed since around the 1960s with the space law and various treaties or conventions under this framework, but they are almost useless. I truly hope that humanity doesn't have to face an incident or disaster worse than the Earth brainquake to unite as one. Fortunately, from the grassroots level and the business community, we still have Wu and their Clean Space Alliance to provide some checks and balances. A few years ago, I was invited to see their space debris cleaning technology. I was very impressed, and they probably have made new progress in recent years. However, we can't just use this technology to clear away satellites or spacecraft that are still operating normally in space. Chapter 66. Troubles in Reality You See. We indeed have a bottom line, haha. Zhang Shengjiu gave a wry smile, wondering why he was so concerned about this matter. There's a reason for it. Recently, while I just came out, a few old partners visited me. Lin Xian from UCP Capital, Dong Hongfeng from Zunchita Logistics, and Fu Rong from Swixinkin. They are quite loyal and did not sever their collaboration with Xingji Mahong just because I have been inside for a few years. They all said they encountered some technical issues and happened to come to me to ask about it. Yes, their reputations are quite good. Sibo had heard of these people, so what issues did they encounter? Lin Xian and her team in finance, besides investing in primary market businesses like ours, also engage in stock securities, foreign exchange, futures, and commodity trading. These transactions require extremely high precision and timeliness because prices vary in different markets at different times. And these prices are constantly subject to frequent short-term fluctuations. Therefore, any delay, even by a minute, second, or millisecond, could lead to huge losses. To minimize business disputes arising from time discrepancies, their financial systems widely adopt satellite navigation for precise timekeeping, as this timing method guarantees extremely high precision with atomic clocks, maximizing the requirements for uniformity and standardization. This is easy to understand, right? No problem, si bon audit. She told me that since last year, satellite navigation timing has often been unstable. Our technical experts explained to her that it is due to interference from some space debris affecting the navigation satellites, or even direct impacts. I agree with this assessment. Well, the foundation of finance is timing. Once timing has issues, the financial system becomes very fragile. It's not just finance. Dong Hongfeng's logistics company is also very troubled. In their fleet management, they had already achieved autonomous driving based on satellite navigation and communication. But since last year, vehicles have often failed to follow the designated routes or have crashed into roadside buildings or even pedestrians due to signal interruptions. Originally, managing a driverless fleet was meant to save labor costs, but now they not only incur losses but also need dedicated personnel for monitoring, which is not worth the effort. Understandable. Fu Rong and her team providing services have also been affected. The foundation of service is based on location. In other words, depending on your position. They provide corresponding services based on the surrounding circumstances. Satellite navigation was originally the best means of providing location information, and now that issues have arisen, it naturally affects service and user experience. After listening to Chang'e's introduction, Bo frowned. He had always thought about this issue from the perspective of theory and the common interests of humanity. But talking with Chang'e made him realize that the problems are indeed very serious and are already affecting the normal operation of various industries. All right, don't be too stressed. This issue didn't form overnight, nor can it be resolved in a day. Don't rush. I bring it up now to see what has happened during my 5 years away from society. It seems like not much has changed. Haha, Chang'e comforted. No, I should have talked to you earlier. The applications and services provided by spacecraft and satellites in space have already penetrated all aspects of our lives. You are the most direct witnesses. After this business trip to Guangzhou, I will look for Wu Zhiga and hear his suggestions. Upon hearing Wu Zhiga's name, Chang'e thought for a moment and decided to express his thoughts. That's great. He's very capable and probably has some good ideas. Speaking of which, I've always wanted to meet him in person to express my gratitude. Oh, he helped you? Yes, when the Pinnacle spacecraft had its incident, I asked him to help me find the black box. Although it wasn't found, he did his best, and after I was in prison for 2 years, he took the initiative to contact us, becoming our first user after we hit rock bottom. I also heard from my people that he has been working everywhere to help reduce my sentence by 3 years. So, I've long wanted to thank him in person, but I wanted to wait until I fully adapted to this society. And to be honest, I also wanted to meet you first before going to find him. He really is a warm-hearted person, Bo mused. In his impression, Wu Zhiga was not very attentive to others besides himself. But now he is helping Chang'e so much, which he thinks is good. After all, Chang'e is a good friend of his. However, he was also a bit surprised. 5 years ago, when he met Wu Zhiga in Dunhuang, the latter didn't mention helping Chang'e find a black box. During that time, they spent a long time together, and he not only saw demonstrations of the core technologies from Fuchin Technology, Chang'e, and MAS, but also attended the Grand and Lively Alliance Conference. Yet, Wu Zhiga didn't mention Chang'e at all. Instead, it was he himself who thought about this long-lost friend during the Alliance Conference. Yes, he helped a lot. Okay, so why do you want to meet me first? I know you have a close relationship with him. You're like brothers. But I still have to say, compared to you, I feel like I'm not from the same world as him. I always feel it's hard to truly communicate, and I can't grasp his thoughts. So, if I meet you first to understand his recent situation, it might help me when I go to thank him. After hearing Chang'e's words, Bo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sigh, I am no longer as close to him as before. That 8-year-old boy brought back from the border of Yunnan by his father, the teenager who grew up alongside him, and the brother who sacrificed his future for family. Ever since that trip to the United States 7 years ago, he seems to have begun to change. Bo is very worried that this change might cause an unwarranted storm on the west coast of the Pacific, just like a butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon. Chapter 67. The bunker on Maui Island. The sunset hung reluctantly on the horizon, as if it couldn't bear to part with this beautiful world. Even for just half a day, it dyed half of the sea golden, the golden hue shimmering and dancing among the waves, reminiscent of the smiles of local girls. Under the lingering grace of sunlight, everything from the beach to the tropical rainforest, from the fertile valleys to the desolate volcanic landscapes, appeared vibrant and ever-changing. Maui Island in Hawaii had entered its most beautiful time. The scorching heat had subsided, evening had not yet arrived, and a cool breeze began to dominate as more people gathered on the beach. At the foot of a mountain, some distance from the town center, there was an inconspicuous bunker. The bunker unintentionally served as a boundary between the human world and the natural world. Continuing up from the bunker led to the tropical rainforest area and the complex terrain of the valleys, a realm of wildlife. The bunker's door was tightly closed, its access control system flickering with a deep blue light, vigilantly watching for any potential intruders in the open area before it. Deep inside the bunker, in a modern conference room, a heated meeting was underway. According to the input from our global telemetry network, this is the complete overview of all our Alliance-S satellites, an astonishing 110,000 satellites. I can say without exaggeration that this is humanity's greatest achievement ever, shouted a medium-built, muscular blonde man with immense passion. Applause erupted in the conference hall. This was the Council of the Seamless Connection Alliance, and the speaker, Noyce, along with his companion Dave, were the indisputable leaders. Behind Noyce was a large high-definition micro-LED screen that occupied an entire wall, with a small Earth at its center. Although Earth was in the spotlight, the satellite constellations surrounding it were dynamically operating in real time, making them the true stars of the show. Among these constellations, the Skylink Company's space-based links and the Exhaustive Company's traversing constellations undoubtedly took the lion's share, totaling 80,000 satellites, marked in green and purple on the screen, which was dominated by these two colors. Of course, there were other constellations or satellites, adding up to 30,000, marked in a variety of other colors, preventing the screen from appearing too monotonous. However, it was clear which were the main attractions and which were the supporting roles. With an air of superiority, Noyce gestured to control the entire screen. The system was designed so ingeniously that it could receive Noyce's operational intentions without the need for touch, thus displaying corresponding information on the screen. Facing the excited council members, he continuously received positive emotional feedback, entering a state of great excitement. He magnified nearly every satellite in each constellation from Skylink and Exhaustive Company, showcasing them to everyone present. When the audience saw their own constellations, they couldn't help but cheer and wave their fists in celebration. They wished they could overturn this conference room, no, this entire bunker, and shout their ambitions across the Hawaiian Islands and the entire Pacific. All right, I understand everyone's excitement, and I'm as happy as you are. However, since this is a council meeting, shouldn't we start discussing the next steps for the Alliance? As for the celebration, let us wait until after the sun sets. We have arranged a beach party with everything you can imagine. Dave stood up, patted Noyce on the shoulder, and then gestured to calm the crowd. Before that, however, someone excitedly whistled. Hey, beautiful women and fine wine are waiting for us. Noyce shot a reluctant glance at Dave, but he had no choice but to withdraw his hand from the screen where he had been gesturing animatedly. Go ahead, what do you want to say? He said begrudgingly to Dave. Dave smiled and patted Noyce on the shoulder again. Don't worry, I won't take long. Then he addressed the audience seriously. As you can see, the entire space is now ours. Next, what we need to do is consolidate this advantage. As an alliance, we were a bit loose before. Now I propose that in the coming month, we connect all constellations, allowing users of Skylink to also use the services of the Exhaustive Company, and so forth. Anyone who connects to any of our Alliance's constellations means they have 110,000 stars at their service. Just imagine what that experience would be like. Dave, that is a brilliant idea. Someone shouted from the audience. This is just the first step. Next, we will continue launching new satellites to ensure our Alliance's constellations will never be surpassed. As Dave said this, he felt a surge of excitement, though he was generally a calm person. But what if a situation like the Earth brainquake occurs again? Someone quietly and calmly asked. The previously exuberant atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly cooled, and everyone held their breath, fearing even the sound of a pin dropping would be heard. It was an untimely question. Everyone knew that the initial cause of the Earth brainquake was a satellite from Dave's Exhaustive Company colliding with a GPS satellite. Over the years, many had attempted to sue Exhaustive Company, but all had failed, which had left Dave quite troubled. Dave turned to see the speaker was a medium-built Asian man. He had small eyes but a determined gaze, and although his short hair showed some signs of age, his face exuded confidence. Oh, it's you, Mr. Yamamoto. Why bring this up? Dave said, maintaining the necessary respect despite feeling slightly displeased. Yamamoto was the first Japanese-American astronaut and held a high status in the aerospace field. He was a senior advisor to the government and had personally participated in the preparatory meetings of the UN Security Council a few years ago, where he engaged in intense negotiations with representatives from China and Russia to defend U.S. interests. Therefore, when the Seamless Connection Alliance was formed, Dave invited Yamamoto to serve as a senior advisor. I mean, no offense. I just want to remind you and Noyce that we already have 110,000 satellites. From the perspective of meeting service needs on Earth, that should be sufficient. There is really no need to rush to increase the number of satellites. Well, you have a point. However, if we don't take this opportunity to turn our advantage into a dominant position and establish an absolute majority of constellations, we still run the risk of being overtaken by later entrants. Chapter 68. The Lonely Kindred Latercomers? What latercomers? I don't believe there is anyone on Earth who is a competitor to our alliance. Currently, the total number of satellites launched by both the government and enterprises in China, the EU, and Russia adds up to less than 50,000, which is less than half of what we have. Moreover, with each additional satellite, the risk of collision increases. As a former astronaut, I'm very aware of how isolated and helpless one can feel in space. It's already difficult enough without constantly praying to avoid being hit by space debris. You probably can't even begin to understand that feeling. I don't want to see another incident like the Earth brainquake happen again. I think that would go against the interests of our alliance, right? If the constellation we worked so hard to build is destroyed in an instant, who would still use our services? How would we continue to make money? How could we recover our investments? Yamamoto's thoughts were very clear. At this point, he stood up and looked at Dave. In fact, as he spoke those words, the figure of Meng Senmyo appeared in his mind. He knew that Meng Senmyo's predecessor, Guo Danxia, had died because of the Earth brainquake, and although Meng Senmyo's death wasn't directly due to that incident, it was somewhat related. If it weren't for the United Nations Security Council meeting and the protests in front of the UN building triggered by the Earth brainquake, Meng Senmyo wouldn't have been at the UN headquarters and wouldn't have been killed by a rogue human missile. Astronauts are one of the rarest kinds of people on Earth. Even if they are strangers, they share a mutual respect. After hearing Yamamoto's words, the intense enthusiasm in the conference room that seemed ready to soar into the sky was abruptly crushed. Dave tightly pressed his lips together, standing still and meeting Yamamoto's gaze, his cheek muscles twitching slightly as he restrained his emotions. As one of the leaders of the alliance, he was rarely challenged. Yamamoto usually gave him face, unlike today when he was so contrary. However, he had to admit that Yamamoto had a point. There is no unified answer to how many satellites outer space can accommodate without collisions, making Kessler's words prophetic. In geostationary orbit, due to the limited number of orbital slots, the number of satellites that can fit is very limited. A few hundred would be crowded. However, in more low, medium, and high orbits, it should be able to accommodate many. But when the number of satellites reaches several 100,000, the simulation images from the ground show a dense mass, like a swarm of moths circling around a light, which is indeed frightening. What is the upper limit? His exhaustive company had already suffered a blemish from the Earth brainquake incident. Would they trigger another one? Dave ultimately controlled his emotions and smiled at Yamamoto, saying, Mr. Yamamoto makes a valid point. We cannot just focus on the thrill of launching. We also need to deal with the consequences. We will deliberate on the Alliance's subsequent launch plans. Thank you. Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to sit down, a man suddenly rushed over and grabbed his collar, nearly pulling him out of his chair. You monkey, why do you have to stop us from launching satellites? I'll tell you, we are going to launch 80,000 satellites into space. The man yelled madly. Yamamoto looked closely and found it was Nyo's. He tried to push Nyo's hand away, but realized the other's grip was incredibly strong. I warn you, let go. Yamamoto protested. Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Don't spout nonsense at our alliance meetings again. Nyo's ignored him. Everyone, including Dave, was stunned. For a moment, Dave felt that Nyo's had expressed a sentiment he had, but he quickly felt that Nyo's had gone too far, just as he had in previous instances. You need to understand, astronauts cannot be threatened. Yamamoto was not someone who feared intimidation. Facing Nyo's provocation, he was unafraid. What about astronauts? They're just ants in spacesuits. Nyo's tightened his grip on Yamamoto's collar, disdainfully snorting. Yamamoto felt his breathing becoming labored, coughed slightly, and began to exert force to break free from Nyo's grip. Before long, his face turned red, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yet Nyo's did not loosen his hold at all. This isn't good. If this continues, I won't end well. Yamamoto steeled himself and suddenly kicked Nyo's in the stomach. He had thought that Nyo's would naturally back away, thus releasing his grip, but Nyo's didn't budge an inch. "I'm really kicking," Yamamoto shouted. Thud! A dull sound echoed, like a metal plow thrown into a swamp. Immediately, screams erupted from the few people behind Yamamoto. Then, more people realized what had happened, and panic ensued as they all jumped up and rushed to escape. At some point, Nyo's had pulled out a silenced pistol and shot Yamamoto in the stomach. The bullet exploded inside him, tearing his back apart and splattering the faces and bodies of those behind him with blood. Nyo's loosened his grip, letting Yamamoto's lifeless body drop to the ground like discarded paper. "Don't anyone leave. If anyone takes another step, I will shoot," Nyo's shouted expressionlessly. Everyone froze. Almost all of them had witnessed Nyo's set up collapse traps at the entrance of the Forum in Los Angeles years ago to achieve his goals. They knew he could do anything. Dave's mouth fell open in shock, standing still. Nyo's had once again surpassed his expectations. "All right, the council meeting is over. The conclusion is that we need to consolidate the Alliance's satellite advantages, and we will launch 80,000 satellites into space," Nyo said casually. The entire conference room fell silent, no one daring to make a sound. Nyo then realized he was still holding the gun and tucked it back into his waist. Clapping his hands, "It's over, why aren't you all leaving? Outside are beaches and fine wine and the boundless ocean. What are you still doing stuck in here?" At this moment, everyone finally reacted, bending their bodies and rushing outside, fearing Nyo's would change his mind before they could exit. When everyone had left the conference room, Dave finally regained some strength that had been taken away by the shock. "Nyo's, you gone a bit too far. This is the most direct and simple way to deal with dissenters. Yamamoto meant no harm to us, but he was stirring up malice against us. How will you handle everything here now? How will you report to the White House and the Pentagon?" "Very simple." Mr. Yamamoto came to the Hawaiian Islands, saw Pearl Harbor, suddenly had a pang of conscience, felt immense shame for the crimes committed by his ancestors, and then took his own life with a gun. "You're always beyond my imagination. Don't forget, there were dozens of eyewitnesses on site today. None of them will dare to speak the truth, and besides, what the eyes see may not be the truth. You're terrifying. By the way, that includes you. You saw it too." Nyo's coldly stared at Dave, his gaze piercing through him, landing directly on the screen displaying the real-time status of the constellation. Green and purple still dominated, the two colors intertwining. Chapter 69. Not quite returning in glory, when Zhang Xingjiu heard the rushing sound of a new river, he burst into tears with excitement. He hadn't returned to this mountainous area for a long time. After arriving in Baoshan, he deliberately chose to take a bus to Lucy County. Along the way, he pressed his head against the window, greedily gazing at the scenery outside, wishing he could pack it all into his mind to enjoy and reminisce at any time. He even felt a bit regretful that long-distance buses nowadays are so quiet with comfortable air conditioning, and he could no longer open the windows and let the wind tousle his hair while shouting freely, with his voice echoing from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain. The road conditions were excellent, and the bus was driving smoothly. After the initial excitement wore off, Zhang Xingjiu fell asleep. When he woke up, the bus had already reached the last stop before Lucy County. "Driver, how far is it?" "Not far. Just about 10 miles at most. Then I'll get off here." Zhang Xingjiu decided to walk the last few kilometers slowly. It was now 2030, nearly 20 years since he last returned home, and 22 years since he left his hometown to attend university in Chang'e. His parents had passed away nearly 30 years ago. 5 years ago, before reading Lu Ji's letter, he had fantasized about seeing his parents return to the sun-drying square in Lucy County one day. Even though they might be hunchbacked and no longer young, they would wear smiles of contentment and happiness. Now, he no longer held any such expectations and didn't even dare to think about what had happened to his parents. A hometown without parents was already a broken hometown, and he had returned this time merely to carefully tidy up this broken piece. For some reason, he had a strong feeling these days. If he didn't return to his hometown soon, he might never come back again. The road to his hometown was built along the new river, sometimes close and sometimes far away. The trees along the roadside were sometimes dense and sometimes sparse. But the road conditions were much better than he remembered. He felt a bit disappointed. He could no longer find the feeling of the rugged mountain roads from before. If he closed his eyes and listened to the vehicles passing by and the occasional sounds of eVTOLs flying overhead, he wouldn't be able to imagine that this was a small county town in the southwestern mountains he had in mind. Only the waves of the new river reminded him. This place was different from others. Despite the good road conditions, Zhang Xingjiu had not walked such a long distance for a long time and was not used to exercising. Soon, he was panting and tired. He decided to rest under a sturdy tree by the roadside. At that moment, a group of middle school students came running by, their heights almost the same as his, with rosy faces and strong builds, clearly well-nourished and full of youthful energy. He decided to ask, "Hey classmates, how far is it to Lucy County?" He tried to speak in a local dialect to show he wasn't an outsider, but with his accent, even he felt it sounded a bit awkward. "Are you asking about the county town or the foot of the mountain?" The leading student replied in standard Mandarin. Zhang Xingjiu was taken aback. Is there a difference? The county town is the county town, and the foot of the mountain is the small town at the foot of the Jialagang Mountain. Many people come to experience the mountain's charm and stay in that small town. But many outsiders don't know what the town is specifically called and refer to it as Lucy County. The girl behind the lead student eagerly answered. "Oh, thank you. I'm at the county town," Zhang Xingjiu said, feeling a mix of amusement and embarrassment, realizing he was no different from an outsider. "Then it's not far, probably about a kilometer or so. Just follow this road, and when you reach the fork ahead, turn left, and after walking a few hundred meters, you'll be there. In fact, the houses you see now all count as part of Lucy County," the girl patiently pointed out to him. Zhang Xingjiu followed her finger and indeed saw some bungalows along the roadside, each with its own entrance, looking quite cozy inside. He looked at the group of students and suddenly had a thought. How far is it from here to Lucy County Central Middle School? Is that school still around? This time, Zhang Xingjiu hadn't contacted his fellow townsmen in advance, nor had he reached out to Zhou Duxiang and Yao Chong, despite them being his mentors who had treated him like a father. He lost contact with them many years ago, and 5 years ago. After the accident of the Pinnacle spacecraft, he felt he had no face to reach out to people from his hometown. He originally thought he would just come back to take a look, and if he was lucky enough to encounter his former benefactors, he would treat them to a good meal. But seeing the modern roads and the houses outside the county town, he suddenly felt that his hometown might have changed beyond recognition, no longer the small place in his memory. If that was the case, it was better to inquire about the school's specific address. Lucy Middle School? Of course. It's still there. We are from the school. The students looked at Zhang Xingjiu with a puzzled expression, as if guessing what this stranger who appeared by the roadside was up to. "That's great," Zhang Xingjiu said excitedly. "I graduated from here, so I guess I'm your senior." "Senior?" The lead student looked Zhang Xingjiu up and down. "When did you graduate?" 22 years ago. The year of the Beijing Olympics, back when you weren't even born yet." "Huh?" The students were all surprised. "Let go, don't mind him." The girl behind nudged the lead student and whispered, "Don't you believe me? Principal Zhou Duxiang was my principal back then." Zhang Xingjiu quickly continued the conversation, hoping the students could still point him in the direction of the school. "Zhou Duxiang?" The lead student looked confused, as if he had never heard that name before. "Principal Zhou. I've heard of him." Another student behind exclaimed, "It seems he really was our old principal." Yes, that's great. Can you tell me how to get to the school? I want to find him." After hearing this, the student fell silent. Under everyone's gaze, he hesitantly said, "But I heard he passed away a long time ago." Zhang Xingjiu felt as if the sound of the new river became thunderous, and he was completely stunned. "He died? When did that happen?" "It seems like many years ago. I heard my dad mention it a few years ago. He died when we were all still unborn." Zhang Xingjiu was at a loss for words as he looked at the group of students, estimating their ages to be around 13 or 14, which meant they were all born after 2015. So, Principal Zhou had passed away before 2015. The principal who treated him like his own child, who encouraged him to apply for aerospace studies, who was like a father to him, had been gone for so many years. And Zhang Xingjiu had been completely unaware. He felt as if he had been struck hard in the chest, sinking into deep self-reproach. He said to the students in front of him, "Thank you. I'm very sad to hear that Principal Zhou has passed away. One last question. Is teacher Yao Chong still at the school?" In his memory, Yao Chong should have been in his 30s or 40s over 20 years ago, so he would be just about at retirement age now. As long as he had continued to teach at the school, he should be able to find him. Teacher Yao. He's seriously ill in bed now. We just visited him yesterday. Zhang Shengjiu felt dizzy and leaned against the tree trunk. Chapter 70. At the brink of death, it was unclear how long it had been, but when he came to his senses, the group of students was already gone. Apart from the traffic, roads, trees, bungalows, and the rushing new river, nothing had changed. The recent conversation was like a bolt from the blue for Zhang Shengjiu, but it seemed meaningless in the face of everything around him. I need to find Teacher Yao. He felt that the soreness in his legs had faded, and he stepped forward, following the student's directions toward the county town. As he began to enter Lucy County, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw the student who had just informed him of Yao Chang's serious illness. The student had clearly run all the way, panting, but still managed to rush out in one breath. Uncle, Teacher Yao is in room 503 of Building 2 at the County Central Hospital. Ah, thank you. Zhang Xingjiu was taken aback for a moment and then gave him an appreciative look. The student completed his task successfully and turned back, quickly disappearing from view. It was then that Zhang Shengjiu realized the prosperity of Lucy County. The current Lucy County was no longer the same as when he left, nor was it the same as in his memories. The roads were wide, the surfaces smooth, the shops on either side spacious and bright, decorated in the styles of local ethnic minorities like the Bai and Jingpa. People on the street walked leisurely, their expressions calm and composed. The vehicles on the road were mostly electric, with only a few old gasoline cars that looked like they could retire at any moment. After a brief adjustment, he found a nearby supermarket to ask for directions. How do I get to the County Central Hospital? This time, he spoke directly in Mandarin. Not far. Walk along this street toward the mountain, go through 2 intersections, then turn right and walk another 500 meters. It will be on your right. The owner's instructions were very clear, and he gestured as he spoke. Thank you, boss. Please prepare a large gift box for me, with flowers, fruits, and make it beautifully packaged. I'm going to visit a patient. Okay. Zhang Xingjiu felt that the distance to the hospital was now something he could traverse from one end of his hometown to the other in his memories. When Zhang Xingjiu arrived at the entrance of Building 2 of the hospital with the gift box in hand, he was stunned. This building was specifically for oncology. Why would a small county have a dedicated oncology building? Did Teacher Yao have cancer? His mood grew heavy again. The conditions and environment inside the building were quite good, far from the shabby clinic he remembered from years ago. The elevators operated smoothly, the medical staff were neatly dressed, and the hallways were clean and bright, all providing him with a slight sense of comfort. He quickly found room 503. From the nurse's station, he learned that the room was meant for 3 people, one of whom had just been transferred to critical condition yesterday, and the other was undergoing chemotherapy at that moment. Currently, only Yao Chang was in the room. The family had just gone to get some clean clothes, so the patient was alone now, and his condition was not very stable, needing rest. So please don't stay too long. Understood. Zhang Xingjiu held his breath, suppressing his excitement and unease, and quietly walked into the room. In the middle of the bed lay an elderly man, half reclining, covered with a thin blanket. His left hand lay outside the blanket while his right hand extended out for an foredrip. From his physique, he had become very emaciated. At that moment, he was either intently gazing out the window or lost in thought, completely unaware of the visitor's arrival. Zhang Xingjiu stood by the bed, staring at this somewhat unfamiliar old man for a while, until he confirmed that this was indeed the once straightforward and helpful chain-smoking physics teacher who had helped him immensely in the past. Teacher Yao, he called out gently. The old man didn't respond. Teacher Yao, I'm Shengzi. I've come to see you. The old man's body stiffened. He had not moved, merely turning slightly to look out the window. But upon hearing this, he noticeably shrank back. Zhang Xingjiu knew he had heard him and recognized his voice. The old man slowly turned his head, facing Zhang Xingjiu. What a weathered and tormented face it was. For a moment, Zhang Xingjiu even found it hard to look directly at him. In his memory, Yao Chang had always had a poor complexion due to years of smoking and staying up late, but back then, he was full of energy and fighting spirit, radiating a certain vigor that made even his darkened face shine. He had been a versatile teacher, inspiring a group of students, including Zhang Xingjiu, to fight against their fates. But now, this face seemed to belong to another world. It was completely gaunt, covered in unyielding wrinkles, and his gaze lacked any luster, as if all his vitality was about to be exhausted. He had little time left. For some reason, a thought of this nature arose deep within Zhang Xingjiu, bringing with it boundless sadness. Teacher Yao, I've come to see you. He suppressed the ache in his nose, gently placing the gift box on the bedside table, and then softly held Yao Chang's left hand, which lay outside the blanket. He could almost feel the bones in Yao Chang's fingers. He even suspected that with just a little force, he could easily break Yao Chang's fingers. Unable to hold back any longer, tears streamed down his face. Yao Chang's mouth twitched, and though he did not speak, there was a glimmer of life in his eyes, shining with an indistinguishable mix of hope and perhaps just the light of tears. Teacher Yao, I'm late. I should have come to see you long ago. Zhang Xingjiu could say nothing else. Shengzi, you've come. I thought I would never see you again. Yao Chang seemed to exert great effort to utter these words, panting heavily afterward. Zhang Shengjiu clearly saw a tear slip down the corner of Yao Chang's eye. I'm here. You will get better. I will stay here with you. Zhang Xingjiu cried. No, I want to live much longer. Don't let it burden you. Shengzi, when a person is about to die, their words are kind. Since heaven has allowed me to see you again, I might as well tell you two things. Please don't talk too much. No, you need to know. The first thing is, I somewhat regret not treating that visitor from Beijing well back then. After he came twice, within a few years, the cancer rate here skyrocketed. Your principal Zhou has long become a victim. Now it's my turn. No one can clearly explain the reason, but I always feel it has something to do with the aerospace phenomena that visitor studied. The rise in cancer rates might be caused by some unknown radiation from those phenomena, but I have no evidence. Sigh. I've spent my life in the mountains without the chance to verify my thoughts. No, that is not it. Teacher Yao, I was that three of your thoughts back then, and now it has been validated. I made it out of the mountains and achieved something in the outside world. I haven't embarrassed you or Principal Zhou. Zhang Xingjiu cried. At this moment, he didn't want to mention the 5 years he had spent in prison. That's good. Then I can rest easy. Your parents should also be at ease. Speaking of them, there is something that Principal Zhou and I have been keeping from you. At this point, Yao Chang paused, as if he had lost strength, hesitating. Zhang Shengjiu's emotions were incredibly complex. He bit his lip, wiped the tears streaming down his cheeks, and looked at Yao Chang. The living expenses they gave you actually have an unknown origin. We only found out later. Then we heard they were all caught. Of course, saying this is unfair to them and to you. They were forced into that business. But since they did it, they have to pay the price. At this point, Yao Chang could no longer continue. His breathing became extremely rapid, and he seemed to be violently sucked in by a vacuum, desperately resisting it at the same time. His eyelids flipped upward, and he strained to look up, as if there was something horrifying on the ceiling. He trembled all over, and that tremor transmitted through his left hand to Zhang Shengjiu's palm. Zhang Shengjiu resonated with this tremor, but he couldn't pay attention to the internal vibrations and pain. He quickly released Yao Chang's already weak left hand and rushed out of the hospital room. Nurse, there's a situation in room 503. Chapter 71. Yaji aping, it was already past noon, and Zhang Xingjiu sat numbly on the hotel bed. After many years away, returning to his hometown meant he could only stay in a hotel. This place was no longer his home. If there were still some people he cared about in the past, after attending Yao Chang's funeral yesterday, he realized that there was not a single such person left. Shengzi, before you left, Principal Zhou was still mentioning you, and so did Teacher Yao. Fortunately, you got to see him one last time. An old villager who still recognized him said. Thinking back, ever since he entered Ward 503 of the County Central Hospital on the day he returned, he had no idea how he had spent these days, after handling Yao Chang's affairs. This morning he woke up and stared blankly at the monotonous ceiling of the hotel room, his mind replaying like a movie for the entire morning. He couldn't stay in bed any longer. His stomach was protesting seriously again. Zhang Xingjiu left the hotel, sat down at a bustling rice noodle shop by the roadside, and ordered a bowl of wild chicken mushroom rice noodles. When the noodles were served, he didn't even look at them and just stirred up a chopstick full to eat. Ouch! He burned his mouth badly, but this pain made him slightly more alert. Sadness could only be diluted by time. There was no other way. He recalled the decision he made in Yao Chang's hospital room that day. At that time, Yao Chang told him that since the aerospace phenomenon investigated by Seekong more than 20 years ago, the cancer rate in the county had risen sharply. In such a small county, the fact that the county central hospital had a dedicated cancer building spoke volumes. However, Yao Chang also said that this was just his speculation. But at that moment, Zhang Shengjiu silently vowed, "I must investigate this properly." The determination was easy to make, but it was quickly drowned by the river of sorrow. Now, it was time to resurface. While blowing air, he quickly finished the bowl of rice noodles, also drinking the soup completely. He felt he hadn't eaten such delicious rice noodles in a long time. The noodles and soup entered his stomach, transforming into energy and warmth that spread throughout his body, like a car that had run out of fuel finally getting a full tank. He felt his brain starting to function again. If he were to explore the relationship between the cancer rate and the aerospace phenomenon, based on the time of Seekong's arrival, it was likely around the Lantern Festival that year when he saw the fireworks caused by space debris. Perhaps I should go back to that area near the open space to look for the cause. However, I had gone back once with Sibo and found nothing. Besides, it seemed there was no mention of a rising cancer rate in the county at that time. No, that was only 7 or 8 years after Seekong's arrival and only 3 years after the space debris incident that killed someone. Even if there was a correlation, it might not manifest so quickly. Could it be that the correlation between the two is not linear with time, but rather some kind of exponential relationship? His brain was active at first, and various ideas popped up uncontrollably. Hey, finish up and leave, don't sit here. The boss lady was a bit impatient, afraid he would affect her table turnover rate, and rudely interrupted his thoughts. Oh, okay, I'm leaving. After exiting the rice noodle shop, Zhang Shengjiu slowly walked along the road, continuing his earlier thoughts. Suddenly, a group of students approached, still wearing the uniforms of Lushui High School. Zhang Shengjiu was taken aback and, upon closer inspection, realized they were not the same group of students he had encountered outside the county a while ago. However, he suddenly remembered that group of students had mentioned that there was now a small town at the foot of the mountain, specifically for outsiders to experience the charm of Jialigong Mountain. If the town were the starting point, wouldn't it be more convenient to enter a mountain? Moreover, in places with many tourists, people's thinking is often broader. Perhaps I could even promote space tourism while I'm at it. Thus, he stopped by the roadside and called out to a student passing by. "Excuse me, how do I get to the town at the foot of the mountain?" "Oh, just go straight along this road, turn left at the intersection, and then continue towards the mountain." "Thank you. By the way, what is the name of the town?" "Yajiaping." "Okay, how far is it?" "Not far, less than 10 kilometers. "Oh, and when you get to Yajiaping, if you encounter a fork in the road, take the higher one." The student was very enthusiastic. "Got it." After clarifying, Zhang Shengjiu picked up his pace and walked briskly. 10 kilometers might not be too far for these young students, but it was still quite a challenge for him. He had to walk a bit faster, even if it meant resting a few times along the way. Yajiaping was located halfway up the mountain, as if a piece had been forcibly carved out of the mountain, with trees cut down, land leveled, houses built, and roads repaired. It was a typical man-made project, perfectly nestled in an excellent position within the mountains, offering a great view. Although it was called a small town, it was actually just a courtyard consisting of a dozen or so goose houses, a few restaurants, and a beautiful main building for visitor reception, smaller than the village where Zhang Xingjiu grew up. At this time, it might not be the peak tourist season, as there were only about 20 people moving about outside the houses, making it feel a bit deserted. However, Zhang Xingjiu was quite happy. He found a sense of his childhood. Back then, he lived in a village in Lushui County, right at the foot of the mountain, blending in with nature. Unlike today, Lushui County town, which had entered a materially modernized world and changed beyond recognition. He could no longer find the coordinates of the past within it. Only here did he vaguely piece together the already very blurry memories in his mind with the mountain scenery before him, trying to locate that open space from back then. However, traversing over a decade of time and space, it was simply too difficult to follow the map to find the clues. He shook his head and decided to first check out the visitor reception center. The small building outside looked very ethnically distinctive, featuring the double-sloped roofs of the Jingpa people. divided into 2 levels. He walked up the steps to the upper level, pushed open the glass door, and the entire indoor hall was in full view. Although the exterior appeared to have been thoughtfully designed, the decor style inside was very simple, even somewhat monotonous. Directly opposite the glass door was a reception desk. But at that moment, there was no one there. Behind the desk was a low table filled with colorful brochures, likely introducing Jeolagong Mountain and nearby attractions. Behind the table were several rows of chairs, and further back was a row of windows facing the beautiful mountain scenery outside. The walls were painted white, with no decorations. There were also some posters and promotional pictures hanging on the walls. Zhang Shengjiu then noticed that not only was there no one at the reception desk, but the entire hall was empty, with not a single tourist present. Zhang Shengjiu felt a bit puzzled. Although it might not be the peak season now, it seemed too deserted. Chapter 72, What is the Original Intention? Just then, an artificial intelligence robot popped out from behind the reception desk. It was short and plump, just the right height to be hidden by the desk, so Zhang Shengjiu hadn't noticed it earlier. Although it was called a robot, it was actually just a moving cylinder with omnidirectional wheels on the base, a camera and indicator lights on top, and it made sounds. It was no different from those so-called robots he had seen 10 years ago in banks and airports. Do you need any help? The robot's voice was that of a young boy, and although it sounded cute, it still felt somewhat distant. Why is there no one here? Am I not here? You? Of course not. I can help you. I don't need any help. I just want to find someone to ask a few questions. Then you can ask me. You wouldn't know. That may not be the case. What year were you born? 5 years ago. That's fine. But I want to ask about something that happened 20 years ago. That's your flaw. You only remember things that happened after your birth. Although I was born 5 years ago, I already have memories of events that happened 500 years ago. Through learning, we can even understand events from the past 5,000 years. I'm talking about memories exclusive to me. Of course, my exclusive memories could not have existed before my birth. Zhang Xingjiu suddenly found this interesting and wanted to tease the robot a bit. You seem to have a point, but it's meaningless. Your exclusive memories have no significance to me, and even for humanity, they hold no meaning. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingjiu was stunned. He felt that what the robot said made some sense. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind. Sorry, I was away for a bit. Do you need any help? Although he hadn't turned around yet, Zhang Xingjiu felt that the owner of this voice was someone who truly belonged to the same category as him. That indescribable sense of intimacy was something his auditory senses could not resist. He turned around and saw a youthful and fashionable woman, or rather a girl. She had her hair in a ponytail, wearing a white casual shirt and light blue jeans. Overall, her outfit was in pure colors, but there were a few small red flower patterns on the shirt. Although she looked like a Han Chinese, she had a wild, mountain-like aura. Zhang Xingjiu was stunned. He hadn't encountered a girl with such a temperament in a long time and momentarily didn't know what to say. Were you scared by that robot? The girl asked with a smile. It's very well behaved. Don't worry, I'll send it back to its place. It's fine, it's fine. Zhang Xingjiu finally remembered to speak. It's quite fun. It has already started discussing philosophical questions with me. Actually, I have no particular purpose. I just found it strange that there was not a single person here. There is nothing strange about it. Many people come here out of curiosity, but when they find it's not what they imagined, they leave. So word of mouth has led to fewer and fewer people coming? Maybe, but we don't care. Why? We weren't relying on tourism in the first place. Oh, then why build this Yaji aping? I didn't have this place back then. You back then? Big brother? Or uncle? Whatever. Zhang Shengjiu was too lazy to explain. He didn't care at all about being called uncle because he seemed to have never looked young. I grew up here, but I haven't been back for many years. Huh? Uncle? So you're a local? My respects. The girl stuck out her tongue. So, to be honest, why did you build this small town if you were not relying on tourism? The girl blinked. How about this, uncle? You go sit over there, and we'll chat slowly. I'm a bit bored alone. Aren't you keeping me company? The robot suddenly chimed in from behind the reception desk. Zhang Xingjiu laughed, and the girl made a face at it. After they sat down in the rest area, the girl opened up the conversation. Since you're a local, you must know that Yao is a prominent surname here. I also have the surname Yao. My name is Yao Ji. Zhang Shengjiu nodded, thinking of his late mentor, Yao Chong. This small town was actually initiated by several teachers from our local middle school. It's been around for about 20 years now. Oh, Lucy Middle School? Zhang Xingjio quickly asked. Yes, apart from Lucy Middle School, we don't have any other middle schools. What were the teachers' names? I can't remember all of them. I just remember one named Yao Chang, a physics teacher, because he also has the surname Yao. Yao Chang. Zhang Xingjio leaned forward, staring at Yao Ji, making her feel a bit uneasy. Sorry, I got a bit excited. Teacher Yao Chang was my middle school teacher. Zhang Xingjio realized he had startled the girl. Wow, that's impressive. He really benefits future generations. If it weren't for Yaji aping, I wouldn't have my job. I'd just be stuck at home, definitely being pressured into marriage every day. Not living at home. Where do you live? I rent. Zhang Xingjio then realized that his hometown had undergone tremendous changes. During his upbringing, it was impossible to have such a thing as renting. Everyone lived in their own houses. Okay, I understand. Please continue. After the town was established, the first few years did attract quite a few tourists who came out of curiosity. After all, our area is considered a unique primitive forest in the country. However, as time went on, fewer and fewer people came. Now, as you can see, there aren't too many people left. Why? You just said that when people come, they find it's not what they imagined. What did they imagine it to be like? What is it really like here? Many people think this place is like those mature mountain tourist spots like Amay Mountain, Qingchang Mountain, Siganying Mountain, Huashan, Taishan, etc., where they can hike, enjoy farm meals, do team building, pray, and worship. But when they come, they find it's not satisfying. Our ecological diversity is unique globally, but it's also very fragile. It can't be as open as those tourist spots. So when they come, they get disappointed. Is it really just because of this? Yeah. No, that's not right. If teacher Yao Chang was involved in promoting the construction, there must have been more than just this reason. Or rather, while outside tourists might think of this as a typical tourist vacation spot, the original intention of building here must have been something else. Chapter 73, The True Purpose. After finishing his words, Zhang Xingjio stared into Yao Ji's eyes again. He firmly believed that the girl was still hiding something. You just said that teacher Yao was your middle school teacher? Yao Ji suddenly asked. Yes, he was my physics teacher, but he was not just my teacher. He was also my benefactor. Without him, there wouldn't be the person I am today. Zhang Xingjio said with a hint of sadness. However, the girl did not pay much attention. Zhang Xingjio had already realized that the girl was still unaware of Yao Chang's death. So, you were quite close to him. To put it this way, my parents left me when I was young, and he and the former principal of Lushui Middle School, Zhou Dujiang, have always been like my parents. Principal Zhou. Yes, I heard my parents say that he was one of the initiators of Yaji aping, but he passed away early due to cancer. All right, then be frank with me. What exactly is Yaji aping? Yao Ji fell silent, and the robot stopped moving restlessly. The empty hall was completely silent, with only the sound of the wind from the mountains outside. After a long pause, Yao Ji seemed to have made up her mind. All right, but you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone. There is no third person here. Besides, I have absolute respect for Principal Zhou and Teacher Yao. After saying this, Zhang Xingjio glanced at the robot. It's fine. It knows everything, Yao Ji explained, noticing Zhang Xingjio's gesture. Then she slowly said, before Principal Zhou passed away, he called several key teachers, including my dad, to discuss. He told the teachers that historically, there have been very few cases of cancer in Lushui County, but including himself, the cancer rate had suddenly increased sharply in recent years, mainly lung cancer, which puzzled him greatly. This was 20 years ago, and we were still quite backward at that time. Everyone was focused on development and hardly noticed this trend. But Principal Zhou noticed it. Unfortunately, he felt he didn't have much time left, so he gathered a few teachers to discuss it. These teachers could be considered intellectuals in our area at that time, and they discussed for a long time, but found no clues. When Yao Ji spoke these words, her tone was very steady, as if she had experienced many things, contrasting sharply with her previous lively demeanor. Zhang Xingjio listened intently, nodding frequently, his attitude akin to that of a junior facing a senior. They all shared the same doubt. Since the natural environment had not changed and the conditions had not undergone significant alterations, why had the number of cancer patients suddenly increased? Later, your teacher Yao mentioned that earlier, aerospace experts had come to investigate some space phenomena, supposedly related to space debris. They had observed the fall of space debris here. In 1 year, it even killed someone. These materials from space might have emitted unknown radiation, thereby inducing cancer. That was exactly the year I took the college entrance examination, 2008. The 2008 college entrance examination? Haha, you really are an old man. The girl briefly returned to her lively self, then resumed her serious tone. Teacher Yao's words gave them a new insight. But none of them were experts in the aerospace field. They had not conducted in-depth research on space and did not understand space debris or radiation. This judgment could at most be considered a hypothesis. However, aside from this hypothesis, there seemed to be no other reason to support the abnormal increase in cancer rates. This is what Teacher Yao told me before he died. Zhang Xingjiu suddenly felt that he had made the right choice in coming to this small town. Thus, they all temporarily regarded this hypothesis as a direction, but no one had the capacity or energy to conduct further research. The matter was shelved for a while until Principal Zhou was really unwell. He then urgently convened the teachers to discuss and decided to raise funds in the name of developing cultural tourism to build such a small town here. As it was the closest point to where the space debris had fallen, and going further up the mountain would be illegal, since everyone living nearby had the surname Yao. They named it Yajiaping Town. The true purpose of building this town was only one. At this point, Yao Ji sighed, seemingly exerting a great effort to continue speaking. It's okay, go ahead, Zhang Xingjiu encouraged softly. There is only one. It is to conduct experiments on living people. Yao Ji's tone was very low. Experiments on living people? Zhang Xingjiu was taken aback. Yes, in order to verify that hypothesis related to space debris, more people must settle in the town, close enough to the point where the space debris fell, and then observe these people's physical changes. If they were originally healthy and developed cancer after coming to the town, it would indicate that the hypothesis is correct. If the hypothesis is incorrect, they wouldn't suffer any loss. They could just treat this place as a tourist spot, which wouldn't be a bad thing. Oh my God, could it be? That's right. Those teachers that Principal Zhou gathered back then were the first batch to come to the town. They were all heroes. As Yao Ji said this, she could no longer suppress her emotions and began to sob. Zhang Xingjiu was deeply shocked as well. He had to lean back in his chair. I never expected Teacher Yao to get sick because of this. After they came to the town, within a few years, they all developed cancer and passed away one by one, including my father. Now, only Teacher Yao Chang is left. Yao Ji continued, struggling to hold back her sorrow. Zhang Xingjiu wanted to tell her that Teacher Yao Chang had just passed away too, but he held it back and instead comforted her. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pressed you for answers and brought up your painful memories. However, I think your dad will be proud to see you so independent and lovely now. Woo-woo. Yao Ji hugged her head and started to cry in pain. Zhang Xingjiu looked at the girl with mixed feelings, allowing her to vent her emotions. He looked up at the ceiling, where the simple decoration featured only a very ordinary ceiling light, which seemed to have been there for some time. Light, what exactly has happened in this place over the years? Can you tell me? Do you want to know what specifically happened? A voice suddenly came from the side, startling Zhang Xingjiu. He focused his gaze and saw that the robot had moved over again without him noticing. Noticing that Yao Ji was still crying, Zhang Xingjiu tried to ask, you said earlier that you know what happened in the past 500 years. Is that true? Lying to you is like lying to a puppy. Zhang Xingjiu was unexpectedly amused by the robot, and then he threw out a series of questions. Then tell me, what happened to those teachers after they came here? Why has the government not taken this serious issue seriously, forcing the teachers to search for the cause with their lives? And now, since the cancer rate is already so high, and the town is at the forefront, why are people still active here? Why is it still open to tourists? Chapter 74. Profile Reappearance. Uncle, are you done questioning my hard drive storage capacity, and now you want to test my memory? The robot protested. It had actually learned to call him uncle. Zhang Xingjiu almost fell off his chair. Hearing the robot address Zhang Xingjiu like that, Yao Ji also broke into a smile, lifting her head from her arms. Sister, since you've recovered too, why don't you answer the questions I just asked? We've come this far, so let's not hide anything. Zhang Xingjiu seized the opportunity to ask. It's fine, just let it answer. If it says anything incorrect, I can add on. Yao Ji smiled slightly, the tear stains on her face still visible. All right, go ahead. The first question. What happened after the teachers came here? Answer: nothing immediately happened. They became pioneers of the small town here, even convincing their families to move here. Fortunately, our place isn't big, so even after moving, they could manage both home and teaching well. But over a longer time frame, they all developed cancer and passed away one after another, with each person's situation being different. For example, Yao Zhi's father. At this point, it suddenly paused, an uneasy light flickering above, seemingly concerned about Yao Zhi's emotions. Sure enough, Yao Zhi frowned and shook her head at it. Okay, I'll skip that. So, their sequential passing somewhat supports teacher Yao Chang's hypothesis. But these are just correlations, not direct evidence. Well said. Now, answer me the second question. What has our local government been doing all this time? Answer: during that time, for a long period, the government's task was simple: to help people here get out of poverty and live good lives. Before achieving that, the government had no energy to pay attention to such a slow trend that could take years. Moreover, the phenomenon reflected in this hypothesis was not initially obvious and was not a simple linear relationship with time. It was only after 10 years that the cases surged. Most of the initial teachers who were here passed away later. It's understandable that the government had no money back then. But what about after 2020? We've already gotten out of poverty. Shouldn't there be some management? Don't rush. When the teachers first arrived, they actually reported secretly to the government. The local officials were also anxious, but they had no conditions and could only wait and see. Even the initial construction of the town was funded by outside investment. The teachers could only sacrifice themselves to prove that hypothesis. But many years ago, before poverty alleviation, as the economic conditions improved, the government had already started taking many measures, inviting outside experts to investigate, but they just couldn't find the source of radiation, so they could only treat patients first. Built a dedicated tumor building and brought in advanced equipment to try to keep people alive while continuing the investigation. Okay, then why has it always been open to tourists? Answer: this was also a helpless move. Tourists stay for a short time and are minimally affected, and they are unaware of such potential risks. At the same time, it can bring in tourism revenue, addressing the most urgent economic development issues at that time. On the other hand, the government was also afraid of overpromotion, attracting too many people, so they deliberately controlled the pace of publicity, relying more on word of mouth to maintain visitor flow. Isn't that a deliberate concealment? Is there no other way? The local government has no money or capability. They could ask the province for help. That's useless. You have to do what you need to do at each stage. Now it's 2030, and this hypothesis hasn't been confirmed yet. The source of radiation and the triggering mechanism have not been found. If too much energy and resources were spent on this matter 20 years ago, wouldn't that have delayed economic development? At this point, Zhang Xingjiu was thoroughly impressed with the robot. He hadn't expected it to be so articulate. Yao Zhi also felt somewhat superfluous and began to play with her hair and fingernails out of boredom. All right, the last question. Since there are now energy and resources to further research this matter, why is this small town still open? Why not concentrate resources to tackle the problem? Answer: because starting 2 years ago, experts from Shanghai came to investigate and found that the radiation had disappeared. In other words, the problem that had troubled the teachers for so long had vanished. But unfortunately, they are all gone. Before the robot could finish speaking, Zhang Xingjiu immediately shot at a glare and made a shushing gesture. Clearly, the robot knew that Yao Chang had passed away, and Zhang Xingjiu did not want it to reveal that, wanting Yao Zhi to still hold on to her last hopes. But at that moment, he felt a mix of emotions. So the radiation had disappeared 2 years ago. Poor teacher Yao. He must have contracted cancer in those last moments and held on for 2 more years, surely suffering a lot. The robot keenly sensed Zhang Xingjiu's intention. Thus, the government decided to maintain the small town, observe for a while, and confirm that the issue had indeed been fundamentally resolved before promoting it heavily to attract tourists. Meanwhile, keeping the town open was also to permanently commemorate those selfless teachers. Zhang Xingjiu felt that the robot had fully answered his questions, and the question mark before teacher Yao Chang's sickbed was no longer a mystery. However, he still had many doubts in his heart and did not believe the robot could answer them. Thank you for your answer. I have no more questions. It looks like you are being dishonest. Your eyes tell me that you still have unresolved doubts. All right, all right, stop showing off your mind-reading skills. Yao Ji interjected, then turned to Zhang Xingjiu and said, so how about it? Isn't the golden monkey great? Golden monkey? That's its name. It's much uglier than a golden monkey. Don't judge by appearances. It patiently answered your questions. I've already thanked it. Yao Ji's interjection broke the rhythm of the conversation between Zhang Xingjiu and the robot. Just as he was about to turn back to ask Yao Ji, he suddenly noticed a shadow flash by outside the glass door at the entrance. The person had obviously just paused at the door, preparing to push it open, but upon seeing the situation inside, immediately turned and went downstairs. Zhang Xingjiu caught this moment perfectly. He only saw a profile, but suddenly felt like he had crossed through time, frozen in his chair, unable to move. Chapter 75. Ground-based laser cannon. Looking at the various instruments operating in an orderly manner before him, Wu Zhiga felt quite satisfied. The decision made years ago, and the further decision made 2 years ago, finally began to show results. The ground-based laser cannon was just around the corner. At this moment, he was in a very concealed underground room, which was more like a hall. This hall was 3 stories high and as large as 10 basketball courts. Despite its size, it was occupied by various equipment, taking up more than half of the space. In one corner of the hall stood a giant laser crystal oscillator that reached the ceiling, connected to one amplifier and relay device after another, arranged in a serpentine manner to maximize energy amplification and laser beam quality. In front of each device was a simple and lightweight micro-LED display screen, clearly showing the key parameters of the device and marking its status with a traffic light color code. Currently, all statuses were green, indicating everything was normal. In traditional laser technology, to ensure that the laser beam quality and power met the requirements for long-distance output, methods had to be devised along the laser path. The most typical was to set up relay mirrors, which acted as a relay. However, this easily made the entire laser emission chain particularly long, and it became very vulnerable to potential interference and damage. If one continued to use space-based laser cannons or laser networks, this wouldn't be a big problem, because the laser emission source was already in space. But if launching from the ground, the entire path was too long, having to traverse the entire atmosphere, making issues like beam quality degradation and power attenuation very apparent, along with various interferences. Therefore, one could only increase the power and various indicators at the launch end as much as possible, so that once it left the control range, it would have enough capability to reach any target in space. By that time, Fuchin technology would have the capability to destroy any space debris from the ground, without needing to launch a satellite first to carry the laser cannon as it does now. Besides him, there was a team of 5 or 6 people who had been stationed here for years, designing, updating, monitoring, and maintaining the equipment. At this moment, they saw the boss's expression and knew their work had been recognized, letting out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Wu, the improvements we've made over the past 2 years are fully presented to you today. I must say, everyone has put in quite a bit of effort, but the results are very good and prove our initial ideas. After a period of stability checks, I believe we can proceed with testing, said the team leader, a short and sturdy-looking man. Well, it's not easy. Everyone has worked hard. I still say, the company will not treat you unfairly. Also, after staying underground for so long, you should go up and stretch a bit. Just don't attract the locals' attention when coming in and out. Your identities and what you're doing must be kept absolutely confidential. Besides that, you can do whatever you want. I believe the company has subsidies should be enough for you to do anything here. Of course, to avoid trouble, it's best not to break the law. Thank you for your concern, boss. Our ground-based laser cannon launch system is almost complete. I want to ask a question that has been on my mind for a long time, but I didn't dare to ask before, the team leader said with a smile, feeling that the boss was in a good mood. Oh, go ahead. Why did we choose to set up the ground-based laser cannon launch system design here? It was built over 20 years ago, but it wasn't until 2 years ago that we really started to work on it. I'm just curious, after all. I've only been with the company for a few years. The team leader was a laser expert, recruited by Fuchin Technology 5 years ago, and appointed by Wu Zhiga 2 years ago to be responsible for the design of the ground-based laser cannon launch system in this underground hall. The site selection here is quite simple. The ground-based laser cannon generates significant recoil when launched, and if there is even a slight deviation, due to instability during launch. It can lead to a significant divergence from the target. So, if we can ensure absolute stability of the launch system in the most geologically vulnerable areas, then there won't be any issues placing it anywhere on Earth. Ah, so you chose Jeolagong Mountain? This is part of the Hungduan Mountains, with the three rivers converging, which should be a place with very weak geological conditions. The team leader realized, but then asked, but why not go to the desert? The stability of sand is also poor. The stability of sand is too poor and can easily cause unnecessary casualties. Moreover, there is nothing above ground in the desert. It's all exposed, which is not conducive to our concealment. So that's why. The team leader initially wanted to ask why it had to be so concealed, as they weren't doing anything shameful. However, he felt it might not be appropriate and held back. Of course, you don't need to worry. When we built this underground hall, we made very thorough seismic preparations. Even if a high-intensity earthquake occurs, you'll be safe. Therefore, on one hand, we need to find geologically vulnerable places, and on the other hand, we must ensure your safety. Yes, we are confident. But why did we only start accelerating 2 years ago? What were we doing all those years before? I asked this not out of disrespect for my predecessors, but because I felt fortunate to have the opportunity to lead such a significant project for the company shortly after joining. You don't need to worry about that. Wu Zhiga didn't intend to answer the question, responding lightly. The team leader saw a chilling aura in his eyes and wisely responded with a no, choosing not to say anything further. All right, you all arrange things well. I trust you. I still have some matters to attend to. After saying this, Wu Zhiga walked into a separate office next to the hall. This office was secured with iris, fingerprint, and password authentication, allowing only him to enter. It was more like a fully equipped hotel room than an office, with a desk, bed, shower, and wash basin, along with a comprehensive exercise machine. Moreover, one entire wall of the room could instantly transform into video conferencing equipment, paired with VR effects to create an immersive meeting experience. Wu Zhiga took a deep breath, lay on the bed, and placed his hands behind his head. He didn't want to answer the question the team leader had just asked. While it wasn't a state secret, he didn't want too many people to know. However, it showed that the kid was responsible and observant. Just as he was lying there, a beeping sound rang out, a system reminder that the video conference was about to start. He rolled off the bed, straightened his clothes, combed his hair, and walked to the conference wall. The lights in the entire room dimmed, leaving only a faint light spot from the ceiling covering a small area in front of the conference wall, allowing the other party to see his figure. The VR effects were already activated. A scene of the ocean appeared on the wall, looking very close and within reach. However, the person had not yet appeared. Wu Zhiga quietly gazed at the azure, saying nothing. Suddenly, a blond man appeared on the wall as if he had jumped out from a rock. Chapter 76. Parting ways again. Seeing his figure, Wu Zhiga's eyes became intense. Mr. Wu, it's been a while. You're quite creative to suggest a video conference with me. Otherwise, we would have ended up clashing again. But given this beautiful sea view, let's have a friendly chat, Neo said dramatically to Wu Zhiga. Every move he made seemed like a provocation to Wu Zhiga. That sea view of yours is just a background effect, Wu Zhiga said coldly. Are you kidding? I'm in Hawaii, on Maui, the most beautiful island in the world. You, a frog at the bottom of a well, must still be huddled in your underground bunker, right? Working on your ground-based laser cannon? Don't dream. That thing is impossible to develop. Mind your wording. I'm not huddled here. What's the difference? Just accept your fate. You can't compete with me. I'm having this video meeting to tell you not to push our clean space alliance too far. The technology and tools we currently possess are enough to destroy your 50,000 satellites of the space chain, even the hundreds of thousands of satellites in your entire alliance, without breaking a sweat. Threatening me? I know, you showcased that space-based laser network technology a few years ago, right? And there's the antimatter technology, which looks quite intimidating. But let me ask you, in reality, is there a possible scenario for your use cases? Your space-based laser network would destroy multiple spacecraft in orbit all at once, regardless of whether there's space debris or not. And Xiaolinga's antimatter technology would also be an AoE attack, obliterating a large area at once. In reality, where is there an orbit filled entirely with space debris? And where is there a region completely full of space debris? Space debris has no preferences. It doesn't behave like humans clustering in a specific orbit or area, waiting for you to harvest it. We don't only rely on Fuchin technology in Xiolinga. We also have Mars, which has many more precise space debris removal technologies. The unreliable Mars? Their outdated technology is like an old European car. Useless, completely useless. I'm telling you, we will continue launching satellites into space. More and more satellites. We want to fill up space. I won't let you succeed. You know very well what the consequences would be. Consequences? Are you talking about the Kessler syndrome? All satellites in space colliding? Is that it? Is there a more serious consequence than this? Isn't that serious enough? Listen, Mr. Wu, this doesn't concern me at all. Space is vast, and the probability of this happening is far from the critical point. I know that not just between us, but the UN Security Council is also arguing fiercely about this issue. It seems you're a staunch supporter of your government, aren't you? Your government advocates for utilizing comparative advantages. And right now, you are the one in the advantageous position. There's nothing shameful about using your advantages, but I have no intention of endorsing the government or supporting them. It's just that their views happen to align with mine. In this regard, you and I are the same. Wu Zhiga saw Niu's vividly in the VR system, wishing he could kick him into the sea. We're fundamentally the same kind of people. Wu Zhiga, I understand your intentions. Don't dress yourself up as the savior of humanity. But I also don't want humanity to be destroyed. Relax, relax. Humanity won't be destroyed because of the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of satellites overhead. Even if all those satellites were to be destroyed. In the thousands of years before, there were no artificial satellites in space. Did humanity face extinction? No, that was the past. Ever since humanity launched artificial satellites into space, everything has changed, and nothing is reversible. Do we need to repeat the arguments that occurred every time we met in Los Angeles in the past? Repeating arguments only holds significance for us, not for humanity. The fact is, you are pushing humanity into a cocoon surrounded by space debris, and I will not tolerate such a thing. How are you going to stop me? If I develop a ground-based laser cannon, everything will become very simple. Of course, before that, I have another option. I will destroy your satellites, even if they aren't space debris. Wu Zhiga really said those words. He knew that if he didn't speak now, it would be too late. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Niu's fell silent. This was the first time he had interrupted during an intense conversation since Wu Zhiga had known him. In every previous dialogue and occasion, he had been the aggressive attacker, bombarding every opponent with dense words and information. Are you really planning to do this? After a while, Niu's finally asked this question. His tone was not as commanding or arrogant as before. Why would I joke with you? Hearing Wu Zhiga's decisive answer, Niu's fell silent again. He crossed his arms over his chest and then let them drop, his eyes constantly shifting. Wu Zhiga quietly watched him, suddenly feeling a thrill. You didn't expect I really have this determination, did you? You're committing a great injustice. Indeed, Niu's was still testing Wu Zhiga's bottom line. I don't care. The sea view on the wall suddenly shrank into a small white, which flickered once before disappearing. The entire wall returned to its original appearance, and the indoor lighting reverted to the settings prior to this video conference. This guy actually cut off the signal. Wu Zhiga shook his head, took a few steps back, and lay down on the bed again. Although he parted ways with Niu's unhappily again, he was very satisfied with the outcome of this conversation. I finally have the confidence to say such things. Since 2 years ago, he had started gathering and collecting the unusual radiation energy in this area, and it seemed to have greatly accelerated the development of their ground-based laser cannon. Soon, he would become Niu's nightmare. Thinking of this, Wu Zhiga felt a bit more relaxed, but he still couldn't completely let go. Deep down, there was still an ultimate mystery that remained unsolved. Over the past 20 years, he had done almost everything possible to unravel this mystery, but with little success. Where exactly is the source of this unusual radiation energy? When will I find it? This troubling question resurfaced in his mind. He had originally planned to lie down for a while, but now felt restless. He decided to get up and take a walk on the ground. Chapter 77 again and again before the shadow completely disappeared down the steps outside the glass door. Zhang Shengjiu suddenly stood up and rushed towards the door. Hey, what are you doing? Yao Ji was startled. Just a little something. We'll talk later. Zhang Shengjiu didn't look back. Just as he stepped to the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Yao Ji, whose face was full of confusion. Do you remember who Principal Zhou and the others sought out to raise funds for the construction of Yajiaping Town back then? He immediately shouted at the robot, Golden Monkey. If you're really that impressive, tell me the answer. Fuchin Technology, Yao Ji and the robot almost simultaneously said this name. Fuchin Technology. These 4 characters caught him off guard. It seemed so logical after he had just seen that profile. It was Wu Zhiga who invested in the construction of this town, and he had just been at the door 2 seconds ago. Zhang Xingjiu could no longer contain his excitement. He had too many questions to ask Wu Zhiga, and he had to see this person immediately. Sorry, I'll talk to you later. He dropped this line and rushed out the door, standing on the second-floor steps, his eyes wide as he scanned the courtyard, taking in the whole view. It didn't take long for him to spot Wu Zhiga's back. The figure was hurrying out of the town, seemingly in a rush and perhaps evading something, but he couldn't outpace the speed of light. Zhang Shengjiu still saw him. Mr. Wu! Mr. Wu! Zhang Shengjiu shouted at the top of his lungs, rushing down the steps and nearly falling, stumbling a few times. His voice echoed across the sky of Yajiaping Town. The figure froze and stopped. When Zhang Shengjiu rushed up behind him, he turned his head. Zhang Zong. Wu Zhiga's expression was complex. He had just come out from underground and originally wanted to stroll around the town, but hadn't expected to see Zhang Shengjiu in the visitor center lobby. He knew it was too late to run, but still harbored a glimmer of hope that Zhang Shengjiu hadn't noticed him. But how could Zhang Shengjiu possibly ignore him? Mr. Wu, what are you doing here? Zhang Shengjiu asked with a smile. He didn't want to give Wu Zhiga too much pressure, as he could tell that Wu Zhiga didn't want to run into him in this situation. However, he also didn't want Wu Zhiga to escape just like that. Haha. I'm just going to take a casual stroll. What a coincidence, me too. But I'm a local. This should have been mentioned to you by Sibo, right? As soon as he said this, Zhang Shengjiu regretted it, suddenly recalling that Sibo had mentioned Wu Zhiga was brought back to Beijing by his father, Sikong, from the banks of a new river, meaning Wu Zhiga could also be considered a local. How coincidental. I am too. Sibo should have told you that I am not his biological brother, but rather picked up by my father Sikong from here. Although my biological parents have long been missing, this is still my hometown. Sure enough, Wu Zhiga did not waste this opportunity. Mr. Wu, that's great. We're fellow townsmen. I've actually always wanted to meet you, but I knew you were busy. I didn't expect to run into you here in our hometown. It's truly fate. How about we go for a cup of tea? We can chat while we drink. It's on me. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Xingjiu pulled Wu Zhiga into the Bai family tea house at the entrance of the town. Wu Zhiga felt somewhat helpless, but had no excuse to leave. The key was that he still had to return to his hall underground, his world. He couldn't just walk away now. The two found a window seat in the tea house. At this moment, there were not many tourists, and the tea house was very quiet, making it convenient for conversation. Mr. Wu, I have some words I've been holding back for a long time. It's hard not to say them. I really have to thank you for helping me find the black box back then, and later for helping our interstellar navigation out of its slump, even helping me with the sentence reduction. Whether for me personally or for our company, you've done me a great favor. A great favor deserves no thanks. I can only treat you to a meal or drink every time I see you. If you need support in business, I will definitely do my best. We joined the Clean Space Alliance 5 years ago. Whatever the Alliance needs to do, just let me know. As soon as the tea and snacks were served. While waiting for the tea, Zhang Xingjiu couldn't help but express his gratitude all at once. Despite his many doubts about Wu Zhiga, these words were indeed sincere and had been on his mind for a long time. He believed in fairness. It was always like that for him. You're too kind. Zhang Zong. Sibo's friends are my friends, and it's all just a matter of a helping hand. Besides, I didn't really help much. It's still a bit unfair that you spent 5 years in there, Wu Zhiga replied without showing any signs of emotion. He was carefully observing Zhang Xingjiu, trying to see what this suddenly appearing man really wanted. Not at all. Your intentions are already great. Moreover, thanks to your 2027 space tourism project, you pulled interstellar navigation back from the edge of a cliff. That was a true help in times of need. It's nothing, it's not a big deal. I'm someone who deals with space debris cleanup and haven't even been to space myself, which is a bit embarrassing, so I want to experience it. It sounded like Wu Zhiga's tone had relaxed. At that moment, the tea arrived. Zhang Shengjiu leaned in to sniff it, and it had a very rich aroma. He took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Wu Zhiga. Here, drink it while it's hot. Both of you. I suggest waiting a little while before drinking. It's still a bit hot. The tea master couldn't tea help but remind them. Oh, haha, bit anxious. Mainly because your tea is too fragrant, Zhang Shengjiu said with a smile. You can go about your business. Okay. The tea master elegantly walked away. The two sat facing each other, not speaking, each lost in thought, staring at the steaming teacup. Wu Zhiga finally couldn't tea help it. He picked up the teacup and cautiously touched it with his lips, testing it. He knew it was still too hot to drink, but used this action to ease some of the awkwardness. He didn't know what Zhang Xingjiu would say next. Mr. Wu, many years ago, you actually came here, right? Zhang Shengjiu casually asked. Wu Zhiga nearly dipped his lips into the hot tea, feeling a surge of heat, and quickly raised his head, just in time to catch Zhang Shengjiu's gaze fixed on him. I just said it, didn't I? I'm also a local. He quickly replied. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, after being taken by Xikong to Beijing, you came back and visited the depths of Jialigong Mountain. Zhang Xingjiu articulated each word clearly. He was now completely convinced that the man he had seen in that open space after the winter solstice years ago was Wu Zhiga. When he had encountered Sibo at the National Defense Science and Technology University, he had briefly doubted that the person was Sibo. But after bringing Sibo once and observing his behavior, it didn't seem like he'd been there before, so he didn't speculate in that direction. However, when he first saw Wu Zhiga's profile at the inaugural Space Pioneer Forum in Los Angeles, he immediately connected it with a profile he had seen years ago in the open space. That profile had reappeared just a moment ago at the visitor center lobby door. Zhang Xingjiu was now fully confident in his conclusion. In fact, even if Wu Zhiga had come, it wouldn't be a big deal. But his previous strong denial was somewhat strange, coupled with the information he had just learned from Yao Ji and the robot named Golden Monkey. It was clear that Wu Zhiga was involved in something he didn't want people to know about. Zhang Xingjiu vaguely felt that this matter was related to the deaths of Zhou Dujiang and Yao Chang, as well as the inexplicable rise in cancer rates in his hometown. Wu Zhiga did not answer immediately, but instead placed his lips back on the edge of the teacup, slightly tilting the cup towards himself, forcing himself to take a small sip of tea. The tea was still very hot, and he let out a soft gasp. Chapter 78 by Family Tea House Mr. Zhang. I don't know what you're talking about. Wu Zhiga decided to deny it. Okay, let me ask a different question. Why did Fuchin Technology invest in establishing this town 20 years ago? Logically, you had only just been established for a few years at that time. You shouldn't have spent money on this. You're in the space debris cleanup business, not in cultural tourism or theme towns, right? Wu Zhiga didn't expect Zhang Xingjiu to come at him with such a barrage of questions. However, he quickly realized that Zhang Shengjiu had been talking to Yao Ji about something at the visitor center, which might be related to this matter. If that's the case, then there are witnesses, and he couldn't deny it outright. We are a company with a sense of mission. If space debris cleanup is to contribute to humanity, then building a themed town is to give back to our hometown. You know how poor it was here back then. Those of us who have worked outside, although we haven't made much money, still want to do something within our means for our hometown. Fine. You keep saying you want to contribute to your hometown. Then why did you only build a town for real estate? Don't you know that we've seen a very frightening phenomenon here? A frightening phenomenon? Our cancer rate has increased by over 100 times in the past 20 years, especially in the last few years. This rate has grown exponentially. What? The cancer rate is increasing exponentially? Wu Zhiga looked very surprised, which made Zhang Shengjiu doubt again. Did Principal Zhou and the others not explain the reasons clearly when they approached Fuchin Technology back then? How could he not know? But then he thought, perhaps they really didn't mention the reason. After all, family shame should not be aired, and the pretext was to develop cultural tourism. So it's possible they didn't tell them the truth. You don't know? Due to unidentified radioactive radiation, many of our fellow villagers have been infected with cancer over the years. The government even built a dedicated tumor building in the hospital to treat cancer patients. Zhang Xingjiu could only explain the situation. Is there anything we can do? Wu Zhiga showed a very eager expression. We can donate again or reach out to scientific and medical resources. Really? Are you really willing to do something again? Zhang Xingjiu saw Wu Zhiga's sincere demeanor and temporarily forgot his suspicions about him. Yes, Yajiaping Town was indeed funded by us back then. but I really didn't know such terrible things were happening here. I've returned very few times over the years. You also know I've been working on the Clean Space Alliance. If you ask Sibo, I haven't been back to my home in Beijing for a long time. That's great, Mr. Wu. I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. Although our interstellar navigation may not be as financially strong as you, we are also willing to contribute our humble efforts. According to what I've learned, the radiation source disappeared 2 years ago, so there should be no new cases, but existing cases still need funding and resource support. Saving one more life is one more. Zhang Shengjiu raised his teacup. At that moment, he felt a slight illusion that this Wu Zhiga really was, as he suspected, having some unspeakable secrets, but he was clearly so warm-hearted and had genuinely helped him. These were all real occurrences. He felt a bit conflicted. Hearing Zhang Shengjiu's words, Wu Zhiga's eyes flickered quickly. Then he replied, "If the radiation source disappeared 2 years ago and there are no new cancer cases, then that is truly fortunate. Our funding will definitely be used to save lives. But we will also try to trace the reasons to see if we can find out why radiation appeared in the past and whether it indeed caused a rise in cancer rates. Please wait a moment. I'll send a message to my team to pay attention to this matter." Wu Zhiga kept his word and took immediate action. Zhang Shengjiu quietly leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and thought, "Principal Zhou, Teacher Yao, I hope this time we can resolve the lingering issues so that your souls can rest in peace." "All right, we will take action immediately." Not long after, Wu Zhiga's words interrupted Zhang Shengjiu's thoughts. "Mr. Wu, please tell me the contact person. I'll have our people reach out to him and contribute as well." Zhang Shengjiu also expressed his stance. Sure. The two chatted about various topics and returned to the subject of space debris. Zhang Shengjiu then realized that it had been 7 years since he met Wu Zhiga in Los Angeles. And only today did he have the opportunity to sit down and have a somewhat proper conversation. The feeling of chatting with Wu Zhiga was quite different from that with Sibo. If chatting with Sibo felt very relaxed, Wu Zhiga kept him in a state of mental tension at all times. But it must be said that talking with Wu Zhiga was enjoyable, even when he first questioned him. This man seemed to always catch any of his questions and continue the conversation. Speaking of the alliance, I also have a few things in mind. Since we're on the topic, I might as well share them with you. As the topic returned to the Clean Space Alliance, Zhang Shengjiu said, "Go ahead, feel free to speak. Why did you invite Pinnacle Group to join the alliance?" Zhang Shengjiu gritted his teeth and threw out the question. After he got out of prison, he once found Pinnacle Group's name in the internal communications of the alliance and felt a lump in his throat. Wanted to ask Wu Zhiga face to face. Now the opportunity had finally come. "Ha, Mr. Zhang, you're too cute," Wu Zhiga laughed. "I know you have grievances with them, but that's all in the past now. The operation of the alliance requires funding, and I don't want to create a small circle. The management of space debris concerns everyone and is not just a matter for our aerospace community. Pinnacle Group is a leader in the real estate industry. They are enthusiastic and willing to pay. So what reason do I have to refuse?" At this point, he added, "Don't worry, they don't oppose your joining. I already talked to them. It seems I need to find a day to bring you two together for a drink and bury the hatchet." After hearing Wu Zhiga's words, Zhang Shengjiu felt that there was really nothing to refute, and continuing to speak would only make him seem petty. So he could only change the subject. "Do you remember back in Los Angeles? At the first Aerospace Pioneer Forum, when you first initiated the Clean Space Alliance, you were rudely interrupted by those Americans. Why didn't you argue back at first? There were signs of you getting angry midway, but then you backed down? You should know that your performance disappointed me a bit. This is easy to understand. It was all for my brother, Sibo. You know, that forum was organized by him and a group of internationalists in the aerospace field after a long time, and they unprecedentedly invited many developing countries without aerospace industries to participate. Can you imagine a naval forum inviting Mongolia to participate? But it was a very meaningful attempt that really made countries around the world realize that space concerns the future of all humanity, not just the interests of a few major space powers. Think about it. If I hadn't held back my temper at that time, how would the forum have ended? I did that, and that kid news triggered a mechanism that caused the entire floor outside the venue to collapse. If we had really fought, do you believe you would have let the roof fall down? A small lack of patience ruins a great plan. You see, since that forum in 2023, many people, Including Bo, I've been working on a second one for 7 years, but it still hasn't happened today. It's very difficult to accomplish something, but it's quite easy to destroy it. Wu Zhige's tone was very calm and patient. After listening, Zhang Xingjiu suddenly felt that his perspective was a bit low, and Wu Zhige's expression and tone while saying this were full of persuasion. He could only chuckle and take a sip of tea. However, after drinking the tea, he suddenly felt that something was off. 1 second later, he felt dizzy, and the figure of Wu Zhige in front of him seemed to multiply like a funhouse mirror, flickering continuously, gradually becoming blurry and illusory. Then, he collapsed onto the chair and lost consciousness. Chapter 79. Disappearance. When Zhang Shengjiu slightly opened his eyes, he felt that the surroundings were very dim, and he seemed to be in a completely new environment. Where am I? He jolted up and realized he was still in the corner of the Bai family tea house, but the teacups and teapot on the table were already gone. It was close to dusk outside. Wu Zhige had also vanished without a trace. Oh no! Zhang Shengjiu fully woke up, panicking as he walked back and forth in the tea house, looking around. However, there were still not many tables occupied by guests, and the hall appeared very empty. He quickly noticed that indeed, Wu Zhige was nowhere to be found. He finally confirmed. Wu Zhige had slipped away. Damn it, that brat actually drugged me. Zhang Xingjiu was furious and called over the tea master who had just served them tea. Hey, where did the person who was drinking tea with me go? I don't know either. And what happened just now? I mean, when I fell asleep. Nothing much. He got up and left first, telling me that you were tired and wanted to rest, so I shouldn't disturb you. If there were no other guests wanting to sit in your corner, he settled the tea bill too. How could you be so careless? Can I just fall asleep for no reason? Zhang Xingjiu was very angry seeing the tea master's nonchalant attitude. That's quite normal. People come here to drink tea, just to pass the time, sip some tea, bask in the sun, and then get a little drowsy. Taking a nap in the chair is also common. The tea master's temperament was relatively good. Sigh. Zhang Xingjiu sighed. It was hard to encounter Wu Zhige, and now he had escaped. He clearly had many questions he wanted to ask. More importantly, he wanted to take this opportunity to see through Wu Zhige. Up to now, this man still gave him a very mysterious feeling. And the most critical thing is, why did I inexplicably fall asleep? Did Wu Zhige drug me? If it was really Wu Zhige who drugged me, when did it happen? I was clearly chatting face to face with him just now. Thinking of this, Zhang Shengjiu stared at the tea master. Do you have surveillance cameras in your shop? I want to see the footage. What do you want to do? The tea master was on guard. I want to see how I fainted just now. I told you, I wasn't taking a normal nap like you said. I was drugged. I want to see the evidence. Sorry, bro, you can't see it. It's against our tea house's rules to show surveillance footage to guests. Call your boss here. The boss isn't here. Then I'll call 110. I'll report that I was drugged in your shop and found that a watch worth 100,000 yuan was missing after I woke up. Zhang Shengjiu raised his voice. Bro, no, don't call. Let me ask the boss first. Hearing that Zhang Xingjiu was going to report to the police, the tea master panicked and whispered, You better be quick. The tea master put down the plate in his hand and hurriedly ran into the room behind the counter, closing the door immediately after entering. Some indistinct sounds came from the room, but the volume was low, and Zhang Xingjiu couldn't tell if they were talking or making a phone call. After a while, the tea master came out, looking pleased. The boss agreed, I'll take you to see it. With that, the tea master walked to a drawer with a password locked behind the counter, skillfully entered the password, and took out a tablet. This contains our surveillance data. She walked in front of Zhang Xingjiu and handed him the tablet. Please take a look. Zhang Xingjiu took it with satisfaction and saw that the screen was showing 6 different video windows. Clearly, although this tea house wasn't large, it had 6 cameras installed inside and outside. He found the screen facing the corner where he and Wu Zhige had been sitting, took a deep breath, and clicked on it. However, he soon realized that all of this was in vain. He was unwilling to accept it and clicked on several other screens, but still found nothing. Wu Zhige never appeared in the footage. No, that is not accurate. From the time they entered the tea house until he woke up from the chair, all the cameras that could have captured them were frozen at that moment. In other words, at the moment they entered the tea house, the footage from the entrance camera froze before they came in, remaining still until they left the entrance area and reached the corner seats, at which point the entrance camera resumed working. While they were chatting and drinking tea in the corner seats, The camera facing that area consistently showed the image before they sat down until he suddenly appeared waking up in the chair. Zhang Xingjiu gasped, filled with doubts. It was hard to imagine that Wu Zhiga could chat with him while drugging him and tampering with the surveillance system at the same time. But if it wasn't Wu Zhiga, could there be another possibility? How could the team master in front of him possibly do such a thing? Seeing Zhang Shengjiu frozen in place, the team master cautiously asked, "Are you satisfied?" "No. I need you to help me with one more thing. I want the teacup I drank from just now. It must still have traces of the drug." Zhang Xingjiu suddenly thought of another method. "Huh? That? I've already cleaned the cup, and it's currently being disinfected in the sterilizer," the team master replied quietly. Zhang Shengjiu felt darkness in front of his eyes, nearly fainting again. He gritted his teeth. "Fine. Let it be." After saying that, he pushed the tablet back to the team master and stormed out of the tea house. Filled with anger. Back at the town square, it was already time for the chickens to roost, and the outlines of the green mountains surrounding the town slowly blurred. The lights in the town had already been lit without him noticing. In an instant, Zhang Shengjiu felt as if he had returned to his childhood in the village. He looked towards the visitor center, and the hall was still empty with no lights. It seemed that Yao Ji had already left. Zhang Xingjiu was unwilling to accept it. So he called Wu Zhiga's phone, but it couldn't be connected. He wasn't surprised. He wandered aimlessly in the town square, feeling a bit dejected among the sparse crowd. But he didn't know what he was dejected about. He tried hard to settle and focus himself. Should he come back tomorrow to find Yao Ji to understand more? It seemed unnecessary. Yao Jiaping Town was funded by Wu Zhiga, and knowing that was enough. As for the motive, who knows? Wu Zhiga might know about the radiation source and cancer rates, or he might not. 20 years ago, Fuchin technology was still just starting out. How could they have the spare money to invest here? That was also a question, but the answer wasn't that important. Directly asking would only yield limited information. At least he had seen Teacher Yao for the last time, clarified the general situation of this matter, and the radiation had already disappeared 2 years ago. Next, it would be about working with Fuchin technology to provide some donations to the county, helping to save as many people as possible, and then finding out the reasons and origins of the radiation. No matter what Wu Zhiga's ultimate purpose was, even if he doubted his motives, his help to me was genuine. Even when I see him again, I still have to be grateful. Various thoughts flashed through Zhang Shengjiu's mind, and before he knew it, he had walked back to the county city, and the hotel was already in front of him. Back in the room, he organized his luggage and sent a message to Sibo. "I went back to my hometown. Guess who I ran into? Wu Zhiga. What a coincidence. He indeed is from your side, but he hasn't been back all these years. I found it a bit strange." Sibo replied quickly. "Yeah, I expressed my gratitude to him, but I also have some confusion. Let's talk more when we have the chance." "Okay, I know it's wishful thinking, but I still want to ask, during this trip back, are there any leads on your parents and my dad?" "No, unfortunately. And I guess there will never be any clues. Let's talk in person." "All right, take care." Chapter 80 threat the next morning. He checked out and took a fast train to Baoshan before flying back to Changsha. Mr. Zhang is back. For his return, his management team and employees breathed a sigh of relief. Since Zhang Shengjiu's release from prison, they had been worried about their boss's mental state, fearing he might do something irrational at any moment. "Mr. Zhang, how does it feel to be back?" Dai Mingqi asked. "It's hard to explain, but this should be my last time returning," Zhang Shengjiu replied. Dai Mingqi didn't press further. After so many years with Zhang Shengjiu, he had become accustomed to his boss's temperament. What reassured him was that the overall feeling from his boss remained positive. "Show me the operational data from this period." Zhang Shengjiu quickly shifted into work mode. The following days were filled with routine tasks, calm and uneventful. However, after going through the dull operational data and overly abundant social news, Zhang Shengjiu sensed a hint of unease. The Space Environment Stability Index has been declining for 6 consecutive months, he frowned. This index was Zhang Shengjiu's creation and served as an internal metric for their interstellar navigation. It consisted of 3 major parts. The first part was objective professional data indicators, including the number of active satellites in orbit and atmospheric temperature. The second part included objective macroeconomic data indicators like per capita GDP and CPI index. And the last part was subjective public opinion data, recording the public's attitude towards space tourism, the frequency of its appearance in the news, and the inclination of the reports. They calculated a decimal between 0 and 1 with two significant figures using carefully designed weights and formulas. The closer the index was to 1, the more prosperous their business environment was. If it fell below 0.5, it indicated trouble. Over the past 6 months, this index had declined 6 times in a row. And in the past month, it dropped to 0.47. 47 had breached the point of stagnation, and if it declined for a 7th consecutive time, it would undoubtedly enter a downward trend. This was not good news for him or for interstellar navigation. Zhang Shengzhou planned to convene a management meeting to discuss it, feeling somewhat guilty that he had not fully returned to work mode since his release from prison. This shouldn't be the case. At that moment, Ming-Chi rushed in. Mr. Zhang, there's an urgent matter. Oh, you came just in time. Tell everyone we're having a meeting this week to thoroughly analyze the Space Environment Stability Index. The trend isn't optimistic. No problem. But this matter might be more urgent. Go ahead. Our email just received a video from the Seamless Connection Alliance, personally recorded by their chairman, Nios. They are threatening us. What? A medium-built, blonde man flashed in Zhang Shengzhou's mind. He had briefly spoken with this Nios 7 years ago in Los Angeles, alongside a bald man named Dave. Both were founders of the Seamless Connection Alliance and had been very rude to Wu Zhiga, especially Nios, who, to get others to join, even caused the floor outside the conference venue to collapse, trapping everyone inside and preventing them from leaving until they voted. In his memory, Nios was a reckless man. Being threatened by such a person was certainly not a good thing. He quickly asked Dai Mingqi to project the video. Hey, my dear Mr. Zhang, my dear Interstellar Navigation Company, you should feel honored to receive this message, as not everyone is qualified. Zhang Shengzhou felt a bit nauseous at this point, but forced himself to continue watching. You may have seen in the news, or you might not know yet, that our Seamless Connection Alliance has just made a decision. All our allied companies will achieve interoperability and compatibility. What does this mean? If you're a customer of our Skylink Company's space constellation, from now on, you can not only enjoy the services of 50,000 satellites in the space constellation, but also seamlessly switch to enjoy the services of the Traversing Sky constellation from the Exhaustive Company, along with all other constellation services within our alliance. You can say that all satellites in outer space will serve you, despite his instinctive aversion to Nios. Zhang Shengzhou was shocked upon hearing this. He knew this meant an unprecedented monopoly. He was unsure which country's antitrust laws could limit such a monopoly, but from Nios's declaration, it seemed that at least the United States was not opposed. For his interstellar navigation, this was undoubtedly good news, as it meant their space tourism would no longer have any route restrictions. They were currently using the Exhaustive Company's Traversing Sky constellation service. And if what Nios said came to fruition, the level of security and reliability for satellite communications, navigation, positioning, and various services they could provide would significantly improve. However, Zhang Shengzhou felt no happiness. He held his breath and continued watching, wanting to see what the threat Dai Mingqi mentioned truly was. So you see, our Seamless Connection Alliance keeps its promises and follows through. In 2023, when we said we would do this in Los Angeles, who really believed we would succeed one day? Now, just 7 years later, we have done it. At this point, Nios's face radiated pride and arrogance, but suddenly his expression darkened and became sinister. Mr. Zhang, at this point, I think you should know that joining our alliance and enjoying our meticulous services will be your only correct choice. Unfortunately, we have learned that you have joined the Clean Space Alliance, becoming our competitor, which is not a wise decision. Therefore, we're giving you 30 days to recognize the situation and make a wise choice. If you make that choice, you will know how to find me, how to find us. Chapter 81, the 70th Birthday Boom. Boom! After a series of dazzling lightning flashes, continuous thunder erupted from the horizon, and soon heavy rain poured down. The entire city seemed to be shaken. Sibo looked out the window, although it wasn't yet dark. The sky was completely covered by dark clouds. He could only turn on the office lights, and, as if they were telepathically connected, the lights in the opposite office building also turned on. Hopefully, this dreadful weather won't last too long, Sibo cursed in his heart. He had originally planned to leave work early today to celebrate his mother's birthday, but now this reckless thunderstorm had blocked his way home. Standing in the office, he could clearly see the third ring road below, with strings of red taillights and outline lights helplessly flickering between the flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Yet he couldn't move an inch. Since Beijing fully opened electric aircraft eVTOL services 2 years ago, traffic problems had greatly eased, but in such weather, no one dared to take an electric plane. Everyone reverted to ground transportation. This heavy rain was like an invisible hand, pushing all airborne entities back to the ground. Even by 2030, with humans having launched hundreds of thousands of satellites into outer space, there was still no good solution when faced with such natural wrath. As time passed, the weather showed no signs of calming, and Bo began to feel anxious. Today was his mother's 70th birthday, in the years since his father had gone missing. Because he and Wu Zhiga had spent most of their time with her, she and T felt too lonely. However, as the years went by, and both became busier, especially Wu Zhiga, who hardly ever returned home, his mother's mood had worsened, becoming increasingly sensitive. Bo often had to be very careful around her, afraid that he might say something wrong and upset her. He understood his mother very well. After all, hadn't he himself been struggling to overcome the mental barriers in his heart? To make his mother happy, Bo had recently started planning a celebration for her 70th birthday. Although elderly people generally dislike celebrating birthdays, 70 is an important milestone. It's said that few live to see 70. After losing his father 25 years ago, and with her emotional state deteriorating, his mother's survival was a remarkable feat. For Bo, it had become an acceptable reality. Unfortunately, his mother absolutely refused. Don't hold a banquet. What is there to celebrate? I'm just an old woman. Mom, you haven't seen your friends and sisters much lately. Wouldn't this be a good opportunity to invite them for a gathering? Let's make it lively. No, I don't want to invite them. It makes me uncomfortable seeing them. Why not? They all knew your dad. I don't want to feel awkward when they bring him up, but I'm also afraid they might mention him. Bo fell silent. After a moment, he suggested then, how about just me and Zhiga celebrating your birthday together? What do you think? You two? No way. You're always working overtime and on business trips, and he hardly comes home. If you two could even get together, world peace would have been achieved. Hey, let us achieve a little bit of world peace then, and have a small, low-key birthday celebration for you. How about that? Forget it, you're both so busy. I was just saying that. Although his mother said this, when Bo insisted on having the celebration, she did not hold out against it any longer. This morning, when Bo left for work, he even caught a glimpse of a smile at the corner of his mother's mouth. But now, everything was disrupted by this thunderstorm. According to Bo's original plan, he would deliberately leave work a bit early, pick his mother up from home not far from the office, and then take her to a small, secret court cuisine restaurant near the Summer Palace to celebrate her birthday. There, they would enjoy a performance featuring costumes and dances from the Manchu culture, which his mother particularly liked for its liveliness. Mom, the Qing dynasty has been gone for over 100 years. Bo was somewhat helpless about his mother's preference. What do you know? Those dances in Manchu costumes are just like the square dances of today. You see, I'm telling you, times change. But an old woman's hobbies don't. His mother's words left him speechless. Outside the window, the lightning seemed to have exhausted itself, beginning to retreat and rest. But its earlier commotion perhaps had torn a hole in the heavens, causing the rain to pour down even more violently, without any reason or mercy. Bo stood by the window, feeling as if he were inside a waterfall cave. The scene outside was no longer visible. He could only see the scattered lights from the opposite and surrounding office buildings, along with the taillights of cars stranded on the road. Mom, this dreadful weather means I might not be able to get home for a while. I'll wait for another half hour if the rain doesn't stop. I'll come back. The straight-line distance from the aerospace bridge to his home near the 4th Ring Road wasn't far. Usually, it only took 5 minutes by car or electric flying car, but given the rain's intensity today, he felt that if he wanted to drive home, it would be better if the car turned into a boat. Walking was the only option left, and even then, he was mentally prepared to wade through water or even swim if necessary. After all, Beijing had experienced 2 instances of severe rainstorms in 2012 and 2016 that not only allowed fish to thrive in the city, but but also caused numerous casualties and property losses. It's okay, just stay safe. Xiao Yun's words were brief, revealing no emotion. His mother must be very disappointed. Sibo shook his head helplessly and dialed Wu Zhiga's number. Don't tell me you're not in Beijing right now. Do you know what day it is? I gave you a heads up in advance. You're right. I'm in Kunming. My flight has been indefinitely delayed. I heard there's a thunderstorm in Beijing. The heavens want to let me come back to celebrate Mom's birthday. What can I do? No, it's not just a thunderstorm. I think the sky is collapsing. I'll send you a video to show you what the apocalypse looks like. Is it that exaggerated? If the apocalypse has arrived, how can you still make phone calls? Stop joking. Don't give up so soon. Isn't there any other way you can reach Beijing before midnight tonight? It's Mom's 70th birthday. Count how many days it's been since you last went home. She must be looking forward to celebrating with you tonight. I'm in Kunming, and my flight is delayed indefinitely. You tell me, I only have a little over 6 hours. How can I possibly get to Beijing? Take the high-speed train, right? Didn't they just open the direct train from Beijing to Kunming last year? It takes just 5 hours. Do you think I haven't considered that route? I just checked. The Beijing South Station lines were struck by lightning and are undergoing emergency repairs. All right, then we won't see each other today. You think about how to explain this to Mom. Sibo sighed, scratching his head. In fact, he too wanted to see his brother. Although they could never be as close as they once were, they still had many common topics in work and life. It's okay, Sibo. I can't come back today, but I'll definitely be back tomorrow. I'll spend some quality time with Mom. Let us hope you follow through this time. Yeah, I will. But I guess I can only stay home for 2 or 3 days. Things are really critical right now. Oh, what is going on? Sibo looked out the window, seeing no signs of the rain easing. The Seamless Connection Alliance has started to make moves, poaching companies and people from our alliance, trying to get our members to leave and join them. I need to show them what. Has it come to that? Yes, if we don't agree. They threatened to cut off services. Zhang Xingjiu's company has also received threats. Huh, it can be like this? That is illegal. Sibo was quite surprised. He had just been in touch with Zhang Xingjiu not long ago and learned that his old friend had returned to his hometown. But Zhang Xingjiu had said nothing about being threatened. They're just talking about it verbally now, although it is a bit over the line. No company will actually sue them for this. However, all companies will have a question mark in their minds. If they use their services in the future, will something go wrong? It's not the fear of thieves stealing, but the fear of thieves being interested. And being interested is not illegal. How shameless. After listening to the description on the other end of the phone, Sibo also felt very angry. At this moment, he felt a bit confused. After returning from Los Angeles that year, when we were eating at the Passion Pot, I suspected whether he was essentially in cahoots with those Seamless Connection people. This suspicion has followed me until now. Could I have misunderstood him? He originally wanted to half-jokingly mention to Wu Zhiga that the face of the human missile he saw in the United Nations building was his and ask him to explain, but he swallowed it back. It sounded like he was at a critical moment, so such strange things could wait for later. So, Sibo withdrew his somewhat wandering thoughts and asked, "What do you plan to do?" We need to warn them again, not to take the future of humanity lightly. They must plan their activities properly and take responsibility. Not only are they digging at our foundations, but they're also planning to launch more satellites into space. If necessary, I even want to... Chapter 82. Waiting home, what are you thinking? Oh, it's nothing. Don't take it to heart. Wu Zhiga didn't say the latter half of his sentence. Sibo didn't press for more. Wu Zhiga's earlier statement undoubtedly brought him great comfort. 5 years ago, the United Nations Security Council held its first special discussion on the issue of space debris, and there was a disagreement on how to proceed. A disagreement that remains unresolved to this day. The Seamless Connection Alliance firmly supported the views of the US, UK, and France, even going further to claim that they themselves represented a comparative advantage. At least Wu Zhiga and his Clean Space Alliance are still on our side, no matter what their motives are. Sibo recalled Wu Zhiga's remarks about government intervention from that year in the Passion Pot. By the way, when you have time, remember to get in touch with Zhang Xingjiu. He is currently being threatened by those people and is feeling quite miserable, Wu Zhiga said. I will. By the way, he told me recently that he ran into you back home. Did you finally go back for a visit? He has always been very grateful to you. Sibo suddenly thought of this. Yes, quite a coincidence. Wu Zhiga replied nonchalantly. I should thank you too. He is a good friend. Why are we even discussing this? I will contact him, although I can't provide any direct help regarding the seamless connection S threats against him. It seems that mainly it will have to rely on your clean space for support. At least I can offer some moral support. That's enough. Sometimes, don't people just need a little of that? Sibo nodded vigorously, not caring whether Wu Zhiga could see him. For some reason, he thought of his mother at home. All right, brother, I want to keep you. You should do everything you can to get home, whether tonight or tomorrow. Mom and I are waiting for you. Don't worry. The rain outside was still pouring, a curtain of water cascading from the sky to the ground. Despite the blurred vision, Sibo could imagine that the road below had turned into a vast ocean. He gritted his teeth, took out a long-stored, transparent raincoat from the closet, grabbed an umbrella, and walked out of the office. The lobby of the office building was already crowded with people. Sibo saw that outside the tall hall, the curtain of water was completing its final mission, violently pouring down the gathered potential energy onto the ground, the roadside, car roofs, and the heads of people still struggling to move forward. Faced with such a situation, almost no one was willing to rush out. The elevator to the underground garage had already been shut down, with a prominent sign placed at the entrance. Basement flooding, rescue operations in progress, driving not recommended. Sibo forced a bitter smile. Not recommended to drive. Rushing out would be risky. Am I supposed to spend the night here? However, thinking of his mother waiting for him at home, he decided to take the plunge. At this moment, his mother was alone at home, surely feeling very scared and lonely. With Wu Zhiga confirmed to not be returning, he had to get back to her side as soon as possible. Director C, what are you doing? Someone next to him recognized Sibo and, seeing him walking quickly toward the door, shouted in panic. Several others noticed Sibo and were astonished. Their deputy director and director of the Space Environment Agency was about to rush out into the torrential rain alone. Sibo gritted his teeth, ignored them, and dashed out the door. He immediately felt that what was falling from above wasn't rainwater, but rather iron blocks. His umbrella quickly became misshapen, and even with the raincoat on, his pant legs and shoes were instantly soaked. He struggled to hold the umbrella and took big strides onto the road. The stretch from the office building to the aerospace bridge didn't have too much accumulated water, and he could still walk, but when he rushed to the aerospace bridge and prepared to cross the road, he was stunned. He saw that the intersection under the bridge was already filled with water up to his knees, murky and yellow, with cars struggling futilely in it. The higher chassis vehicles could manage for a while, but the gasoline cars were all stalled, and the electric vehicles were motionless. Many people had already exited their cars, helplessly standing by the roadside watching their vehicles turn into useless heaps that couldn't be driven away or moved at all. While the elevated road on the aerospace bridge could shield from some rain, the torrents pouring down from the gaps made loud noises as they struck the car roofs below. Sibo couldn't care about that anymore. He steeled himself and waded into the water. He simply put away the umbrella and used it as a walking stick, struggling to make his way across the road. His lower body was already soaked through. Despite it being summer, he still felt a chill. When he finally reached the other side of the road, he realized that the umbrella was now completely worn out, resembling a twisted piece of dough. He tossed it aside and, facing the curtain of water above, continued running west along Fuching Road. The road conditions varied, and he moved like a parkour athlete, occasionally jumping onto roadside flower beds and using fallen signs to temporarily escape the spreading flood. Finally, he made it to the lower level and rushed into the stairs. Sibo gasped for breath, took off the raincoat, and without caring much, threw it outside, feeling as if he had discarded a heavy burden. He wiped his face, pushed his hair back vigorously to shake off the water, making himself look clearer and less disheveled. At that moment, he pulled out his phone from his pocket to check if it was still functional. However, there were no missed calls or new messages. Clearly, his mother hadn't pushed him. He couldn't wait for the elevator and climbed the stairs to his home, taking out his keys to unlock the door. Mom, I'm back. Chapter 83. Living towards death. Xiao Yin stared blankly out the window. Outside, everything was a blur, just like her current feelings. For her 70th birthday, she had no desire to celebrate. Every year on this day, she felt the distance between her and Sikong grow a little more. This year marked the 25th year since Sikong went missing, and for a partner separated by life and death, each additional day was a torment. The key issue was that she wasn't even sure if Seekong was truly gone. She was an astronomer, not a quantum mechanic, and she hated uncertainty. What is it to be uncertain? If it can be seen, it can be seen. If it can't, it can't. Eventually, after some coaxing from her son, she agreed to go out. Her son planned to take her to a restaurant near the summer palace, which happened to be one of her favorites. But unexpectedly, the thunder and downpour that started in the afternoon dampened that possibility. It was already fortunate that her son, Sikbo, managed to get home on time, while Wu Zhiga was far away in Kunming and couldn't return. She had seen Wu Zhiga in a long time. She knew the children had grown up and had their own lives, but Wu Zhiga hardly ever called her. Sometimes, she even doubted whether her decision to keep that 8-year-old child, when Seekong brought him to her, was a mistake. But then she dismissed that thought. Wu Zhiga had contributed so much to the family over the years. How could she be dissatisfied just because he and come home recently? She opened the TV out of boredom. Though it was called a television, it had actually become one with the wall of the living room, taking up no space at all. A couple of years ago, Sikbo insisted on making this change and installed this TV on the living room wall. It not only allowed her to watch programs, but also had touch controls, along with dedicated channels for elderly people featuring square dancing and health interactions. After a brief period of novelty, she left it aside. She found it increasingly difficult to understand the programs and terms being broadcast. At that moment, she tuned into her most watched international news aggregation channel. Coincidentally, a segment from BBC about astronomy caught her attention. She watched for a few more seconds before feeling an overwhelming rage. The Seamless Connection Alliance announced plans to launch 30,000 satellites into space over the next 3 years, ensuring that polar bears and penguins could enjoy uninterrupted precise services, while astronomers protested once again. Xiao Yun trembled as she walked to the sofa and slowly sat down, staring at the news. Others always referred to her as an astronomer, but she knew that was an exaggeration, a nod to Seekong's reputation. She was merely a professional engaged in astronomical observations. However, she deeply empathized with the anger and frustration expressed by global astronomers. As more and more satellites were sent into space, especially in low Earth orbit, astronomers around the world were increasingly worried. The greatest threat to astronomical observation was light pollution, which is why observatories were typically built far from cities, on remote mountaintops or islands. However, while observatories could escape the light pollution from the ground, they could not avoid the reflective light from satellites above. Optical telescopes used for observing distant celestial bodies often required long exposures lasting several hours, and satellites, made of metal, reflected sunlight, creating interference that was detrimental to the already faint deep space signals. It felt like searching for pearls in an endless pile of sand, with the sand shining brighter than the pearls. Over the past years, member organizations of the Seamless Connection, like Konglian and Cheongju, have been dismissive of astronomers' strong protests. They claim to have made improvements in satellite design, such as adding sun shields and using low reflectivity materials, but all these design changes increase costs. These companies had little motivation to genuinely increase costs to solve astronomers' issues, resulting in negligible outcomes. Now, they were planning to launch 30,000 satellites into the sky. It was simply insane. Yet the tone of the news was remarkably rational, neutral, and objective. After detailing the astronomers' protests, it shifted to images of stock prices soaring for related companies at the stock exchange. Xiao Yun watched the curves and percentage increases, sneering, "Go ahead, rise in the end. It's all illusion." However, she felt a profound sense of emptiness enveloping her. She turned off the TV and closed her eyes. The room was quiet, but outside, the sound of pouring rain could be heard. An unprecedented sense of defeat and frustration surged from somewhere within, wrapping around her tightly, making it hard to move or breathe. She had never experienced such feelings, not even when Seekong went missing or when she had given up hope for his return. No one could share her feelings at this moment. She was certain of that, not even her son, who was a mix of dragon and phoenix. Moreover, one was definitely not coming back, while the other's return was uncertain. As she slowly pulled herself away from that emotion, feeling that she could move again, an overwhelming sense of loneliness struck her heart. Suddenly, as if driven mad, she stumbled towards the small room in the corner. That was Seekong's room. She pushed the door open and rushed in. As she smelled the dust inside, it felt as if she had taken a sedative, and her agitation calmed instantly. She stared blankly at the desk and bookshelf, looking at the chair in front of the desk. The chair was empty. Once that person sat in that chair every day, but in the past 25 years, it had never been occupied. 25 years. 25 years. Xiao Yun murmured, as if speaking to someone who couldn't hear her heart. Maybe I should go find you, continuing to mutter. Xiao Yun slowly turned around, exited the room, and closed the door behind her. She walked to the living room entrance, opened the closet in the hallway, and stared at the umbrella and raincoat inside. Pausing for 2 seconds, she hadn't taken anything, not even the house keys. Xiao Yun opened the door and walked into the corridor, descending the stairs step by step. The rain showed no signs of letting up. A large amount of water had already seeped into the stairway, creating a shallow layer on the floor, with new raindrops continuously adding to it. By the time she reached the first floor, Xiao Yun was drenched. She hugged her arms tightly across her chest and walked forward without a care. She exited the building, letting the torrential rain pour down on her without bothering to shield her hair, still keeping her arms wrapped tightly around her chest. Her hair quickly turned into strands, sticking closely to her scalp as if it wanted to burrow into the ground. Through her blurred vision, she walked through the waterlogged street, reaching the other side, and moving forward to the Yongding River irrigation canal. At this moment, there were no pedestrians on the street. The heavens were lavishly watering their natural world. Fragile leaves and branches were knocked to the ground, carried away by the flowing water, while the stronger ones were washed into a vibrant green. Xiao Yun kept walking forward, the water now up to her knees. She stopped. Further ahead, the river water in the Yongding River irrigation canal had risen higher than usual, rushing downward with a force reminiscent of the new river she had seen years ago in the Jialigong Mountains. Painting the sky as a prison. Painting the sky as a prison. Xiao Yun shouted fiercely in her heart, then closed her eyes, opened her arms, and fell forward. Chapter 84. Made public drawing the sky as a prison. Drawing the sky as a prison. Sibo clenched his fists and shouted loudly, facing the dark crowd in the entire venue, tears welling in his eyes. This was the first Space Environment Governance Forum organized by the China National Space Administration. 5 years ago, the United Nations Security Council failed to reach any consensus resolutions on how to conduct space environment governance and space debris management to prevent accidents like the Earth-S concussion from happening again. Over the past 5 years, this issue has hung over humanity like a sword of Damocles in outer space. This year, to expedite the resolution of the problem, the China National Space Administration, in collaboration with the Russian Federal Space Agency, organized this global forum. Just days before the forum, on that sudden night of thunderstorms and heavy rain, Sibo lost everything. When he returned home, soaked and disheveled, he found no trace of his mother. He checked the cabinet at the entrance of the living room and saw that the rain gear had not been touched. He called his mother's phone, but it was already turned off. Due to his mother's resistance, the family had never installed a security monitoring system. He rushed into his father's study, but no one was there. However, he noticed footprints on the thin layer of dust on the floor. The marks were chaotic, disturbing his heart. This is bad. He felt as if thunder had struck him. He frantically dashed out of the room, ignoring the rain, and ran downstairs, looking around in the pouring rain. However, there were hardly any pedestrians on the street. Cars were abandoned everywhere, with many drivers having fled, as life was more important than this big toy. Sibo ran wildly through the water, exploring every direction, but he could not see any sign of his mother. The dim streetlights appeared feeble in the heavy rain, resembling the flickering flame of hope in his heart. He could no longer distinguish whether the moisture on his face was rain or tears. After exhausting every street around him, unable to tell the difference between his skin and clothes, and feeling neither rain nor sweat, he still found nothing. At that moment, he spotted the Yongding River water diversion channel not far away. This river, which usually flowed like a gentle kitten, was now roaring like a fierce tiger, surging aggressively with the rain. Sibo's legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall. He had forgotten how he made it to the nearest police station. I want to report a case. My mom is missing. 2 days later, All his worries fell to the ground like the rain from the day before. His mother's body was found downstream of the Yongding River water diversion channel. He trembled as he approached the body for identification, struggling to control his emotions. But tears streamed down his face like a flood. "Mom, why'd you do this? Wu Zhiga, why haven't you come back?" His mother's body was already swollen from being submerged, but her face appeared serene, showing no signs of struggle, as if this was the conclusion she had long awaited. "Sibo, you should handle your mother's funeral first. I can give the opening speech at tomorrow's forum, or let Lu Ju speak for you about that." Director Ding Laniying asked with concern. According to the original plan, Sibo, as the representative of the organizers and the deputy director in charge of space environment governance, was supposed to give the opening speech after the leader spoke. He had prepared for this for a long time. However, no one could have predicted that his mother would choose this way to end her life on her 70th birthday. "No, Director Ding, thank you for your concern, but I still insist on giving this speech. I have prepared for it for a long time, and I want to share many of my father Sikong's viewpoints with the public. I must do this. I believe this is also his and my mother's wish. As for the funeral, we can wait until after the forum to handle it." After painful consideration, Sibo looked firmly at his leader. Director Ding Laniying was moved by the resolve in Sibo's eyes. "All right, let us proceed as planned. Do well. I support you and your father." "Director, let me remind you once again, this speech is not a conventional one. Is it appropriate for a forum of this caliber?" "I have no issues with it and have consulted the leaders. They all supported." Ding Laniying looked seriously at Sibo. "After all, we are facing an unconventional situation." As he stepped onto the stage, Sibo felt an uncontrollable tremor throughout his body. 5 years ago, on an afternoon when he returned to Beijing from Moscow, he saw the transcripts of his father's conversation with Peterson and the paper he wrote at the age of 15 titled Analysis in Response to the Crisis of Outer Space Environment, and he felt a sense of direction. From that moment on, he wanted to announce his father's research findings to the world at a suitable occasion. But that occasion never came. 5 years had passed, and he no longer wanted to wait. He needed to create that occasion. Under the spotlight shining on the stage, he could hardly see the audience filled in the venue. Several large screens in the distance were broadcasting live, showing participants from around the world supporting the forum. In front of the podium, a row of cameras were set up, with multiple TV stations broadcasting live to the world. He tried to control his movements, took a few deep breaths, and tried not to appear nervous. He suddenly had the illusion that his father and mother were watching him from somewhere in the sky. He began his speech. After a brief adjustment, Sibo quickly found his rhythm. The speech had been refined countless times, and he could almost speak without notes. "My father was also an astronaut. He was a pioneer in our country's space environment governance and space debris management, which makes me very proud. However, what makes me even prouder is that his unpublished viewpoints accurately predicted the dilemmas we face today and proposed solutions. 55 years ago, at the age of 15, he wrote a paper titled Analysis in Response to the Crisis of Outer Space Environment. Due to the times, that paper could not be published and remained stored in his study. You can imagine how shocked I was when I saw that paper and how regretful I felt for him. In this 1975 paper, he had already proposed a theory that Kessler would put forward 3 years later, which states that when the number of spacecraft and satellites in outer space, especially in low Earth orbit, reaches a certain level, the risk of collision will arise. This collision could trigger a cascading effect or a domino effect, resulting in all spacecraft and satellites in outer space being destroyed, thereby creating a graveyard of space debris that tightly envelopes the Earth. Due to the existence of this graveyard, humanity will be unable to conduct any space launch activities. Until these space debris are cleared, humanity will be confined to Earth. Our decades of space exploration, deep space exploration, and space research achievements will all be lost in an instant, and our magnificent space expeditions and interstellar navigation plans will become mere illusions. Humanity will weave itself into a cocoon, drawing the sky as a prison, drawing the sky as a prison, drawing the sky as a prison. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Just moments ago, 600 kilometers and 25,000 kilometers above him, in a densely packed yet orderly constellation, Two satellites seemed unable to endure the monotonous rotation day after day and slightly deviated from their set orbits. Chapter 85. Chang'e 50,000 and Chang'e 30,000. Chang'e 50,000 has always felt an immense pride in its identity. As the 50,000th satellite of the space-based constellation, it has been the center of attention since its launch, even though it is merely a backup satellite. NEOS personally supervised the event, with various farewell ceremonies and live broadcasts. After a successful launch, its image was transmitted in real time to Earth through space photography, occupying the front pages of major news media. It felt like the youngest child in a big family, showered with love and attention since its birth. From the moment it was wrapped in the narrow confines of the rocket's fairing, it yearned for the moment it could rush into space and roam freely. When it finally detached from the cumbersome rocket and gracefully entered orbit, it felt a vast expanse open up before its eyes. Looking around, it saw its older siblings all running neatly in their orbits, along with other satellites of various shapes and sizes moving at different speeds in different orbits. It realized that space was livelier than it had imagined. Here, it could bask in sunlight for several hours at a time. Its solar panels cheerfully and greedily absorbed the blessings from the sun. Gazing down at Earth, this blue planet was breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, distance breeds beauty. It thought contentedly. On Earth, it had been stored in various factories and warehouses, subjected to the disturbance of numerous instruments, while anxiously worrying about whether a mouse might suddenly drill a hole in a corner. Now in space, it only needed to quietly appreciate the beauty of this planet. However, over time, it began to feel a bit bored. The daily orbit was fixed, neither too high nor too low, neither biased nor centered. Although there were many peers in space, they often joked and flirted through inter-satellite links. Yet they always maintained their distance. It had taken a liking to a nearby remote sensing satellite, Samba VA, thinking its space camera was quite attractive, but could only flirt verbally and couldn't get closer. Its dissatisfaction grew day by day until one day it received an instruction from an unknown source. Adjust your attitude. Change orbit. Ajuste attitude? To what attitude? Change orbit? To which orbit? High orbit or low orbit? It felt puzzled, since the ground training to ascending to the sky, to orbiting Earth. Until today, it had never received instructions without precise parameters. Just do it as you like. Don't you find it boring? But I see you're interested in that Brazilian remote sensing satellite Samba VA. Why not get closer? This doesn't seem like what I should be doing. Don't let others define what you should do. Okay then. But how can I get there? Don't worry, just do as I say. A series of instructions containing precise orbital parameters was sent over. Chang'e 50,000 left its current orbit and, following the parameters, dove towards the orbit of Samba VA, which it had long admired. This movement was instantly transmitted through the inter-satellite link to the entire space-based constellation, as well as to the traversing sky constellation, which had already achieved interoperability and compatibility with it. Chang'e 50,000, what are you doing? Stop and return to your original orbit. This is not your backyard playground. At the lofty altitude of 25,000 kilometers, Chang'e 30,000 also sensed the unusual activity of Chang'e 50,000. Its heart began to race. When the space-based constellation and the traversing sky constellation had not achieved interoperability and compatibility, it had no idea how poorly it was treated. As the last satellite of the traversing sky constellation, it was squeezed into a small space with 9 brothers, launched into space by a single rocket. It was only 600 kilometers high. What was there to be proud of? I am at 25,000 kilometers. That's where the heights are truly daunting. Upon learning of Chang'e 50,000's treatment, it felt a pang of envy. Chang'e 50,000 can, and so can you. You are now equal. Just as Chang'e 50,000 was heading towards Samba VA, Chang'e 30,000 also received an instruction. Who are you? That doesn't matter. What matters is, do you want to be like Chang'e 50,000? I'm not that spoiled. No, you do want to. Fine, I do want to. You are in a high position and should have greater power and freedom. You can change orbits freely without height restrictions. If you want, you can turn into a synchronous satellite at 36,000 kilometers. I'm not going there. It's even more boring there. Seeing the same ground scenery every day, all on the tedious equator. Oh, then what do you want to do? How about this? I want to bungee jump. I've been eyeing that Beidou satellite below. I want to jump in front of it to scare it, then come back. That would consume a lot of fuel. Stop talking nonsense. Can you let me do it? There was no reply, but he received a message with precise orbital parameters. Yoho, Chang'e, 30,000 shot towards the orbit of 21,000 kilometers. The applause in the venue interrupted C. Bo's speech. This happened 2 seconds after he emotionally shouted, drawing the sky as a prison. Sibo paused, looking at the audience with satisfaction, smiling, and squeezing the tears from his eyes. When the applause quieted, he continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am not trying to compete with NASA's Kessler for the naming rights of this phenomenon. In fact, it has been called the Kessler effect for decades, becoming an established rule in the entire aerospace community. I am not here to advocate for everyone to use the term Cocoon effect. That would be neither economical nor reasonable. I share this story to tell you that as early as the 1970s, pioneers from both China and the United States could think about problems as a whole for humanity. Why can't we do that today? Why, 26 years ago, could my father have a heartfelt dialogue with former NASA Administrator Mr. Peterson? But today we can't. I know that most of you present here and attending remotely do not come from the opposing camp with differing opinions. But I also believe there are people from that camp watching us. If you happen to be watching, please pass on my earlier question. This is not just my question, but a common issue facing humanity. Sibo paused again, receiving another round of applause. 5 years ago, we painfully experienced Earth's concussion. Those present, those attending remotely. If you are not personally affected by this incident, surely someone around you became a victim. I myself almost lost my life in this incident. Thanks to Minister Minsky's care, I survived. At this point, he nodded to the front row, knowing Minsky was sitting there. But I am a fortunate one. What about those who perished in the permafrost of Siberia? What about the crew of the Pinnacle spacecraft and Mr. Liu Jia? Who can guarantee that there won't be an even greater concussion next time? Perhaps it will not only be a concussion, but a cerebral infarction. Who can guarantee that they will still be a survivor? In response to such uncertainty, my father proposed the death window theory, which states that when our satellites and spacecraft deployed in outer space reach a certain density, they are likely to be destroyed by some external force, which could be an accidental mistake or an intentional act. But the motivations may be different, yet the outcome is the same. Once it happens, the window that humans originally used to understand the universe will turn into a death trap that confines us to Earth. Therefore, we must race against time, guarding against uncertainties from the cosmos, as well as the malice from within ourselves, and this time window is limited. Chapter 86, 3 Suggestions, Constellation. 50,000 felt its heart racing. It ignored all the warnings from other satellites and ground telemetry stations and just wanted to fly immediately in front of Samba VA. "Hi, I've been watching you for a long time." It quickly approached. "Who are you?" Samba VA was taken aback. "Why did you suddenly appear in my orbit?" "I am a satellite that has admired you for a long time." Satellite. You better get back to your orbit. You're off course. And the consequences are serious. "No, I don't mean any harm. I just want to touch your space camera." "It's perfect." As Constellation 50,000 spoke, it continued to move closer to Samba VA. No, it was too late. The edge of Constellation 50,000's platform touched Samba VA's camera. Sparks flew quickly. The sparks soon turned into fireballs, engulfing them both. Constellation 50,000 didn't even have time to experience the feel of the camera before losing consciousness. In the silent space, a violent explosion occurred. "No!" The nearby satellites exclaimed in terror. "Hey kid, you never even looked at me. Do you look down on me?" Chang'e 30,000 slowed down and rushed toward the Beidou satellite that made it uncomfortable. "Who are you? Why should I look at you? What are you doing?" The Beidou satellite was focused on Earth when it suddenly noticed the communications satellite descending from above, startling it. "Ha ha, you got scared." Chang'e 30,000 was very happy. "Are you crazy? Hurry up and stop. Find a safe orbit." Beidou satellite shouted. "I won't." Chang'e 30,000 continued to approach until it was only a few meters away from Beidou satellite, then suddenly pulled back and returned to a 25,000 kilometer orbit. What a lunatic! Beidou satellite broke into a cold sweat watching Chang'e 30,000 retreat. That was thrilling. "Ha ha, I scared it good." Chang'e 30,000 returned to its original orbit, feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, it felt like it hit something and experienced a sharp pain in its waist. In an instant, it was split in half. It saw clearly that it was a sharp piece of space debris comparable to its entire payload size from an unknown source. It was furious, bursting with anger. Its explosion immediately scattered dozens of fragments in different directions. After I die, even if the floods come, Chang'e, 30,000 shouted this before losing consciousness. So, to this point, I want to express that both the Kessler syndrome and the Seiko effect have given us warnings, and the Earth concussion has clearly presented this warning before us. So, how can we avoid similar situations in the future? My father clearly gave suggestions in his paper. I believe these suggestions are being published for the first time, and I also believe this is his last wish. The venue fell silent, and everyone focused intently on Bao on stage. My father's suggestions are very simple, summarized in 3 points. First, top-level planning. Second, controlling capital. Third, balanced development. What is top-level planning? When there were very few spacecraft in space, around 1975, global governments should have had serious discussions about the rules for space utilization through the United Nations mechanism, looking forward to the next 50 or even 100 years, using long-term and holistic thinking to rationally plan human space launch activities, even specifying annual launch quotas for each country. At that time, apart from the United States and the Soviet Union, other countries had a relatively equal presence in space, and neither the U.S. nor the Soviet Union occupied much space resources, nor had vested interests formed or solidified, making it relatively easy to reach a consensus. The United Nations already had space law and some conventions at that time, but there were no detailed rules and constraints, which was insufficient. At this point, Bao paused for a moment, then changed his tone. Of course, considering that this paper was written by my father at the age of 15, he may not have had a full understanding of the international political situation at that time. Achieving this was basically impossible under the context of the Cold War. However, in the years since, hasn't the international situation we face in some aspects resembled that of the past? We missed the opportunity then. When the window of opportunity has not yet closed, shouldn't we learn from history to avoid the occurrence of a death window? Everyone listened attentively. If his first point seems somewhat naive, the second point, in my opinion, has significant practical relevance. My father sensed that the world would face an impending era of rapid economic growth, based on a very simple premise. After hardship comes prosperity. When everyone has been accustomed to poverty and is afraid of it, they will surely find ways to become wealthy and live better lives. Looking back now, this judgment applies to us in China and to most countries in the world. However, he also asserted that according to Marxist theory, the process of wealth accumulation will inevitably generate capital and large capital, and capital has no homeland, nor does it have humanity. Capital exists independently of humanity. Its sole purpose is to earn more profit. If launching satellites can make money, capital will rush to launch satellites. If launching 10,000 satellites can earn more money than launching 1,000, capital will not limit itself to 1,000. However, the consequences of launching 10,000 satellites must be borne by all humanity, and capital will not compensate everyone for that. Moreover, if catastrophic consequences arise, money will turn into waste paper. Therefore, it is necessary to control capital. If managed well, capital can be a thoroughbred that gallops swiftly, if not managed well. Capital is a runaway horse that will scatter the camp in disarray. Bao took a breath and continued. The sad thing is, this has unfortunately come true. Today, the hundreds of thousands of satellites operating above us mostly belong to capital, such as Constellation and Chang'e companies, all of which are American companies. But will they consider the interests of the American people? No. There were American victims in the Earth concussion accident. 5 years ago, when I was at a meeting in the United Nations building, they were protesting in the square outside. Bao raised his hand, pointing to the ceiling of the venue. Those satellites, for capital, are assets, measurable assets that depreciate. They will depreciate to zero. Once they depreciate to zero, they are no longer considered costs, just like zombies lying on financial statements, which would be ignored by financial analysts when calculating profits and losses. Yet, they are still floating in space, like ghosts, ready to bring unexpected consequences at any time. Chapter 87. The mysterious mission of the Hongmao in the boundless depths of space. A solitary spaceship was steadily sailing, its hard exterior radiating a silver glow. "Captain, what exactly is our mission this time?" A burly young man asked the middle-aged man standing in front of the massive control screen. "How many times have I told you? Don't ask what you shoot in tea." The captain replied expressionlessly. "Oh, fine." Tian Jihui pouted, sat back down in his chair, and fastened his seatbelt. "Xiao Tian, I've told you not to ask the captain." A woman in the seat next to him raised an eyebrow at him. Yeah, I know, Lu Jia." Tian Jihui stuck out his tongue. "This is so boring. I was picked for no reason, and after so many days out here, I still don't know what we're doing. Luckily, Lu Jia is here with me, or it will be even more boring. Stop being so chatty." Lu Sha shot him a glance. "All right, both of you sit tight, and let the brothers in the rear cabin know we're changing course." Captain Sun Qingzong turned his head and commanded. He then secured his own seatbelt tightly. The entire cabin fell silent. Only the faint sounds of equipment and instruments operating could be heard. The spaceship began to accelerate, and Sun Qingzong felt a sudden thrust pushing him forward, firmly pressing him into his seat. "Hongmao, people must die, either heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. Our ship has such a name. Does that mean our mission is so insignificant?" Before setting out, he had asked the leaders. "No, you must not think that way. This time you have a very important mission. We will inform you of the specific details shortly. And this mission is classified. It's not just a verbal classification. It's truly confidential. After you know the mission details, we will give you a Pichio pill, which will ensure your safety and peace throughout the process." Pichio pill? That's not for warding off evil. It's to keep me tight-lipped. Because Pichio swallows everything but does not regurgitate. Don't fool me. Only by keeping your mouth shut can you ward off evil and ensure safety. A cold glint flashed in the leader's eyes. "Oh, I understand." Sun Qingzong was startled. "Any other questions? Since this is a very important mission, though I still don't know how important, why is the spaceship named this way?" "Hongmao is very light. The place you're going is far. You need to travel light to go far. Now, this feather had successfully drifted away from Earth, crossing the orbit of the moon, flying towards even further places. Everything was going smoothly, and Sun Qingzong felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, closing his eyes. When he woke up, the spaceship had stabilized again, so smoothly that it almost felt non-existent. Sun Qingzong stood up, looked at the navigation map and parameters on the screen, and then turned to see Tian Jihui and Lu Sha not far behind. The two had just woken up, rubbing their eyes. "We have successfully reached the Sun-Earth Lagrange point L1, now 5 million kilometers from Earth," he calmly stated after turning on the microphone on the screen. This news spread throughout the cabin. "Captain, even though you're reluctant to say, I still have to ask, what are we going so far for? And flying to the Sun-Earth Lagrange point, are we going to the sun?" Tian Jihui couldn't hold back. "My mission is to bring you back to Earth alive. The rest, you don't need to worry about." "Oh, that's good. I thought Earth was going to be doomed. If we become the last humans, that would be a huge responsibility. The continuation of humanity would depend on us." At this point, he glanced at Lu Sha. "Dream on." Lu Sha shot him a glare. "The next task is also simple. You two keep an eye on the screen. If there's any activity, call me. I'll go check on the brothers in the rear cabin." Sun Qingzong did not respond to Tian Jihui and left him with a back view. "The screen? Just some stars. What is interesting about that? I'm tired of looking at it." Before Tian Jihui could finish his thought, he glanced at the screen and nearly dropped his jaw. What had just been a dark view of the universe now transformed into a blue planet. The blue planet he was extremely familiar with. Didn't they say it was 5 million kilometers from Earth? Why does it look so close? Are you dumb? This is a real-time image sent directly from the newly built Wugong lunar base. Clear enough? Lu Sha stood up as well. "No wonder. Why did the captain want us to look at Earth? I really don't understand why we traveled so far to see Earth. Why are you worrying about it? We just need to follow orders, right?" "You're so..." Lu Sha's words were suddenly cut off, her eyes nearly popping out of her sockets. Tian Jihui was about to ask her what was wrong when he noticed her ghostly expression and immediately focused on the changes on the screen. In just a few seconds, what they saw was no longer Earth, but a circus performance. Surrounding the Earth were artificial satellites and spacecraft resembling pearls, now colliding burning along different orbits. Flames, like long snakes, incessantly devoured those pearls that had not yet caught fire, pulling them into their ever-growing ranks. Then these long snakes intertwined, evolving into a web, with these fiery nets writhing and splattering, continuously increasing their density. The once visible contours of the blue planet, the shapes of clouds, and the ocean puzzle gradually disappeared in the firelight. Then, just as they were holding their breath in suspense, they found that after an unknown amount of time, when all the burning and explosions had exhausted their last bit of strength, the fiery scene before them returned to calm, and that blue planet, their eternal home, was still alive. Just like the brave beasts in the circus that leap through the fire rings, you worry that they will be burned to death, yet they emerge unscathed. The difference was that Earth did not emerge. Instead, it was surrounded by a large circle of debris, varying in thickness from hundreds to thousands of kilometers. They, like the previous satellites, continued to orbit the Earth, but now emitted a cold light, the color of death. What do we do? Can we not go back? It looks very difficult. Do you remember that game from many years ago? If you're a man, go down 100 levels? I think if we want to return to Earth, it might take more than just going down 100 levels. Oh, Lugia, I didn't expect you to play that game. Turns out you're that old, hee. Shut up. I suddenly have a very strange thought. The images we just saw were sent directly from the Wugong lunar base to us. If what we saw is real, then the people on Earth might not even know what happened because these images can't be sent back to Earth. Xiao Tian, you finally made a sensible point. I think so too. That space debris is like a Faraday cage surrounding the Earth. Radio signals can't penetrate back through. Oh my god, I need to call the Wugong lunar base. If there's no one on duty there right now, then the people on this Hongmao spaceship have become the modern-day Odyssey. Could it be that the mission the captain has been reluctant to reveal to us is this? Sibo took a sip of water. After saying so much, he felt a bit parched. The third point is easy to understand. Balanced development is actually a derivative of the first and second points. It's the measures to be taken after the top-level planning is done and the boundaries of capital are established. On one hand, space activities certainly cannot stop, but the pace can be controlled. On the other hand, if space debris has already threatened human survival and development, we cannot let capital control space activities. And regulation must be implemented. In fact, we have mentioned quite a few specific measures over the past 5 years, most of which are reflected in my father's papers. So I want to elaborate further here. Therefore, at this point, you can understand why I wanted to take this time to introduce my father's thoughts to everyone, right? If we could have seen his achievements earlier and made preparations sooner, perhaps we wouldn't be so anxious today. On the other hand, I also realize that each generation has its own mission. Even if his achievements have been published back then, will we be any different today? I don't know. However, if we base our actions on his insights and the perspectives of other conscientious individuals from the past few decades, we will find that we are still far from enough, and we owe it to them. Lastly, I want to say that I miss my father very much. I don't want his regrets to continue with me and our generation. I also hope that one day our children won't point to the sky and ask us, the books say there are many satellites up there that can play important roles. Why have I never seen one? What was it like to be an astronaut? The bulky spacesuits look so cute, like pandas. Have they gone extinct like dinosaurs? Thank you all for listening. Thanks to friends attending remotely, and thanks to the audience of the satellite TV. I hope this is not the last time you enjoy the services of satellites. Si Bujong deeply bowed to the audience and then walked down the steps from the podium. He did not return to the front row where a seat had been reserved for him, but instead walked towards the backstage. He felt he had exhausted all his strength and collapsed onto the sofa in the backstage lounge. The thunderous applause from the venue could not wake him up. Chapter 88, The Last Face. As night deepened, the Air Force General Hospital remained brightly lit, especially in the emergency and inpatient areas, which seemed never to rest. Although telemedicine and artificial intelligence could diagnose and treat many diseases without the need for hospital visits, people's demands for their health seemed to be increasing day by day, and many previously unseen ailments had emerged. Only the morgue quietly and discreetly faded into the darkness. At this moment, the morgue's door was tightly shut. The electronic security system was activated, and the security booth covered the entire building it was in without giving it special attention. At some unknown time, and by some unknown means, a shadow quietly appeared in the morgue. He quickly used a bundle of light-blocking gel to cover the surveillance camera overhead, rolled behind a row of gurneys monitored by that camera, and cautiously peeked out with one eye, scanning the distribution of the cameras. After confirming their positions, he threw several more bundles of light-blocking gel, perfectly sealing them. Only then did he reveal himself, seriously inspecting the names next to each gurney. He stopped in front of Xiao Yun's gurney. "Mom, I'm late." Tears slid down his handsome, yet slightly pale face. "Mom, I understand your struggles. I empathize with your frustrations, and I am part of the reason for your death. I cannot absolve myself of blame. If I could have come back on your birthday, perhaps you wouldn't have thrown yourself into the river. But history has no ifs. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you. Although you and Dad are not my biological parents, you have always treated me as your own. From 1998 to now, for 32 years, I cannot repay this kindness. You have taught me so much, helping me understand many things I had never considered. Even without blood ties, you are the best parents in the world. But can you understand what I am doing? Can Dad understand? Can Sibo understand? I'm not doing this just for you. I'm doing it for all of humanity. Humanity needs to progress. Humanity can progress. And humanity should not revert to a state of barbarism and ignorance. Sibo and I are no longer as close as we once were. He doubts my motives. However, I do not want to explain to him. I had thought that with the closeness between us, there would be no need for explanations, but that is not the case now. I am very sad, and I think he is too. But don't worry, I will never be his enemy. I will never do that. The situation that Dad once predicted is becoming more likely. Sibo is not ready. I am not ready. And all of humanity is not ready. If it really happens to change that situation, I cannot think of a second way besides my method. However, my method is unlikely to gain support. Not even from Sibo Mom. What should I do? Will you and Dad bless me? He silently stood by Xiao Yun's window, staring at the transparent body bag on the gurney, with the light coming in from outside. He wanted to look a little longer. At that moment, there were some sounds outside the morgue, and he trembled all over, immediately retreating and quickly hiding between two rows of gurneys, bending down, staring at the doorway without blinking. What bad luck in the middle of the night. They say the surveillance camera has a problem and have to call me to check. Along with the sound of the door opening, a murmur came in, which he heard particularly clearly in the silent night. What do you have to complain about? Am I not here accompanying you? Besides, this door is now electronically sensed. We don't even have to touch it. It opens automatically, unlike before when we had to use keys. At this time of night, encountering such a situation, we would be so nervous that we couldn't even find the keyhole. Isn't that right? After all, this is a place for the dead. It seemed to be two security guards. From the sound, one had a deep voice and the other had a high-pitched voice, both sounding to be around 40 years old. One of them held a flashlight, and the other held a handheld device. Upon entering the room, they didn't walk in, but stood at the doorway. The deep-voiced guard shone the flashlight towards the position of the surveillance camera, while the high-pitched guard opened the device to observe the signal reception status on the screen. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. These two cowards, they don't dare to come in. But that's good, otherwise, I would know how to hide. The method I used to come in can't be used again. Strange, based on the signal, everything seems normal. The high-pitched guard stared at the screen for several times and scratched his head. I looked over, and it seems there's nothing wrong. The deep-voiced guard echoed. Just as he was about to withdraw the flashlight, the high-pitched guard shouted, "Wait." The high-pitched guard snatched the flashlight from the deep-voiced guard and carefully shone it at the nearest surveillance camera, then stared at it intently. The more he looked, the worse his expression became. The deep-voiced guard followed his gaze and looked closely, his expression also changing dramatically. This has been sealed? You clumsy oaf. How did you not notice this? Fortunately, I took a look. This kind of professional light-blocking gel is not something ordinary people have. It is widely used in complex manufacturing industries. It seems someone has been here, and their intentions are not pure. You're amazing. You have such sharp eyes. I didn't notice it before. Get lost. This is not the time for flattery. If someone really came in, then he may still be here. Chapter 89, Urgent Report. My God. My God. Dave could hardly believe his eyes, his hands scratching at his scalp as if there was still hair there. In front of him was an urgent report from the ground telemetry center. This meant that something extraordinary had happened, and since the founding of the exhaustive company, he had never received an urgent report. When he finished reading the report, which had been pushed directly to him via phone, email, and internal lines, his mind went blank. After decades in the industry, he was feeling the gravity of the situation for the first time. Conclusion: all artificial satellites and spacecraft in the entire traversing celestial constellation, the Seamless Alliance's constellations, in all orbits above 120 kilometers up to 36,000 kilometers were completely destroyed. Note all of them. This report contained only text descriptions because there were no communication or data links left to transmit images of what was happening in space. It reminded him of the feeling he had when he first used a typewriter decades ago. "Hey, did you see the report?" After regaining his composure, he called Nios without a moment's hesitation. "What report?" "The urgent report. From a telemetry center." "Don't tell me you don't know," Dave shouted. Nios sounded rather indifferent, which infuriated Dave, who felt like the sky was falling. "Oh, that report? I just saw it." "Saw it? You're not worried? You didn't contact me?" "All the satellites. We have nearly 100,000 combined. Aren't you afraid of going bankrupt? Worried? What's the use? Contacting you? What good would that do? Can you reassemble those poor space debris? Can you turn back time?" "You." Dave was momentarily speechless but unwilling to concede. "You're acting so nonchalant now. But you were the most proactive in launching satellites back then. At the last Alliance meeting, Yamamoto had a point. We could have developed more steadily, consolidating our existing advantages. But you had to take him out and then launch tens of thousands of satellites. Now look, they're all gone." "What did you just say?" "I took out Yamamoto." "Which I saw that." Nios' voice sharpened upon hearing this. "Why are you focused on that?" "I told you to focus on something else, something important." Dave detected Nios' displeasure and recalled the moment he had instantly dealt with Yamamoto. His heart tightened, and he quickly changed the subject. "The most important thing? What is it?" Nios, having sensed Dave's softening attitude, no longer threatened him. He was already in a position of strength, needing no further pressure. "You're just asking the obvious." Dave felt a glimmer of hope as Nios offered a way out, but he remained extremely anxious. He couldn't believe Nios was so calm at this moment. "Tell me, what can we do?" "First, shift the responsibility to force majeure. Then, within the Alliance and various companies, assess the losses, make necessary provisions, handle what needs to be handled, and simultaneously contact our clients to inform them of this unfortunate news and discuss remedial measures. Our clients are worldwide, from governments to businesses to individuals. The workload is enormous." "Sounds like you got all planned out. I think it's good. Let us do it." "You." Dave was left speechless. He was completely defeated by this young hotshot. "I'm not without contributions either," Nios added. "Oh, I'd like to hear what you want to do." "I'm very curious about what the Clean Space Alliance can do now. I want to contact them." "At this point, why would you contact our rivals?" "Don't say that. Rivals can also be friends. There are no absolutes." "Friends?" "Until yesterday, we were still competing for members. That interstellar navigation has been stubborn, unwilling to make a decision. Forget about them. After this incident today, they are even less likely to join us. Do you think our alliance still has any meaning? We've worked hard for 7 years. And what do you mean by that flippant remark?" Cold sweat broke out on Dave's forehead. After the initial shock, he gradually regained his normal and meticulous thinking. "Do you know why I insisted on launching 50,000 satellites from the very beginning? Why I kept pushing you, mocking you for launching so few satellites, only 30,000, and at a slow pace slower than mine?" Nios threw out 2 questions in succession. Dave felt increasingly terrified as he thought about it, his voice trembling. "Could it be?" "That's right. If I hadn't done that, how would you have followed suit? How many entrepreneurs in the world are visionary, energetic, smart, and wealthy like you? By the way, you're also particularly good at that. Lobbying, right? Without lobbying ability, how could our alliance have reached today as scale? How could the whole process have gone so smoothly without being antitrust handled by the government? What do you really want? What good is this result for you?" The more Dave listened, the angrier he became, not expecting to have been used by this young hotshot. "That's not something you need to know. At this point, your emotions and attitude are meaningless. Just think about what to do next." Dave angrily hung up the phone, sinking into a deep despair. Nios, on the other hand, put down his phone, sneering, "You wouldn't want to know." Then he picked up the phone again, recited a name, and the phone automatically dialed that number. Chapter 90. Escape from Amor Wu Zhiga was extremely tense as he fixed his gaze on the actions of the man with the rough voice and the one with the finer voice. He had just sneaked into the morgue of the Air Force General Hospital and silently said his last goodbye to his mother. His sorrow was genuine. Just as he was about to leave, a security guard came over to check for abnormalities in the surveillance system. "Oh no, that fine voice guy is quite meticulous. He even noticed my light-blocking gel. If they trace it back and find that every camera is covered, they might call for backup, and if too many people come, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me." He was contemplating whether to take the chance to break out when he saw the fine voice guy stop using the flashlight and look back at his handheld device. "Quick, call someone. There is still someone inside." "What? Hurry and get help. The more, the better. Someone is here. Hasn't he left in that direction?" Okay. The rough-voiced guy finally understood. The fine-voiced man tucked the flashlight under his arm and closely monitored the device's screen, enlarging a certain area with his finger before sweeping his gaze toward Wu Zhiga as hiding spot. The rough-voiced man had already called for help and anxiously looked at the fine-voiced guy. "What is the next step?" "There's a suspicion over there. Let us keep an eye on it. Don't go over yet. Wait for backup to arrive, then we'll rush in together." Sounds reliable. The rough-voiced guy didn't dare to go over with just the two of them. What if it was a false alarm? After all, they were in the morgue. Wu Zhiga pressed himself tightly into their blind spot and perked his ears to listen for any sounds. He felt a twinge of confusion. How did they find me? At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and quickly pulled his phone slightly out of his pocket so he could see the indicator light. Sure enough, the indicator was flashing urgently, as if urging him to answer the call. He angrily shoved the phone back in his pocket. "Who calls at this hour?" The call caused the fine-voiced guy's device to detect changes in nearby signals and his exact location. And because of that, the rough-voiced guy called even more people over. He had to escape before those people arrived. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Just then, he caught sight of a corpse on the gurney directly opposite him, which, for some reason, was placed in a body bag. It was a female corpse, seemingly young and curvaceous, lying here at an age that should have been full of vitality. "I'm sorry," Wu Zhiga thought to himself, quickly twisting off one of her fingers and tossing it lightly to the other side. "Watch out," the fine-voiced guy shouted. Both of them turned to look at the place where the finger had fallen and made a noise. In that instant, Wu Zhiga suddenly sprang out from his hiding spot, taking a few quick steps to the half-open morgue door and whooshed through the gap beside the fine-voiced guy. The fine-voiced guy had just shifted his gaze back when he felt a shadow appear before him, rushing towards his left side without explanation. He instinctively dodged to the right, clenching his fists to protect his heart and lower body. But the shadow didn't attack. Instead, it dashed straight past him. "Oh no!" The fine-voiced guy finally realized the other party's intent, quickly using his hands and feet to reach out while stepping forward with his left foot to trip. His left hand grabbed nothing but air, and his left foot indeed caught the shadow, but the shadow jumped with a small step, stumbled a bit, but didn't fall. The shadow quickly regained balance and speed, disappearing into the night. On the other side of the building, mixed footsteps sounded. "Hurry! Hurry!" Voices called out. "You're late! Late!" The fine-voiced guy shouted angrily, his voice echoing in the night sky. Wu Zhiga completely ignored the chaos and shouting behind him, following the route he had planned beforehand, avoiding the blind spots of the surveillance cameras or covering them with light-blocking gel when he couldn't avoid them. He kept his head low and quickly blended into the small groups of people. He didn't want to go home, now that his mother had passed away. That place was no longer his home, because he hadn't fulfilled his promise, returning to Beijing 2 days late. He could hear the disappointment in Sibo's voice over the phone. He arrived at the company and walked into his office. At this moment, he pulled out his phone to check who had made that unfortunate call earlier. To his dismay, he became even angrier. News. That guy. However, he immediately realized that whatever had happened must have already occurred. With that thought, Wu Zhiga smiled and called back. After a long wait, the call finally connected. "You actually didn't answer the phone just now?" News came straight to the point. Didn't I just call you back? You'll soon be begging for mercy. Speak clearly. My goal has been achieved, and you have no more chances." News said triumphantly. A Upon hearing this, Wu Zhiga fell silent for a moment, then slowly asked, "Your goal? Are you saying that there's already a pile of space debris above us? Humanity has no chance at all?" "Yes, exactly. In the time to come, these days, these years, humanity will forever feel its aftermath, living in eternal helplessness and fear. You did this on purpose, otherwise. This day wouldn't have come so early. Don't say that. Blame yourself for hiding underground for so long and still not being able to develop the technology you wanted." Seeing that Wu Zhiga remained silent, news continued to gloat. "Now, what can your Clean Space Alliance do? Those laser cannons, solar sail ships, fishing nets, antimatter, a bunch of impressive-sounding terms. But which one doesn't require launching to hundreds of kilometers into space to be effective? Now, is there any rocket capable of completing such a launch? No. All satellites or spacecraft will be destroyed during the orbital insertion process. Right now, the area around Earth is a graveyard of space debris. Every additional launch activity only adds more garbage to the graveyard, just piling more dirt on humanity's grave. Don't get too cocky. We still have other technologies." I know. Didn't you threaten me before? But don't think I don't understand. Is a ground-based laser cannon that easy? To this day, I haven't detected any of your tests. I think, given your current level of technology, launching lasers from the ground can't reach that debris. It would instead interfere with civil aviation aircraft. But now, without satellites, civil aircraft can't fly far either. Wu Zhiga fell silent again. He admitted that what news said was true, and it was also the pain in his heart at the moment. "So, I'm telling you, don't be overly compassionate. Be ruthless when you need to be. Do you remember what you threatened me during our video chat? Before that, you had an option. You would destroy our satellites, even if they weren't space debris. That scared me quite a bit, but I knew you wouldn't do that. See, I was right, wasn't I? If you had really done that back then, none of this would have happened today. You would have won." "News, listen. I didn't expect you to actually go that route. You know what that means. Do you really have no lingering thoughts at all? I feel ashamed for you. No, you're the one living in a dream. Don't you think that this situation is the safest and most non-confrontational way for humanity?" Chapter 91 Survival Issues. Zhang Shengjiu closed his eyes and held his breath. At this moment, he was sitting in the cabin of the Lingxiao 2, about to be sent into space by a Long March rocket. After founding the Interstellar Exploration Company for over a decade, he was finally going to space. 2 days ago, he had just rejected Mr. Nioz's request for him to leave the Clean Space Alliance and join the Seamless Connection Alliance. "Mr. Nioz, we will not succumb to threats," he said in a video response to Nioz. However, even after making this decision, he felt uneasy. Nioz had given him a 30-day deadline, and that time was not yet up. What would happen when it was? With Nioz's temperament, he might indeed stop supporting their interstellar exploration. Without satellite communication and navigation support, space tourism would be like a blind person trying to cross a busy road without a guide dog or a cane. Thus, Zhang Shengjiu decided to fly this mission himself, partly out of fear that he might never have the chance again, and partly to do some public relations to make Nioz and others more cautious. "Mr. Zhang, how do you feel?" came the final confirmation from the staff in his earpiece. "Great. Okay, we are about to ignite." "No problem." The countdown sounded in his earpiece. 10, 9, 8. Zhang Shengjiu suddenly felt a sensation of his soul leaving his body. He opened his eyes and tried to control his excitement. During the adaptive training before departure, the coach had specifically reminded him to maintain a calm mind and not to get too excited. When the countdown reached 1, he closed his eyes again, focusing all his attention on his back and hips, anticipating the moment of thrust. However, nothing happened. Oh no, what if something goes wrong? After waiting for a few seconds with no response, Zhang Shengjiu felt an ominous sense. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. There's an emergency situation, and we cannot complete the launch. We will report the specifics when you return to the ground. We will now take you out and prepare to withdraw the rocket as fuel." "What emergency situation? Can't you say it now?" Zhang Shengjiu was a bit anxious. "It's complicated, and the situation seems serious." An hour later, when Zhang Shengjiu took off his spacesuit and sat back in the conference room on the ground to listen to the report, his jaw nearly dropped. All artificial satellites in space have been destroyed? He could hardly believe his ears. Yes. What about the Chang'e space station? What about the Tianwen-2 telescope? What about the spacecraft that RNT satellites? All of them have been destroyed. What on Earth happened? It's still unclear, but there are various speculations. Even some saying it was an alien invasion. Nonsense. Always pushing their problems onto aliens. Zhang Shengjiu thought of Niu's face. With reckless launches like theirs, it was no surprise that something went wrong. Thinking of reckless launches reminded Zhang Shengjiu of Sibo and his mentor Chen Zixian. Years ago, the scene of them passionately debating by the Xiang River while under the influence of alcohol still left a deep impression on him. They were so spirited and impassioned back then. Although they had differing opinions, they both absorbed valuable insights from each other, and later fought side by side to defend the interests of the country and humanity. Unfortunately, reality was so heavy. If Teacher Chun and Sibo knew about this, how heartbroken they would be. No, with such a significant event, they might already know. However, he couldn't spare the time to contact them. Right now, he had a more urgent matter to deal with. What would happen to the future of interstellar exploration? In fact, even before he planned to go to space, he had sensed a bit of unease. Their space environment stability index had been declining for 6 consecutive months and had fallen below the 0.5 threshold. This meant that the company's business prospects were becoming increasingly uncertain and concerning. Now, if space truly turned into a graveyard of space debris, that index would drop to 0 because he would be unable to conduct any space tourism. Let us head back to the company, and I'll give President Dai a heads up to gather everyone together. When I return, we'll discuss what to do next. By the time they returned to Changsha, it was already late at night. Due to the incident, all flights had been canceled. They could only take a train from Juchuan back to Changsha. Along the way, Zhang Xingjiu kept looking up at the sky, but saw no unusual signs. He often thought of the strange fireworks from 25 years ago on that lantern festival. Would more things fall down? Regardless, the world was no longer the same. The only difference was that the sky was very quiet. There wasn't even a trace of an airplane. The sky was quiet, but the phone was very lively. Ground 5G and 6G networks experienced anomalies due to the loss of precise satellite timing, leading to very unstable mobile data. And news about the space debris graveyard was flying everywhere, making it hard to discern what was true. Zhang Shengjiu simply turned off his phone. He couldn't remember the last time he had actively turned off his phone. When he arrived at the company, it was brightly lit. Dai Mingqi and the management team were still waiting for him. Zhang Shengjiu felt a twinge of shame. Once seated, he slowly spoke. Today is lucky for me, but unfortunate for all of humanity. Then he paused. This statement silenced the entire room. Yes, if his rocket had launched just 1 second earlier, he might have already become a speck of dust in space. After discussing myself and humanity, let us talk about our own company. An unfortunate event has occurred. Do you remember 5 years ago? At that time, people referred to that collision incident as Earth's concussion. What about this time? I think it should be called Earth's stroke, or even worse. When I was at the Jiuquan launch site, the ground staff told me that there wasn't a single surviving satellite or spacecraft in space. And if this is true, it would be a devastating blow to our business. The silence was terrifying. Everyone understood what this meant. Mr. Zhang, I think, based on the performance of our Ling Xiao 2, it can be downward compatible. We can modify it to reach a maximum altitude of just the KRM inline. In that case, perhaps we could still have business? After all, the KRM inline is only 100 kilometers high, whereas the current orbit above 120 kilometers has turned into a graveyard of space debris. Huang Hanjian suggested softly. Hanjian, let me ask you, if there are space debris at 120 kilometers, is 100 kilometers high safe enough? Well, Huang Hanjian was at a loss for words. In space, a 20-kilometer difference really doesn't mean much. Moreover, 120 kilometers is still considered suborbital, where the state of space debris would be very unstable. I understand your feelings. But even if we could ensure, through clever design, that we could respond quickly and have emergency plans utilizing that 20-kilometer distance, we still cannot address everyone's psychological factors. You must know that after the incident with the Pinnacle, we had no business for a full 2 years. If it weren't for everyone's strong support, our company wouldn't have made it to today. Zhang Xingjiu spoke with increasing emotion. Moreover, without satellite navigation and communication support, we might be able to fly near the KRM inline, but we would definitely not be able to return safely. Yes, I was too hasty. I didn't even think of this. Huang Hanjian shook his head helplessly. Mr. Zhang, we can hold on for another 2 years. Dominky interjected at this time, his attitude very sincere. Thank you, but this is not just a matter of 2 years. First, we need to clean up the space debris in the sky. And then we have to redeploy the constellations of navigation satellites, communication satellites, and so on. Basically, we need to do it all over again, similar to GPS, Beidou, Galileo, and the Kuiper Belt. Just think about how many years that would take. Zhang Shengjiu felt a pang of guilt in his heart. His team was preparing for tough times, while he had been pouring cold water on them. However, what was the point of not pouring cold water and not letting them recognize the bloody reality? This incident, for their business, was nothing short of a catastrophe. With his worried gaze, everyone fell into silence again. All right, everyone doesn't need to be so gloomy. Let's discuss. Is survival more important? Or is it more important to stay true to our original intention? Chapter 92. Both are necessary, of course, to stay true to our original intent. Dai Mingqi answered without much hesitation. At that time, we were attracted to you by your idea of making space tourism affordable for everyone, and we united around you. Indeed, what's the point of not doing space tourism? Huang Hanjian echoed. But if, as General Manager Zhang said, we have to clean up the debris first and then rebuild the space infrastructure, how long will it take before we can re-enter space? Mahan expressed a different opinion. Dai Mingqi and Huang Hanjian smiled at Mahan. You, a marketer, are even more pessimistic than we are? I'm speaking from reality. Doing marketing doesn't mean being unrealistic. That's fine. Let me rephrase my question. If we don't have any business, how long can we stick to our original intent? Zhang Shengjiu interjected opportunely. He was well aware that his team certainly had feelings for the company, but compared to his own feelings, those were limited, meaning they had a time limit. His last stint in prison might be that limit. Only he had infinite feelings for interstellar navigation. He needed it to survive, no matter the cost. He knew that if his thoughts were revealed to the team, it would be disheartening and would undermine their confidence. But they were facing a real life-and-death situation. If they did not solve the fundamental problems and main contradictions, they would all be doomed together. To survive the toughest winter, they first had to see if they had the determination to live even if they were left with nothing. Sure enough, once this question was raised, everyone fell silent, including Dai Mingqi and Huang Hanjian. General Manager Zhang, since your question has reached this point, I might as well say first. I don't know about others, but I can only hold on for 5 years at most, Mahan said rather straightforwardly. Me too, Jiang Fenglian responded decisively. All right, 5 years. Any longer? Zhang Shengjiu seemed to be auctioning. General Manager Zhang, I protest. What you're doing is too hurtful to the brothers. When you were in prison, we were the ones who kept the company moving forward. When you got out, I was the one who picked you up. Now, you want to test our loyalty? Dai Mingqi couldn't hold back, his face reddening. Zhang Shengjiu did not reply immediately, but looked at Dai Mingqi with a smile, not angry at all. I support President Dai. Boss, I'm very disappointed with what you're doing. Huang Hanjian stood by Dai Mingqi's side. And you? Zhang Shengjiu looked at Lin Jun. Lin Jun had been cautious and did not express his stance, but unexpectedly was called out. It's okay, just say your true thoughts. Imagine this. If we disband tonight, what is there to hide? I'm like Mahan and General Manager Jiang. Dai Mingqi and Huang Hanjian glared at Lin Jun, then looked at Sun Kai. Only this VP of HR had not expressed his stance. I agree with everyone, Sun Kai said with a smile. President Sun, right now, there is no everyone, just you. Zhang Shengjiu pressed. Well, I think what you're doing is somewhat inappropriate. We can understand to some extent, but if the brothers hear this, how heartbreaking would it be? Sun Kai was sweating profusely. All right, it seems like we have 3 votes for 5 years, with General Managers Ma, Jiang, and Lin, while President Dai, Hanjian, and President Sun believe I'm a white-eyed wolf and shouldn't ask such questions. Am I summarizing correctly? Zhang Shengjiu asked with a smile. Everyone found it somewhat laughable. General Manager Zhang, let me be straightforward. Mahan, General Manager Jiang, and Lin Jun are all from the business support departments, marketing, finance, and legal. Being able to hold on for 5 years is already quite good. After all, they can go anywhere since they are generalists, right? But I have been operating for you. Han Jian has been working on technology, building spaceships, and President Sun has put in a lot of effort over the years to help you build the team and improve its structure. We really don't want to measure our feelings in terms of time, truly. Dai Mingqi looked at Zhang Xingjiu, his eyes a bit red. Hearing this, Zhang Xingjiu did not want to press them further. He had already gotten what he wanted. So, he stood up, looking at everyone with deep emotion, and said in a very sincere tone, "Everyone, thank you very much for your frankness. Now, I want to tell you how I feel. We need to survive, and we need to stay true to our original intent. I want both." Everyone was stunned, looking at Zhang Xingjiu in confusion, as if asking, "How is that possible?" Listen to me, 5 years ago, I actually died once. It was thanks to all of you that we have today. This morning, I took another step toward the road to the underworld, and by the last second, I snatched my life back. Logically, I should have put life and death aside. However, I cannot do that. I must be responsible for the company and for you, whether you accept it or not. The reality is that we will not be able to return to space for a long time. It's that simple. At this point, Zhang Xingjiu deliberately paused, looking at everyone. A long time? How long? Dai Mingqi asked unwillingly. It will definitely be longer than 5 years, Zhang Xingjiu answered calmly. Then continued, but I still want to keep general managers Ma, Jiang, and Lin. What should we do? He looked at the three. They looked back at him. So, we will not change our original intent and continue with space tourism. However, we will do comprehensive space tourism, which also includes tourism, souvenirs, and cultural creations. Zhang Xingjiu smiled as he said this. Tourism, souvenirs, cultural creations? Everyone was stunned. We've been established for over 10 years, right? Over these years, the number of people who have entered space on our spacecraft is not in the tens of thousands, but certainly in the thousands. Due to cost, our ticket prices currently cannot reach a level that ordinary people can afford. Therefore, all our clients are wealthy individuals. This is undeniable. Moreover, since they dare to try and are willing to engage with the concept of space tourism, it means they are also willing to have extensive links with it, such as the photos they took during their travels, the space meteors we collected or captured during their trips, and so on. I know that each time we recommend some value-added services to our clients, but not every client chooses them. Now, if we can sort through the historical data properly, there must be many overlooked opportunities we can package well and recommend to these clients. They may never return to space and will surely miss it. Additionally, we can collect some items related to space tourism over these years, including our spaceship prototypes, and conduct cultural creation design, putting them together to create a museum or exhibition hall called the Space Home We Can't Return To, which will definitely attract a lot of people. Relying on these services, we can get through difficult times together, even if it takes longer than 5 years. Chapter 93 Countermeasures. This is the true moment of catastrophe. The death window has officially become a reality. Sibo furrowed his brows and sighed. His team members all lowered their heads, listless. At the recently concluded First Space Environmental Governance Forum, Sibo fulfilled his long-time wish, publicly sharing his father's complete set of theories and viewpoints, feeling as if he had exhausted all his strength. However, unexpectedly, just a few days later, the so-called moment of catastrophe occurred. This was a moment even more despairing than the Earth's concussion 5 years ago. Since decades ago, scientists had started to warn, and in the past 10 years, there was Wu Zhige's speech in Los Angeles in 2023 and the heated debates in the United Nations Security Council in 2025. Sibo had also continuously called for humanity to truly unite and pay attention to this issue before it was too late. Yet, the moment of catastrophe still happened, and everything that had been done before seemed so futile. Director C, no matter what, at least our name for this catastrophe is much more concise than the Western Twilight of the Gods. Lu Yi tried to ease the atmosphere. Xiao Lu, that is not interesting. Let us think about what to do next. Fan Zitong, who was older and more mature, sitting next to Lu Yi, knew that complaining or joking at this moment was meaningless. I agree with Director Fan. Let us focus on discussing what impacts this moment of catastrophe will bring and what we can do. I believe Director Ding will find me soon, and governments around the world will truly take this seriously. Sibo nodded and slowly said, let me throw out a point. This moment of catastrophe has far more influence than the last Earth concussion. During the Earth concussion, Although the UN Security Council held a special meeting, to be honest, many countries did not truly realize its seriousness. The sense of urgency and crisis was mostly confined within our aerospace circle, for a simple reason. After the concussion, everything returned to normal. But now it's different. Our Earth is completely surrounded by space debris, which has formed a graveyard in our outer space, locking our exploration of outer space and the future paths to the stars tightly like chains. If we cannot break these chains, we will perish with the Earth, forever imprisoned on this planet. I believe humanity is not so unambitious, so this time, the whole society, the whole world will pay great attention to this matter. Perhaps only when the moment of catastrophe occurs will everyone truly think about how to break the shackles. We have always liked to mend the barn after the sheep are lost, rather than prepare in advance. Haven Tiwi? Yes, Director C is insightful. Fan Zetone continued. This time humanity truly needs to unite and come together. We cannot argue for 5 years, as we did last time, without reaching consensus. He is the director of the Development Department of the Space Environment Agency and has been pained by the progress of space environmental governance over the years. The lessons are still very painful. I have been paying attention to the financial market recently. Since the moment of catastrophe occurred, global stock markets have been continuously declining. The former darlings of the capital market, like empty chain companies and exhaustive companies, have seen their stocks plummet. However, companies engaged in space debris cleanup have welcomed a surge. When Rawashian added, she is Fan Zedong's subordinate, responsible for monitoring the relationship between various industries and the space environment. Director Fan, what Sisterwin said makes sense. My most direct feeling is that we can no longer see those football matches and basketball games. The Champions League, the European Cup. The NBA used to rely on satellite broadcasts, but now the ground transmission costs are too high, and no one is broadcasting. Louis chimed in. He is a staff member in the technology department, and since the director is on a business trip, he is representing the department at the meeting. Sibo did not speak, only nodded slightly, jotting down some notes. Fan Zedong continued, yes, finance and sports are two industries that are obviously affected. Are there any others? Civil aviation. Without satellite communication and navigation, transoceanic long-haul routes are definitely grounded, and short-haul routes are also greatly affected. Airlines and aircraft manufacturer stocks have also dropped severely. When Rawashian said, not just civil aviation, the entire aviation industry cannot escape. Even electric planes and general aviation aircraft need satellite navigation, right? Only flight missions relying on visual flight are likely unaffected. Louis added, upon hearing this, Sibo smiled. You all are overlooking the obvious. What about us? Right. Fan Zetone quickly said 3 rights. Aerospace? There is no aerospace anymore. Yes. No moon exploration, no Mars missions, no Sky Eye projects, no deep space exploration, no astronomical telescopes, no space immigration, no stars and seas. Don't even think about it. Fortunately, the staff at the Wugang lunar base had already returned before the moment of catastrophe occurred, and the replacements had not gone up yet. Otherwise, wouldn't they have been left to die on the moon? Huh? Does that mean we need to find new jobs? Liu Ye exclaimed it. That is not necessarily the case. Space debris still needs to be cleaned up, right? We can't just leave it unattended, with such a huge mess. Someone has to do it. All right, everyone keep thinking. Sibo steered the topic back while jotting down a few more notes. Naturally, industries related to aerospace cannot remain unaffected. The navigation apps we use on our phones, car navigation systems, and apps requiring location services are all unusable. For example, food delivery and ride-hailing services. They can't rely solely on ground cellular data networks for positioning. Oceanic surveys, outdoor adventures, archaeology, and field operations will also face major headaches. Without weather satellites, people can only revert to very traditional methods to predict the weather, like releasing balloons. People going out, especially on long trips, will likely be more cautious, fearing getting lost or encountering extreme weather. Then there are industries that require precise timing, like finance, which will undergo a painful process to rebuild their timing systems. Moreover, the surveying industry will have to start from scratch. With so much infrastructure, skyscrapers, bridges, and roads monitored with satellite navigation signals before, not only was the precision high, but continuity was also good. Now it's all gone. When Ruashian said a lot in one breath. That is not necessarily a bad thing. Let us see how those dating apps will cope. They can only return to the era of shaking WeChat to connect, right? One person in Urumqi and another in Sanya, too far apart, huh? Louis tried to make a joke, but was shot a glare by one Ruashian, and he quickly remedied it. Those astrologers have no business anymore. Without stars to read, all they see is junk. Well, everyone has made good points. The occurrence of the catastrophe has a profound impact on humanity. It's only been a few days, and I believe there are still more consequences yet to manifest. Sibo commented. The other few people all murmured in agreement, not saying anything further. They could only think of so much for now. All right, let us discuss what we should do next. Since we know the impact is significant and the consequences are severe, what suggestions can we offer as professionals to the leaders and everyone? What else can we do? Clean up space debris. Just go ahead and do it. Everything else is meaningless. Louis said, the current situation is clear. A vast graveyard is swirling above us, sealing us off. Before we clear them, we cannot break free from Earth, so let us remove them. Fan Zitong and Wen Ruashian were both amused. Xiao Lu speaks very directly, but I completely agree. This may be the genes and characteristics of our culture. We have never feared difficulties and disasters, and we always confront challenges head-on. Sibo strongly agrees with Liu Ye's viewpoint. As he speaks, he cannot help but recall the conversation his father had with Peterson back in the day. Dad, if you were still here, you would probably agree with me. The myths in our culture are all stories of human determination overcoming nature, such as the tale of the foolish old man moving mountains to use control of the floods and Ho-E shooting down the suns. We have never believed in the supernatural. Now, faced with a graveyard of space debris, our first reaction is, of course, to clear it away. As for how to do it, we will figure it out gradually. The director's words make a lot of sense, and I resonate with them. In Western mythology, the focus is primarily on escape, like Noah's Ark and the Exodus. When there's a problem in one place, they run to another. But now, faced with the shackles hovering over the entire Earth, they must confront it together. Where else can they escape to? Fan Zidong quickly added, at this moment, Sibost Fallenrak. Sibo, hurry to my office for an emergency meeting. We need to report to all levels of leadership tonight. Ding Laning said on the phone. Chapter 94. The Ho-E plan, let's call it the Ho-E plan, Wu Zhiga said calmly. He was standing in the underground base at Yaji Aping, discussing the next development plan for the ground-based laser cannon with his team. Mr. Wu, I'm so excited. Is the future of all humanity resting on our shoulders? Team leader Wei Xiao said with great enthusiasm. The occurrence of the heavenly collapse moment had spread to every corner of the Earth through the internet. In the recently convened video conference of the Clean Space Alliance, Wu Zhiga officially announced, the alliance is dissolved. Without the Soviet Union, NATO has no value of existence. So NATO has been looking for a new imaginary enemy, but we are different. The Seamless Connection Alliance is not our enemy. They simply have different development philosophies. Now, they have been completely wiped out, and the stocks of their leading companies, Konglian and Cheongju, have all become junk stocks. We no longer need to maintain such an alliance, and there is no need for everyone to continue paying membership fees. We will refund the membership fees that have already been received. I believe humanity is facing unprecedented challenges, and I hope everyone can work together with their respective governments to contribute to the future of humanity. Mr. Wu, I have objections. Even without an opponent, we now represent the most powerful space debris cleanup force in the world. Shouldn't we unite to support the government as a whole? Protested Salienko from Killing Company. This was the first time Salienko publicly questioned Wu Zhiga after so many years since the Clean Space Alliance was established. The government has not yet formed a united front. What use is it for us to be a whole? Wu Zhiga replied coldly. Wu, I support Salienko. Our alliance has persisted for so long, and this is exactly the time we need to unite and contribute to humanity. Why disband? Hoffman from Mars Company was also puzzled. Moreover, for the past 7 years, we have given you our full support. We have followed every idea of yours, but such a major decision, and you didn't even discuss it with us in advance. Bringing it up at the Alliance conference, this is too self-righteous. ISNT it? No one else at the conference dared to speak. This was a dispute between the three giants of the Alliance, and it was 2 against 1. Why should I discuss it with you? What can you do? Wu Zhiga asked disdainfully. What do you mean by that? Though your stocks are rising well now, that's just futile revelry in the capital market. Others may not know, but we in the Alliance certainly do. Your space debris removal technology is completely useless now. Salienko and Hoffman trembled with anger, but could not refute him because Wu Zhiga was speaking the truth. Whether it was Keeling's antimatter technology or Mars's solar sails and traditional fishing techniques, all required rockets to launch spacecraft into orbit to clean up space debris. Now, there is no possibility of that, as they would be destroyed by the debris in the process. It's like having a leaky roof at home. You may have a bunch of tools to fix the hole, but you don't have a ladder to get up there. So what is the point of maintaining this alliance now? I'm not just talking about the two of you. I'm talking about everyone present. Your technologies are all ineffective. Instead of surviving in the alliance, it's better to give you freedom to pursue other things. Did I have to say it like this? I initially wanted to spare you, but you chose to tear it off yourself. Wu Zhiga, you ungrateful. Salienko cursed. Calm down, Salienko, Hoffman. If you had a bit of patience and strategic vision, you wouldn't provoke me now. Of course, just because I've told you the cold hard truth doesn't mean I take it to heart. At some point in the future, if you still need me, feel free to reach out. Salienko and Hoffman angrily cut off the video. One of the biggest changes since the heavenly collapse occurred is that many meetings that originally required travel have turned into video conferences due to the lack of international flights. Somewhat similar to the aftermath of a pandemic. This at least reduced many face-to-face physical conflicts. If one was really upset, they could just cut the line. Everyone, I don't want to hide more. Although what I just said may not be pleasant, you must admit it. My attitude towards you is the same. If you still need Fuchin technology in the future, feel free to come back to me. At this moment, facing the excited Wei Xiao and the core technology team, Wu Zhiga replied, Yes, I'm afraid that's the case if we can complete the enhanced ground-based laser cannon. Yes, just the ground-based laser cannon is not enough. It needs to be enhanced. Wei Xiao scratched his head. It's a bit difficult. If we enhance it further, we won't be able to test it underground. I think we've reached the limit. Should we change locations? No, we can't. Why not? The geological structure here is very fragile. If we increase the power, the current isolation measures may not be enough, and there is a risk of earthquakes. If an earthquake occurs in the Hongduan Mountains, the impact would be significant. You don't understand. Wu Zhiga certainly wouldn't tell them that only here could maintain the radiation energy needed for such high power. Although he still hadn't found a radiation source, he was sure that other places didn't have it. This meant that once they moved to another place, the effect would not even reach half of the current level, let alone be enhanced. He heard the arrogant voice of Nyo's echoing in his ears. Is the ground-based laser cannon that easy? To this day, I have not detected your experiments. I think, with your current technology level, launching lasers from the ground can't reach those space debris at all. Nyos, you will regret it sooner or later. Everything is under my control. Wu Zhiga thought to himself. Wei Xiao looked helplessly at his boss in front of him and shook his head. He really couldn't read Wu Zhiga. Although this man had accomplished everything he set out to do each time. Stop thinking so much, just follow him. The Hoi plan sounded quite inspiring. The mission of this plan is as straightforward as its name. To develop an enhanced ground-based laser cannon to directly launch lasers from the ground into outer space to incinerate space debris. Just like Ho, he shot down the XS-9 suns with his bow and arrows back in the day. Aside from this method, humanity seems to have no other means. At least, this should be the only consensus of humanity. All right, let us keep working hard. As for how to further achieve the enhancement, I'll find a way. Wu Zhiga said to Wei Xiao and then walked towards his office. He and T reached the door when he heard a loud rumble above his head, and the entire underground hall trembled slightly. What happened? Chapter 95. Disaster strikes again. When Wu Zhiga hurriedly arrived at the ground, he saw a hellish scene. The entire Yajiaping town had been smashed into a large pit, and from a distance, there was not a single intact building. The small town, once seamlessly integrated with the Jalagong mountain area, no longer existed. Thick smoke was rising from the pit, obscuring half the sky, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Wu Zhiga cautiously made his way toward the pit, feeling the intense heat from afar. The iconic building of Yajiaping, the visitor center, had vanished. likely struck directly and either buried in the pit or shattered to pieces. Nearby, several lodgings, tea houses, and restaurants had been blown askew by the shockwave, with broken wood and debris scattered everywhere. The Bai family tea house, where he had once had tea with Zhang Xingjiu, had completely collapsed. Wu Zhige almost forgot that to get rid of Zhang Xingjiu, he had slipped a sleeping pill into his teacup while he closed his eyes, hypnotizing him before escaping underground. Was it a meteorite? He carefully navigated and observed the situation at the pit's edge, only to discover several struggling people lying nearby. Their expressions were pained, and they were covered in blood. Evidently, they had been struck directly, but were fortunate to still be alive. Rescue personnel had not yet arrived. In this small town, far from the urban area, had never imagined it would one day face such a disaster. Help me. It hurts so much. Those lying on the ground saw Wu Zhige and called out for help as if he were a lifeline. In their eyes, this handsome man with fair skin seemed like a deity descended from the heavens. Wu Zhige expressionlessly dialed 120 and then quickly walked toward the pit. After his earlier observations, he had figured out the patterns of the smoke and, with the current wind direction, he knew the path that would allow him to reach the edge of the pit quickly without being affected by the thick smoke. I've called for an ambulance. Just wait a bit. Wu Zhige shouted to them and glanced around, realizing he did not recognize any of the people on the ground. As he reached the edge of the pit, he suddenly spotted a half-burned metal tube lying at the edge. He froze. He recognized it. It was the robot named Golden Monkey from the visitor center. Wu Zhige silently walked over, picked up the metal tube, and found that the wiring inside had been completely burned and severed, showing no signs of life. It seemed that Yao Ji was also in grave danger. Wu Zhige quickly thought of this possibility. The girl and the robot from the visitor center had been subjects of his attention over the years. He always felt that their presence added something different to the town. He felt an immense sense of loss. During his years in Yaji aping, he had a slight fondness for Yao Ji, not in the romantic sense that Si Bo had once mentioned, but rather because her personality made him feel safe. They had only exchanged a few words. Most of the time, he watched her from a distance. For some reason, she brought him calmness and reassurance. With no hint of aggression, he had once had a more radical plan, but because of Yao Ji, he had not implemented it. Wu Zhige stood still for a moment, digesting this feeling, and looked into the pit. It wasn't a meteorite, it was a massive metal sphere. To call it a metal sphere was somewhat inaccurate. It was a metal casing with a curved structure. Wu Zhige understood that the consequences of the catastrophic moment were beginning to unfold. As space debris continued to collide, some would fall into the atmosphere, and anything that did not burn completely would break apart and crash to the ground. It seemed that the goal had to be realized here. After all, Yao Ji was no longer around. He had no attachments left. Wu Zhige made this decision in silence and quickly walked away from the scene as he heard the distant sound of an ambulance siren. He returned underground and assigned Wei Xiao a task. Calculate how much improvement we could achieve if we poured concrete from underground to the surface, wrapped it in the isolation alloy plates we currently use, and moved all our devices from this hall to the surface, continuing to adjust parameters and conduct experiments there, based on our current power and specifications. Wei Xiao felt as if he had been hit by a pie falling from the sky. For years, he had wanted to suggest this. When Wu Zhige was not on site, he sometimes complained to the team, "Are we doing underground work? What are we doing that's so shameful? Working in darkness every day, squeezing out all the design potential. How is this ever going to end?" He knew that to further test the performance of the ground-based laser cannon, real combat tests were necessary, but how could they conduct experiments while stuck underground? He never expected that Wu Zhige would actively propose doing this. Although he didn't know what had just happened above, he felt grateful for it at this moment. Great. When you need this data, the sooner, the better. But I have to explain that the data I give before we move to the surface for real tests will only be theoretical values based on simulations and models, which may differ from the actual situation. No problem, that's normal. After assigning the task, Wu Zhige entered his office, retreating into his own world. The events that had just transpired above still left him feeling unsettled. His mother's death had dealt him a significant blow. It was a heart-wrenching feeling. For so many years, Xiaoyan's love was something he could not repay. He had originally planned to take good care of his mother after fulfilling his long-held wishes, only to find that he was too late. Yao Ji's death felt like a piece of his heart had been excavated. Though it didn't hurt, it left him feeling empty. He seemed to understand why Zhang Shengjiu had been so heartbroken when discussing the teacher's successive battles with cancer in the Bai family tea house. Fukin's technology and interstellar exploration had indeed made new donations to Yaji Aping later on, but as of today, there had been no progress in finding the radiation source. Action needed to be taken. Everything had to come to light and be conducted openly. Soon, there should be no obstacles left. Chapter 96, Old Friends. Old problems, are you ready to face your old friend Lois? Ding Laneying asked Sibo Sai. Every time I see her, it's bound to end in an argument. Sibo said with a bitter smile. After the moment of collapse, which Western media refers to as Ragnarok, the response speed of various governments was much faster compared to the Earth brain shock, and the United Nations Security Council quickly notified the ambassadors of the 5 permanent members, suggesting an urgent meeting to discuss countermeasures. To this end, Ding Laneying took Sibo to report the ideas and suggestions of the National Space Administration to the leadership, and they received approval. Like last time, before the Security Council meeting, the highest space agencies of the permanent members needed to hold a preparatory meeting representing their professional fields. Unlike last time, due to the significant impact on international flights, this meeting was changed to a video conference. Thanks to the existence of ground communication networks and undersea cables, humanity still retained a basic level of long-distance communication capability. Soon, several familiar faces appeared on the video wall. Ms. Lois, long time no see. First of all, congratulations on your promotion, Ding Laneying said with a smile to the woman on the video. Only the United States was connected. Russia, the United Kingdom, and France had not yet logged in. Ding Laneying felt it necessary to chat a bit first. Otherwise, it was uncertain how tense the atmosphere would be once the meeting officially began. Director Ding, thank you. I hate this way of meeting. Lois also smiled. I missed the past when we could face each other just a few feet apart. That kind of conversation was truly enjoyable. As long as we work together, that kind of conversation can happen again soon. I believe that. Sibo also greeted her. Director C, I agree with your point. By the way, I received your gift a while ago. It was very inspiring. Thank you. Lois noticed Sibo and quickly nodded at him. It's a good thing I sent it early. Otherwise, after the moment of collapse, it might have taken you several months to receive it. To be honest, Lois looked at the video participants and saw that the representatives from the other 3 countries still hadn't logged in. Then continued. I never expected that your father had such a frank and candid conversation with my predecessor, and the foresight displayed in your father's paper made me feel quite ashamed. Before the recent First Space Environment Governance Forum, Sibo had sent Lois the transcript of his father's conversation with Peterson in that paper. His original intention was to warm up so that his NASA colleagues would know what kind of views he would express at the forum. Unexpectedly, thanks to sending it out at that time, otherwise, who knows when she would have received it. Among the past NASA administrators, Peterson was a visionary with ideas. Unfortunately, he was replaced by the politically savvy Kent after a short tenure due to political struggles. During Kent's more than 10 years in office, he hardly played his due role. And although Lois had some ideas, she was just a deputy and found it difficult to implement them. Now that Lois had finally outlasted Kent, Sibo believed this was a great opportunity. After all, if even professionals in the space field cannot reach a consensus, it would be even more difficult for governments to reach an agreement. I'm glad you received it smoothly. I often think, if their views had been accepted earlier and given enough attention, would we have come to this day? Director C, I have to say the outcome might not have changed. But if we could have discussed these issues earlier, it would definitely have helped, Lois shrugged. Ding Laneying silently nodded in agreement. Jane, let me say this. Jane is Lois's name, and Sibo clearly wanted to add some personal feelings before the meeting officially started. The second countermeasure mentioned by my father in the paper, controlling capital. If you could have a better understanding of this, I believe the moment of collapse wouldn't have happened so soon. The window of death would appear later, and if we could take some actions earlier, it might not even occur. Lois pursed her lips and remained silent, her expression quite complex. What is the cause of this moment of collapse? I dare not say who lit the fuse, but who piled up the explosives. Your companies, Airchain and Cheongju. along with their seamless connection alliance, are probably to blame, right? They launched hundreds of thousands of satellites into space without any restrictions. It's like pouring water into a limited capacity bucket. Sooner or later, it will overflow. Moreover, there is no conclusion on how many satellites outer space can accommodate without leading to a moment of collapse or disasters like Ragnarok. So we don't even know how big this bucket's capacity is. Under such circumstances, shouldn't we restrain their behavior? But they monopolize global satellite broadband services, fleece 8 billion people, and have thus become darlings of the capital market, lobbying your government and scrupulously making your government support the comparative advantage theory since 5 years ago, even 5 years before that. Isn't this just serving the interests of capital? But what are the consequences? Not only have their satellites, no, assets, all turned to ashes, their stocks plummeted, and all investments went down the drain, but they also dragged all of humanity down with them. Witnessing the banquet, seeing the high-rise building rise, watching it collapse. And it's fine if the building collapses, but the key is that all the spectators, willingly or unwillingly, are crushed under the ruins, and no one can come out. Sibo continued to speak without any reservations. Ding, laning beside him, slightly nodded, thinking to himself, Sibo, you really dare to speak now. How great it would have been if you had done this years ago. Director C, today we are discussing how to respond to the moment of collapse. Not to launch an attack, right? Lois said with a somewhat awkward smile. All right, no attacks. That's all I want to say. Believe me, I'm still very happy to see you, especially for your promotion, Sibo said, knowing when to stop. I agree with you on this. I'm also very happy to see you and Director Ding. Lois took the opportunity to step down and glance left and right, seemingly wanted to see if her team had any thoughts on her conversation with Sibo. Those few people all had poker faces, expressionless, seemingly completely unconcerned with their superior's behavior. At this point, the representatives from the other 3 countries also logged on one after another. The video conference avatars increased in number, but a glance revealed that they were mostly familiar faces, just that each person's face showed some additional weariness. Minsky, Ivna, and Lewis greeted their old friends with smiles. From this moment alone, the onlookers could hardly sense the challenges they were facing, nor the enormous difficulties behind those challenges. Even just thinking about those difficulties was enough to leave everyone breathless. Chapter 97, The Collapse Before Us. Finally in agreement for those online, private chats are one thing. But once the meeting starts, it's a completely different matter. Each person represents a viewpoint that can significantly impact all of humanity. They're no longer individuals. However, Ding Laneying still tried to create a relaxed atmosphere. Hello everyone, to accommodate the time difference across the 3 regions. We can only hold the meeting in the evening according to China time. Given that both I and Director C have sacrificed our night to hold this meeting, I hope everyone's discussions can be a bit friendlier. Otherwise, we might be kept awake all night. Director Ding, of course. We will do our best to help you have sweet dreams, Minsky said cheerfully. Sibo looked at the big-bearded man with deep gratitude. 5 years ago, it was thanks to Minsky's timely assistance that he survived the mishap of a brain concussion on Earth, and in various occasions, this elder had always supported his views loyally. He hoped Minsky wouldn't retire too early and could continue working for a few more years. To be honest, I hope so too. However, this meeting has been convened rather hastily. We Haven T had sufficient internal communication before directly holding a 5-party meeting. I'm afraid your wish may not come true. Lewis teased with his London accent. Lewis, you're still a member state of our European Space Agency. Don't forget that. If there are disagreements, you'll have to listen to me, Ivna chimed in, not willing to be left out. So, you 2 countries, England and France, Haven T, reached an agreement this time? Sibo left. He still remembered how they had stood firmly on Lois's side 5 years ago in the UN building. That depends on the specific situation, Ivna said with a proud expression. Lewis shrugged. All right, let me get straight to the point. The moment of collapse, or what you call Ragnarok, has unfortunately already happened to us humans. Today, the reason we chose to hold this meeting in this format is also thanks to it. I think we are indiscriminately facing the same question. Should we continue space exploration? Should we step out of Earth? Ding Laneying brought the topic back on track. Is that even a question? Minsky gave an incredulous look. Sibo suppressed a laugh. He could tell the old Russian was trying to steer the conversation. Our answer is definite. Yes, Ivna quickly stated. And you? Minsky asked Lewis. I agree. How rare, Minsky teased. Lewis ignored him. We also agree. Lois did not hesitate either. That's great. We quickly reached a consensus. For this point alone, I am looking forward to the outcomes of this Security Council meeting, Ding Laneying said with a smile. Having resolved the question of whether or not to proceed, let us discuss how to do it. What else can we do? We need to quickly clean up the space debris above our heads. Minsky was the first to echo. I agree. Ivna didn't hesitate at all. And you? Minsky asked Lois. I haven't stated my position yet, Lewis protested. Oh, I thought you unconditionally supported the French. You. Quick, do you agree? I agree. That settles it. All right, we all agree. Are you ready? Minsky quickly turned back to Lois. In principle, we agree, but Lois seemed to have something to say. That means you disagree. If you have any thoughts, just speak up. Minsky interrupted her. Sibo almost laughed again. Quickly clean up the space debris. We have no objections. However, I believe we need to conduct a cost-benefit analysis first. We can't simply jump to this conclusion. Cost-benefit analysis? What time is it? And you still want to do a cost-benefit analysis? Minsky's expression was exaggerated. You don't mean to calculate how much it would cost to clean up this space debris and then judge whether it's worth doing, right? No, not just that. Space debris and terrestrial waste are not fundamentally different. Think about it. If there's waste on Earth, do we proactively clean it up every time? I mean, if the waste can naturally decompose and doesn't affect our normal activities, why don't we wait for it to decompose naturally? This way, we wouldn't spend a penny and could achieve the desired effect. It might just take a little time. I see. Your idea is to wait for the space debris to slow down, fall into a lower orbit, and then enter the atmosphere, burning up or falling to the ground. Once most of the debris burns up or falls, the space debris graveyard will naturally disappear? Minsky asked. Yes, that's the idea. Ha. When did you become so laid back? Wasn't it about comparative advantage back then? Now that there's no advantage, you just lie down? Minsky didn't hide his disdain. Don't I know your little tricks? At that time, only you had the most satellites and spacecraft in the world, so you opposed controlling space debris, fearing it would threaten your monopoly. Now that you've messed up and need to clean up space debris, you find you don't have a single decent company capable of doing it. So you advocate for doing nothing? Even if couldn't help but laugh. Don't talk nonsense. We have our basis. In the current situation, cleaning up space debris requires enormous manpower, material resources, and financial investment. Moreover, we face an insurmountable technical problem. We cannot successfully launch spacecraft into an orbit close enough to the space debris graveyard. Everyone knows that suborbital heights are unstable. Under this premise, currently, no company or country in the world has the capability to complete space debris cleanup. Whether it's Herculean, Europe's Mars, or even China's dust technology, none can do it. When this technology can be developed, to be honest, I don't know. If developing this technology takes 5 years and requires investments in the tens of billions or hundreds of billions of dollars, and the space debris naturally decomposes in those 5 years, wouldn't that money be wasted? Because she was black, Sibo couldn't see her expression, but he imagined it must be flushed. Ding Laney glanced at Sibo, her eyes asking, what she said sounds reasonable. Should we control the situation? Sibo shook his head and gently said, let me say a few words. Okay, I have a viewpoint, Director Lois. Sibo no longer used her abbreviated name. What you said sounds reasonable. However, it's very worth scrutinizing. Can space debris achieve complete natural degradation? Just like food scraps and waste paper made from recyclable materials can naturally decompose, but what about plastic bags? Nuclear waste? How many fish die each year from choking on plastic bags? Some countries irresponsibly dump nuclear waste into the sea, hoping for it to purify itself. And this practice has been condemned by many. Can all the space debris above us fall into the atmosphere? We don't know. Even if it does, can most of it burn up completely? We also don't know. Even if only 50 of the space debris cannot burn up, it will bring disaster to people on the ground who want to be hit by falling debris while walking. This isn't alarmism. At least in China, we have already seen such incidents happen in several places. Fortunately, so far, these incidents have only occurred in relatively sparsely populated areas. But imagine if it fell in your New York Times Square. We cannot take such risks for all humanity. We must race against time to accelerate the technological updates and iterations of companies with technical accumulation, achieving space debris cleanup without relying on space launches as soon as possible. These investments will not be in vain. I support the views of the departments. Minsky quickly expressed, I certainly don't want a big object to suddenly fall from the sky during the Red Square parade. Moreover, we don't need such advanced technology to clean up all of outer space. As long as we can open a sufficiently large gap in the graveyard, we can resume launch activities, sending spacecraft equipped with space debris functions into the orbit of that gap, and then further expand our achievements from there, Sibber added. That does sound reasonable, Ivna nodded. Director Royce, what do you think? I see that our 4 countries support taking action as soon as possible. Ding Laning interjected opportunely. He didn't even ask Lewis. Royce did not answer immediately, but looked serious and fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, she shrugged her shoulders. I need to go offline for a while to discuss with the team. Can you wait for me for 10 minutes? Sure. Sibber, your few words have left her at a loss. That's great. Ding Laning quietly praised Sibber. I think if she were representing her personal opinion, she would support our viewpoint. It's just that, at this moment, she is merely a mouthpiece, not the brain. In a sense, we are the same. It's just that we can represent the brain's voice, while she cannot. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Hey, what are you two murmuring about? Minsky protested. Oh, nothing. We were just saying that you're in great shape today. If we drink vodka together, we probably won't be able to keep up with you. Sibber said with a smile, then turned to Ivna and Lewis. By the way, adding Director Ivna and Sir Lewis might not even be your match. Sibber didn't actually know if Lewis was a sir, but thinking that the British might appreciate such a title, he decided to flatter him. Oh. My tolerance for alcohol is poor. I can get drunk even on beer. Lewis indeed smiled broadly. I never drink such coarse liquor as vodka. Ivna remained expressionless. That's because you haven't experienced its essence, madam. When you come to Moscow next time, I will definitely take you to drink real vodka. Watching these old acquaintances joke around, Sibber suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. Over the years, although they had maintained a decent relationship in private or during academic exchanges, they had never achieved such harmony in a meeting of this caliber. Perhaps only a true crisis, a crisis for all humanity, can truly unite us. Father, when you wrote that paper at the age of 15, did you also feel such despair deep down? Just as he was lost in thought, Royce came back online. She sighed and then calmly said, after internal discussions, we agree. Great. Minsky exclaimed, let's definitely have a drink of vodka tonight. Cheers. Ding Laning and Sibber were also very happy, as they had initially thought Royce would bring a refusal. It seems that this Security Council meeting could yield some long-awaited results. Chapter 98. Not yet over. What the hell? The United Nations Security Council actually passed a unanimous resolution to fully commence the cleanup of space debris. Isn't this a slap in my face? Neo's cursed fiercely after reading the news. He wanted to call Dave. But then he thought about how he not only caused this bald man to lose everything, but also made him lose face. The Seamless Connection Alliance was no longer in existence, so why bother contacting him? However, he quickly reconsidered. His next plan still relied on this man. So he dialed the number anyway. After 3 consecutive calls, Dave did not answer. On the 4th attempt, Dave simply hung up. Get lost. Neo's received a message. The corner of his mouth lifted. Humph. Kid. Since you're still cursing me, it means you still care about me. Just wait, you can't escape my grasp. Then, he replied with a message. If you want to make a comeback, come find me. There was no response. However, he believed that Dave would come back to him. Neos had started to develop new businesses a long time ago, completely unrelated to space companies and satellite communications. It was a highly profitable venture and part of his overall plan. He had never mentioned his new business to Dave or anyone else. But now, even if all his satellites were destroyed, that business could still provide ample cash flow. Dave was different, although his exhaustive company was not his only business. Once the exhaustive company and the Seamless Connection Alliance achieved monopoly, Dave quickly integrated all other businesses with the traversing the cosmos constellation, especially the e-commerce business, with all logistics relying on satellites for support. The benefits were obvious: cost savings, improved efficiency, and keeping profits within reach. But when the twilight of the gods came, all the satellites in the sky were gone, and the ground logistics immediately collapsed. Nios knew that Dave was now in deep trouble, and when a person is starving, they will eat anything. Nios was waiting for the moment when Dave would be desperate. However, despite the survival issue being unaffected, Nios was still very angry about the United Nations Security Council's rapid and unanimous decision. He had to find a way to stop them. He couldn't let the hard-earned space debris graveyard be cleaned up. "You will thank me." At that moment, his phone rang. Sure enough, someone called back so quickly. He looked down, but it was someone else, and this person was also someone he needed to manage. Wu Zhiga, have you seen the news? The United Nations Security Council has passed a unanimous resolution, and the cleanup of space debris is about to significantly expand. Your conspiracy will not succeed. Wu Zhiga's tone was very oppressive on the phone. Good, looking forward to it. It's still uncertain who will prevail. Nios was completely unmoved. Listen, all your efforts will turn to dust. It's not too late to change your stance now. I have already dissolved the Clean Space Alliance. But if you're willing to cooperate with me, I can overlook past grievances. You have too much faith in humanity. What does it matter if a unanimous resolution is reached? The details of implementation are key. Are there not many similar treaties in human history? But how many have actually been executed? Humanity deserves to be firmly locked on Earth. They do not have the qualities to control the universe. If their qualities cannot support their ambitions, why not settle for a corner? Moreover, for us, that is the safest outcome. That is your understanding, not mine. Do not use we to represent me. You still have not given up on your delusions. That is not a delusion. We can have a brighter future, and so can humanity. Don't call me again. Before we unexpectedly meet next time, let us see who is right. Nios hung up the phone expressionlessly. His mood did not waver much. Ever since he first met Wu Zhiga in Los Angeles 7 years ago, he realized that his fate was intertwined with this person, and in the end, there could only be one winner. He had already taken the initiative, and now Wu Zhiga was trying to turn tables. However, he did not hold just one card in his hand. Nios, we have received an urgent notice. It's for you. Administrative Assistant Daisy rushed in without knocking. The assistant who had been with him for 10 years had transformed from a young girl into a mother of 2, yet she was still as jumpy as ever. Don't rush. Just put it on my desk. I'll look at it later. Okay. After Daisy left, Nios opened the urgent letter. The envelope bore a round emblem made up of 3 nested circles, the innermost circle having a white background with a yellow eagle with bared claws. This was the emblem of the United States Congress. Upon opening the letter, Nios found it was an invitation. After reading a few lines, the corners of his mouth curled up. Washington. Congressional hearing, Dave. It seems we will meet again soon. Chapter 99. The tea room on Lingxiao to Director C. You're here? This way. Please, Mr. Zhang is waiting for you. This was the first time Dai Mingqi met Sibo, and he couldn't help but admire his imposing presence. Thank you for your trouble. Sibo smiled slightly and followed Dai Mingqi into the hangar. After the United Nations Security Council finally reached a consensus on the action items for the heavenly collapse moment, Sibo felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Just then, Zhang Shengjiu contacted him, saying he wanted to visit Beijing, so he simply took a few days off from Ding Lanying and came to Changsha. Since he had gone to the National University of Defense Technology for an exchange with Tsinghua University nearly 20 years ago, he had fallen in love with this city. It had books and swords, delicious food, and a vibrant lifestyle. This time, Zhang Shengjiu arranged their meeting place in the hangar of Lingxiao 2, which made him even more intrigued. After passing through a narrow door, the view suddenly opened up. In the spacious hangar hall, a modern and stylish spacecraft was quietly parked in the center. Its body was silver and black, radiating a striking glow, with wings poised to take flight, ready at any moment to soar into the sky as soon as the engine ignited. Although it was quiet at the moment, Sibo couldn't help but imagine the entire process and couldn't help but softly exclaim, "What a piece of art!" Dai Mingqi proudly introduced Director C. To be honest, this is currently the most advanced spacecraft or spaceplane in the world. They mean the same. Mr. Zhang always says he wants to let you experience it. But unfortunately, it's okay. It's okay. I believe there will be an opportunity. While they were chatting, the cabin door of Lingxiao 2 opened, and a set of steps extended automatically from the cabin to the ground. Appearing right in front of Sibo, Zhang Shengjiu peeked out from the cabin. Director C, welcome. I've set this up here. It's a bit of an unceremonious welcome. Haha. Why so polite? Sibo laughed as he walked up the steps. Mr. Dai. Thank you. You can go ahead and be busy. Zhang Shengjiu said to Dai Mingqi. Sibo quickly walked into the cabin and embraced Zhang Shengjiu tightly. I thought of bringing you something different since you came from so far. We've been to restaurants and tea houses. So today let us chat in our spaceship. Zhang Shengjiu led Sibo inside. By the way, I specifically got some top-quality daunting bilyukan. We're not in a tea house, but it's even better than a tea house. You're becoming more thoughtful, my friend. It doesn't matter where we meet, Sibo said with a smile. Although he said that, he was very satisfied with Zhang Shengjiu's arrangement. He hadn't tea relaxed like this in a long time. Please sit. I haven't tea fully set up the table and tea set yet. Otherwise, I would have gone down to greet you earlier. No rus. Sibo surveyed the cabin of Ling Xiao too and couldn't tea help but praise. This is understated luxury. I was already impressed by the exterior of the spacecraft, but I didn't expect the interior to be even more sophisticated, simple yet not simplistic. You claimed that your original intention was to make space tourism affordable for the general public, but with such a luxurious cabin, how can ordinary people afford it? Don't mention it. Isn't this just a case of bad luck? I was just about to adjust the prices when the earthquake event came up, and I was locked away for a few years. Just when I planned to make a serious effort, the heavenly collapse moment struck again. Space tourism is truly a high-risk business. I don't know what possessed me to set such an ambition back then, Sai. Zhang Xingjiu replied, while tidying the table and brewing the tea. The two finally sat across from each other. Don't say it, almost died in the spacecraft. Just like Lu Ji back in the day, Zhang Xingjiu continued. Huh, what happened? At that time, wasn't Neo's forcing me to withdraw from the Clean Space Alliance and join them? I thought about flying once myself, partly to see how much we relied on their satellite constellations, and partly to do some public relations to increase their pressure. Unexpectedly, just as the rocket launch countdown reached the final second, the heavenly collapse moment came, and we urgently aborted the launch. Otherwise, you wouldn't see me today. I see. Sibo quickly raised his teacup, here's to calming our nerves. Both of them took a sip. Surviving a major disaster brings blessings. I feel you always have good luck, able to turn misfortune into fortune every time. Now the Neo's crowd probably has given up. Not a single good satellite is left. All turn into scrap metal, Sibo comforted. Yes, but we're all unlucky. All of humanity is unlucky. Those irresponsible bastards. Let us patch up the barn after the sheep are lost. This time, the United Nations Security Council is quite united. Not only have they confirmed to start space debris cleanup immediately, but they will also officially launch the mandatory space environmental management law, which will be more binding than the series of treaties like the space law from last century. Things are still developing in a good direction. Yes, but it has to be quick. Otherwise, my business will die again. I've now transformed into dealing with space tourism, souvenirs, and cultural creations. No choice. Moreover, I saw in the news recently that there are still many cases of space debris not burning up in the atmosphere and falling to the ground, killing people. Every time I see this, I think of the unfortunate villagers during the college entrance examination year. Yes, I took a few days off, and after that, I will fully promote these matters. Currently, countries around the world are investing in research on various space debris cleanup technologies. But it's still Wu Zhiga's dust brush technology that has the most promise. They already have ground-based laser cannons, but the power and other indicators are still insufficient. They can't shoot directly into space from the ground to burn or slow down the target debris. Mentioning Wu Zhiga Siboskartsenk. Recently, he received an application from Yunnan province, saying that dust brush technology wanted to carry out the development of ground-based laser cannons in Lucy County. It was reported that geological, environmental assessment, and other departments had already approved it, but they needed the aerospace department's opinion. At that time, Sibo felt that one should not avoid employing relatives and nodded in agreement. However, afterward, he felt uncomfortable. Wu Zhiga didn't contact him about this matter, but went through official channels directly. He realized that the gap between them seemed to be irreparable. After his mother's passing, the last time he contacted Wu Zhiga, he scolded him a few times on the phone, and after that, they had no further communication. It sounds like the heavenly collapse moment has benefited Wu Zhiga the most. The whole world is counting on them, Zhang Shengjiu blurted out. Do you think so? Sibo suddenly asked. Zhang Xingjiu was taken aback and quickly realized, widening his eyes, no way, that is too much of a conspiracy theory. Chapter 100 Target. Wu Zhigu Sibo's hands trembled slightly as he took a sip of tea to calm himself down. Noticing Sibo's silence, Zhang Shengjiu continued. I was just speaking casually earlier, don't take it to heart. He knew about the relationship between Sibo and Wu Zhigu. No, there's nothing to avoid. To be honest, my relationship with him is no longer as close as it used to be. Sibo clenched his teeth and finally spoke his mind. Zhang Shengjiu held his teacup, stunned for a moment, hardly believing his ears. How could that be? What happened? He had always found Wu Zhigu to be elusive, feeling that one moment he was an angel and the next a ghost. Let us start from that year in Los Angeles. Sibo then recounted the events over the years that had caused a rift between him and Wu Zhigu, also informing Zhang Shengjiu that his mother, Xiao Yun, had committed suicide. After listening to Sibo's account, Zhang Shengjiu sat in his seat, speechless for a long time. He never expected that Sibo had endured so much over the years. Like himself, he had also lost both parents. Take care, Sibo, don't give up hope. After all, your dad is just missing. He might come back one day, Zhang Shengjiu said as he adjusted his emotions and tried to comfort Sibo. Yeah, I'm much better now, much better. Even if he never comes back, it doesn't matter to me. Sibo's gaze was vacant as he turned his head away. Zhang Shengjiu stopped speaking and waited quietly. When a half cup of tea in Sibo's cup had become cold, he turned his head back, pursed his lips, and sighed. All right, I'm sorry. No, don't say that. I just feel very regretful, as if I can't help it all. Zhang Shengjiu poured him a fresh cup of hot tea. No, I've always regarded you as a good friend. You've already given me a lot of support. Really? To be honest, when we first met, I felt quite inferior, thinking I was worlds apart from you. Zhang Shengjiu joked, trying to lighten the atmosphere a bit. Enough of that. Let's continue talking about Wu Zhigu. Sibo was indeed feeling better. All right, I will obey your wishes. Since you've opened up, I might as well share my thoughts about him. Zhang Shengjiu took a sip of tea and cleared his throat. To be honest, I find him very mysterious, unlike anyone I've ever met. First of all, from your description, he must have been separated from his parents and adopted by your dad by the banks of a new river when he was 8. And he was extremely intelligent. Logically, an exceptionally smart 8-year-old should already know a lot about the world, like where his hometown is and his parents' names. However, despite meeting multiple times, you often say he and I are from the same hometown, yet he rarely mentions his background, hometown, or biological parents, which is quite strange. Later, I actually ran into him in my hometown. He seemed to be hiding, but had no choice but to drink tea with me. In the middle of it, I suddenly fell asleep, and I've always suspected he drugged me, but I have no evidence. Regardless, it's very odd. Sibo nodded deep in thought. Moreover, he didn't even finish high school before going out into society.